the hospital room where Yu Jin-ho was currently admitted to. A humanoid shape rose up from the blob of shadow sneaking into the hospital room. It was Baru, who swapped locations with Jin-woo via shadow exchange. He reached out to heal Yu Jin-ho, as ordered by his liege. From the tip of his hands, gentle blue light slowly spread out in this darkened room. Yu Jin-ho's expression, scrunched up from pain and discomfort, softened in no time at all. Seoul, the capital city of South Korea. There was a 14-hour difference between here and the eastern United States. It may have been in the middle of the night over there, but it was in the morning in Korea. Oh my king, how long should I stay in this position? I guess, until Baru reports back to me that he's done with Jin-ho's treatment. Perhaps the knight recognized his faults in this matter because he kept his mouth shut and maintained the once-embalming raid posture. Jin-woo wordlessly stared at the knight before his gaze abruptly landed on his hands. The back of his hands were all messed up. There were several bruises and he could spot traces of blood as well. That Thomas Andre, he was truly one nonsensically sturdy dude. Just from Jin-woo beating the living crap out of him, his hands ended up getting bruised to this degree. Of course, such wounds would be gone without a trace after a good night's rest, all thanks to the passive buff, good health and long life. The knight, staying quiet for a while, suddenly addressed Jin-woo again. Oh my king, what is it? Please, bestow unto me a new name, my king. Jin-woo shifted his gaze over to his brand new shadow soldier. Knight Commander grade. Right, I guess you also need a name, don't you? Jin-woo pondered this dilemma for a little bit before forming a wry smile as he spoke. Since you died because of your greed, how about I call you Greed? Next day, on their way to the conference venue, Adam White explained the current situation. We have secured the testimonies of Hunter H. Wang Dong-soo's accomplices. The Bureau will soon release a statement containing the full account of what happened. He then went and strongly emphasized that Hunter Nim would not be inconvenienced in any shape or form. It was a welcome piece of news for Jin-woo, of course. The reason why he decided to travel to the States had to do with the monster possessing the appearance of his father. He wished to gather information through the International Guild Conference. The moment Jin-woo stepped into the lobby of the venue, the conversations and welcoming greetings being shared among the crowd all came to a sudden halt. Gazes of curiosity and fear came flying at him from pretty much all directions. He was that Asian hunter responsible for utterly destroying Thomas Andre, who had been reigning over other hunters like a king. Quite a few hunters kept whispering the stories related to Jin-woo even now, but none of them dared to approach him, because they still didn't know why he went and wrecked the scavenger guild to that extent. Seriously now, what if the reason for that unholy mass beatdown turned out to be nothing more than Thomas Andre staring at him for too long? If so, wouldn't one get marked for death simply by trying to say hello to Jin-woo? Even though all these people were ace hunters that subjugated scary monsters for a living, they found it hard to meet Jin-woo's gaze right now. After the cordial lunch prepared by the Hunter Bureau came to an end, the participating hunters began filling up the seats facing the rostrum in the conference venue. Afterwards, the conference got going, and several topics were discussed. Unfortunately, none of those really warranted Jin-woo's complete attention nor his sustained interest. Most of the things being talked about were similar in nature to status updates and so on. If only Jin-ho was here, I'd not be this bored. All Jin-woo could do was to wake up his superhuman patience and wait until the topic he might be interested in came around. Quite a while later, although it was not the information he was waiting for, a topic did manage to grab his attention. Everyone, you should be aware of the fact that the number of gates being generated has shot up recently, and the fact that stronger monsters have made their appearances, too. Initially, it sounded like something everyone knew only too well. However, there should be almost none of you who have realized that unusual activity has been detected in the skies above us. The scientist named Belzer emphasized the word skies, and the hunters finally began showing signs of interest. Of course, Jin-woo was included among those hunters, as well. The truth of the magical energy concentration found in the planet's atmosphere getting greater. We all know of this fact since it has been widely reported. Now that he was being showered with the interested gazes of the hunters, the clearly happy scientist carried on. I'd like to use a different term to denote the magic energy found in our atmosphere, until another more suitable word is invented. How about we use the term Magisphere? The scientist gestured with his hand, and a huge map was displayed on the screen behind him. It was the atlas of the world that contained all of the continents, no, all of the countries existing on this planet. Did you know that the Magisphere has begun gathering and concentrating on the skies of several nations at present? There are a total of 9 spots in the world where the Magisphere has begun gathering into a large mess. My purpose today is to reveal the locations of the 9 spots. Dr. Belzer then calmly read off the names of the 9 countries on his list. Province of Alberta, Canada. And finally, this is the spot with the highest Magisphere concentration. City of Seoul, South Korea. The moment those translated words of the scientist came out from the earpiece Jinwoo wore, for some reason, every single hunter sitting inside the venue shifted their gazes in his direction all at once. I've also read this morning's article, but folks, you shouldn't be looking at Seong Hunter Nim that way. If he was capable of causing all this Magisphere in the air like that, then obviously, he's no longer a hunter, is he? As you might have guessed, we couldn't discover any tangible similarities between the locations I have mentioned. Since there were no similarities, it was hard to figure out the cause for this change. And since there was also no precedence, it was equally as hard to tell what might happen next. Is it related somehow to the number of the sovereigns? Because there are 9 of them. To call it a mere coincidence, it just left that vague uncool aftertaste in his mouth. And also, now that the King of Giants was slain by him, that number 9 should not hold significance anymore. The scientist's lengthy presentation was about to come to its conclusion. However, let me make it clear. The assertion of being unable to respond does not mean there is no need to make plans. It's eminently possible that our world will experience yet another seismic shift soon. As the conference was drawing to a close, the director of the Hunter Bureau took to the stage. His reason? To make an important announcement. Since this wasn't in the schedule, hunters naturally became noisy from his unexpected entrance. I have something important I must inform you about, everyone. My heart is heavy as I deliver this unfortunate news to you all. Finally, Jinwoo sensed that the moment he was waiting for had finally arrived. The director spoke in a low, gloomy voice. The director brought up the relevant information on the giant screen behind him. First, the remnants of flames that didn't want to die out, the ashes of the mansion. And then, Christopher Reed's dead body with a hole in his chest. Hunters confirmed the death of the Special Authority rank awakened via the provided video footage as well as the several still images on the screen, and reacted by gasping out in shocked moans. Not one person present was able to dispute the fact of that man being dead now. As expected, the surprised hunters began their outpouring of questions, but the director firmly shook his head. Instead, I'm sorry, but I'll answer your questions only after this presentation comes to an end. There was a far more important matter still to be carried out instead of answering the questions. We strongly suspect this man is the perpetrator of this crime. A man's face now filled up the entirety of that giant screen. Almost immediately, the gathered hunters realized that something was amiss. That Asian man's face, wasn't it uncannily similar to someone else sitting inside this conference venue? But then, these hunters also recalled what happened to Thomas Andre, and none of them could voice the thoughts bubbling up inside their minds. Jinwoo too closed shut his mouth. The photograph must have been taken moments after he had arrived at the Hunter Bureau for identification purposes. That face definitely belonged to his old man from his memories no matter how many times he took a look. Jinwoo eventually bit his lower lip. How come it's my father? Dungeons were supposedly the territory of the rulers. He couldn't tell why they sent a monster with the outer appearance of his father. Regardless of what their intentions were, though, Jinwoo could still feel the bubbling pit of rage slowly building up its intensity deep within his heart. Too bad. Hunters nearby completely mistook that rage for something else and they did their absolute best to not look at his way. Do not look back. Do not look back. They just look similar, that's all. Just similar and nothing else. Asians all look alike, right? Right. But still, that is just so. The director branded Seong Il-hwan as Suspect S and began explaining who this man was, from where he was discovered, what happened during that discovery, and finally, what transpired afterwards. Hunters were taken by yet another surprise from the revelation that this person actually defeated Hwang Dong-soo during the interrogation to make his escape. Just who was Hwang Dong-soo? The Hunter Bureau acknowledged his powers early on and offered him a sweet deal, prompting him to emigrate to the States right away. Moreover, he was also one of the aces in what many believe to be the best guild in the world, the Scavenger Guild. Hints of pure astonishment flashed past within the eyes of the hunters watching the footage on screen. For Jinwoo, though, that video clip didn't come across as all that surprising. This Suspect S was an existence the rulers had created for some unknown purpose, and they possessed unimaginable powers, enough to generate dungeons, didn't they? So, obviously, it's not weird to see Hwang Dong-soo getting defeated by that creature. Though, besides that, Jinwoo was more concerned with what that Suspect S was trying to do. It was engaging Hwang Dong-soo in a conversation. It's trying to talk to him. Jin Woo's brows shot up. He concentrated hard, like when he would do during battles, and time slowed down instantly. His sharpened senses began reading the lip movements of the suspectess. This isn't for my son, but for your sake. Even after death, you'll not be able to close your eyes. Jin Woo's heart pulsed powerfully just then. Those last words, even in death, not being able to close his eyes. If his lip reading proved to be correct, then that meant that suspectess knew about his existence. Thankfully, he knew of a way to easily confirm the contents of that little chat those two had shared. Jin Woo suppressed his wildly pounding heart and called out the name of the brand new addition to his shadow army. Greed. Greed already knew what Jin Woo wanted to know through their shared mental link, so he immediately made his reply. All the thoughts in Jin Woo's head were getting more and more complicated and confused. The lengthy explanation of the director was coming to an end. We're planning to ask you, the guilds of the world, to help us track down and apprehend this suspectess if you discover this man's whereabouts. Please, give us a call immediately. That is all. The end of the director's words signaled the incoming flood of questions that the hunters had been holding back until then. They impatiently raised their hands into the air. Yes, the sir over there. The director pointed to one of the raised hands, prompting that hunter to throw his question out, as if he couldn't wait anymore. Do you have any proof that this suspectess isn't a human? We have perfectly matched his magic energy emission to that of monsters. Next question. That creature insisted that he was someone who went missing inside a dungeon. However, did a hunter like that really exist? Yes, that hunter did really exist. Next, if that's the case, why haven't you revealed the identity of that hunter? Oh, the director hesitated greatly, but eventually replied while doing his very best to avoid looking in Jin Woo's general direction. We've decided not to reveal that information because the suspect is related to one of the hunters currently attending this conference. That brought about a prompt and sudden end to the barrage of questions. The maybe changed into as expected in that instant. The director scanned the suddenly silent conference venue and decided he'd wrap up things here. Are there any other questions? It was then, someone sitting at the end of the audience seats at the back raised his hand. Even before the director could call out his name, this guy opened his mouth first. Even then, don't you think it'll be better to release the identity of that person if you really want to arrest them? Hunters didn't have to turn around to see who asked that question in that weighty voice. It was spoken in Chinese, and it came from a certain middle-aged man. One of the special authority rank hunters was looking straight at the director with a somber expression on his face. Dozens upon dozens of China's top hunters, including his own guild members, sat to his right, left, and front. The director seemed to be at a loss, but Liu Zhaijin continued to press on. Although it had been urgently decided earlier in the day to seal the information on the identity of suspect S, the director realized that he didn't have much of a choice now and begrudgingly brought up it on the screen behind him. Beep. One press of the remote button and the information on Xiangil Huan filled up the giant screen. Soon, surprised gasps came out from several of the audience members. To think, the very first human-shaped monster to appear in dungeons possessed the exact same countenance as Hunter Xiang Jin Woo's missing father. How could there be such a coincidence? The once quiet interior of the conference venue was buzzing with the hushed voices of the hunters. Liu Zhaijin quietly stared at the screen before raising his hand again. The director had to point to the Chinese hunter once more. Hunter Liu, this time, I have a question I want to ask Xiang Jin Woo Hunter Nim. What will you do if this suspect S really turned out to be your long-lost father, and the hunters of the world were trying to hunt him down? Jin Woo pondered that for a little bit before making his reply. If that creature is nothing but a monster, then I'll kill it with my own hands. However, if it's not a monster, but really is my father, then if it was really his father, the gathered hunters became intensely curious as to what he might say next and began swallowing their saliva. Disregarding them all, Jin Woo firmly declared his intentions for all to hear. I shall protect my family, even if that means every single hunter in the world becomes my enemy. What you said in there, were you being serious? Adam White, waiting outside the conference hall, threw that question out. Yup. Although this was no time to laugh, Adam White ended up chuckling after seeing Jin Woo's grin. Anyway, just who were the folks inside the conference hall? They were 500 or so of the top-ranked hunters from around 120 countries, who were invited by the Hunter Bureau to attend this conference. In other words, they were the top elites humanity had to offer. But then, this man went and said to them, even if it means every hunter in the world becomes my enemy, any all-tough guy wouldn't even dare to imitate what Jin Woo had done. Most likely, there should be only 2 people in this whole wide world, including you, who could say something like that in there. Hunter Nim. Jin Woo became slightly curious about who the other guy might be. Who is this other person? Well, he's in the hospital right now. Jinwoo saw Adam White's wry smile and immediately realized who that mystery other guy could be. It could only be Thomas Andre. For sure, that guy would do something just as crazy, what with that arrogant personality of his. But it's unknown whether he'll still behave that way or not. Hunters that had been gathered in small groups of 2 and 3 to chat among themselves suddenly parted ways and stood to either side of the hallway. Naturally, both Jinwoo's and Adam White's attention shifted over there as well. And that's where they spotted Liu Zhaijing. China's 7-star rank hunter was flanked by the Liu Zhaijing squadron, made up entirely of his direct subordinates, as he made his way towards Jinwoo. As if he already had a destination in mind a long time ago, the Chinese hunter walked in a straight line until he was standing right before Jinwoo's nose. What are those two up to now? Hunters all stopped talking right there and then. The taut tension flowing between Jinwoo and Liu Zhaijing managed to utterly silence the surroundings. The palpable feeling of unease rapidly filled this place up. What on earth is he saying? I can't understand a single word. He had never even gone anywhere remotely close to China before, so there was no way he'd know a lick of Chinese. Since the other guy was speaking in a serious expression, he too decided to form a similarly serious one. But as it turned out, listening to words he couldn't understand proved to be a rather uncomfortable and arduous task. Just as he began thinking that the Chinese hunter probably wasn't making fun of him with such a grave expression on his face, Adam White whispered something in his ear. He's saying that he hunted down the giant monster you missed during your trip to Japan on the Chinese coast recently. Xiong hunted him. A look of surprise spread all over Jinwoo's face. You even know Chinese? Well, I was in charge of the Asia branch, after all. I can speak a few Asian languages. Also, I can speak a little bit of Russian, Spanish, Arabic, as well as German. Jinwoo very briefly thought that it had become a whole lot more convenient for him if Agent Adam White became one of his shadow soldiers. Of course, he quickly admonished himself for even entertaining such a thought. Maybe he still had lots more things to say. Liu Zhaijing continued on with his words in the meantime. Please, keep translating for me. All right. Adam White nodded his head and, with a determined expression, began his temporary role as an interpreter. He says that he got surprised from how unexpectedly strong the giant monster was. And he also says that it was a difficult battle as he had to fight the monster on the ocean's surface. Jinwoo remembered being surprised himself by the strength of those giant monsters, back when he was hunting them down. They had such huge bodies, yet they also moved around nimbly like wild beasts, too. Since Liu Zhaijing said he fought the monster over the water, which imposed a greater restriction on one's movements, his surprise should have been greater when compared to fighting the creature on dry land. As a fellow hunter, Jinwoo could pretty much understand where the Chinese man's fluster stemmed from. The longer Liu Zhaijing's words got, the brighter Adam White's expression became. Ever since that encounter, he says, he's been meaning to meet you. He has been really curious to learn more about the person capable of easily hunting down all those powerful monsters. That's what he said. In the same breath that Adam White finished translating, Liu Zhaijing formed a bright smile and reached his hand out for a shake. It seemed that the previous serious expression came from his nervousness. Jinwoo looked at that offered hand for a bit, before shaking it with a smile of his own. He had absolutely no reason to refuse a greeting offered up first by one of the best hunters in the world. Adam White had figured out what was going on here and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As they shook hands, Liu Zhaijing said some other things with a smile. Jinwoo looked at Adam White again. Sounds like he's making a joke, so what is he saying? Adam White briefly formed a lost expression, before the corners of his lips arched up. He says that he's really happy about you teaching Thomas Andre Hunter Nim a lesson. He doesn't even have to take a look to know that it was Thomas who instigated the whole thing first. Jinwoo grinned at that one. But then, Liu Zhaijing's complexion darkened somewhat. Likewise, the smile on Adam White's face was wiped off as well. He quickly translated what the Chinese hunter was saying. That is why he will now pray even harder that Suspect S isn't actually your family member. He says that he doesn't want to fight against you, no matter what. Jinwoo wordlessly nodded his head. The director opened the door to the room and Jinwoo got to meet the gaze of a certain African-American woman waiting patiently for him there. It's been a while, Xiong Jinwoo Hunter Nim. Likewise, Madame Selner. It was none other than the upgrader, Norma Selner, the awakened possessing a unique ability. He wondered if she had calmed down now that a bit of time had passed since their last encounter, but unfortunately, the light shining in her eyes was the same as before. Just what could make her move in spite of her fears? Jinwoo's curiosity had definitely been stoked now. I didn't expect you to seek me out first, ma'am, so. Jinwoo settled down on the seat opposite hers. Adam White, once more assigned as an interpreter, stuck close to Jinwoo's side. I've been having the exact same dream every day. In my dream, I watched the scenes of top hunters being hunted down by a group of unknown people. A group of unknown people hunting down powerful hunters, she said. Almost immediately, Jinwoo realized that this matter had to be related to him in some capacity. And a few days later, that dream becomes reality. Could you be talking about Christopher Reed? Madame Selner nodded her head. The director took over the explanation from there on. We had warned Mr. Reed ahead of time, but he wasn't interested in hearing us out. The end result was, well, you know what happened already. Indeed, Jinwoo had seen and heard enough of Christopher Reed's fate. Madame Selner continued on with a trembling voice. Powerful hunters supporting this world will continue to die. Those hunting the hunters will not stop what they are doing. So, what you're saying is, Jinwoo collected his thoughts and cautiously opened his mouth. You also wish to warn me of the dangers. No, that's not it. She resolutely shook her head. If she didn't want to warn him, what did she want then? Jinwoo looked at her with a puzzled expression. Madame Selner then spoke with desperately pleading tone of voice. Please, I beg of you, protect these hunters. While the dream kept repeating itself, I tried my best to memorize the faces of those hunting down the hunters. However, it was all for naught. She explained that all she could remember after waking up were faces covered in veils of darkness. And so, I decided to use another method. Even if it was just a dream, I'd use my ability to look into their true nature, their true form. Was that why you looked into my eyes last time? Yes, correct. Madame Selner readily admitted to how her ability worked. What I found within those people was limitless power. But, when I locked gazes with that thing, I had no choice but to wake up from my dream. Jinwoo's gaze momentarily drifted lower and saw her fingertips tremble imperceptibly. When my eyes looked into it, I can still clearly remember the words and voice of that thing even now. Jinwoo slightly raised his head back up again. Both the director listening in, as well as Adam White translating from the side, carried deeply tense expressions. Jinwoo asked her in a calm voice, "What did that thing say to you?" "It said that I should quietly go back and wait for the war." Madame Selner began shuddering in horror after finally recalling that memory. The voice she heard in her dream was far more vivid than any other sound she heard in reality. Unlike the frightened woman, though, Jinwoo was focused on the word war instead. That was his clue. It's similar to what the King of Giants told me, isn't it? The battle between the rulers and the sovereigns, didn't the King of Giants say it? That they were gearing up for war. Most likely, the rulers weren't the only ones preparing for this upcoming battle. If that was the case, then, just which side did the beastards hunting the hunters belong to? Although he felt curious about this, he still hadn't heard a reply to his original question. So, he asked again. How does that relate to you asking me to protect other hunters? Because I saw the same power sleeping within you. Her cautiously mouthed words slapped wide-awake Jinwoo, and in the face. The power of the Shadow Sovereign. That's what she saw on that day, hiding deep inside of him. Since she saw the same type of power from the assassins in her dreams, their identity had to be sovereigns. Jinwoo's expression hardened. They are existences above the hunters, and in order to stop them, we need you who possess the power that equals theirs. Hunter Nim. The director quietly listened up to hear and finally entered the conversation. In all honesty, I wasn't convinced by the claim that no one can protect the hunters besides you, Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim. But, well, the reason why this meeting had been hastily arranged was, my fight with Thomas Andre yesterday changed the way the Hunter Bureau thinks, am I correct? The director replied awkwardly after the truth was accurately pointed out. Anything he wanted, it'd be made available. And that included the greatest treasure Kamish had left behind, its rune stone. The new proposal coming from the Hunter Bureau wasn't about scouting him. Rather than annoy Jinwoo by pushing forward the already rejected offer, they'd rather borrow his power to protect America's greatest combat force. Jinwoo shut his mouth and fell into a bit of a dilemma. Madame Selner came clean on what she saw in order to help him make up his mind. There are hunters enjoying powerful blessings in this world. They have supported this world with their powers. If they are gone, this world will not be able to hold on for much longer. Jinwoo finally replied to them after his lengthy deliberation. I'm sorry. His firm refusal that didn't leave any room for reconsideration caused the director's brows to shoot up high. Is it because of some unresolved emotion towards Thomas Andre Hunter Nim? Jinwoo quickly shook his head before people jumped to wrong conclusions. No, not at all. There was only one reason why he made this decision. It's only because I don't know anything about the enemies I'll be facing. Even if he had a rough idea about what their identities were, he hadn't encountered them once yet. It was only obvious that he'd not make any promises on protecting someone else when he had no clue on the enemy's capabilities. Jinwoo wasn't some amateur who'd readily make promises when he wasn't sure whether he could keep them in the first place. I'll observe the situation for the time being, and then he'd take care of those things he could handle first. Can you get me the list of the hunters you people wanted me to protect? Have you changed your mind? No, but I'm curious about something else. Oh, Adam White struggled to hide his disappointment. He got his hopes raised up before being shot down. Still, he didn't think this was all bad news, because it indicated that Hunter Seong Jin-woo was still interested in this problem one way or the other. And also, can you organize an opportunity where I can meet the ones found on that list? There is a big party organized by the Bureau. All the hunters attending the conference are invited. If you wish to meet them, you can most likely do that there. Hunter Nim. The moment he stepped into the banquet hall, everyone's attention was laser focused on him in an instant. Look, isn't that? Yes, I saw. He's right in front of us, but I can't even feel his presence. He's on a completely different level, and with all the attention being poured on him, it was only natural that even Yu Jin-ho would be subjected to their intense scrutiny as well. In that case, the hunter next to him must be. He fought Thomas Andre in order to rescue that young fella. The situation had settled down somewhat by now after the Hunter Bureau had released the public statement. On one hand, every hunter in here was deeply shocked by the fact that Jin-woo was willing to clash against the entirety of the Scavenger Guild for the sake of his rank D hunter comrade. But on the flip side, they were also getting a heavy case of goosebumps, knowing that the declaration he made towards the end of the conference's first day was not a bluff at all. In any case, now that the Bureau had cleared up the air, lots of hunters were beginning to seek out a chance to engage Jin-woo in a conversation. This was the result of his public image going through a revamp of sorts, going from a monster capable of pummeling the freakishly strong Goliath, to that of a monster who'd not hesitate at anything to protect his comrades. The thing was, though, the very first person to pluck up his courage and made his approach was not a hunter, but a chairman of a very famous global corporation specializing in dealing with monster remains. It's my honor to meet you like this, Seong Jin-woo Hunter Nim. The businessman introduced himself first, and then, we'd like to purchase the remains of all the giant-type monsters you have hunted down in Japan. Do you have some time to discuss this matter in greater detail? This is a good opportunity. Jin-woo grinned affably and introduced Yu Jin-ho next to him to the businessman. I'm in charge of the raid aspect of the guild. I usually leave all the business-related discussions to my trusted vice master over here. I'm Yu Jin-ho, vice chairman of the Jin Guild. Ah, yes. Hello. It's a pleasure. I don't usually discuss business-related matters in occasions such as this one. But if it's you, Mr. Chairman. Jin-woo watched on as Yu Jin-ho expertly guided the businessman to somewhere better suited for a conversation like the one they were about to have, and formed a satisfied smile. This kid, he's finally acting like a proper vice chair now. But Jin-woo's eyes sharpened almost instantly afterwards. Now that the pair of potential obstructions went away, the real thing would begin now. Adam White got close to Jin-woo. Here is the list you asked for. The screen of the tablet PC he handed over displayed the 10 names of the hunters who could all legitimately be called the world's best in numerical order. We at the Bureau had taken all the feats each hunter had achieved and converted them into points so we can assign them numbered rankings. These 10 people are the ones with the highest amount of hunter points in the world. The hunter points, he said. Jin-woo was intrigued by the fact that the feats and achievements of a hunter were represented through a points system. He then realized that his name wasn't on the list and asked Adam White, "Where am I on this list? If we were to include your feat in hunting down the giant-type monsters in the points tally, then you should be around here." The American agent pointed in the spot between 3rd and 4th. The names of Liu Zhaijing, Thomas Andre, and Christopher Reed occupied the spots above. The mere fact that he was already located beneath those three when he hadn't been a rank S hunter for long attested to all the incredible feats he managed to achieve so far. The 4th place is India's Siddharth Bakshan, and the 5th spot is. The first 5 spots naturally belong to the 5 surviving Special Authority rank hunters. As for the spots below, they were also occupied by some of the most decorated, celebrated hunters in the world. It was then Jin-woo stopped reading the list and raised his head after he heard a bit of commotion rising up. An unexpected appearance of a certain guest had thrown the party-goers into confusion and chaos. Confirming who this guest was, Jin-woo handed the tablet back to Adam White. Hunter Nim. You don't need to worry. As he expected, this guest displayed not one hint of hesitation as he strode straight towards Jin-woo. He even proceeded to step aside Liu Zhaijing, trying to dissuade him in the middle of the way. and stopped right in front of the Korean hunter. Jin-woo mouthed the man's name, Thomas Andre. Jin-woo didn't lose his relaxed demeanor even when Thomas Andre was standing before him. However, the same couldn't be said about pretty much all of the onlookers staring at him, and the American with his arm wrapped in bandages. They were getting properly freaked out now. The burly American looked at his Korean counterpart, who was at least a good head shorter than he was. Hunter Seong Jin-woo, I want to ask you a question. My arm. Thomas Andre raised his left arm, currently wrapped tightly in bandages. I heard that the damage from the magic energy attack left behind on this arm was so great that healers were unable to fix it. Doctors told me the same thing. They said that, although it's healing bit by bit, it'll take a long time before I can use my arm properly again. He used his left arm to block Jin-woo's fist, lugging around a considerable amount of magic energy. Right after the fight ended, the bones in the arm disintegrated into a fine powder, and there was a chance that he'd never get to use his left arm ever again. Traces of bitter battle left behind all over his body gifted him with all sorts of aches and dull pains. However, the pain also gave him the clarity of mind to think about what happened, and then think some more. But he failed to arrive at an answer, and having no choice, he decided to seek Jin-woo out like this. If it was you, you'd have no problem finishing me off, or any of my guild members, the ones who kidnapped the Korean's comrade in this foreign land, and proceeded to attack him when he came to rescue the captive, were Thomas Andre and his underlings. Just as the statement released by the Hunter Bureau had alluded to, even if Jin-woo decided to kill every single scavenger guild member, he would have escaped any punishment from the US government. Of course, they wouldn't have any means to prosecute him in the first place. However, Seong Jin-woo took the lives of no one, save for Hwang Dong-soo. Thomas Andre was really dying to know the why of it all. Too bad for him. Jin-woo's answer was so simple that it instantly rendered his deep pondering of the past few days utterly pointless. Because none of you committed a crime worthy of death. Jin-woo found it hard to overlook Thomas Andre's arrogant attitude. But still, the American only showed up back then to protect one of his own guild members, Hwang Dong-soo. It was the same story for the rest of the Scavenger Guild members, too. Thomas Andre's thoughts were even more complicated than before he heard the answer, but on the flip side, he felt much more refreshed and could form a relaxed smile now. I'd like to treat you to a good meal after my arm heals up. Can you leave your contact detail with my manager lady over here so I can call you later? Thomas Andre sounded cautious as he bade goodbye and turned around to leave. Laura was on standby behind him until then and lightly bowed her head. Her boss didn't even take a second look behind him and exited from the banquet hall. Every time he took a step forward, the partygoers parted to the side as if he was Moses and they were the Red Sea. Laura watched his distancing back before shifting her gaze over to Jin-woo. My guild master was expressing his gratitude towards you not killing any of his guild members just now, Hunter Nim. He might look that way, but in reality, he is far sheer than you think. Oh, I see. Well, if she said so, that must be it, then. Thanks to the other side showing up like this first, Jin-woo got to save time on searching for Thomas Andre and sticking one of his soldiers in the guy's shadow. So, he just nodded his head to say everything was cool. Laura, now that her job of interpreting her boss's particular way of saying goodbyes was complete, pulled out her memo pad and got ready to jot the information down. Hunter Nim, if it's not too much trouble, may I ask you for your contact details? And also, the blonde beauty with her hair tucked up neatly into a bun formed an arresting smile. Guildmaster wishes to express his gratitude with a gift of some kind. If there is anything you need or want, please tell me. Oh, thank you, but I don't need any. Jin-woo politely declined the offer. Laura quickly formed an awkward smile as if she was troubled by that reply and asked him to reconsider his decision. My guild master is, well, his desire to emerge on top is quite strong, so if he thinks he's owing someone, he will probably go crazy before long. It really doesn't matter at all what the item is, so please tell me what you'd like to have. Jin-woo was about to decline again but stopped resisting after listening to Laura's recommendation. He figured that, although he didn't really need anything, it was against etiquette to reject the other side's show of goodwill again when they were willing to go this far. If it's a useful short sword or a dagger. He had run into quite a few opponents with incredible defenses recently, and the pair of Demon King's short swords was proving to be ineffective against them. He thought that it might not be a bad idea to swap his weapons for something else with the aid of the Scavenger Guild. Even if no useful item came out from this deal, he'd have nothing to lose anyway. Short swords or daggers. I see. Thank you, Hunter Nim. Laura smiled brightly after hearing his reply. She finished jotting down on her memo pad and also left the banquet hall. By the way, there's one person missing, isn't there? I don't see the 6th person on the list in here. But, how did you? Jinwoo shrugged his shoulders, and Adam White nodded his head as if he understood. All right. Trade secret, was it? The American agent continued on. We lost all contact with that person a few days prior to the conference, unfortunately. The Brazilian government is searching for that person's whereabouts in secret, but they haven't found any concrete leads yet. Jinwoo nodded his head. He got to attach a shadow on the number 2 of the list, Thomas Andre, just now. The 3rd place Christopher Reed and the 6th Brazilian hunter were not around, which means there are 7 people left. There was a well-known saying in Korea. If you wanted to know where the president's office was located in the Korean Hunters Association building, just look for the very last window with the lights switching off. Even today, Go Gun Huey was staying behind in his office till late hours to finish up the remainder of his work. The cases of accidents and incidents were happening more frequently lately as the monsters got stronger and the number of newbie awakened increased. Go Gun Huey put the document down on his desk and rubbed his tired eyes. This is strange. For some reason, his heart didn't want to stop trembling for the last few days. His problematic heart had been plaguing him for the last couple of years, so he wasn't too bothered by this, but still, his condition didn't feel right even compared to the past. Is this the limit? His personal physician warned him that, if he didn't stop working right away, he'd die within the next half year or so. But time continued to tick on for another year. Then, the 2nd year came and went, too, and he still found himself in this office after all this time. If this is as far as I can go, then there's nothing much I can do about it. It's already something else that I managed to carry on this far. Go Gun Huey formed a thin smile. His phone suddenly went off unexpectedly. Who's calling me at this late hour? Hopefully, there hadn't been yet another big-scale incident taking place somewhere. Feeling quite anxious, Go Gun Huey quickly picked up his phone. Dear, nothing bad happened today. Yes, the call was actually from his wife. Oh, hi, dear. The wife was calling to find out her husband's status since he hadn't come back home yet, even though it was already so late into the night. Her voice managed to gradually soften the stiff face of Go Gun Huey. What do you mean, something bad? I was on my home anyway. It was then. The phone suddenly lost its signal. Go Gun Huey tilted his head and put the phone down before shifting his attention to the outside of the window unconsciously. He forgot to breathe, then. Everything that should be visible through the window was all gone. Various buildings, the roads, even people, all of them. The only thing remaining was the pitch-black darkness that defied all attempt to decipher how deep it was. Only a blink of an eye later, the scenery outside his window had changed to something else entirely. The association president Go Gun Huey gasped out in pure shock and was about to get up from his chair. But then, he realized that there was someone else in the office right this moment. Someone he had never even seen before. That man was sitting on the couch as if he had been there for a very long time, too. A human. No, this isn't the aura of a human being. It wasn't just the aura, either. A face as pale as a corpse long, silvery white hair, pointy ears, and silver eyes gleaming brightly like a pair of gemstones. It was an ice elf, also known as the White Phantom. Somehow, Go Gun Huey had failed to sense its approach, as well as its entrance into the office. He slowly placed the phone's receiver back into its cradle and quietly threw out a question. Who are you? Would talking to it work? The association president Go Gun Huey quietly observed the uninvited guest. However, the creature didn't say anything. Different from other monsters, though, it didn't immediately bare its fangs. No, it just sat there in silence while ignoring the owner of this office altogether. As this uncomfortable silence persisted for a brief period, Go Gun Huey found himself with an opportunity to study his new opponent in detail. It looks exactly like an ice elf. This is not an opponent that I can deal with. Go Gun Huey quickly assessed his situation, and then very softly flipped his smartphone up to glance at the screen in order to signal for help. When he did that, the monster shifted its gaze over to him. Go Gun Huey confirmed that the smartphone had no signal, just as the creature had said, and put the device down. Am I dreaming a bad dream right now? Not only did a monster intrude into the HQ of Korea's Hunters Association right in the middle of Seoul, it even began speaking in Korean, too. It was then. Go Gun Huey felt a sharp pain brush past his left shoulder and quickly grabbed it tight. Something happened the moment this monster pointed at him. He cautiously lifted his hand away to discover a cut wound on the shoulder, as if something sharp had sliced him up. The truly mystifying thing was, even though his flesh had been sliced open, not a drop of blood came from the wound. The monster was still sitting relaxedly on the same spot in the couch. Go Gun Huey nodded his head. I see. So, this is reality. In that case, let me ask you again. Just what are you? The monster slowly stood up from the couch. At the same time, couches, the coffee table, and other furniture nearby the creature were shoved violently away and crashed into the walls. The furniture froze up in an instant and got stuck on the walls. Oh my god. Go-Gun Huey's eyes opened wider. The goosebumps-inducing chill slowly permeated into the office of the association president. Just who would dare to label Go-Gun Huey as a weakling in this world? However, he realized that he couldn't dispute that claim. The creature before his eyes possessed this Mount Tai-like authoritative power, and whenever it opened its mouth, its voice reverberated and exploded like a thunderclap. This thing was on another realm compared to him. He possessed incomparably excellent senses, so he could instantly figure out the differences between his and his opponent's power level. A powerful explosion swept away the spot where Go-Gun Huey had been standing on. White smoke created from the extreme coldness rose up like a veil of fog and covered the surroundings until it was impossible to see anything. But then, a pair of flames emitting pure light began burning brightly within this smoke. Those were a pair of eyes glowing in a golden hue. The monster confirmed the color of the light oozing out from the screen of whiteness and formed an eerie smile, before throwing the remaining clump of cold air in its other hand. Go-Gun Huey swung his arm and swiped that cold air away. It was flung away and crashed heavily against the wall. The cold air exploded and the entirety of the wall was blown away. Through the gaping opening, one could see a space filled with endless pitch-black darkness. The white smoke obscuring the view slowly dissipated, and the unheard association president Go-Gun Huey was revealed in full. Not just his two eyes, but his whole body was enveloped in this stupendous golden aura that wavered around gently in the air. You separated the president's office and hid it in between dimensions. Quite impressive. A completely different voice than how he normally sounded came out from Go-Gun Huey's mouth. The monster began speaking again. Unlike the tone of voice that sounded emotional, the monster's expression remained unchanging. With a frozen, stiff face, it continued to speak. This time, it was Go-Gun Huey's expression's turn to harden. Not only him, but the locations of all the rulers had been exposed, and 2 had already lost their vessels, as well. Such a counterattack was out of the ruler's expectations. The monster formed a creepy smile. Do your worst, Sovereign of Frost. Go-Gun Huey roared out thunderously. The wavering golden aura surrounding his body intensified by a step, before transforming into a figure emitting this bright light from his entire body. The darkness filling up the space beyond was illuminated brightly in an instant. However, even though it was being subjected to this incredible power, the Sovereign of Frost didn't bother to wipe that ridiculing smile off its lips. Ice-cold white light oozed out from the Sovereign's eyes. At the same time, the floor beneath its feet began freezing up. Just like how the bright golden light was enveloping Go-Gun Huey, the intense and bitterly cold air surrounded the Sovereign's entire figure. And then, the creature bared its fangs. At this moment, when the Sovereign had let down its guard, Go-Gun Huey instinctively realized that this could be his only chance and dashed forward like an arrow to pounce on the Sovereign. Unfortunately, the opponent's reaction was definitely not slow, either. The golden light and the cold air got into a messy tangle and caused a series of intense explosions. But, as the battle became protracted, Go-Gun Huey's movements visibly dulled. Compared to his enemy, the injuries on his body continued to accumulate. As his actions got harsher and heavier, more and more white steam leaked out from his panting mouth. The length of time a patient at death's doorstep could fight while stuck in such coldness was at best 2 minutes tops. Just as the Sovereign had alluded to, the result of this fight was already set in stone. His stamina had already reached its limit. Go-Gun Huey had already expended more than the permitted amount of magical energy his body could handle. His eyes became bloodshot, and blood began leaking out from the corner of his lips. Too bad, all of his efforts were for naught. A sharp ice spike stabbed directly into his chest and emerged out his back. Go-Gun Huey spat out a mouthful of blood. The Sovereign of Frost inflicted a mortal wound on its opponent with an ice spike shooting out from the tip of its hand. Go-Gun Huey panted heavily as he intensely glared at his enemy. You think I fought you without a plan? His left hand powerfully and tightly grasped the Sovereign's wrist just beneath his chest. Just like how we didn't expect you to imitate our ways, a huge variable has occurred that exceeds your expectation. The eyes of the Sovereign grew wider as it studied the expression of confidence on Go-Gun Huey's face. A bluff? No, it couldn't be. His expression was too loaded with hidden meanings for that. Just as the Sovereign's thoughts arrived at that point, the creature had to hurriedly tilt its head to the side. Truly by a paper-thin margin, an incredible amount of magical energy shot past the location where its head was only a millisecond ago. The attack was so powerful that it even burnt away Go-Gun Huey's right arm after firing it. The magic energy crashed into the opposite wall of the separated space and caused a ginormous explosion. The entirety of the separated space trembled from the sheer power. If such an attack found its intended target, just what might have happened? That was dangerous. Too bad for the human. The Sovereign had sensed the enemy's intention in that instant, and as a result, was able to dodge it at the very last possible moment. The Sovereign stared at Go-Gun Huey, who must have exhausted all of his remaining energy from that attack, and formed a smile. That smile was clearly one of ridicule. However, Go-Gun Huey was smiling along as well. That's right. The Sovereign discovered that smile floating up on the pale, waning face of the human and began feeling this puzzling sense of encroaching ill omen. How come it was being overwhelmed by this creeping chill, even though victory was at hand? Its puzzlement didn't last for long, though. Crack. The Sovereign's gaze quickly shifted to its rear. The barrier separating this space from the outside was crumbling into pieces after that enormous magical energy slammed into it. Was this his original intention? Even then, didn't this act ultimately a meaningless resistance? It was then. The consciousness of the ruler dwelling within the old man's body raised the corner of his lips. Will it really be that way? Soon, the barrier shattered completely and the space regained its original appearance. Lights from the other buildings, cars on the streets below those buildings, and the president's office, too. Everything returned to their original place, which meant Go-Gun Huey summoned up the last of his strength and shouted at the ground beneath him. Now, from beneath his feet, a blob separated from his shadow and rapidly transformed into that of a certain ant. This creature avoided the Sovereign altogether and, while screeching out loudly, jumped outside the window. Take. The Sovereign quickly shifted its gaze over to that creature. It couldn't understand why a denizen of the Chaos world suddenly appeared here. However, it was just that, a lone denizen. It was just a weakling of a soldier that submitted to the king of insects. That was all. Even then, the Sovereign couldn't rip its eyes away from that ant getting further and further away. Could it be? Eventually, the Sovereign's brows shot up higher. It should have realized the truth from the beginning. It should have realized that the reason why the fragment of the brilliant light poured out enough power to shatter the barrier even at the heavy cost to the human's body, when the ruler always chose to conserve its strength, worried that the vessel would break sooner if it went all out. Indeed, the beastard hadn't been resisting so bitterly in order to escape from the barrier. There was yet another reason behind his actions. No, the Sovereign of Frost belatedly realized the identity of that ant, and its eyes grew even wider than before. The Sovereign hurriedly discarded Go-Gun Huey and leapt in the direction where that ant had run off to. Cold air coalesced in its hand and froze up to create an ice sickle. The creature instantly arrived at the ant's location and slammed down with its ice sickle. But then, the wrist wielding the sickle was immediately grabbed by someone's hand. The grasping power was so great that the Sovereign couldn't retract its arm at all, no matter what. But, even before the creature had any time to be surprised by that power, its neck was grabbed hard, too. The Sovereign of Frost confirmed just who appeared in the spot where the ant had disappeared from and felt its heart tumble to the pit of its stomach. And then, it asked in a disbelieving tone of voice. Meanwhile, Jinwoo grasped the neck of this Sovereign of Frost tightly so it wouldn't be able to escape, and shot at a puzzled look. An ice elf. Jinwoo had a bit of history with the monsters called ice elves. Didn't he encounter these creatures when he stumbled into a red gate for the first time in his life? How rueful did he feel back then, after seeing the boss mob Baruka slipping out of his hands while leaving only a dagger behind? Just remembering that event brought back all the bad emotions he felt then after failing to extract that monster's shadow. And here I was, having just barely forgotten about it. While gripping the monster tightly, he asked this mysterious ice elf a question. The monster gritted its teeth and shook off Jinwoo's hands. What an incredible physical strength. Even before he had the chance to get surprised from the monster slipping out of his grasp, Jinwoo picked up on this chilling aura coagulating around the creature's mouth. Inexplicably, the image of Demon King Baron shooting lightning out of its mouth overlapped with this beastard. By sheer instinct, Jinwoo tilted his torso away. The bitterly cold air shot out from the monster's mouth, sped past Jinwoo's original position, and poured out into the air behind him. After confirming the scary amount of magical energy being poured out by the monster with his two eyes, Jinwoo quickly retreated an adequate enough distance away. He lightly dusted the particles of ice clinging onto his shoulder and stared intently at the ice elf. No, the Sovereign of Frost. What was this fool talking about? Jinwoo was getting rather curious about the meaning behind this monster's constant babbling. But too bad, he didn't have enough leeway to hold a cordial cue in a session with this creature. Jinwoo took a glance at the hurting shoulder and quietly summoned the Demon King's short swords from his inventory. Weapons silently appeared in his hands. Is it a mage-type creature? Judging from how it barely managed to get out of his grasp, its physical strength or defenses didn't seem to be as high as its magical energy reserve suggested. Which was a relief, actually. He knew from his vast experiences in fighting many different types of monsters up until now that the mage-type enemies were the easiest to deal with since they could be killed in an instant. Jinwoo frowned deeply. He had no desire to let this guy leave, so just who decided when they would stop fighting? Meanwhile, the Sovereign pointed towards the broken wall of the Hunters Association building. Technically speaking, he came here because the ant soldier he left behind in the association president's shadow sent him an urgent alert. That was all. Jinwoo's gaze shifted towards the location the Sovereign's outstretched finger was pointing at, and he found Go-Gun Huey lying on the floor there. The unconscious association president was covered in blood from head to toe, and even at a casual glance, he could tell that the man's life was hanging precariously on the edge. A large, incredibly sharp ice lance suddenly formed on the left hand of the Sovereign. The moment the creature's words came to an end, the lance flew towards Go-Gun Huey. Jinwoo's eyes widened. He pushed his concentration to the absolute max, causing the flow of time to slow down greatly. He watched the lance fly agonizingly slowly, but accurately, towards the unmoving association president. Ruler's authority. He tried to use his invisible hand to stop the ice lance, but the magical energy of the one who threw it easily thwarted his attempts. Enraged, Jinwoo shifted his glare at the Sovereign of Frost. The Beastard was waiting for Jinwoo's answer. That was. He bit his lower lip before dashing towards the spot where the association president Go-Gun Huey had collapsed on. The air where Jinwoo used to be wavered and tumbled about from the explosive power. Just before the lance landed, he arrived by Go-Gun Huey's side first with almost no time to spare and dragged the unmoving man away from the weapon's trajectory. Further enraged by this cheap tactic, Jinwoo raised his head to look, but the Beastard was already jumping into a small gate to escape from this battle. In a rush, he quickly summoned Baruka's dagger from the inventory and threw it. Dagger rush. The dagger flew in a dead straight line and accurately stabbed into the Sovereign's shoulder. The Sovereign of Frost glared at the dagger in its shoulder, then glared at the one who threw it next at Jinwoo and gnashed its teeth. It soon disappeared into the depth of the gate. Jinwoo was thinking of chasing after the creature, but seeing the gates gradually shrink in size, he gave up on that idea. Besides, Go-Gun Huey's current condition wasn't good enough for him to focus his attention elsewhere. The older man gasped out a pained moan. Jinwoo's lips closed shut in a straight line as he watched the association president Go-Gun Huey teeter precariously on the edge of life and death. This can't be healed with a healing potion. In that case, the best response he could come up with was to. Jinwoo yelled out at the top of his lungs. Baru. Right away, he sensed the familiar aura hurriedly fly out from his apartment from afar away. Baru smashed past several walls after flying in with all his might and entered the president's office, before kneeling down in front of Jinwoo. Have you called for me, oh my king? Jinwoo cautiously lowered Go-Gun Huey's upper torso on the floor and took a step back. There was so much blood dripping out from the association president that Jinwoo's hands were now painted crimson just from supporting the older man's torso for a few seconds. Jinwoo's complexion grew gloomier as he stared at the droplets of blood fall to the floor from his fingertips. Baru did as his master willed it and approached Go-Gun Huey. He began using up all of his magical energy healing the gravely injured man. Unfortunately, the complexion of the dying man didn't want to improve at all even with such a concerted healing effort. Baru panicked and opened his mouth. My king. Baru's scared eyes shifted over to Jinwoo as he spoke. My healing magic isn't working on him. I can't heal this man. What? He didn't seem to be exaggerating, because Baru's hands were shuddering as he continued on with his healing magic. Even Jinwoo could sense the enormous amount of Baru's magic energy being spent right now. At this rate, even the former Ant King would keel over from exhaustion. Jinwoo halted the healing effort and sat down next to Go-Gun Huey to take a closer look at the man's current condition. Despite Baru's near-selfless efforts, the association president's vitality had weakened even further than before. Whatever that attack was, the hole in Go-Gun Huey's chest didn't want to close up even after Jinwoo poured in a whole bottle of the most expensive healing potion sold in the store. Out of sheer desperation, he even summoned out the bottle of divine water of life, but before he could use it, someone grasped his wrist. Please, stop. It was Go-Gun Huey. He managed somehow to force his eyes open. Association President. His breathing remained heavy as if it was on the brink of cutting out. He still got to confirm the faces of Jinwoo and Baru next to him, though. You did come for me. Thank you. A weak smile spread on Go-Gun Huey's face. Please, hold on for a little bit longer. I'll take you to a hospital right now. Jin Woo's urgent voice only managed to earn a shake of Go-Gun Huey's head. It's useless. The attack that got me far exceeds the level of being curable with medicine or magic. But, sir, Jin Woo was about to get angry after hearing those words of weakness from the association president. But he had to stop. Go-Gun Huey's trembling hand was grasping his, that was why. Listen to me. As if he was spurring on the dying embers of life for one last hurrah. Go-Gun Huey's brows rose up high, his eyes opening up wide. I was able to get in touch with the will of the great beings. I saw their plans, who our common enemies are, and the things that we must do. The blood pooling in Go-Gun Huey's mouth gurgled and welled up. What a relief that you're here with us. To think you'd possess that kind of power. Thank you, God. Tears began welling up in Go-Gun Huey's eyes as he stared at Jin Woo. He then grasped the young hunter's hand with both of his own and spoke with a trembling voice. Gates and dungeons weren't for them. In order to protect us, they chose this method, and cough. At that moment, Go-Gun Huey coughed and reddish-black blood spluttered out from his mouth. Jin Woo hurriedly tried to use the divine water, but Go-Gun Huey shook his head. He knew the condition of his own body better than anyone. Sometime in the future there will come a time when you must make a decision. When you do, I pray that you remain on the side of mankind. Hearing the pain-gasping voice of Go-Gun Huey, Jin Woo felt as if his heart was being ripped to pieces. But all he could do right now was to quietly listen to his words. That's all he could do. I always wished I could fight alongside young people like you. But this body of mine made sure that would never happen. For the first time ever, Go-Gun Huey poured out what was in his heart without holding back. I don't regret anything. I can now entrust the future to young people like you. That's all I ask for. Go-Gun Huey's hands holding onto Jin Woo's powerlessly fell to the floor, and he was no longer staring at the young man, but at the ceiling of his office. Was it because his tears had spread out? The lights hanging on the ceiling, the ones he always thought were a bit too dim for his liking, seemed excessively blinding today. Go-Gun Huey shielded his eyes to block those lights. I'm truly relieved. Thank you. At the end of those words, the association president Go-Gun Huey stopped murmuring altogether, confirming that he was no longer breathing now. Jin Woo wordlessly closed the deceased man's unmoving eyes shut. Like his final words of gratitude, the expression on his face was one of peace. Jin Woo raised his head above to stare outside. He saw through the destroyed wall the raindrops falling from the cloudy sky. The sky that had been gloomy since the early morning. Next day, several headlines dominated the front pages of countless newspapers. The first news item was about Brazil's greatest hunter, Jonas, being found on the vicinity of a river as a corpse. The second one was about the grisly murder of the Korean Hunters Association president after his chest was stabbed through by an unidentified assailant. And finally, the news of hunter Seong Jin Woo returning to South Korea. First, it was Christopher Reed. Next, Brazil's top hunter, Jonas. And finally, the Korean Hunters Association president, Go-Gun Huey. The news of these hunters dying, thought to be some of the world's best, was revealed to the public one after the other and caused substantial chaos in their wake. If the enemies were capable of murdering the hunters who stood at the apex when it came to fighting power, then just who would be able to catch them? People finally realized that, although hunters existed to hunt down monsters, they too could be hunted down in turn by their supposed prey, just like everyone else. This only served to create yet another layer of terror in the people's hearts. Regular folks were being protected by the hunters, but then, who was protecting these hunters? Was that monster so strong that you couldn't stop it? Hunter Nim. Jin Woo shook his head. When I got here, it was all ready. Jin Woo formed a gloomy expression again, and Woo Jinqiao's head dropped lower in the end. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're also feeling really bad right now. I was just frustrated and that ended up troubling you. Woo Jinqiao knew better than anyone that Jin Woo was not responsible. That was perhaps why the latter's attempt at trying to console the former only made it worse. I still can't believe it. Woo Jinqiao's gaze remained fixed on the floor as he carried on. How could he die? He was urging me the day before to return as soon as possible because he wanted to hear about everything that happened in the US. Jin Woo patiently waited for Woo Jinqiao as the latter struggled to finish his sentence. What did the association president say to you? Before he closed his eyes, he said that he felt relieved. Pardon? Woo Jinqiao raised his head, surprised. He felt relieved that the future could be entrusted to the young hunters, like myself. That's what he meant. Tears began falling from Woo Jinqiao's eyes as his emotions welled up. He felt moved by the generous heart of Association President Go-Gun Huey, who worried for the future of his fellow men right up until the end. I'll kill that beastard. Jin Woo's expression became extremely cold. The monster that murdered the association president. I'll definitely hunt it down, not just for the sake of avenging Go-Gun Huey, but to send the clear message to those beastards threatening him. Jinwoo told him about the decision he had come to after a few days of deliberation. "Can you organize me a press conference?" Reporters descended on the press conference venue like a flock of vultures. Jinwoo was being seen as a walking, talking bundle of big news waiting to happen to these reporters for a while now. And such a man had called for a press conference, the first time ever that he did that, so which reporter worth his or her salt wouldn't be interested in that? The conference venue became quite noisy, as befitting the large number of the gathered crowd. But, just like a lie, every single one of them shut their mouths as soon as Jinwoo made his entrance. Right away, the expectant silence filled up the venue. Jinwoo could feel each of the focused gazes from the reporters landing on his skin as he began addressing them. A group of monsters possessing a high level of intelligence is currently hunting down humanity's top-ranked hunters. They are stronger than any hunters out there, and they also employ all sorts of means to get to their targets. A group of monsters. There was more than one monster that murdered the association president Go Gun-Huey. The reporters were immediately thrown into confusion. However, Jinwoo got his information straight from the mouth of the King of Giants, the Sovereign of the Beginning. These monsters employ special magic that separates the targeted space from the surroundings. That's how they isolate their targets. This was incredible information. He could reveal this without hesitation because he had met a sovereign already. That is why, if you fear that you might be their next target, please stay as close as humanly possible to your comrades that could protect you. However, just in case, he said. Jinwoo finally revealed the reason why he wanted to hold this press conference in the first place. If you don't have a comrade that can fulfill that role, contact the Korean Hunters Association. They will put you through to me. Exclamations of admiration came out from the lips of the reporters. Such unwavering confidence. This sure was a surprising announcement capable of blowing away the fog of anxiety from the public's hearts. The thing was, though, Jinwoo was actually aiming for something else. I'll lay a trap using all the hunters that might be targeted by those beastards. With this, he'd be able to trace the movements of the sovereigns even if they targeted the retired or inactive hunters like the association president Go Gun-Huey. He had no doubt that at least one of them would fall into his trap sooner or later. The two security guards on duty jumped up from their seats in surprise after seeing Thomas Andre walking towards their guard station. But he simply signaled at them, telling them to settle back down. Beep. He pressed his thumb on the fingerprint scanner, and the automated door slid open. He and the top manager of the guild, Laura, stepped into the underground storage facility located below the guild's building. The two guards who got spooked by Thomas Andre's presence were rank hunters in reality, since he stayed in the building's penthouse suite and would be informed immediately if something happened. The number of people who could step into this storage facility were extremely few. Thomas Andre didn't hesitate for a second and headed straight into the deepest part of the underground facility. Are you really planning to gift him with those, sir? They finally gained access to the chamber housing those after another round of fingerprint scanning. What's the matter? Do you believe this is too much for the price of my guild members, as well as my life? No, sir, that's not it, but, well, you think he's not good enough as a hunter to wield these guys, then? Laura knew that talking to him now was a waste of time. Since she knew retorting to him wouldn't work anyway, she decided to close her mouth shut for now. Meanwhile, Thomas Andre stood before the items he was searching for. These weapons didn't even suit him at all, yet he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble every time he stood before them. No matter how many times I look at them, they still look cool, Thomas Andre murmured in admiration, and Laura tried to dissuade him one last time, her voice sounding slightly unwilling. Sir, there are only 2 of these in the entire world. Yup, that's true, and it'll stay that way. I'm sure it will. Even then, will you still give them away? That's why I'm giving them to him. Thomas Andre formed a smirk. It had been almost 8 years since these guys were crafted, but the searing light coming off of them hadn't diminished by a single bit. The best hunter needs the best weapons. Don't you think it's too much of a waste to let them rot in here? As if to answer him, a pair of short swords resting within the metal case reflected the spotlight, the glare of the blades remaining sharp and cold. Late at night, Jinwoo stood on the rooftop of the 100 stories tall Daesung Tower. Powerful gusts of wind constantly blew at him as he stood at this dizzying height, but his body didn't even sway for 1 second. His eyes were fixated on the cityscape below. He could see the streets of Seoul filled with the palpable air of grief. One of the electronic advertisement boards was playing a documentary detailing the life of the association president Go Gun-Huey. Jinwoo's sharp glare scanned every corner of the city like a hawk searching for prey. Meanwhile, his shadow soldiers were searching through Seoul with greater efficiency than before. perhaps owing to the fact that they felt familiar with the order as it was similar to the one he issued in America. A great deal of information flowed into Jin Woo's mind, but none of them was what he wanted to know. No matter how much of the city was searched, no traces of that ancient white phantom could be detected. As expected, this method isn't going to work. Jin Woo knew all too well that using a method like this to catch a monster who was capable of freely entering and exiting a dimension through gates was not the answer. Back then, he tried to stick a shadow soldier on the beastard before it made its escape so he could chase after it later. But that ended in failure, because that creature didn't have that one little thing that all existences possessed. It didn't have a shadow. It's supposed to be a spiritual body or some such, right? The King of Giants did say that both the sovereigns and the rulers were made up of the spiritual bodies, so they couldn't be turned into shadow soldiers. If that was the reason why that sovereign didn't possess a shadow, then Jin Woo no longer enjoyed the benefit of having the greatest method of tracking someone down. However, it doesn't matter. The King of Giants warned him back then, once Jin Woo's existence was known to the remaining sovereigns, they would not sit back idly and suck on their thumbs. That's what he said, meaning, these sovereigns would come knocking on his doorstep sooner rather than later, not to target the association president Go Gun Huey, but him as their sole target. But when that happens, he would. The heavy and intense killing intent spread out from Jin Woo. However, Jin Woo wasn't the only one getting ready for a battle. The Sovereign of Frost, after successfully escaping to the hideout, summoned other sovereigns who had already descended on this planet. 3 men and 1 woman appeared within this frozen cave. The Sovereign of Frost addressed these 4 kings, and then it proceeded to explain what it saw and heard to its new guests. The sovereigns weren't even bothered in the slightest by the coldness of the cave capable of freezing a person's flesh and blood, but after hearing the story, their atmosphere became incredibly frosty in mere seconds. Also, wasn't that the reason why the Dragon Emperor couldn't descend to this world, too? The Sovereign of Frost resolutely shook its head. 2 of the sovereigns who had sensed the lingering power of the Shadow Sovereign back in Jeju Island could only agree with their comrade at this point. The atmosphere remained frosty as the Sovereign of Frost continued on. Too bad, the response to its request for aid was indifferent, to say the least. This made some sense. Their opponent this time was seen as one of the most powerful kings among the 9 kings that ruled over the Chaos world. A battle against him was the same as killing yourself. It was only obvious that these sovereigns would become extra hesitant by the prospect. One of the sovereigns spoke up. The Sovereign of Destruction. If it was him, then the betrayer would be dealt with quite swiftly. However, the Sovereign of Frost growled angrily at its comrades. The dagger that stabbed into its shoulder, the wound inflicted from that encounter was no ordinary physical injury, but one that directly bruised its ego. The Sovereign of Frost had a score to settle with the Shadow Sovereign. Even though its resolution was unwavering, one of the sovereigns still stepped away. Another sovereign brought up the incident of the King of the Demons, Baron, who unwisely went up against the Shadow Sovereign and disappeared from the spot, as well. The Sovereign of Frost clicked its tongue as 2 of its comrades disappeared from the view. Out of the 5 kings that had gathered, only 3 remained. A muscular giant of a figure threw a question at the Sovereign of Frost. As if it was waiting for this chance, the ancient white phantom showed the dagger that used to be stabbed into its shoulder. Its tip was gleaming in a greenish hue. More precisely, it was the poison of a manticore. It might not be effective against sovereigns, but it was still a fatal substance powerful enough to rot away the flesh of the regular denizens of the Chaos world just from simple, innocuous contact. That man had coated his blade with the poison in preparation of the future events. It was indeed a meticulous and smart thing to do, but it was also not the Shadow Sovereign's original style. This was the clear evidence that the human was in charge of that body. The Sovereign of Frost respectfully asked the 2 remaining comrades. Its powers were about the same compared to the Shadow Sovereign, who was still a mere human. However, if 2 other sovereigns supported its cause, then it was sure of subjugating the human Shadow Sovereign. The 2 remaining kings exchanged glances between each other before nodding their heads. The Sovereign of Frost swore in its heart that it'd teach the true meaning of terror to that puny little human responsible for wounding its shoulder with a dagger. The corner of the ancient white phantom's lips curled upwards. To fill the vacant association president's position, an executive-level meeting was held among the vice president and the chiefs of various departments, as well as directors from the regional branch offices. After a lengthy, in-depth discussion between the board of directors and myself, we decided to nominate Chief Wu Jin-cheol as the new association president. The person in question, Wu Jin-cheol, hadn't been told before the meeting, so rather understandably, He raised his head up in great surprise. He quickly looked at the vice president. But why me? His eyes were silently asking this question, and as a reply, the vice president stared straight back while pulling the head of the microphone closer. Chief Wu has learned what the job entails by serving our late association president from the closest vantage point. Not to mention, he possesses more than adequate power to make other hunters acquiesce as well, and lacking in several key areas to take on that role. Not only are there executives holding higher offices than mine, aren't I too young to hold such an important office? He was only in his mid-30s. We have you, the vice president. What about the directors of the executive board? Directors from the various regional branch offices. Wu Jinqiao looked at the faces of all these powerful men and asked the vice president once more. There are this many excellent candidates present, so why am I being nominated as the replacement for the late association president, sir? The vice president switched his mic off. The official stance of the board of the directors had been communicated in full by now, so it was time to get to the meat of the matter, the unofficial stance. The mic being switched off prompted the attending staff members to pay even greater attention. No personnel within the association, including myself, possesses the ability to persuade South Korea's greatest combat potential. The greatest combat potential affiliated with the Hunters Association. There was no need to mention that person's name as everyone present could already picture his face. The special authority rank hunter capable of shifting a country with his individual power had to kneel before Xiang Jinwu. How could a measly little association demand anything from someone like that? The only thing they could do was to politely make a request and wait patiently for a reply. That was all. Just like how the association president Go Gun Hui was able to rescue the Jeju Island raid team by borrowing Hunter Xiang's power, the organization needed someone, a line of communication as it were, to request for his aid once more in the future. And the closest person to Hunter Xiang Jin Wu currently working for the association was Wu Jinqiao. That alone was enough of a qualification. The vice president had spoken his opinion on the subject matter to the board of directors, and they, in turn, agreed with his analysis. And now, the staff members sitting inside the conference room were also nodding along as well. Feeling somewhat excited by his first trip to Asia, he spoke to the clerk manning the immigration checkpoint in a clearly eager voice. Is this Hunter Xiang Jinwu's country? Pardon? Why yes, it is. The clerk got flustered and nodded his head. Lennart Nierman formed a satisfied smile. He'd soon be able to have a chat with the world's strongest hunter. But then, a huge, hulking man standing close behind him spoke up in irritation. Hey, if you're planning to waste time here, get out of my way. Thick veins suddenly popped up in Lennart Nierman's once peaceful face. Who dares to? Look here, friend. What you said just now, you think you can repeat word for word straight to my face? Lennart Nierman stood with a heavy frown etched on his face. The man in front of him, taller than the German by at least a head, took off his own sunglasses and growled menacingly. Get the FCK out of my way. Lennart Nierman immediately recognized who this burly man was and his expression hardened like a rock right there, and then he hesitated before opening his mouth. Please, go ahead first. Thomas Andre used his wide shoulders to brush past the German hunter and stepped into immigration control. The act of apologizing was the job reserved for Laura following him from close behind. What a giant he was, it was not for nothing that people attached the nickname of Goliath to him. Thomas Andre discovered the face of the immigration officer rapidly turning pale, and put the sunglasses back on before forming a genial smile. Is this Mr. Xiang's country? Within the Jin Guild office, for Yu Jinho, this office had become far more comfortable than his own place. But right this moment, it felt as if every passing minute was as agonizingly long as an hour. He sneaked a glance at the clock hanging on the wall. It said 16:10 p.m. It had been over 2 hours since that man had shown up here. Gulp. Worried that his unconscious saliva swallowing had made too much noise, Yu Jinho quickly sneaked a glance at the unannounced guest to the side. Unfortunately, his gaze ended up meeting the guest's eyes hidden behind a pair of sunglasses. The big man replied with a refreshing grin. Yu Jinho forced his stiff facial muscles to form a grin of his own, or something that roughly resembled one, and hurriedly averted his gaze elsewhere. Thick sweat drops formed on his forehead. He then hurriedly pulled out his poor phone and tried to call his dear Hyung Nim, but it was a waste of time. It had been 2 days since the last communication with Hyung Nim. For some reason, he wasn't picking up his phone at all. Yu Jinho lowered his phone and closed his mouth real tightly. It was the same story for other employees of the guild. These talented individuals who chose to work for the Ajin Guild after seeing its potential were all overwhelmed by this awkward atmosphere, and, as if they had made a promise to do so, resolutely maintained this heavy silence. Of course, none of this was their fault. No, anyone who found themselves in a similar situation would react in the same manner. Especially so, when the man sitting on a chair by the corner of the office happened to be one of the most powerful hunters in the entire world, who also happened to be known as the man with one of the shortest fuse in the world. Not only that, the owner of this office was the very man who beat this hunter to a pulp and sent him to the hospital. So, how could anyone be able to smile and jovially chat amongst themselves in front of this man? He was, of course, Thomas Andre. The hunter standing on top of the world had come to visit Ajin Guild to meet Jin Woo. The automated door to the guild slid open. The heads of every single employee, including Yu Jin-ho, instantly snapped in that direction. Right away, his eyes grew wide. Yu Jin-ho jumped up from his seat in sheer joy and spoke in a voice that contained the desperate pleading hearts of everyone working for this guild. I was wondering why there were so many reporters camping outside. But this. Jin Woo helplessly stared at Thomas Andre, grinning back at him. Looking at that expression, the American didn't seem to be hung up over what happened before. So what brought him all the way out here? Funnily enough, though, it was Yu Jin-ho who welcomed Jin Woo way before Thomas Andre could. Hyung Nim, why couldn't I get a hold of you for so long? Well, I was busy. Hang on a minute, now that I see your clothes. Yu Jin-ho faltered and stopped moving. Jin Woo's clothing bore countless pieces of evidence of the harsh battles he must have gone through. It was like looking at Hyung Nim after he concluded his giant monster hunting trip. If Hyung Nim was fighting non-stop, to the point he couldn't contact anyone for 2 days straight, then just how many monsters were sent back to hell by Hyung Nim's short swords? It was at this point in time that Thomas Andre stood up leisurely from the chair to walk up to Jin Woo. Since he was such a big dude, to begin with, he didn't need to take that many steps to close the distance between him and his target. Soon, the American stood before Jin Woo. Hang on. They aren't going to fight again in here, right? The guild employees were unaware of these two's current relationship, so understandably, they were busy swallowing nervous saliva as their eyes locked onto the two men standing before each other. The sounds of their racing hearts were so loud that Jin Woo's ears were actually aching right now from the noise assaulting him. Mr. Seong, Thomas Andre extended his hand first. Jin Woo grinned and held the offered hand to shake it. What brings you to Korea? Oh, that. Thomas Andre recovered his wits and formed another smile. Didn't I promise you before? I told you that I'll buy a meal once my arm heals up. He raised his completely healed left arm and waved it around. And, also, Jin Woo sneaked a glance at the clock on the wall. It was almost 4:30 in the afternoon. The time was obviously too late for lunch, but it was also a bit too early for supper. Jinna killed her footsteps and sneaked like a crafty little cat to clothes and her mom busying washing dishes. Either mom didn't hear her daughter's footsteps, or maybe she did hear them but decided to pretend that she didn't. She didn't react to Jinna closing the distance. And then, in the end, Jinna got close enough to hear her mom's breathing before hugging her tightly. Mom, too bad for all of her efforts, though her mother didn't seem to be surprised at all. She simply responded with a gentle voice. Are you feeling bored? NG, I am. Appa doesn't want to come home, and Mom doesn't want to play with me. While Mom was sleeping in the hospital, Jin Woo performed the role of the substitute mother to his sister. To help Jinna focus on her studies, he did his best to act as the sole breadwinner and took care of all the chores around the family home. To her, he was her sibling, her parent, and at the same time, her friend. That was why Jinna often missed her Appa's presence around the family home as he grew busier and busier every day. Every single one of her fellow countrymen knew her Appa's face and his name by now, but what was the point if she couldn't really get to see him anymore? And so, here she was, trying to fill the hole Jin Woo had left behind with her mom and her warm words of encouragements. Jinna clung to her mom's back like a cicada holding onto a tree for a while before opening her mouth. Mom, let's move house. Mom's hands momentarily stopped moving before resuming their actions. A smile formed on her lips again. Do you want to move to somewhere else? Yeah. But what will we do? Mom really likes this place, you know. Why do you like such an old apartment? Jinna lightly rebuked her, but Mom simply smiled back and her hands continued to move briskly. Actually, Jinna knew why her mom didn't want to leave this old apartment. She knew the reason why her mom still persisted in staying here while paying the monthly rent, when her Appa was making the kind of money that regular people would never get to touch in their lifetime. She was still waiting for her missing husband, her children's father. She was hoping that, maybe one day, he'd stumble back here. Jinna couldn't remember much about her father now and felt that waiting for him was a waste of time. But her brother hadn't mentioned moving house again after he heard Mom's reasoning. Still, I like this apartment. Mom gently persuaded her daughter again, prompting Jin-ah to spin on her heels to leave, her cheeks puffing up unhappily. Mom quickly turned around and looked at Jin-ah with a face that said, "I forgot." She had just remembered that the weather forecast warned of rainfall later in the evenings. "Sweetie, can you take the washing from the veranda and bring them in?" "Mom, you only call me sweetie when you need me to do stuff." Still, she didn't mind being called that, as evidenced by her happy humming as she made her way to the veranda. As befitting of Jin-ah, who was more or less an expert at performing chores like this, she quickly took down the washings and placed them in the basket. But then, her rapid hands suddenly stuttered to a halt. She realized that the sky above had darkened even before she noticed it. Did the rain clouds arrive already? Naturally, she raised her head up to look above, and her eyes opened incredibly wide next. The basket filled with washed clothes fell out of her hands. Even though Seoul was infamous for its clogged roadways, such a traffic jam seemed improbable in the middle of a weekday. Did another gate pop up in the middle of the road again? The overall atmosphere of the road seemed far too suspicious for something as simple as that. In fact, all the drivers had stopped their cars and stepped outside to look up into the sky. It wasn't just the drivers, either. Even the pedestrians on the sidewalks, people on the zebra crossings, every single one had come to a dead stop and was looking up at the sky above their heads. Wu Jinqiao dazedly stared at the sky before a look of pure, unadulterated shock took over his face. How can something like that be? "Oh, Mr. Xiang, you probably have no idea how long I waited for this moment." Thomas Andre welcomed Jin Woo into his hotel suite with open arms. "It was true that you'd feel great about receiving gifts, but the joy of giving itself shouldn't be underestimated, as well." From the time Jin Woo mentioned that he needed new short swords to up until now, Thomas Andre had been counting the days he'd get to hand over the greatest weapons ever made, sleeping within his guild's storage, to his new friend. Thomas Andre snapped his fingers, prompting his bodyguards to bring out a large box covered in a sheet of fabric. Even if it was ostensibly a gift, Jin Woo didn't really want anything to begin with, so he stared at the box with disinterest. But then, as the bodyguards got closer and closer, his eyes became equally sharper and sharper as well. Something inside that box was resonating with his magical energy. Thomas Andre easily caught the changes in Jin Woo's expression and inwardly punched the air. "That's what I'm talking about." Hunter Xiang Jin Woo would recognize the weapons, while said weapons would recognize their new owner. Thomas Andre predicted that they would naturally recognize each other, and as expected, he was proven right at this moment. It was possible that these weapons had been hiding inside the Scavenger Guild's storage unit where not even a strand of outside light entered, biding their time just for this very moment. "This here is my repayment for the favor you've shown to my guild members and to myself." Thomas Andre grasped the corner of the fabric and carefully pulled it away. The sheet slid off smoothly and revealed what it had been hiding all this time. Hang on, could they even be called short swords? Jin Woo grew doubtful almost immediately. The blades of these weapons were definitely shorter than a long swords, yes, but then again, they were so much longer than a regular short swords, too. However, what caught his attention wasn't the puzzling length of the short swords themselves. No, it was actually their ice-white blades. Jin Woo was familiar with the concept of crafting blades out of non-metallic materials. As a matter of fact, the very first weapon he acquired inside the first instant dungeon was the poison fang of Kasaka. Thanks to the memories of that time, Jin Woo could guess just which monster's fang was used as raw material to craft this pair of short swords. Besides, there was only one creature capable of emitting this kind of aura from a part of its remains. Kamish. Jin Woo involuntarily whispered that name out, prompting Thomas Andre to shake his head while clapping his hands, feeling impressed. "To think, you'd correctly guess the base material used for these guys just from one look." Jin Woo's guess was correct. But then, because he was right, he became puzzled about something else. "Hang on, I thought Kamish's remains were in safekeeping with the Hunter Bureau. Because the American government wanted the intact corpse, we gave up on that monster completely. We got something else even more valuable than money from that deal anyway." Thomas Andre recalled the raid back then and grinned meaningfully. "However, Kamish's biggest and sharpest fang. When that thing tried to bite me, I yanked out one such fang, and it was given to me as a souvenir. The problem was, there were no awakened capable of crafting weapons out of stripped materials from a DMN dragon, besides one single man. That was." Thomas Andre added that, with the master craftsman responsible for the creation of these two genuine masterpieces having passed away due to old age, there would never be another weapon crafted out of the dragon corpse in this world again. The fang's length wasn't nearly long enough to make a proper longsword, so they were made into short swords back then. Who knew that decision would pay off now? Thomas Andre recounted the situation of all those years ago, his expression remaining bright and cheerful. And now, these are yours. Finally, the best weapons in the world had met the best owner in the world. Thomas Andre did his darndest to calm his fluttering heart, and studied Jin Woo's response. The latter pulled one of the short swords out. Chiwak. As if the weapon was waiting for it, it came off without any resistance whatsoever. The mechanical beep went off in Jin Woo's head as soon as he grasped the short sword, and he quickly swallowed his saliva. Shortly afterwards, the detailed explanations on the weapon popped up in his view. What? Jin Woo doubted his own eyes right away. This couldn't be real. He was completely taken aback by the nonsensical attack value of this weapon and hurriedly summoned out his current main weapon. The Demon King's Short Sword. Rarity S. Type Short Sword. Attack plus 220. A short sword taken from the Demon King. Baron. Using 2 Demon King's short swords will activate a set effect. Set effect 2 becomes 1. Extra attack power equal to the current strength stat will be added to each short sword. This blade's attack power would shoot way past the 500 mark when his current strength stat of over 300 was added on top. He had always thought that such a set effect would make this short sword plenty useful for his cause. But then, the attack value of the new short sword in his hand was. Jin Woo compared the stats for both short swords and began freaking out inwardly. How can this even be possible? Jin Woo's gaze was fixed to the short sword crafted out of Kamish's fang. Its utterly unbelievable attack power could be seen floating above the weapon. Rarity. Type Short Sword. Attack plus 1500. Top quality short sword fashioned from the sharpest fang among the dragon's teeth by the expert's hands. The blade's sharpness has no equal in this world. It also boasts excellent sensitivity towards mana, and can become greatly strengthened depending on the wielder's capability. The explanation seemed to go on forever. However, nothing besides the attack damage entered his eyes. 1500. Just the pure attack damage. Never mind any added options. Just the base damage dealt was 1500. After recalling that the higher attack damage would make it easier to slice up the enemy, Jin Woo couldn't even begin to imagine just how scarily effective this short sword was going to be. The most expensive broadsword's attack damage barely cracked past the 1000 mark. Even if this weapon was sold in the store, it was still a broadsword boasting 1000 damage. But a measly little short sword was 1500. Just purely from the perspective of the attack damage, won't it be the same thing as me wielding 2 broadswords in each of my hands? Whoa there, Mr. Seong. Even if I activate my reinforcement skill to increase my defense, that blade will still cut me down. I hope you ain't thinking of killing me with my own gift, right? Of course, Jin Woo wasn't thinking of doing that. He replied to Thomas Andre's odd exaggeration with a chuckle and focused back on the short sword. Thomas Andre had experienced all sorts of craziness in his life, but even he couldn't hold back his shocked gasp from leaking out of his mouth. From Jin Woo's hand, from the entirety of the short sword itself, a blackish aura was slowly rising up. That was why this short sword is. It's responding to my magic energy. Thomas Andre stopped looking at Jin Woo and shifted his gaze over to her. You still think I made a mistake? Thomas Andre's meaningful gaze prompted Laura to shake her head quickly. As long as these short swords were to be pointed in the direction of the monsters and not other humans, Thomas Andre's decision should be seen as irrefutable. The weapon would find its rightful owner. Even as a regular person who couldn't sense any magical energy, Laura understood what was going on here in an instant. So, how do you like my present, Mr. Seong? Is it really okay for me to receive something like this for free? What do you mean, for free? Thomas Andre erased that semi-permanent smile off his face and formed a serious expression next. Actually, I think it's a cheap price to pay for the lives of my guild members as well as myself. In that case, thank you. I'll gladly accept them. If you're willing to do that, well, I'm happy too. As the atmosphere between the two hunters standing at the very apex of the world grew warmer and more cordial, Jin Woo and Thomas Andre both stopped moving at the same time. Laura and the bodyguards didn't even have the chance to panic at the sudden stiffness in the two men's expression, because Thomas Andre opened his mouth before they could. Mr. Seong, just now, that. Jin Woo briefly nodded his head. That ominous sensation that brushed past his backside, Thomas Andre must have felt something quite similar to that. It came from the sky. As if they had a prior agreement, both men shot up from their seats and quickly stood next to the window. Jin Woo spat out a gasp. Thomas Andre discovered the same thing and his eyes visibly quaked. Just how could a thing like that appear in the middle of the sky? The American hunter stared at the massive gate floating up high in the sky and muttered loudly, "I can hardly believe this. I've never seen a gate that huge before. Even the gate that spat out Kamish wasn't as big as that beastard up there." The thing was, though, Jinwoo had seen a gate with similar dimensions before. Within the data the Stone Angel statue played for him back then. He saw winged soldiers pour out in their droves from a gate high up in the sky. The massive size of the gate covering the heavens above the city of Seoul was almost an exact match to the gate he saw within the data. Just from recalling the sight of all those soldiers painting the sky silver, Jinwoo felt this shudder, a jolt, buzzing from the back of his neck. Hang on, could it be that the identity of the massive amount of magosphere pooling in Seoul's sky is that thing? Jinwoo became utterly speechless. Even Thomas Andre, even Laura, and even their bodyguards, all of them failed to close their slack jaws. Reporters from various nations carried serious, even grave, expressions and spoke their mother tongue towards the camera lenses. I have been warning the relevant authorities about the unknown massive energy gathering in the various spots in the atmosphere for a while now. The giant gate appearing in the skies of Seoul is merely the beginning, I fear. We will be seeing gates just as horrifying as that one over the skies of many other countries in the future. What you're implying there is, Doctor, there are more than one or two places with such ominous phenomena in the world. That's what I'd like to emphasize today. The scientist then went on to explain again what he told the hunters participating in the International Guild Conference. Doctor, you have been researching the gates and monsters for a very long time, am I correct? You're correct. In that case, can you tell us your opinion on what would be the smartest response we can come up with in this situation? Not just the audience members present, but even all the viewers at home watching their TV sets, leaned forward to pay closer attention to the good scientist's next words. Unfortunately for them, what he said was something everyone could say, too. We can only pray. He shifted his gaze over to the audience members and continued on. We can only pray that this unprecedented event doesn't end in tragedy. Jinwoo, riding on the back of the sky dragon Kaisel, drew closer to the gate. Once he got near its bottom, the DMN thing looked more like an endlessly stretching lake rather than an actual gate. What a near overwhelming size it was. A regular hunter wouldn't have been able to endure this extraordinary amount of magical energy leaking out from the gate itself. But Jinwoo remained unaffected and aloof, starting from the moment he decided to check this thing out personally. For the first time ever since becoming an awakened, he encountered a rather strange situation. He couldn't enter the gate. His hand couldn't enter the gate as it got blocked off by the black screen. It was as hard as a solid wall. If it was a regular wall, I could have broken it down, but he pushed with everything he had, but this wall didn't even budge. Jinwoo knocked on the screen next, and his lips closed shut in a straight line. It's different. A gate where awakened couldn't pass through. Indeed, this one was different from all the other gates that preceded it. If so, would the things waiting inside be different from everything else that had emerged before? Whatever the case may be, whatever came out, his family and friends were below this gate. He had no plan of letting them easily get past him. It was then, the hunter issue's smartphone, which he left on in the vibrate-only mode, suddenly began writhing around inside his pocket. Hello, Seong Hunter Nim. Please speak. My apologies. I can hardly hear your voice. Should I call you some other time? Jinwoo glanced down at Seoul's skyscrapers, now small enough to resemble toy building blocks, and grinned to himself. There's no need for that. Actually, I'm somewhere pretty high up at the moment. Anyway, have you found out what I asked you about? Yes. We couldn't locate a single gate, Hunter Nim. Not one new gate has appeared. Yes, that's correct. We couldn't be sure if this was a phenomenon unique to us or not, so we contacted hunter agencies in other countries. But all the new gates suddenly vanished from the world when the supermassive gate appeared above the skies of Seoul. It had been about 3 hours since this supermassive gate had appeared in the air. What were the odds of every gate in the entire world all coincidentally vanishing at the same time? It's not a coincidence, obviously. May I ask why you wished for us to find the locations of the highest ranking gates? It was a bit troubling to honestly answer that. Well, he couldn't really come out and say that he just wanted to test the short swords boasting 1,500 attack damage he got from Thomas Andre as gifts before this uselessly huge gate opened up, now could he? In that case, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, so someone needs to plant an apple tree, don't you agree? Oh, an apple tree, I see. It's a wonderful saying. In a certain top luxury hotel in Seoul, there was a man wordlessly looking down at the cars trying to escape the city clogging the streets below from his suite's window. He was Thomas Andre. Laura quietly approached him from behind. Her hands were grabbing onto the travel case filled with her luggage. "Master, will you still not leave with us?" "That's right." Thomas Andre lightly tapped the window with his finger. He was pointing at the gate. "How can I leave behind something that big and beautiful and run away?" "It is big, but beautiful, sir." Thomas Andre's eccentricity was well documented by now, but for him to say that horrifyingly huge and ominous gate was beautiful, just as Laura, his manager, was feeling puzzled by his declaration, he turned around to look at her. "Anything that makes your heart palpitate is beautiful." He placed his hand on his own chest to confirm his heart pulsating there. Ever since he saw the gate, his heart had been racing non-stop with nary a sign of fatigue. From the dragon spitting out flames, that massive gate, and even the power of Hunter Seong Jin Woo, all of them are beautiful things to me. He couldn't be understood by normal logic. Laura shook her head helplessly, but still couldn't hide her smile either. Thomas Andre lowered his hand away from his chest and grinned brightly. "Besides, all gates have disappeared, so what's the point of going back now? However, the Hunter Bureau is getting worried, sir." "Worried?" she said. Thomas Andre began chuckling at the notion of someone being worried about his well-being. "What a funny notion that is, worrying about me. Is there any place safer than right next to Hunter Seong Jin Woo?" Even Laura forgot what she wanted to say after hearing Thomas Andre's words. It was no secret that the Hunter Bureau had asked Seong Jin Woo to protect the world's top-ranked hunters. Thomas Andre smiled back at the clearly speechless Laura and turned away from her. He stared at the gate that had exceeded the classification of huge and entered the realm of supermassive. It floated high up in the skies above Seoul, its surface quietly rippling. "If that thing's not stopped here, then there will be no future for us anyway." A calamity that even Seong Jin Woo may not be able to stop would occur 8 more times around the world. Who would be able to stop them? Thomas Andre himself, or China's Liu Zhaijing, maybe other special authority rank hunters. What an absurd notion that was. "That's why I wish to witness everything." Thomas Andre's gaze drifted off towards Laura's reflection on the glass, and a smile floated onto his lips again as he spoke. "I wish to witness whether this will be the curtain call of human history, or the beginning of a new chapter." Inside the empty gymnasium, "Oh, my king." Baru was so moved by the display of his king's power that he urgently dashed out to kneel in front of Jin Woo. This humble and weak servant can't hide his deep, heartfelt emotions from his liege's bottomless, limitless power. It seemed that Jin Woo really needed to block the historical drama channel on TV for the time being. It'd be sad news for his mother, who enjoyed watching those dramas, but still. Of course, it wasn't as if he couldn't understand the reason for Baru's overexcitement. Jin Woo's own heart was pounding away from this power that exceeded his wildest imagination. After all, the scale of destruction the Kamish's wrath left behind. Would a dragon large enough to cover the sky attacking at full power cause such annihilation? Both in terms of sharpness or destructiveness, these short swords easily exceeded his previous weapons by a great deal. A pleased smile formed on his lips as he alternated his gaze between the two Kamish's wrath short swords before storing them in his inventory. Well, now that the testing is over, it was time to take care of the aftermaths. Jin Woo had been drunk on the power of his new weapons, but he eventually came back down to earth. And after he saw the crumbled wall of the gymnasium, he felt his own heart crumble to pieces as well. He borrowed this place for a little while, yet he messed it up to such a degree. What was he supposed to do now? Jin Woo deeply deliberated on his options before contacting the association president Woo Jin Chial on the phone. Association president. Please, I want you to stay calm and listen to what I have to say. You see, I have around 300 ants that do really fantastic work, and that's enough for today. Cha Hyun's hand stopped swinging the wooden sword. She had been training so hard that her white dobok had been soaked through with her sweat and clung onto her figure. She turned around to face her instructor. He was an elderly man wearing an aged dobok. This man, who was missing an arm, gestured to her that she should take a seat. Cha Hyun wordlessly nodded before politely kneeling down on both knees and placed the wooden sword beside her. I can't help but sense that, lately, Lady Hyun's blade contains a trace of hesitation. I'm worried that, by chance, you have developed a sense of fear in your heart. Cha Hyun couldn't answer. Song Kai-yul was a hunter like her, and even though he operated a dojo, he still went out to hunt down monsters whenever the association requested his participation. And so, he could very well understand where her fear was coming from. The gate that none had seen before, and no one also could tell just what kind of unimaginably terrifying monstrosities would emerge from there. Just because one was strong, that didn't mean they couldn't get scared. No, on the contrary, they felt to their bones the kind of fear that normal, powerless people couldn't feel precisely because they were strong. Song Kai-yul closed his eyes as if he was reflecting back on his past and slowly nodded his head. I'm sure you're scared. Indeed, why shouldn't you be? I also felt the same way. Of course, the monsters that I fought can't be compared to those you have fought. But when I lost my arm, it was then. Cha-Hyun's hunter issue smartphone, the one tucked away in the corner of the dojo so it wouldn't get in the way, began ringing loudly. A hunter should answer her phone. Yes, forgive me, instructor. Cha-Hyun briefly bowed her head before running over there to pick up the phone. And then, Song Kai-yeol had been waiting for her to end the call so he could continue on with his story, only to see that Cha-Hyun's expression was getting brighter and brighter with every passing second. She was definitely trying to hide it, but since she was usually so expressionless in her everyday life, even Song Kai-yeol could easily spot the changes in her expression. She ended the call and cautiously walked over to his location. Instructor Nim, there's an appointment I need to get to, so I should go. Her cheeks were flushed warm. Seeing her eyes now filled with vitality, Song Kai-yeol realized that his thoughts were off the mark. The hesitation evident in her sword wasn't born from fear. Indeed, you should. Of course, you need to. Song Kai-yeol dazedly nodded his head and gave her his permission. Well, then, Cha-Hyun's goodbye was kept brief and she left the dojo in light, cheery steps. He stared at her departing back and belatedly, a gentle smile floated up on his lips. Ah, so that's what it was. While wondering who the lucky fella receiving the love of such a wonderful and fine young woman could be, an expression of contentment floated up on Song Kai-yeol's face, one that was just as happy as his valued disciple had shown. Hey, isn't that Hunter Seong Jin-woo? Where? Oh, it really is Seong Jin-woo. It was the weekend and many people came to visit a certain theme park. They all recognized Jin-woo's face among the visitors and stared at him with eyes filled with amazement. Who's the lady next to him? Is she his girlfriend? Hold up, isn't she Hunter Cha-Hyun from the Hunters Guild? Oh, this is huge. What the heck? Are the two of them dating now? There was a woman next to Jin-woo. She was famed for always maintaining a clean short hairstyle to ensure that nothing would hinder her movements. She was Cha-Hyun, of course. She slightly lowered her head as if she couldn't really get used to all the attention from the people surrounding them, and whispered in a small voice, "Do you enjoy going to places like this theme park?" Jin-woo replied with a grin. It's not that I enjoy it, but I wanted to come here at least once in my life, you see. Cha-Hyun stared at Jin-woo's current childlike expression with his previous ice-cold demeanor when slicing up monsters nowhere to be seen. Only then did she realize how fast her heart was racing right now. Too bad for her. The man walking alongside her just so happened to be truly exceptional among the rank S hunters. Cha-Hyun's cheeks flushed red by a lot after realizing that he must have heard her pounding heart as well. She tried to divert Jin-woo's attention, even if only by a little, by changing the topic of the conversation. If you wanted to come here, then why me? Miss Hyun is the only friend I have. Pardon, since when did she become friends with Hunter Seong Jin-woo? She racked her brain trying to recall the memory she clearly didn't possess before she unconsciously looked up. That's when her eyes locked onto Jin-woo's rather mischievous grin. You know, in front of that strange stone statue. Ah, that day. Back on that day when she and her colleagues entered the dual dungeon to rescue Jin-woo, that angel statue asked her the question, didn't it? What is your relationship with Seong Jin-woo? A friend? It seemed that Jin-woo remembered that brief exchange. You were listening back then. Well, yeah, somehow I could hear you. I have better than average hearing, you see. She felt a tiny bit wronged here somehow, but she knew that even back then, she ended up being saved by him rather than saving him, instead. It was then she became conscious once more of just how many times Jin-woo had saved her life. By the way, what was the identity of that strange dungeon? She had been waiting to hear his explanation on this one ever since that day. Unfortunately, he figured that now wasn't the right time to tell her. Can I tell you later when I've managed to properly sort out my own thoughts first? Even I can't tell what's what at the moment. Cha-Hyun nodded her head to say that she understood. When their conversation entered a bit of a lull, Jin-woo began taking a look around their surroundings. Excuse me, please look over here. I'm your biggest fan. Just like when a celebrity was walking on a busy street. People crowded around the two like a swarm of bees and were busily snapping away with their smartphones. Jin-woo's face was far more well known to regular people than some superstars nowadays. That was because, regardless of which TV channel they tuned into, they would always play clips containing Jin-woo's face ever since that supermassive gate appeared in the air. If this was any other day, he'd simply smile and let it slide. However, he didn't feel like having his day off being disrupted like this, especially when he had a company. Come out. The moment Jinwoo issued his command, his own retinue of bodyguards willing to work their butts off for absolutely nothing revealed themselves. They were none other than Ygritte and the elite knights. Around 30 or so knights emerged from his shadow and surrounded both him and Cha Hien in a protective cordon. Wouldn't doing this be even more eye-catching? Well, as long as we aren't bothered, isn't it fine? His words carried this inexplicable persuasive power, and Cha Hien found her head nodding all by itself. Truth be told, she really did feel somewhat better now that all those gazes pouring down on her had disappeared. When she thought about it, she couldn't remember the last time she went out for fun with a relaxed mindset. It had already been almost 2 years since she became a hunter. During this period, not even once did she take a day off to relax. She always remained tense and wasted each hour feeling nervous. On days she wasn't participating in raids, she'd be worried about her colleagues. And when she was in the raid, then she'd be worried about making mistakes. But for today, it's a different story when I'm with him, a man she can depend on. When she was with Jinwoo, it felt as if she no longer had to meet the expectations of her comrades that depended on her and could go back to being just a regular woman living her life. He scanned the theme park's various rides, before pointing at the roller coaster falling at a scary speed from a dizzying height and asked her, "Should we get on that one?" Okay. Since she answered too easily, Jinwoo felt unconvinced and pointed at another ride. "How about that one?" "It's okay, too." "In that case, how about the one next to it?" "That's also okay." "Everything's okay." "Yes, they are all okay." Jinwoo stared at the excited face she made during her answers and simply chuckled to himself. What the heck? I guess I wasn't the only one who wanted to come here. Since she didn't seem to hate this place, Jinwoo's mind could relax even further now. He lightly grasped her wrist and led her to the nearest ride. "Well, then, why don't we ride all of them?" Unfortunately, it wasn't as fun as he imagined. As luck would have it, Jinwoo got to sit on the very front of the roller coaster. While the people behind were screaming their heads off, he spectated on the passing scenery without feeling much of an excitement. Huh? That kid's gonna drop his ice cream pretty soon. Oopsie, I knew it. Hold on, the food court was over that side. But it's still too early to buy dinner, so even though the roller coaster was rushing forward at full tilt, everything seemed to have come to a crawl, like extreme slow motion, to Jinwoo, and he was feeling really bored right now. Around at the same time, he discovered his companion with a similar sort of expression on her face sitting next to him. Smirk. He couldn't help but chuckle here. Jinwoo asked Cha Hien as she continued to swim in her dazed thoughts. "Is it not fun playing around here?" No, it's fun." Since her conversation partner possessed sharp hearing, she found it convenient that she didn't have to shout at him. "Then, why haven't you screamed at least once so far?" They had already ridden on 5 different attractions so far. All of them could be described as top thrill rides to normal people, but she hadn't even muttered out the common awe once yet. She too was a rank S hunter, maybe not as extreme as Jinwoo, but she had also surpassed the realms of normal people by a wide margin as well. Suddenly, he felt rather relieved by the fact that he wasn't the only one so far removed from the other people here. It was then he was tempted to show her the world that he saw. Baru sensed Jinwoo's desire and hurriedly began dissuading him. "It'll be fine. Besides, I'll put you in charge of catching her if she falls off. If you fail to do so, you know already, right?" Now that the voice of dissent had been suppressed, Jinwoo spoke to Cha Hien next. "Instead of this, do you want to ride on something really exciting?" "Something really exciting?" After the roller coaster came to an end, Jinwoo led the still puzzled Cha Hien out to a large plaza. "Hurry, come on up." She realized that Jinwoo had already climbed up on the back of the sky dragon and became utterly flabbergasted. You want me to ride that creature?" Cha Hien looked down as the crowd below gradually grew distant and swallowed her saliva. For sure, the sense of tension she felt right now was on another dimension when compared to being on those theme park rides. Almost instinctively, her arms went around Jinwoo's waist. "Hold on to me tight. We're going to fly now." Was there a reason for more explanation now? Because he definitely could feel an incredible amount of pressure being exerted by Cha Hien's arms wrapped around his waist. What the heck? A regular guy would have been folded in half. But this showed how scared she must have been feeling right now. Jinwoo had half succeeded in his mission and spoke loudly with an excited voice. "Kaisel, go faster, faster." As Kaisel began flying at its fastest speed, Cha Hien's screams, heard for the very first time today, resounded out right behind him. They entered the storm clouds where rain and wind wildly lashed out. They flew so close to a mountain range that they could almost touch it. They even flew past the seemingly endless field of snow. But the most beautiful sight still had to be watching the setting sun on top of the ocean. Kaisel gradually slowed down, accompanied by the chilly wind brushing past their cheeks. The two of them watched the sun slowly disappear below the distant horizon, the skies being dyed in the amber-orange hue. Just like the colored sky, Cha-hyen's eyes as she took in the spectacular sight also gently glowed in that orange hue. Abruptly, she felt curious and just had to ask him, "Mr. Jin-woo, yes, even though you can experience stuff like this, why did we go to that theme park first?" "That theme park? Well," Jin-woo fell into reminiscence and slowly told her the reason. "That's where the gate my dad went missing opened up." Oh, if his father failed and the dungeon break really happened back then, the theme park would have ceased to exist. Yet, it was full of people today. Jin-woo's voice sounded lonely for some reason and Cha-hyen wordlessly hugged him from behind. Her warmth was transmitted through his back. She spoke to him again. "Thank you." Her sudden thanks prompted him to look behind him, but since she was pressing up close to his back, there was no way he could see the expression on her face. "Pardon me, I wanted to say thank you for everything. You've been helping me out all this time." So, through their bodies pressing against each other, through her warm breaths tickling his neck, and from her powerfully beating heart, he sensed from her what she wanted to say. Indeed, this was enough for him. Jin-woo smiled softly and commanded Kaisel to head in the opposite direction. "Where are we going now?" Cha-hyen sounded somewhat rueful as she asked him. Jin-woo replied with a smile, "There's something I want to show you." The destination they got to after a lengthy flight wasn't Korea, but Japan. More specifically, an area designated as a restricted zone, which meant that there was not one soul to be found here. Even the wild animals were driven away by the horrible auras oozing off from the monsters, and thus no one lived in this area. In this expansive forest where not even the breathing of a small animal could be heard, Kaisel slowly made its descent. The sky dragon lay flat on the ground and Jin-woo climbed off first. He turned around to assist Cha-hyen next. "Where are we?" She had been experiencing some extraordinary sights for almost the whole day today, and so she expectantly began scanning her new surroundings with curious eyes. However, besides the near endless sea of trees, she couldn't see anything particularly interesting out here. Jin-woo sneakily bought a blanket from the system's store and laid it down on the ground before opening his mouth. "There's no fun if I let you in on the secret already, so why don't we lie down first?" Eh? Did she hear him wrong? Unfortunately, there was no way that a rank S hunter's hearing would hear such a clear enunciation of words incorrectly. Besides, Jin-woo was already getting ready to lay down on the blanket anyway. "Please, hurry." Seeing how nonchalant he was in his invitation, Cha-hyen's heart began pounding as if it was about to explode. Are you being serious?" She simply had to confirm his intentions one more time. Too bad for her. Perhaps he didn't show not one bit of hesitation as he nodded his head in a determined way. It was her turn to hesitate, but in the end, she approached the blanket. Jin-woo confirmed this and slowly laid down first. Soon, she too lied down next to him, and as if she had made a big decision about something, she straightened her legs. "I'm ready." Jin-woo looked at Cha-hyen murmuring with tightly closed eyes and replied to her. "In that case, please open your eyes." When her eyes creaked open just a bit, he wordlessly pointed at the night sky above, towards the cascading light of the stars. Cha-hyen gasped out inadvertently after looking at the stunning parade of the starlight filling up the heavens. Beautiful. Could she be able to describe this spectacle with any other words besides beautiful? Jin-woo was pleased by her response and smiled in satisfaction. "I arrived here to deal with a dungeon break and ended up looking at the night sky." Back then, he felt just too fatigued and wanted to lay his weary body down and close his eyes to rest. But, because the surroundings were so bright, he couldn't go to sleep. He got irritated and opened his eyes, and that's when he got to see this brilliant echo of stars enveloping the sky. Just seeing them made his heart melt down that night. "I thought that it'd be wonderful to share this night sky with someone else, you see." The only thing filling up this still forest with nary a squeak of sound was the endless river of starlight. Jin-woo wanted to share this feeling, this moment, with someone else. Fortunately, the result of his desire was this strong sense of relief. He felt relieved by the fact that there was someone close by who could also feel what he had felt then. And his heart, once hardened and lumpy, seemed to soften and become untangled now. But then, this happened. He felt the warmth of Cha-hyen's hand climbing up on top of his own. "Can I hold your hand?" But she was already holding it, though. Jin-woo smiled before shifting his hand to interlock his fingers with hers. The cold yet smooth hand of a woman filled his palm up. So still, so quiet. Countless starlight sparkled and rained down as the heads of two young people slowly became one. Next day. Hang on. If Seong Jin-woo and Cha-hyen marry and have a kid together, wouldn't Seong Jin-woo Jr. go around killing every single monster in the entire world? You think we got Seong Jin-woo because his parents were both super duper top hunters. You sound like a little kid who don't know how hunters awaken their powers. Plus even then, doesn't those two dating make you feel excited? Plus I wish it was true. Them having a marriage argument will be an epic encounter that flattens their surroundings. LOL. I live in the outskirts of Seoul, and when I saw that gate floating in the sky while traveling near Gangnam, I thought the world was coming to an end. But now that I see the hunters going on a date like this and enjoying their lives, I feel like there's hope left for us still, and I'm relieved by that. Plus I hope TV stations will stop playing special reports on the gate now. Plus Seong Jin-woo Hunter Nim, Cha-hee and Hunter Nim, whether it's a super massive gate or a super duper massive gate, please stop it for us. Jin-woo was the first one to open his eyes. He must have been exhausted from yesterday as she hadn't woken up from her sweet slumber yet. Just how long had it been since he greeted the morning together with someone else? Jin-woo cautiously got up to make sure not to rouse Hee-in and walked over to the nearby forest. It was definitely around here. He found the stream he used the last time he was here and washed up. It was at this moment he sensed Cha-hee-in's movement from afar as she slowly woke up from her slumber. Jin-woo deliberately made some noises as he approached her. She quickly discovered him and let out a soft sigh of relief. He smiled and greeted her. "Good morning. Did you rest well?" Her complexion reddened for some reason. She replied while averting her gaze away from him. "Yes." Jin-woo sent her a puzzled look, prompting her to sneakily raise her head. "Where were you coming from?" Hee-in's question sounded cautious. He used the towel around his neck to rub his still moist hair and replied, "I was washing myself, actually." Now that he thought about it, she must have wanted to clean herself just as badly, too. Especially with all that ocean breeze, even a little bit of exposure would leave behind plenty of salt on one's skin. Still, I can't let a young lady wash herself in a place like this. Jin-woo pondered his options for a bit, before a smile floated up on his lips. "I know a hotel with a killer breakfast nearby, so how about going there for our meal?" Although she didn't verbalize her answer, Hee-in must have felt really hungry because she immediately nodded her head, her lips firmly closed shut. Jin-woo reached out to her and helped her to stand back up, before summoning Kaisel out again. Hee-in tilted her head while looking at the sky dragon unfurl its wings. "But, didn't you say it was nearby?" "Well, it's about a 5-minute distance if I run with everything I have, so would you like to run alongside me, then?" 5 minutes at Jin-woo's top speed. Hee-in quickly calculated just how far that would be in her head, and without saying anything, she climbed on the back of Kaisel. "Yep, it's great that she understands me so quickly." Jin-woo grinned and took his place in front of her. Kaisel flapped its wings and flew up. The Koreans had seen Kaisel fairly often on TV, so their reactions were not as severe. But he wondered how the Japanese staff of the hotel would react after seeing his ride. He prayed that the chef working this morning wouldn't be too frightened. It suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The first person to discover it was a middle-aged man who got evaluated as a rank B awakened in the Hunters Association only a few moments ago. Thud. The man ended up bumping shoulders with it appearing suddenly before him in the middle of the busy street and stopped walking right then. "What the?" The man raised his head while chasing after the silhouette of the shadow. There was a big, hulking man of over 2 meters tall standing right before him. This dangerous sense of wild beast oozed out from the man wearing some sort of leather clothing. No, rather than just some sense, this man was a wild beast personified. Since the man's huge physique was so eye-catching, the gazes of the passers-by quickly focused on this person, and the middle-aged man that had run into him. "What's this? Are they going to fight? Wow, look at that man's size. He's no joke. Even Ma Dong-wook would take a bow, man. By the way, that uncle must have lost his mind. He might end up in the hospital at this rate." Now normally, he'd have apologized and stepped aside, but he was a different person compared to the past. He'd no longer suffer the ignominy of kowtowing before his superior, or be ignored by his junior workers. "I'm a rank B awakened now." Not only that, among the upper tier of the rank B, too. There was no need to act subservient towards a regular person like this who only relied on his massive frame. "Oi, you're supposed to apologize when running into someone." When the huge man grabbed the middle-aged man by his head and lifted the poor man up, the passers-by watching began screaming at the top of their lungs. The fear of the predator ingrained into humanity's DNA caused the middle-aged man to wet his pants. And eventually, crack, accompanied by the sounds of something shattering, blood and brain mass splattered to everywhere. The huge man didn't stop there. He began to voraciously devour the sagging, lifeless body of the middle-aged man on the ground. He's eating that man. Wow, what the hell is this? What's going on? The noisy mealtime came to an end in an instant. The huge man wiped the corners of his mouth, still dirty with bits of flesh, with his hand while slowly standing back up. A wild beast. Not even a hint of intelligence could be seen behind the eyes of the huge man. They definitely resembled a wild beast's eyes now. While many people screamed and ran away, there were just as many who had failed to recognize the severity of the situation and continued to spectate on the next actions of this huge man. This wild beast roared out towards the humans around it. The thunderclap-like roar paralyzed all who listened. They stood there on the spot shivering, tears rolling down their cheeks. Before anyone had noticed it, sharp fangs were jutting out gloriously from the huge man's mouth. It was the king of beasts. The roar from the sovereign of beastly fangs bearing its sharp canines reverberated loudly against the entirety of the streets. The association president Wu Jinqiao finally received the report on the horrifying being that appeared in the middle of the city without any prior warning. How many victims so far? At the moment, it's impossible to tally the number of the dead, sir. The thing was first spotted in the district of Myeongdong, and while moving in a straight line, the creature proceeded to kill every human it laid its eyes on. When taken into account the direction this creature has taken, its destination could be. It's the Hunters Association, isn't it? Wu Jinqiao bit his lower lip and clenched his fists. We've got our hands full worrying about the DMN gate right now, but just where did such a monster even? Unfortunately, there was no time to stew in his anger right now. No, he had to come up with a solution to stop that thing somehow. What about Xiang Jinwu Hunter Nim? We still can't contact him. God DMN it. He cursed out involuntarily. Only a few minutes ago, he heard the news that a guild stepped forward to stop this monster only to be annihilated without being able to do anything. The only consolation right now was that the creature moved at a slow pace as if it was waiting for someone to show up. But still, it didn't take a genius to figure out that, as long as it was not stopped soon, the total number of victims would end up being astronomical. In such a situation, the fact that the country's most powerful combat force couldn't be reached was probably the worst news imaginable. It was then, a welcome piece of news came at his way. I just learned that a world-class hunter staying nearby is getting ready to stop the monster. What? Really? Who is it? That is, ranked as the #1 in the German hunter community, Lennart Nierman could sense the aura of the monster approaching closer as it dyed the streets red with blood. Will I be able to win? Even though he was doubtful, as a hunter, there was no way he'd ignore the screams of terror coming from the innocent citizens. And when he took a look at the brightening expressions of the escaping citizens as they recognized him, the hunter ranked 12th in the American Hunter Bureau's Hunter Point list, Lennart Nierman was overcome with this great weight of responsibility bearing down on his shoulders. Yes, it was not a matter of whether he could do it or not. No, he simply had to do it. That was the purpose, the duty of a hunter. Maybe. The reason why he ended up staying in Seoul was probably the trickery of fate so that he could stop that monstrosity with his own 2 hands. Lennart Nierman formed a grave but determined expression and undid a couple of buttons on his shirt. Just as he was about to take his step towards the monster that finally revealed itself at the far end of the street, a heavy voice came from behind him. Get out of the way. Jin Woo's smartphone began ringing off the hook as soon as he entered the reception range. From the Hunters Association. His expression hardened when he confirmed who the caller was. Could something bad have happened while he was away for a bit? He quickly answered the call. Xiang Hunter Nim, why couldn't we get a hold of you? I was outside the reception range until a moment ago. Perhaps because of being contaminated by the frequent dungeon breaks, it was almost impossible to contact outside when within that vast ocean of trees. However, he thought it was more than sufficient enough to leave behind his shadow soldiers with those whom he wanted to protect. That's what he believed. Could the supermassive gate have opened up while I was in the forest? But there should have been at least 2 more days left still. A monster has appeared in the middle of Seoul and is going on a rampage. Jin Woo had been feeling energized after enjoying a rare break from the action. But now, he felt as if his heart had fallen to the pit of his stomach. How big is the size of the monster horde? No, there's no horde. It's just one creature. Just one. Currently, all Korean hunters had gathered in Seoul. They were summoned to the city in order to fight against the potential dungeon break from the supermassive gate, so they should be on their toes, getting ready to move at a moment's notice. On top of that, the association was even supplying weapons to those hunters lacking in proper equipment, too. But then, they are getting destroyed by a monster that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As Jin Woo fell ever deeper into confusion, Wu Jinqiao hurriedly continued on with his explanation. A guild that tried to fight the creature was annihilated in an instant. It looks like the monster is no ordinary creature at all. What about its current location? We believe it's currently near Seoul Grand Hotel. Could this be chalked up to being mere coincidence? The moment Wu Jinqiao mentioned the name of the ultra-luxurious hotel where Thomas Andre was staying, Jin Woo felt this sense of creeping unease tickle him in his throat. I received a call not too long ago that Thomas Andre Hunter Nim was getting ready to fight the monster. But that couldn't be. Just in case, Jin Woo had left a shadow soldier behind with Thomas Andre. The order issued to the soldier was to send a signal right away if something strange is sensed in the immediate vicinity. But then, the target for protection started fighting alone against a monster capable of wiping out a guild, and yet, there was no signal. Hang on. Only now did Jin Woo realize something was off. The signals coming from the shadow soldiers spread throughout Seoul were extremely weak, as if something was interfering with the transmission. What is going on? An enemy possessing incredible power, a special authority rank hunter fighting it. And finally, signals being blocked off. Could it be? One distinct possibility popped up in Jin Woo's head. He asked in a hurry to confirm. Association President, did that monster possess a shadow? Excuse me, please, confirm if that monster has a shadow. Wu Jinqiao's voice seemingly got cut out for a moment, then, before continuing on with greater urgency. How can this be? You're right, Seong Hunter Nim. I just confirmed with the photos, and the monster does not have a shadow. Oh my god. Jin Woo recalled that the ice elf attacking Gogun Huey also didn't possess a shadow, and loudly cried out, "You must never let Thomas Andre fight that monster." There was a good chance that the monster had been aiming for Thomas Andre all along. But they have already. Jin Woo realized that he had no need to listen to any further explanation and tried to activate shadow exchange with the shadow soldier attached to Thomas Andre. Accompanied by a rather ominous-sounding alert noise, a clear holographic message suddenly popped up in his view. Jin Woo tried several times more, but it was the same story. Thomas Andre, the giant of a man large enough to block out the sun? That's Thomas Andre. Lennart Nierman's expression brightened the moment he discovered the American standing behind him. Thomas Andre wordlessly walked past Lennart and slowly went up ahead. Even those screaming people running away from the scene recognized the special authority rank hunter and his hulking physique. He's that American hunter, Thomas Andre. It's the Goliath. The Goliath. Even the first-rate hunter Lennart Nierman felt his heart pound excitedly when seeing Thomas Andre's broad back as he walked forward. Meanwhile, Thomas Andre angrily shouted at the other hunters nearby who were all frozen stiff from the powerful pressure emitted by the unknown monster. Stop standing around like idiots and start evacuating these citizens, you beastards. The roar from the special authority rank hunter was more than enough to blow away the stifling pressure, dulling the thought process of the other hunters. They understood his intention through that thunderous roar and began grabbing those citizens that had fallen behind to drag them far away from Thomas Andre. Veins bulged on Thomas Andre's face as he spotted the bits and pieces of the victims strewn messily about behind this beast. A stinking beast who doesn't know its place has rampaged around for far too long. As if to mock Thomas Andre's rage, the beast bared its fangs covered in bits of flesh in a toothy grin. Putting down a crazed animal was a universal truth, no matter where one was from. Thomas Andre's eyes became incomparably murderous right away. Reinforcement. His muscles transformed like armor and his already hulking physique grew larger and larger than before. As far as one's physical size was concerned, he was a step larger than this monster. To find out the gap in the strength, Thomas Andre rushed towards his target. A tank. People watching and sensing the ground tremble every time he took a step forward instinctively pictured a powerful tank. The beast smacked its lips at the appearance of a new prey and made its move as well. Two giants closed their distance in an instant and stood before each other. At first, they exchanged glances studying their new opponent, and soon, they squeezed their muscles laden with massive magical energy while roaring out at the same time. Two monstrous beings and their fists powerful enough to crush concrete like tofu began exploding out like bullets towards one another. This exchange of fists relied solely on brute force with no consideration towards any type of techniques. Hunters watching on were left absolutely awestruck by this spectacle. Just being kissed by one of those fists would result in instant death for these hunters. But these two were trading such lethal blows without even taking a breather, without even bothering to block them, as if these punches were just light probing jabs. It's working. Thomas Andre grew sure of it now. Pow! His punch caused the beast's head to spin to the side. This heavy sensation of impact got transmitted to his left hand. This attack definitely worked. After losing to Jin Woo, the Goliath felt his confidence had plummeted somewhat, but through this dogfight, he felt it growing back again. The continuous stream of powerful punches pushed the beast gradually backwards. Grabbing hold of this opening, Thomas Andre's fearsome full swing of his fist floored the beastard right into the ground. The beast was shoved away as the concrete below split apart from the sheer force. The creature smashed into the side of a building and demolished its wall. Only then did it finally stop moving. Other hunters watching on punched the air and celebrated, but the person responsible, Thomas Andre himself, didn't display any hints of joy. No, that was wrong. It wasn't as deep as I wanted. The thick dust clouds spread out, obscuring the vision. However, he could still sense the presence of the beast emitting the dense murderous intent from beyond the collapsed debris of the building. Heavy hunks of metal flew out from the dust and at Thomas Andre's location. He smacked these flying cars away from him and quickly activated the skill, Capture, to yank the beast hidden from his sight closer to his position. The resisting beast was brought right up to the American's nose. He immediately activated his strongest skill, Demolition. Muscles on both of Thomas Andre's arms ballooned up until they nearly popped. He slammed down on the ground with everything he had. The horrifying shockwave arising from the ground pummeled the beast. The beast cried out in agony as it was flung into the air before it came crashing back down. Thomas Andre seized upon this chance and jumped on top of the monster, before proceeding to rain down his fists laden with an unbelievable amount of magic energy. The citizens watching the battle between the Goliath and the beast from afar with anxious minds all began raising excited cheers. Even the hunters began breaking out in relieved smiles as well. No matter who saw it, this fight now had a clear victor. It was an overwhelming victory befitting the special authority rank hunter, often referred to as the world's best. However, thicker and thicker drops of cold sweat began forming on Thomas Andre's forehead even as he mercilessly pummeled the beast down below. What is this? What was this anxiety, born from this sensation of a noose gradually tightening around his neck the closer he got to his victory? Each and every one of his attacks was landing splendidly, and the beast being floored down below wasn't showing any signs of resistance. So, why do I feel this anxious, even though I'm clearly in an advantageous position? Fairly quickly, though, Thomas Andre got to discover the source of his anxiety. It was the eyes. From the very beginning of the fight right up until now, the beast had been looking at him with the exact same apathetic eyes, even going so far to completely disregard the indiscriminate outpouring of his attacks. It was as if the thing was mocking him, telling him to try and give his best shot. It was then. He clearly saw it. He saw the beast close its eyes for the briefest of brief moments before opening them to reveal that those eyes, previously resembling that of a human's, now fully resembling a wild predator's. The beast leisurely raised one hand up to easily stop Thomas Andre's two fists swung down with all his might. The American looked at his hands, now held tight and couldn't be pulled back at all, and felt a chill run down his back. The black hair of the beast began to grow longer and longer as its color changed to white. That wasn't all. The nails resembling owls grew lengthier as well, while its fangs grew sharper, too. Soon, whitish fur covered its entire body. A werewolf. Unfortunately, there never had been a single instance of a white werewolf making its appearance in 10 years of humans going on raids. You, just what is your true identity? Thomas Andre threw that question out as he felt this ominous chill from the disgusting, vile magical energy oozing out from the beast's eyes. Too bad. The creature didn't bother to answer him and proceeded to shatter the bones in the human's hands with nothing but sheer physical strength. Unbridled astonishment. The strongest hunter screamed out and everyone else in the vicinity couldn't hide their shock and astonishment. How can this be? All those watching the two beings fight, whether in the location itself or through various screens, prayed fervently in their hearts that this wasn't the end of this battle. Too bad. The beast snatched and then slammed Thomas Andre's wrists into the ground as if to mock their prayers. It was then the beast, in the midst of enjoying the pain of its prey, discovered something odd just beyond the human. The beast stopped its attacks. What it was glaring at, as if to bore a hole into it, was Thomas Andre's shadow. The beast stabbed its hand deep into the shadow and grabbed something within the subspace. When the creature pulled its hand out, an ant soldier hiding inside the human's shadow was dragged out along as well. The beast stood upright again. The ant soldier, its neck tightly grabbed by the powerful grip, desperately struggled, but the monster didn't even budge from the spot. This one was a soldier belonging to the Shadow Sovereign. It was impossible to destroy an immortal soldier like this one through regular means. However, the creature holding onto the ant's neck was no ordinary being, either. The Sovereign of Beastly Fangs was a higher existence. It simply focused the energy inherent within the spiritual body to erase this ant soldier from the very fabric of existence altogether. The ant soldier spat out a short death throw and turned into dust, returning to the void beyond. The beast grinned as it watched the gray ash scatter in the air. It was then Thomas Andre got up and positioned himself behind the beast before anyone had noticed it. He then wrapped his arm around the creature's neck and secured his grip with the other arm. If he lacked teeth, then he'd bite with his gums instead. Thomas Andre continued to gasp out breathlessly and concentrated on this final attack. There would be nothing left after this. His eyes shot wide open in concentration as he clenched his teeth. He heard the displeasing noises similar to bones being crushed into powder. If that was the sound of the enemy's neck breaking, then there was still a chance of victory here. I've done it. Unfortunately, the incoming rush of pain had been slightly delayed by the adrenaline coursing through his body. Thomas Andre bore the full brunt and screamed out in agony. The beast shattered the American's arms, locked onto its neck with nothing but sheer physical hand grip. It then grabbed his head with both hands before proceeding to slam him down on the ground. Viewers watching this scene through their screens saw the Goliath's arms dangling around and quickly averted their gazes. It was a scene they simply couldn't bear to watch with their eyes open. Too bad. The horrifying scene didn't stop there and continued on. The beast pounced on the sprawled Goliath and began biting him. The predator's mealtime had begun. Dozens of sharp, knife-like fangs began tearing into Thomas Andre's skin and made a mess out of his flesh. However, something unexpected happened then. Among the ranks of the hesitating hunters, one man dashed forward like a bolt of lightning and ran straight towards the beast. Boom! The monster had been drunk on the victory and the taste of its loot, so it got caught unaware, and was struck cleanly by this unexpected attack, which resulted in it getting flung away. It was none other than Lennart Nierman. Germany's best hunter quickly stood next to the grievously wounded Goliath. Thomas Andre recognized Lennart and somehow managed to squeeze out his voice. "Run away." However, Lennart shook his hardened face. "I'm also a hunter, you know. Although I'm far weaker than you. You will die." He knew that already. Of course, Lennart knew that. He didn't even have his equipment with him. And his strongest one-hit kill trump card, the skill charge, only managed to shove the beast away. Germany's best hunter, 12th in the world rankings. He knew better than anyone that such things had no meaning in the current situation. Even then, I don't regret anything. Even if this moment turned out to be his last, he'd still choose exactly the same over and over again. Rather than the life of a coward, he would choose to go out in a blaze of glory. I'm not wrong. I am not wrong. Lennart continued to psyche himself up as he glared at the massive power gradually running faster and faster towards him. I'm definitely not wrong. He locked his eyes on the chill-inducing maw of the beast opening up wide as the monster closed the distance in an instant. Lennart summoned up every ounce of energy and swung his fist. For a very moment there, the life he led up until this moment flashed past him like a revolving lantern. He didn't even work that hard, yet this incredible power was handed to him, allowing him to live an overabundant and perhaps undeserved lifestyle. But he did live a happy life, didn't he? That's right, he did. A grin floated up on Lennart's lips as he saw the beast's throat approaching ever closer. Indeed, he was not wrong. Right up until the end, he didn't live an embarrassing life. Just before the beast's maw swallowed his head, Lennart quietly closed his eyes, thinking that there would be no more need to open them again. But then, a sudden noise of explosion coming from his front shocked Lennart and he quickly opened his eyes. After confirming that the shadow soldier attached to Thomas Andre had disappeared, Jin Woo searched for another one near the location and activated Shadow Exchange. But to think that Shadow Soldier just so happened to be the one in Lennart Nierman's shadow. Thanks to that, he got to save the lives of these two men. Jin Woo hurriedly checked Thomas Andre's wounds and breathed a sigh of relief. The American's wounds looked pretty serious, but thankfully, he'd be able to survive. Seong Jin Woo Hunter Nim, thank you for stopping the beastard. My apologies, but can you evacuate Thomas to somewhere safe? Jin Woo politely asked in English, and Lennart nodded his head energetically. Compared to fighting that monstrosity, this job sounded so much easier. Yes, you don't have to worry about that one. The German cautiously lifted Thomas up and hurriedly distanced himself. Meanwhile, Jin Woo shifted his gaze over to the beast, raising its body up. Tangible, horrifying, murderous intent oozed from the creature. He sensed power on another realm compared to other monsters from the beastard. I knew it. His guess was on the money. This thing possessed a similar sort of aura to the ice elf he met earlier. It was, indeed, one of the sovereigns that were hunting down the hunters. The thin, fog-like smoke suddenly coagulated into a singular mass before morphing into a humanoid shape. Isn't that? It was the ancient ice elf, the sovereign of frost, hiding its presence as a fog until now, had finally revealed itself. Jin Woo realized that the fog wrapped around the city was not a natural phenomenon the moment he came in contact with it. And this time, it was from his behind. A weird female voice harsh enough to grate his ears came from behind him, and Jin Woo quickly looked back. And that's where he discovered a spectacle that made him doubt his own eyes. A horde of insects poured out from the sewerage and began merging into one to assume the shape of a humanoid female. Jin Woo's expression hardened, now that he found himself suddenly surrounded by his enemies. And then, he realized it. They gagged his shadow soldiers by confusing the signals, not because they were worried about their hunt being disrupted by him. No, they did that in order to hide the fact that there were more than one of them here. In other words, this was a trap. A trap laid out in the entirety of Seoul in order to box Jin Woo in. Enemies possessing power on another scale altogether, and 3 of them to boot, too. His black heart, sleeping quietly until now, began to pound away madly at the entrance of these 3 incredibly powerful foes. Good. The corners of Jin Woo's lips arched up. These things were thinking that they had managed to surround him. But the thing was, he wasn't alone. In reality, they were the ones surrounded now. Jin Woo kept his senses ultra-sharp in order to not miss their movements and summoned out his army that'd surround his enemies. Come out. New York, London, Shanghai, Paris. Besides these cities, others around the world were all experiencing the phenomenon of their streets being draped in eerie silence right now. People had stopped walking and found themselves unable to tear their eyes away from the many electronic screens installed here and there. Those large screens were continuously showing the breaking news regarding the horrifying tragedy unfolding in the capital city of South Korea, Seoul. Because of the supermassive gate's presence, the world's attention had been focused there already, so it was only normal that the news spread around like a wildfire. Seoul was one of the biggest metropolises in the entire world. But with such a city lying in ruins like that, it implied that their safety couldn't be guaranteed even within their own cities. The tragedy of Seoul didn't feel like an incident happening in some distant country, but something that was happening to them personally. Was that the reason why they felt relieved when Thomas Andre stepped up to put an end to the monster's rampage? The viewers gathered their hands in prayer and with one heart cheered Goliath on. And that was why the streets were filled with elated cries every time Goliath roughed up that beast-like monster. Yes, more, destroy that thing. Unfortunately, the cheering and elated cries filling up the streets soon morphed into shocked silence as Goliath's fists were shattered. His arms were broken, and his blood and flesh were spilt onto the ground. Some even began wordlessly shedding tears as they watched humanity's best warrior being horribly destroyed like that. It was as if the time itself had frozen. People rendered utterly speechless by the overwhelming shock couldn't even hear their own breathing. It was then, a lone hunter jumped out from somewhere and blew away the beast. No, there were 2 of them. A black-haired man appeared without warning right next to the Caucasian hunter. The anchors saw the black soldiers filling up the streets in the blink of an eye and cried out until their voices turned hoarse. The viewers all around the world punched the air and cried out in elation once more as they watched the black soldiers completely cover up the streets of Seoul. Especially the Americans, their unified roars were so loud that their cities seemed to rock from the noise itself. Looking unconcerned in the slightest, the Sovereign of Frost took a step forward. It sucked its breath in lightly before spitting out horrifyingly cold air that spread out everywhere in an instant. And in just one moment, everything standing on the ground became frozen ice sculptures. Even the Shadow Army was no exception. How can this be? Jin Woo confirmed that his soldiers had all frozen up and his expression hardened gradually. The power of the sovereigns that rendered the soldiers useless in one stroke. He had experienced something like this before, when he was facing off against the Sovereign of White Flames, Baron, back in the Demon's Castle Instant Dungeon. If there was one glaring difference between then and now, that would be him having to face 3 enemies instead of 1. The soldiers trapped within the ice couldn't be freed even with his ability to store them back in his shadow. The Sovereign of Frost sounded confident of its victory after imprisoning the Shadow Army. However, Jin Woo's killing intent didn't waver for a second even under the current situation. The tip of the Kamish's wrath held in his right hand was pointed at the Sovereign of Frost. You will definitely die today. The war potential of the Shadow Army always had been supplementary to his own. It was too bad that he couldn't rely on his soldiers now, but even then, he wasn't thinking of letting that Sovereign of Frost leave here alive. After all, he had a score to settle with that beastard. Perhaps the ice elf felt the aching from the wound on its shoulder inflicted by Jin Woo the last time, since its expression crumpled unsightly rather quickly. The creature then raised its arms as if to lift something up, and suddenly, golems made out of ice rose up from the ground. At the same time, the queen of the insects whistled loudly. The corpses of humans lying strewn about all began standing up as well. Undead? No, those weren't undead at all. What moved the corpses were strange little parasites that had bored into the brains of the dead humans. Jin Woo sensed the minute level of magic energy emitted from the parasites wiggling around inside the heads, and he shifted his gaze over to the queen of insects. The queen had inseminated the eggs of a very special parasite within the corpses of all the humans the beast had murdered. Golems and parasites. Jinwoo stared at the enemy's army that couldn't be turned into shadow soldiers upon their deaths, and realized how much his opponents had been planning for this day. As the time slowed down, the pair of Kamish's wraths roared out in sheer anguish. In an instant, every spider-human leaping in the air was bisected. Jinwoo lightly kicked and leapt away from the punch of a golem pounding down on his original position and searched for his primary elimination target. That would be the Sovereign of Frost, of course. That beastard was currently shouting at its golems with an enraged face. However, it was impossible for these slow and lumbering things to catch up to Jinwoo's speed. He used ruler's authority to fling himself at the Sovereign of Frost. Like a bullet, he flew forward in a scarcely believable velocity. He closed the distance in an instant. The Sovereign of Frost was panicking. Jinwoo swung his short sword with great power. His aim was the skin on the beastard's face that resembled the bark of an aged tree. Unfortunately, just before the Kamish's wrath could split the creature's face in half, something really hard blocked the trajectory of the blade. The beast, the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs, responded to Jinwoo's attack with lightning-quick reflexes and blocked the short sword in time. The beast toothily grinned, its disgusting teeth full of blood and flesh now on full display. However, Jinwoo also replied with a smirk, the humans laughing. Even before the beast had the time to sense the ominous foreboding, Kamish's wrath was suddenly enveloped in the black aura. Slice. The beast's wrist that rightfully boasted incredible hardness was cleanly severed from its arm. It was then Jinwoo picked up on some powerful energy above him and he quickly looked up. The Queen of Insects had formed a giant fist out of magical energy and was in the midst of slamming it down. As he landed on the ground, Jinwoo activated the skill ruler's authority to shove away the queen's fist. However, the force behind that attack was much greater than he anticipated and he could only barely stop it. The Queen of Insects swatted Jinwoo as if it was a human swatting a fly out of the air, and slammed him into a building nearby. The impact force from that was so severe that another building across the road shook hard from the vibration. Jinwoo emerged out from the debris of the fallen building and keeled over to the floor to spit out a heavy gasp. He felt dizzy. Loud buzzing tinnitus assaulted his ears. His breathing quickened and his vision grew just a bit fuzzy. However, he had no time to stay here and catch his breath. As soon as he raised his head, he spotted thousands of ice arrows floating up dozens of meters in the air above his head, all of them being the handiwork of the Sovereign of Frost. Jinwoo stood back up and stopped breathing for a moment there, and almost right away, the ice arrows filling up the sky shot down accurately to his current position. Faster, faster. Jinwoo swung his short swords and deflected away the magic arrows raining down without any break or gap in between. He was so fast that several afterimages began overlapping on top of one another. However, just how long will you be able to withstand our combined attacks? The Sovereign of Frost continued to fire the arrows endlessly as a sly grin floated up on its lips. When this human beastard's movement slows down even for a second, it was then. Stab. The ice elf's quaking eyes looked down to confirm the short sword stabbing deeply into its chest. The liquid staining its hands was its own blood. When it raised its head to look, the insolent human was glaring right back at the Sovereign, having had enough leeway to throw one of his short swords even in the midst of deflecting all the ice arrows. I told you, didn't I? You won't be getting out of here alive. The Sovereign of Frost, thoroughly enraged while controlling its ice golems, the spider humans controlled by the Sovereign of Plagues, and finally, the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs that had regenerated its severed wrist. The latter moved its new wrist this way and that to test it out, before summoning out its own sword from the subspace. Just like Jinwoo had done, all of their movements were caught in one go within Jinwoo's vision. He grasped both Kamish's wraths tightly and calmly collected his breaths as his enemies rushed at him again. Accompanied by the noise of something solid splitting up, he was greeted from behind by a voice that sounded so much more brilliant to his ears today. My king, Baru. Even before he felt happy at his master looking back at him, all those little nicks and scrapes on Jinwoo's body entered Baru's vision first. They were caused by the insect woman when she smacked his liege into the building just now. A mere insect woman dared to lay her hands on his king. She dared to touch his king. Baru's anger reached a new height and he flew directly at the Queen of the Insects. The thunderous screech of Baru reverberating throughout the battlefield that used to be city streets rendered the Sovereign of Frost quite surprised. Such a thing shouldn't even happen. It took a closer look at Baru's power in the emergency mode for a second there, and spat out a gasp of shock next. This power didn't belong to some measly shadow soldier at all. Each and every single one of the soldiers with martial grade acting as the Shadow Sovereign's hands and feet could be considered as destruction personified. The Sovereign of Frost couldn't have imagined that it would see a martial-grade creature today and failed to hide its astonishment. In the meantime, Baru had arrived right before the Queen of Insects, the target for his unquenchable rage. "Shut up, you crazy wench." At the back, the Sovereign of Frost. From the front, the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs. Scary attacks from the two monsters possessing powers on another level rained down on him. Lennart Nierman was sure of it now. He was sure that there was no one else around here that could chase after the battle of those three with their bare eyes except himself. As long as the grievously wounded Thomas Andre remained lying on the ground while being treated by the healers surrounding him. Even then, he couldn't clearly chase after Jin Woo's movements with his eyes. Only sighs of admiration kept leaking out of his mouth. Hunter Seong Jin Woo was not being pushed back by an inch even though he was fighting against the beast that subdued the Special Authority rank tanker with brute strength, as well as a monster that froze up the vast ground with a single breath. And soon, Hunter Seong's shape simply melted into thin air, and only the series of unending metallic clangs reverberated around the battlefield. Thomas Andre couldn't win against his curiosity, roused up from all those suspicious explosive noises, and had to ask, "What is going on?" Lennart murmured with disbelieving voice, unable to tear his gaze away from Jin Woo. "It's as if I'm looking at the end of the world." Lennart spat out his genuine thoughts stewing in his head, not even bothering to dress it up in fancy words, and shook his head. Jin Woo heard Baru's scream and his head snapped in that direction. The former Ant King was being trampled under the Queen of Insects' foot and was putting up a desperate struggle to escape, but it was proving to be inadequate. At that moment, Jin Woo's eyes widened. Magical energy was leaving Baru's body and his existence was gradually thinning out. Could that be how the soldier attached to Thomas's shadow was erased, too? Jin Woo's expression hardened. He couldn't afford to lose Baru like this. That guy was one of his most precious soldiers and at the same time, the greatest fighting power within the Shadow Army. If Baru disappears and stops distracting the Queen of Insects, then this precarious balance will break down. This problem was also linked to his current battle as well. Jin Woo once more shook off the ice spear and the blade heading his way, and dashed towards the Queen of Insects. Since the Queen was far too focused on destroying the most powerful Shadow Soldier, it discovered Jin Woo's approach a little too late. Carrying a horrendous amount of magic energy, slammed into the insects wrapped around the Queen and blew them away. After its true visage was revealed once more, the Queen failed to disguise its fluster. It hurriedly spat out a green-colored liquid onto Jin Woo's face, but he simply activated Ruler's authority to deflect it away. As for the obvious poison remaining in the air, his passive buff easily neutralized it. The powers of the Sovereign of Plagues couldn't threaten Jin Woo in the slightest, and she was already within his attack radius. In that brief moment, a cold gleam flickered within his eyes. Just now, the Sovereign of Frost didn't die when its heart was pierced. There was a good chance it'd be the same story for this Sovereign of Plagues, too. In that case, since he had no idea where this creature's weakness was, he might as well continue to attack until he found it. Jin Woo got even closer until he was within touching distance to the Queen of Insects and gripped his short swords real tight. Violent slash. The blades rained down like buckshots on the Queen of Insects and turned the creature's entire body into a torn rag in an instant. However, the maggots wiggled and tangled with each other inside the monster's body to quickly restore its body. Regeneration. It wasn't a problem, though. If it possessed an ability to regenerate its body, then all he had to do was continuously pour out attacks that surpassed the rate of regeneration. That was all. Jin Woo chased after the Queen of Insects being knocked back and activated the skill, Violent Slash, over and over again. Pikamish's rafts, carrying the jet black aura, fired out without a single break like a gun with infinite ammo. He activated Violent Slash with all his might, repeatedly, until he completely disintegrated every little bit of flesh that the Queen of Insects could potentially regenerate. And eventually, the ecstasy of level-up messages filling up his vision still felt great. Nice. However, when recalling the fact that he still had 2 more enemies aiming for his neck, he couldn't lounge around feeling happy for himself. Jin Woo urgently tried to turn around towards the direction of the intense murderous intent in order to defend himself. But his enemy was just a little bit quicker. While he was preoccupied with killing the Sovereign of Plagues, someone rushed towards him and extended its long hand. 5 separate strands of sharp wind blew in from behind his back. Jin Woo discovered 5 claws plunging past his chest. The beastly Sovereign had completely transformed itself into a werewolf and accurately stabbed Jin Woo's back with 5 blade-like claws on its right hand. All 5 had penetrated through his vital point. Jin Woo's body froze up at that moment. The pair of Kamish's wraths fell from Jin Woo's hands. The Sovereign of Frost stood before him, Icy cold air spun and coagulated in the ice elf's hand and created an ice dagger. The ice dagger stabbed Jinwoo in his belly. Completely assured of its victory now, the ancient ice elf began moving that tree bark-like skin to form a contorted grin. The beastard leaned in closer to whisper in Jinwoo's ear. The Sovereign of Frost distanced itself from Jinwoo's ear and stared at his hardened expression before forming an insidious grin. The icy coldness spread out from the dagger stabbing into his belly and froze up Jinwoo's body. As the icicle reached up to his face, his eyes continued to emit flames of sheer anger. Even then, the Sovereign of Frost was smirking derisively. The ice elf yanked the dagger out and immediately stabbed it into Jinwoo's heart. The icy blade oozing whitish light easily shattered his rib bones and accurately penetrated his heart. The Sovereign of Frost confirmed that the human's heart had been destroyed and pulled the dagger out. Jinwoo powerlessly collapsed to the ground. His head clattered on the hard surface and he felt this crippling vertigo. At the same time, he sensed his two enemies getting further away from him. The skills information window opened up by itself and a small change occurred to one of the skills within the blinking passive column. Passive skills: LV, Max, Tenacity LV1, Master of Shortsword LV, Max. Passive skills: Evolution LV, Max, Tenacity LV1, Master of Shortsword LV, Max. Are you awake now? After hearing that familiar voice, Jinwoo quickly opened his eyes. He saw a white ceiling, and the smell of disinfectant stung his nose. Although the sensation of the hard bed kissing his back was different, he could easily tell just where he was. This was a hospital. But didn't he definitely feel the sensation of his heart shattering when the ice-cold dagger stabbed into his chest? Even then, and still alive, Jinwoo raised his upper torso up. He immediately spotted two men standing near his bed, making anxious faces as if they had been waiting for him to regain his consciousness for a long time. One of them was someone Jinwoo knew very well, Association President Wu Jinqiao. The Sovereigns. No, what happened to those monsters? How am I still alive? Wu Jinqiao shared confused looks with the fellow agent of the monitoring division next to him, took his sunglasses off before addressing Jinwoo. There are 3 things I must tell you. He pulled a chair close to the bed and settled down. The junior agent quickly stepped behind him. Firstly, I'm not the association president, but the chief of the monitoring division. Secondly, we are here to ask you about the animated stone statues. And finally, a powerful glare oozed out from Wu Jinqiao's scrutinizing eyes. How do you know about me? Have we met before, somewhere? Wait, you said something about animated stone statues. After we received the report from the survivors and arrived on site with the White Tiger Guild, it was already. No, hang on. That's not it. Jinwoo quickly cut Wu Jinqiao off and shook his head in dumbfoundedness. Several emotions, impossible to describe in words, rushed in. Could it be? Jinwoo raised his head and stared at the ceiling. He was thinking that it was an oddly familiar sight ever since he opened his eyes, but he really was back here. Makes sense why it's so familiar. He spent almost 2 weeks in this place, after all. This was the VIP patient room provided by the Hunters Association. He was back in the hospital room where he opened his eyes for the first time after barely managing to survive the dual dungeon incident. Thinking back to what Wu Jinqiao said just now, it didn't seem like the location wasn't the only thing here that was the same. But, how can such a thing even be possible? Jinwoo remained utterly confused and dazed, leading Wu Jinqiao to cautiously ask him, "Are you feeling alright? Can I be left alone to organize my thoughts? Please hurry up with measuring my magical energy so we can end this quickly." Status window. He wasn't surprised in the least by the message floating in the air, and took a look at the status window displaying his current level. Name: Xiang Jinwoo. Level: 146. Class: Shadow Sovereign. Title: Demon Hunter. HP: 93,300. MP: 155,720. Tiredness: 0. Strength: 324. Endurance: 320. Agility: 340. Intelligence: 340. Perception: 321. Reduction in physical damage: 65%. Reduction in magical damage: 44%. Passive skills: Tenacity LV1. Master of Shortsword LV. Max. Active skills: Quicksilver LV. Max. Intimidation LV. 2. Violence/LV. Max. Dagger Rush LV. Max. Stealth LV. Max. Ruler's Authority LV. Max. Active skills: Shadow Extraction LV. 2. Shadow Storage LV. 2. Sovereign's Territory LV. 2. Shadow Exchange LV. 2. My level's gone up a lot since the last time I took a look at it. Is it because of the experience points I earned after killing the Sovereign of Plagues? That wasn't all, either. Everything he had stored in his inventory until now was also waiting for him as they always had been. He even spotted the pair of Kamish's rats resting quietly on the very first column of the inventory and formed a hollow smile. He had somehow returned to the beginning with everything he had achieved so far. Well, the shadow soldiers aren't here anymore, but his army could be rebuilt in no time at all. Since he had retained all of his prior abilities and memories, he was confident of doing a better job this time around. However, just how did this happen? Why was this thing happening? Although he was given the second go at life here, all sorts of possibilities fleeted in and out of his head and he couldn't be happy about his current situation at all. Jinwoo carefully combed over his memories, wondering if he had overlooked something, before his head rose up. Should be here soon. As he expected, just like how he remembered it, his little sister pounced into the hospital room with excellent timing. Appa, after she lost almost all of her school friends at the hands of the orcs, there always had been a shadow cast on her expression even when she was smiling. But, right now, there was no hint of such darkness on her face. Jinwoo's heart softened from seeing her expression and he tightly hugged her. Oh Appa, what's going on? What's gotten into you? Did you hit your head? Eventually, her Appa ended the hug and grinned refreshingly. Seeing him behaving like this, all thoughts of anger dissipated from her mind and she could only tilt her head this way, and that with a puzzled look on her face. She couldn't put her finger on it, but her Appa seemed somewhat different from the normal. Now that she took a closer look, she kind of got the impression that her Appa had grown a lot taller since the last time she saw him a few days ago. A short while later, he lightly chased his little sister out and changed his clothes before stepping outside the hospital room himself. Appa, where are you going now? To the Hunters Association. Why there? To tell them I'm giving up being a hunter. Really? Jinwoo looked back at his little sister in her wide-open eyes. I know that you asked permission to leave from your school to come here, so you should go back now. Jinna watched on with an expression gradually becoming even more confused as her Appa's back disappeared from view. The association employee confirmed the re-evaluation test results once more and continued to rub his eyes over and over again. It had been 2 years since Cha Hyun's appearance, hadn't it? The employee looked up at the 10th hunter to reach the unable to measure category in Korea, and his complexion paled greatly. Since Jinwoo's outward appearance looked so wretched like a pauper, the employee was dismissive about this young man. But to think, he turned out to be a genuine rank S hunter. The device we have right now can't measure your magic energy level. Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim. I know, but before we do the retest, I'd like to speak to the association president first. Will that be alright with you? Why you mean, the association president? Yes, Jinwoo was already familiar with the re-evaluation procedures. I shall escort you to the office of the association president. I know where it is already. Thanks for the offer, but it's okay. Jinwoo bade a short goodbye and walked straight to the elevator. The employee looked at his departing back with an expression of utter loss. How can an outsider know where the president's office is? Too bad for the employee. The elevator stopped on the correct floor where the association president's office was. Jinwoo stepped out of the elevator and immediately discovered a familiar face walking past him in order to enter the lift. He turned around to address this man. Excuse me. The man pressed the door open button to stop the elevator when Jinwoo turned to look at him. Are you talking to me? You haven't disclosed the fact that you possess the stealth skill. You're an upper rank hunter, but your name wasn't on the list of those under the association's strict management. The hunter affiliated with the monitoring division, Kong T6 expression hardened instantly. But how? Someone will ask you to avenge his daughter soon. I don't care what happens to the criminals. However, if the innocent hunters get hurt in that incident, you will die by my hands. Understand? Jinwoo emitted just a little bit of his killing intent, causing Kong T6 to flinch and reach into his waist. However, it wasn't there. Kong T6 continued to rummage around his waist for a while before finally realizing that his knife had disappeared. You looking for this? Jinwoo casually tossed a knife up and down before handing it back to him. You get only one warning. Knowing that this young man could easily dissect him into tiny little pieces if he wanted to, Kong T6 slowly nodded his head while pocketing the knife. And then, he asked a question as Jinwoo turned around to leave. Look here, man. Just who are you? Have we ever met before? Jinwoo didn't bother to reply and quietly continued to make his way to the association president's office. Jinwoo's steps came to a halt. Go-Gun Huey, still alive, was sitting behind his desk going through his documents right now. Jinwoo stood by the doorway and stared at the association president with eyes filled with nostalgia. Meanwhile, Go-gun Huey chuckled good-naturedly. Although you opened my door with so much confidence, it seems that you're a bit lacking in spirit there. It's fine for you to come inside, Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim. Go-gun Huey studied the young man before him and spoke up first. Seeing that you came to see me right away after your re-evaluation test, may I assume that you know about the normal procedures? Yes, basically. In that case, let me not beat around the bush and be direct with you. Before that, I'd like to make a deal with you first, Association President. A deal. Initially, Go-gun Huey felt rather flustered by this young man, who was acting as if he knew he'd be a rank S hunter from the beginning. However, being spunky was an excellent weapon wielded by the young, was it not? What is it that you want from us, Hunter Nim? Please, change the regulations so that even the summoned creatures called out by the hunters are counted as raid team members. You want me to change the regulation? That's a rather difficult request, isn't it? I expect an attractive offer from you, powerful enough to sway my mind. Jinwoo took his time before making his reply. I will kill all the ants on Jeju Island. Right now, replenishing his army took precedence over everything. And Jeju Island was practically crawling with the finest quality monsters ready to be turned into shadow soldiers. As long as this offer was accepted, not only would he get to solve the issue of filling up the ranks of the shadow army, he would also be spared from the headache of not having usable members in the future as well. Before he woke his mother up with the divine water of life, he wanted to finish this part of the job first. However, what Jinwoo said came across as a desire to kill himself to Go-gun Huey's ears. Don't say something that nonsensical, young man. Such a reaction was fully expected. Jinwoo didn't lose his cool and calmly released all of the magical energy resting within himself for a very brief moment. A bottomless and vast power defying all attempts to estimate its true scope spread out from Jinwoo's body. The truly strong could recognize a fellow strong being. The association president, often called the sky above the sky, shook his head in utter disbelief. How? Just how? What on earth is this? He powerfully shuddered. Never before in his entire life had he felt this amount of magic energy emitted from another human being. A special authority rank hunter. No, this power had far surpassed their levels. The association president simply couldn't bring his slack jaw to a close. I can take care of all the ants on Jeju Island. Didn't Go-gun Huey once say that doing so was his life's wish? The older man was about to chide Jinwoo for being immature and reckless, but after seeing the resolute expression on Jinwoo's face, his own expression quickly changed as well. Are you being serious? Jinwoo nodded his head. This is something only I can do. Please, leave it to me. Jinwoo took a long sweeping look at the corpses of ants strewn about from one end of the land all the way to the other side. And he looked below his feet where Baru, no, the Ant King's corpse was resting quietly. It hadn't been that long since he had seen his loyal soldier, but Jinwoo yearned to hear Baru's voice busily calling out to his king again. So, he quickly shouted out towards the ants, "Rise up." When he did, shadow soldiers rose up from the shadows of every single ant he could see. Baru was among them, too. Oh, my king. Jinwoo took in the sight of several thousand ants kneeling all around him and slowly nodded his head. A brand new army was here. The new Shadow Army, starting from the most perfect state imaginable, swore their loyalty to their new master. However, after talking to his new soldiers, he became sure of it. Let's stop this. Even though a new Shadow Army had been created, there was this gaping hole in his heart that didn't want to fill back up. Baru looked up with worry, but Jinwoo knew that even that expression and emotion were all a lie. And that was why his heart ached even more so as he looked at his soldiers. Thick veins popped up in his throat as he loudly yelled out, "I know all of this is just an illusion. Why don't you stop this charade and reveal yourself?" This illusion was incredibly lifelike. Because of that, there had been some moments that he dearly wished for this thing to be his true reality. However, there was no hiding the emptiness in his heart that seemed to grow larger and larger the longer he spent inside this illusion. That was why. Hurry up. Jinwoo loudly roared into the empty sky above, before finally realizing that a change had taken place. That time had frozen still. The gazes of every single ant soldier and their raised heads were directed towards him. For a moment there, he felt goosebumps break out on his skin from receiving all those mechanical stares. It was then, below his feet, the sovereign's territory, a jet-black shadow rapidly spread out. Everything touched by that shadow all vanished without exception. Baru, the soldiers, corpses, the ground, the sea, and finally, even the sky itself. Soon, the entire world became submerged in shadow. No, everything simply transformed into darkness instead. Only then did a weighty, heavy voice come at him from a place within this darkness. Jinwoo searched for the voice coming from an unknown direction and made his reply. Are you telling me to stay trapped within this illusion you have created? I created this world. Jin Woo was about to reply with nonsense, but sensed something approach him. It was his rear. He quickly spun around. Sure enough, someone was walking closer from within the impenetrable darkness. This figure was kitted out in this exquisite black armor that no other shadow soldier could even hope to match. And he also emitted an utterly shocking amount of pressure that no other living being Jin Woo ever met possessed. He found it hard to open his mouth when he came face to face with this figure. Jin Woo finally realized then. He finally realized that this dark world he was standing in had been gently and invitingly embracing him all this time. So, this is the eternal rest, is it? Death? If so, the man who claimed this world on the other side of consciousness as his territory had to be. The man in the black armor slowly walked closer to Jin Woo. You've been watching me. Eventually, the man stood right before Jin Woo and stared with those black eyes that seemed to suck everything in. Every word he spoke reverberated weightily within Jin Woo's soul. All those memories of him struggling hard to survive despite his weakness fleeted in and out of his mind like a revolving lantern, and made his heart palpitate faster. The figure reached down and grabbed Jin Woo's hand and placed it on his own armored chest. That's when Jin Woo's eyes widened in shock. He could definitely feel it beyond the thick metal armor plate. How could he not recognize it? How could he not recognize the vigorous pounding of the heart that he always got to hear by concentrating just a little bit harder? How could he not recognize the sounds of his second heart, the one where he had no clue where it was beating from? It was the black heart. The black heart was powerfully beating within this armored figure's chest. The figure quietly finished his words. He looked to his right. Suddenly, a massive tree the size of several dozen skyscrapers bound together rose up to pierce the heavens above. He looked to the other side next. When his head turned to the left, a maglev train suddenly emerged from the distant darkness and shot past his position in the blink of an eye. These two appeared out of nowhere simply because Jin Woo wished to see them. Although this power to create and change worlds was limited to the Shadow Sovereign's territory, Jin Woo still ended up letting out a sigh of admiration. This omnipotent power had become his now. Jin Woo briefly closed his eyes before opening them up, and that prompted a field of flowers to bloom before his feet and spread out in all directions. It was the same type of flower as the one the Shadow Sovereign created by changing the tree. Was this the result of the excellent perception, or because he was connected to the Shadow Sovereign? Jin Woo could sense the Sovereign feeling satisfied while looking at the field of flowers. The Sovereign shifted his gaze over to his human counterpart. The Shadow Sovereign officially introduced himself. Awesome, dignified presence oozed out from the Sovereign. However, Jin Woo didn't feel scared even though true death capable of reducing any living being into a shuddering mess was right before him. This being was him. He felt his emotions soar higher after meeting another version of himself. Finally, he could ask that one question stuck in his head, not wanting to let him go ever since the system became a part of his life. Why was I chosen? Why did the system choose him as the player? Was it because he managed to survive the dual dungeon that day? No, it couldn't have been. He believed that there had to be another reason. And this was the moment that his question might get an answer. The Shadow Sovereign slowly extended his hand towards Jin Woo's forehead. The moment that forefinger touched him, the entire world changed. The eyes and the ears of the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs confirmed the death of his prey. It could not sense any hint of life from the subject at all. They managed to succeed in stopping one of the most powerful kings from turning into an unwelcome variable in their plan. Hunter Seong's presence vanished just now. Can't you tell me what's going on? Thomas Andre, his wounds not even half healed yet, threw out a question. Leonard forced his unwilling lips to part. It was then. The two sovereigns walking leisurely over in Leonard's direction simultaneously looked behind them. Something impossible happened just then. From the body of the human whose heart was confirmed to be destroyed, they could hear vigorous, pounding heartbeats. But how? How could such a thing be possible? The two sovereigns exchanged disbelieving gazes with each other. And then, the absolute worst possibility entered their heads next. They had been overlooking this crucial fact until now. These two thought that, by killing the human host, they would also get to extinguish the Shadow Sovereign within, too. Just like how they themselves would die after taking over their hosts. However, their opponent this time was the King of the Dead. There was no guarantee that death, supposed to treat everyone equally regardless of who, would be applied to him in the same manner. The end of one could also become the beginning for someone else. They had to stop this at all costs. They had to stop the descent of the true king via this fake death. Their expression turned utterly pale before they reacted almost instinctively. Two sovereigns instantly closed the distance to Jin Woo and reached out with their long claws and ice spear. In order to completely destroy the body that had acted as the tool of the king's descent, they poured in their entire magical energy into their weapons. Unfortunately, a figure hidden in stealth lightly landed on the ground before them, and his short swords blocked the claws and the ice spear quite ably. The Shadow Sovereign hadn't regained his consciousness yet. In that case, who could this being be? The two sovereigns couldn't hide their shock and fluster after their desperate attacks were defended against. The owner of the short swords undid his stealth and finally revealed himself. It was a figure cloaked in a hood. A pair of eyes gleaming in pure golden light were glaring at the sovereigns from below the hood. From here on, none shall touch this child. In another world, light and darkness existed in an age where nothing else yet existed. The Absolute Being split the light and created the emissaries of God. As for the darkness, it was split to create 8 sovereigns. Heeding the command issued during their birth, the sovereigns born to destroy worlds and the emissaries born to maintain the worlds began killing each other's soldiers over and over again. At the end of the lengthy war, fatigued by the constant and unending war, the most bright fragment of the brilliant light asked the Absolute Being, "O, our absolute ruler, why does thee not aid thy most faithful subjects fighting in thy honor? Why does thee ignore thy subjects' pain? Doth thee really not hear the screams of countless soldiers dying for thy honor? Aid us, lend us the strength to extinguish our opponents. We shall cut off their heads and offer them as the tribute to thy glory." However, the Absolute Being didn't reply back to the fragment. It was at that moment the fragments came to a realization, and that would be the truth of the battle between themselves and the sovereigns being nothing more than a form of entertainment to the Absolute Being, and that their ruler didn't wish for the battles to end. Now knowing that the war would never end as long as the Absolute Being continued to exist, the fragments fell into despair. The despair they felt transformed into rage, and rage soon morphed into hatred. To end this meaningless war, they unsheathed their blades. It was the start of the rebellion. Jinwoo witnessed the endless march of the soldiers spanning the cosmos itself. Oh my god. However, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared from the distance and blocked the march. The Shadow Sovereign next to Jinwoo pointed at the fragment of the brilliant light with 6 wings, standing in front of the blocking group. He was the sole emissary of God who stood up against the rebellion of the other emissaries. In the end, though, the pitiful number of soldiers he led powerlessly fell before the united armies of the emissaries. The fragment of the brilliant light never lost his absolute loyalty until the end. He died watching his brave subordinates get swept away by their enemies. He thought that this was the end. But when he reopened his eyes within the embrace of the darkness, he came to realize that the Absolute Being had hidden a certain power inside of him. For that eventuality when everything went wrong, the Absolute Being had hidden a truly fiendish power capable of ending everything, inside its most loyal slave. And so, floating within this endless abyss of darkness, the Sovereign of Death had finally opened his eyes towards his power. He tore off the remaining traces of his wings, all burnt away from the battle, and crafted brand new armor out of the surrounding darkness. Souls sleeping within this abyss heard the call and swore eternal allegiance to their new king. He led his brand new army and made his return. But when he finally came back, everything was already over. The remaining fragments of brilliant light had killed the Absolute Being and called themselves the new gods, thus assuming the position of the rulers. And using various tools containing the might of the Absolute Being, they hunted down the sovereigns. When the King of Giants, the sovereign of the beginning, Rigia, was captured, the balance between the two sides collapsed and the remaining sovereigns realized the severity of the situation. It was at that moment that the Shadow Sovereign extended his hands to them. To combat their common enemy, every existing sovereign combined their forces. And in this manner, the war between 7 rulers and 9 sovereigns continued on, forever. The longer this war continued on, however, the greater the army of the Shadow Sovereign grew. Time was on his side. Thanks to his brilliant achievements, it seemed as if the victors of this long war would be the sovereigns. However, it wasn't only the rulers fearing the might of the Shadow Army that had grown, unbeknownst to all, to equal the army of destruction led by the King of Berserk Dragons. 2 sovereigns feared the Shadow Sovereign. The 2 of them were the Sovereign of White Flames and the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs. They aimed for the back of the former emissary just as the war was drawing to a close. It was at this point that Jinwoo got to witness again the scenes he saw within the save data back in the dual dungeon. The armies of demons and beasts joined hands with the armies of the rulers and pounced on the Shadow Sovereign and his army, and that resulted in him being driven to near annihilation. But then, the King of Beasts, the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs, ran away to save its own life, while forsaking its own soldiers. Meanwhile, the King of Demons, the Sovereign of White Flames, Baron, had to pay the ultimate price. The words Jinwoo couldn't understand. When he heard the words of the dying Baron, his eyes shook around really hard back then. And then, above his head, 4 angels with 6 wings slowly descended from the sky. That was where the video playback of the data Jin Woo watched came to an end. The 4 rulers soon surrounded the Shadow Sovereign, who no longer possessed enough strength to command his own shadow army. The Sovereign must have figured out what the inevitable result of this fight would be and discarded his sword to the ground. But if those rulers had killed the Shadow Sovereign back then, how could the existence of this Shadow Sovereign even be explained? Jin Woo swallowed his dry saliva and paid even closer attention to what could possibly be the end of the Shadow Sovereign. But then, the rulers began kneeling before the Shadow Sovereign one by one. And a short while later, the 6-winged angel kneeling in front raised his voice. The rulers were asking for forgiveness from the Shadow Sovereign. They occupied an overwhelmingly advantageous position. As long as they willed it, they could have sent the Shadow Sovereign back to the empty void, yet they wished to make up with him instead. This was their own way of showing their respect towards a comrade, born together at the same time, as well as the greatest warrior who once stood at the forefront with his army of brilliant light in the war against the powers of the sovereigns. Although the Shadow Sovereign was never their leader, his comrades nevertheless respected him greatly. And that was why they ignored the command from their leader, the brightest fragment of brilliant light, to get rid of the Sovereign and instead chose to kneel before him. The enraged voice of the Shadow Sovereign resounded throughout the land next. The Sovereign reached down and grabbed the collar of the ruler asking for forgiveness and yanked him up by force. The rulers maintained a courteous attitude, even towards the enraged Shadow Sovereign. Although they had to fight against him because of the differing ideals, they still hadn't forgotten about their admiration towards him in their hearts and consequently, they paid their utmost respect. The number of such soldiers utterly dominated the entire sky. And when all of them lowered their heads, the Shadow Sovereign stopped silently watching them and turned around to leave. The Sovereign of Death left the scene just like that, and afterwards, he completely vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the combined forces of the Sovereigns, now that their own armies had been greatly depleted by the internal conflict of the 3 sovereigns, met with a resounding defeat at the hands of the rulers. The defeated remnants escaped to the crack between dimensions with their remaining forces. When the Shadow Sovereign and the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs ran into each other, others became extremely tense that another violent clash might take place. But due to the intervention from the Dragon Emperor, the feared event didn't come to pass. The Dragon Emperor then accepted the Shadow Sovereign back to their fold once more with open arms. So, this guy is the king of Berserk Dragons, the Sovereign of Destruction. The insane level of power oozing out from nothing more than just a glare even made Jin Woo's teeth clatter. Having evacuated to the crack between dimensions, the sovereigns avoided the ruler's detection and searched for a new world where they would nurture their army again. Countless galaxies and planets flew past Jin Woo's eyes, and eventually, the footage came to a stop right before a certain planet. Through their concerted efforts over a long period of time, the sovereigns succeeded in tunneling a portal from the crack between dimensions to Earth that existed in another dimension. And thanks to the entrance of unprecedented enemies, mankind couldn't avoid the fate of being annihilated. Jin Woo's expression hardened as he watched the cities get reduced to smoldering rubble, as first seen inside the Demon's Castle Instant Dungeon. Is this what will happen in the future? Jin Woo's eyes quaked powerfully from that unexpected answer. But his shock could linger around only for a short while, because the Shadow Sovereign continued on with his explanation. If the purpose of the sovereigns was to destroy, then the role of the rulers was to maintain the worlds. Naturally, the rulers grew angry at the fact that the thugs of the Chaos world they failed to eradicate the last time managed to bring down yet another world. In order to right the wrong, they resorted to activating a certain tool of God that they themselves had prohibited from use. The tool of God was called Chalice of Rebirth, an item they made sure to steal first as their top priority from God's storage, just before they started their rebellion. It was an incredible item that could reverse time by around 10 Earth years. 10 years. Jin Woo's eyes shot wide open. Could this be pure coincidence that the number of years matched the time when gates began generating out of thin air, and hunters appeared to stop them? The rulers did their best to rescue other worlds, but Earth was simply too fragile to host the battles between themselves and the sovereigns. This planet with no magical energy couldn't endure against the mass-scale battles. Didn't matter who won in the end between the rulers or the sovereigns, the result waiting for this planet remained the same. After going through several cycles of war and the destruction of the planet, the rulers came to a drastic decision. If saving everyone was impossible, then make sure that some would still survive and continue the life on this planet. If so, does that mean? Only then did Jin Woo finally realize it. He realized the reason why these rulers stayed behind the scenes and quietly let the process take place without getting in touch with humanity. even if they knew that there was a calamity coming. Humans capable of surviving in the changed world are. If humanity learned that everyone in the world would die soon with the sole exception of the small number of people referred to as hunters, would the human societies be able to function properly ever again? While the rulers busily tried to fix their mistakes several times, the sovereigns also began modifying their plan continuously as well, until the tool of God couldn't be used anymore. Hold up, are you telling me that there's a limit to this chalice of rebirth? There was a hint of this tangible bitterness in his voice, and that prompted Jinwoo to turn his head towards the Shadow Sovereign before he had time to even notice it. I'm asking you because it was brought up first, but how can creations kill the creator? Even if machines were created for the sake of humanity's convenience, they could still harm humans depending on how they were utilized. It was a similar sort of reason as to why humans feared artificial intelligence they themselves had created. Jinwoo nodded his head. Soon, the figures of several familiar sovereigns appeared around Jinwoo and the Shadow Sovereign, and that would be to copy the method of the rulers that lent the portions of their powers to various humans and had them kill monsters in order to spread magic energy throughout the planet. Sovereigns would also borrow the bodies of human hosts to descend on the world and bring their armies far earlier than what the rulers had been expecting, to devour the rulers' armies coming to aid humanity in one go. For a sovereign possessing incredible power to cross over into this world, it needed a host body. Sovereigns searched for and found suitable hosts for themselves one by one. However, only the two, the Sovereign of Destruction and the Shadow Sovereign, the possessors of two indescribably enormous powers, couldn't find human hosts with a physique that could handle their powers. The Architect. This wizard, referred to as the Architect by the Sovereigns, promised to aid the Shadow Sovereign's descent to this world for the price of turning him into a true immortal. Since he was already somewhat interested in the ongoings of the human world, the Shadow Sovereign agreed to this offer. Unfortunately, no human alive could handle the power of death. Obviously, the Architect became rather anxious as time ticked by. While the Architect was sweating buckets trying to locate suitable candidates, the Shadow Sovereign actually went ahead and found himself a potential host first. Jinwoo raised his head, as if there were hundreds of monitors displaying all sorts of varied and colorful images of him. His past self doing various things appeared in all directions. He had been working as a hunter for 4 years. Jinwoo was ranked E, not only that, at the bottom of the lowest rank, too. Yet, despite experiencing the life-threatening dangers of dungeons every day, he didn't stop entering them. It was all for the sake of his mother and his little sister. He sacrificed himself for his family and desperately struggled on. The records of the past 4 years were all preserved in their entirety within the Shadow Sovereign's memories. The Shadow Sovereign was now pointing at Jinwoo, and seeing that unwavering finger, he felt his heart race faster and faster. The Sovereign did say it before, didn't he? I am the record of your bitter struggle. I am the evidence of your resistance. I am the reward of your pain. Those words weren't describing Jinwoo's life after he had become a player. No, it was about his life before he got to enjoy the benefit of the system. Every one of those words rang weightily within his chest once more. The dual dungeon, the test of his survival, and then the player. All of these were part of the plan of the Architect to create a suitable vessel for the Shadow Sovereign. What humans enjoyed playing and were also good at, he said. Jinwoo knew right away what that thing was as soon as he heard the Sovereign. It was none other than video games. Here was the reason why the system designed to manage the player possessed such a similar layout to a video game. And Jinwoo was the lone successful case among all the test subjects. But then, you betrayed the Architect, didn't you? Jinwoo recalled the sight of the angel statue jumping up and down in fury while busily crying out that the other sovereigns had been deceived back inside the second dual dungeon. The puzzling thing was, why did the Shadow Sovereign deceive the one he was in contract with, and choose Jinwoo instead? He simply had to ask for clarification here. But why? For the first time ever, the Shadow Sovereign hesitated. He looked to be agonizing over something, and Jinwoo didn't press him for an immediate answer. Eventually, the Sovereign opened his mouth again. Compared to how lengthy his deliberation was, that answer was way too simple. Strangely enough, Jinwoo couldn't hold back his chuckle, though. Rather than erasing Jinwoo's ego and taking over his body, the Shadow Sovereign had chosen to assimilate with him instead. Meaning, he chose to become a part of him. And the end result was, the Shadow Sovereign possessed the exact same face as him. I am you. That was the undeniable truth, with not an ounce of falsehood within. The Shadow Sovereign lowered his left hand, raised the right one instead. In an instant, all those faces disappeared, only to be replaced by a humongous dragon flying in from the darkened sky high above. And then, an army entirely consisting of countless dragons following after it to incinerate every city they could find. Jin Woo stared at the army of destruction led by the Dragon Emperor with a hardened face before making his reply. No, he asked a question instead. Why did you run away to another world with the other sovereigns when you had no desire to fight against the rulers? The Shadow Sovereign was a ruler and at the same time, a sovereign, and he couldn't find the place he could call home with either group. That was why he chose to wander in other worlds he was not originally a part of, hoping to find his place. Hearing the sovereign's answer, Jin Woo finally made his decision. My answer is the same. An imperceptible smile had already floated up on the sovereign's face even before Jin Woo made his reply. This is not where I belong. The Shadow Sovereign nodded, saying, does this mean I won't ever get to see you again? Despite saying those words, there was the look of a relieved man on the sovereign's face. Finally, the time of rest had come after an eternity of waiting. Jin Woo watched the sovereign genuinely feeling happy for himself and bade his last goodbye. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. For a brief moment there, a look of wistful longing brushed past the sovereign's expression before disappearing altogether. Jin Woo stopped him there. I know, because I am you. A smile floated up on the Shadow Sovereign's face as the time of departure drew near. After a long journey, he had reached a place he could rest now. The sovereign addressed Jin Woo. He took a step back and wordlessly stared at Jin Woo, nodding his head. 2 words that would allow him to be reborn as the perfect Shadow Sovereign left his lips in a low, hushed voice. Rise up. The system's familiar female voice rang in his head the moment Jin Woo uttered rise up. Jin Woo was now bestowed with the true power of the Shadow Sovereign, which meant that the system was now rendered irrelevant to him. So, it began deleting itself. He felt as if he was saying goodbye to a nanny that looked after him since his childhood. Goodbye, my king. I pray that you find the peaceful rest you dearly wished for so long in the land of eternal sleep. Finally, even the system message signifying farewell popped up. 2 icons of yes and no blinked in the empty air. Jin Woo shifted his gaze, one last time, to the Shadow Sovereign. Even until the end, the former angel hadn't lost that content smile of his, because that would be the lasting image engraved in his heart, after all. That was why Jin Woo also smiled back. With a smile, he issued his final input to the system. Yes, a powerful wind pressure being generated at the same time with an explosion of light forced back the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs and the Sovereign of Frost. The former regained its posture first, its brows quivering. The body of the robe-wearing enemy was now burning in golden flames. That light was the symbol of the rulers. This Beastard was, without a doubt, a human that borrowed their powers. However, why were the rulers aiding one of the most powerful sovereigns out there, the Shadow Sovereign? The Sovereign of Frost cried out. The man wearing the robe didn't even bother to reply. No, instead of an answer, he simply brought up both of his short swords near his chin, clearly getting into a stance to fight. That was as good a sign as any of his intent. The Sovereign of Frost's expression hardened after confirming this man's decision once more. Its current opponent had borrowed the powers of the rulers and activated spiritual body manifestation. But a human's body couldn't withstand a god's power. Unlike with the sovereigns who had completely taken over the host's body and ego, the one borrowing the ruler's power would soon crumble into dust and disappear. Even then, he'll risk dying just to aid in the Shadow Sovereign's revival. Just what are the ruler Beastards scheming now? The Sovereign of Frost looked at the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs. They exchanged suspicious gazes. There was no time. Instantly, the 2 sovereigns split left and right to approach the robe-wearing man from both sides, before raining down a ceaseless barrage of attacks. The claws of a beast and the spear made of ice tried to tear into the robe-wearing man countless times, but as if he was well versed in combat, he easily countered and repelled all incoming attacks with expert movements. He would let the ice spear slip past him or block against the claws, but never forgot to throw out his counterattacks every now and then, as well. This was the action of a warrior that survived a nonsensical number of battlefields throughout his life. A truly troublesome opponent, in other words. An enemy possessing great strength and technique disregarded his own life to block the advance of the 2 sovereigns. The robe-wearing man blocked the weapons that carried incredible amounts of magical energy belonging to 2 sovereigns, and then shoved them away once more. The sovereigns landed some distance away, correctly judging that it would be quite difficult to get a desirable result in time. At this rate, it was then the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs suddenly reverted from its werewolf appearance back to its human form and spoke up. As it turned around to leave, the Sovereign of Frost hurriedly cried out to stop its comrade. The Sovereign of Beastly Fangs shook its head. It possessed sensory perception far exceeding the norm, and after picking up on the subtly changing atmosphere, its body shuddered ever so slightly. The gaze of the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs went up to the sky before shifting back to the Sovereign of Frost. Veins bulged on the neck of the clearly agitated ancient ice elf. Too bad. The Sovereign of Beastly Fangs remained rather collected in its reply. The Sovereign of Beastly Fangs was triggered by those words, and it angrily grabbed the collars of the ancient ice elf. Back then, the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs got to witness the depths of the Shadow Sovereign's powers when he faced off and survived against 6 huge armies consisting of the Beast Army, Demonic Army belonging to the White Flames, and lastly, the armies of the 4 rulers. Such a monster was about to show up here, so who cared about one's dignity in such a situation? It was fine if others ridiculed the Sovereign for hiding behind the Dragon Emperor. It'd do anything if it meant surviving until the end. With that departing words, the beast quickly stepped into the gate. The Sovereign of Frost clicked its tongue unhappily as it watched the gate gradually shrink before completely disappearing from the view. How could a fool that runs away in fear, even when there was a nearly dead prey right before its eyes, be deserving of the title of the Chaos World's best hunter? The Sovereign of Frost's thoughts remained the same as before. The Shadow Sovereign had to die, no matter what. And the prey was as good as tiptoeing on the precipice's edge. Nothing would change just because a hindrance suddenly showed up. Indeed, there was no reason to borrow the hand of a coward. Deciding such, the Sovereign of Frost activated its own spiritual body manifestation. Although its stamina would greatly be consumed by maintaining this form, as this wasn't the world it originally belonged to, there was a need to get the result as soon as possible before the Shadow Sovereign really made his appearance. The Sovereign of Frost transformed into a gigantic ice storm that instantly covered up the land. The violently thrashing blizzard slammed into everywhere. After morphing into an actual storm, the Sovereign of Frost coldly glared at the robe-wearing man below and roared out like a thunderclap. Tens of thousands of ice spears created out of crystallized mana in the air began raining down like falling snow. Each spear carried enough power to kill a person in one shot. That was how extremely terrifying this attack was. Cars still remaining in the roads were swept away like worthless toys, and buildings were torn apart by the blade-like winds. However, the robe-wearing man didn't even budge from his spot and protected Jinwoo behind him with all his being. Countless wounds began appearing on the man facing off against the endless barrage of ice spear blizzard. The facial expression of the ice elf crumpled unsightly. A measly human simply borrowing the powers of a higher being through sheer luck dares to form such an insolent face at me. The Sovereign of Frost tilted its shoulder and raised up its right arm up very high. In an instant, cold air gathered around the arm and transformed into a gigantic ice block. Now, let's see if you can withstand this. The Sovereign of Frost was planning to not only crush the man, but the vessel of the Shadow Sovereign lying behind him, too. It roused up its entire magical energy to slam down the block of ice. The man watched the shadow of the falling ice block grow ever larger and raised both of his frozen arms above. Even if his arms shattered, even if his body was crushed, he must protect Jinwoo. He dragged out every ounce of power granted to him by the ruler, and his body glowed in the most brilliant golden radiance. And finally, there was a collision. Strangely enough, although there was a collision, he didn't feel any impact force from it at all. What is? The man opened his closed eyes and discovered someone else standing before him. This figure was kitted out in jet black armor. And then, there was the blood-red mane extending from the top of its helm all the way down to its back. It was none other than the faithful servant of the Shadow Sovereign, Ygritte. The Sovereign of Frost had to doubt its own eyes after that attack was perfectly defended against. If the martial-grade Shadow Soldier made his appearance, then that could only mean the ancient ice elf flinched nastily in surprise and hurriedly shifted its gaze to the spot behind the robe-wearing man. Sure enough, the unconscious man who should have been lying there could no longer be found anymore. Finally, the Sovereign of Frost understood what the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs had said before running away. Ygritte turned around and politely knelt down and lowered his head. Baru, having appeared alongside Ygritte, screeched out loudly as if to announce the return of his master, and quickly knelt down while facing the same direction. And between the two, Jinwoo calmly walked out. He took a sweeping look around the messily destroyed surroundings and threw a question at the Sovereign of Frost. Did the beast run away? Only after facing off against the true Shadow Sovereign did the ancient ice elf realize the reason why the King of Beasts made its hasty, scared escape earlier. Even though it was the sovereign of all things existing within the cold, it was still trembling pitifully before the Lord of Death standing before it. Jinwoo continued on. I didn't permit it. Jinwoo didn't even give the ancient ice elf enough time to get flustered and simply closed his eyes. He rapidly expanded his sensory perception to his surroundings in search of the unique magic energy signature belonging to the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs. The range of his perception exceeded past the border of South Korea in an instant and enveloped the whole planet. He was deeply confident that, as long as the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs didn't escape to the gap between dimensions and remained hidden somewhere on Earth, he'd located that beastard no problem. And his confidence was not proven to be baseless. Jinwoo smiled refreshingly and opened his eyes after discovering the presence of the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs. Found you. While Jinwoo had his eyes closed to focus all of his attention on searching for the escaped beast, the Sovereign of Frost had intuitively sensed it. It was an opening left by the Shadow Sovereign. Such an opportunity would not come around a second time. Even if there was a huge gap in individual strength, how dare he take his eyes off his enemy? Avoiding death would be impossible if this chance was left ungrasped. It was facing unavoidable death right now. In order to struggle free from the shadow of death taking large strides towards itself, the Sovereign of Frost decided to bet everything on one final move. I must end everything with this one hit. Its right arm slipped behind its back and mana began gathering there in a large lump. It then proceeded to create the most powerful spear of ice it had ever created. Every ounce of energy dragged up by the desperation it felt would be contained within this attack. A terrifying amount of magical energy was being forcibly concentrated on the ice spear. The power gathered was so great that the ground beneath the Sovereign wielding the spear froze up in pure white while issuing cracking noises. Just before one would be tempted to wonder whether the Sovereign's right arm grasping the spear had expanded far too much or not, the spear was fired out with the velocity of a bullet and tore straight through the air. Moments before the spear aiming at his forehead could penetrate into his face, Jinwoo opened his eyes. Found you. Simultaneously, the time flow of the surroundings came to a standstill as if the pause button had been pressed on the playback. No, actually, the time had slowed down to such an extent that it almost looked as if it had come to a standstill. The ice spear's shaft spinning at a scarcely believable speed was definitely getting closer, albeit only an inch at a time. To stop the weapon's advance, Jinwoo used one of his powers, Ruler's Authority. This was one of the Shadow Sovereign's powers, although he trained on using it proficiently while thinking that it was merely a skill. The moment he activated Ruler's Authority, he got to see the mana dispersed throughout the surroundings suddenly rush in and wrap about the ice spear. Once caught in the magical energy, the weapon lost all forward momentum and stopped in its tracks. He got to see for the first time how the skill Ruler's Authority worked, and he couldn't help but softly sigh in admiration. Ah, so it was not an invisible hand or some such. No, it was more like invisible mana. Simply put, mana moved according to the will of the skill's activator. Jinwoo's eyes could capture the movement of mana so clearly now, when it was impossible to do so in the past. The Sovereign of Frost shivered from shock after witnessing the true power of the Shadow Sovereign, formerly the greatest fragment of the brilliant light, as well as one of the most powerful kings in existence. The wall, the completely insurmountable wall. He could sense that creature shivering even at a distance away. He still had a score to settle with that thing. Jinwoo recalled the face of the late association president Go Gun-Hui and his expression became colder in an instant. However, he wasn't the type to expose his emotions that easily. The enemy he wanted to kill the most would be disposed of at the very end. He'd make sure that the opponent would get to enjoy enough time to shiver in terror from the unavoidable death. Suddenly, Jinwoo's figure slowly submerged into the shadow beneath his feet. After returning to the hideout located in a jungle somewhere, the Sovereign of Beastly Fang's teeth began clattering, that aura of death gradually tightening around its neck. What a regretful thing it was, wasting time arguing with the Sovereign of Frost and delaying its escape from that place. Back when it was out hunting Brazil's greatest hunter, Earth was nothing more than a hunting ground filled with weak prey. The beast had been drunk on the feelings of freedom after leaving behind the dreary, boring gap between dimensions where there was practically nothing fun to do. But now, who'd have thought that the Shadow Sovereign had descended to this world with a malicious plan up his sleeve? Unless they were talking about the human masquerading as the king of the dead, fine. But the beast definitely didn't want to fight against the real Shadow Sovereign. If one wanted to stop that guy, then one needed power far exceeding him. One needed the Sovereign of Destruction. Now that things have turned out this way, I have no choice but to hide here and quietly wait until the Dragon Emperor shows up. The sixth sense possessed by all animals, the inexplicable sensation traveling down the back of its neck caused all sorts of goosebumps to break out on the Sovereign's body. The shade of a tree several steps away was wavering noticeably. That was why. The voice thickly laden with despair leaked out from the mouth of the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs after picking up the scent of death quickly permeating into its hideout. Could it be? He chased after me all the way to here. The terror of death seemingly had invaded deep into the beast's bone marrows, and as a result, the creature trembled greatly in pure fear. And when Jin Woo's entire frame completely emerged back into the world, the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs got low to the floor and bowed its head. And then, words spoken with a trembling voice leaked out from its mouth now facing the ground. This was the instinct of an animal in full display. When facing against an opponent that couldn't be beaten and also, escaping from it was impossible, then one should bow one's head. The beast's instincts were quite strongly recommending this course of action. Since the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs possessed the characteristics of a wild animal, it readily discarded its dignity and pride to stay loyal to the demands made by its instincts. The beast had assumed the most subservient posture it could. Jin Woo briefly observed the king of the beasts and its lowered tail before coming up with a reply. Fine. The Sovereign of Beastly Fangs was feeling really nervous, but upon hearing that easy answer, it began smiling inwardly, and that smile soon crept up on its face directed to the floor as well. What a foolish man. That beastard is not the real thing. The real Shadow Sovereign would never forgive the one who had betrayed him once before, and not to forget, someone who tried to eliminate the vessel prepared for his descent to this world. Thanks to this human's kindness and stupidity, the beast was able to buy some time. How could it obey this man's words when this human, no, this prey was busy emitting a delectable scent mixed in among that of the real Shadow Sovereigns? Indeed, all it had to do was to pretend as if it was on the Shadow Sovereign's side and wait until the Sovereign of Destruction's arrival. When the time comes, I shall personally rip your corpse apart and gnaw on your bones. So, how could the beast not break out in smiles right now? With a bright face, the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs raised its head again. As it did, it ran straight into the chilling glare, as cold as ice, and leapt back greatly from sheer fright. As a matter of fact, the level of fright it felt was so great that it had leapt back dozens of meters in one go. Jin Woo coldly addressed the beast and its pale complexion. Before we do that, though, we should settle our debt first. Withstand 5 attacks from me, and I shall forgive you. That was the same thing as telling the beast to survive 5 fatal attacks. It was at this point that the beast finally realized that Jin Woo never planned to let it go from the beginning. The Sovereign of Beastly Fangs roared out in a final show of its pride. The Sovereign of Beastly Fangs activated spiritual body manifestation and rapidly transformed into a gigantic wolf. Although it was incomparably smaller than the one from the Shadow Sovereign's memories, perhaps owing to the fact that this wasn't the creature's original world. Still, the King of Beasts wielded enough power to destroy this world and then some. Now thoroughly enraged, the giant wolf loudly howled at the Shadow Sovereign. It was right then, a strand of chilling wind brushed past the face of the huge wolf. Searching for the presence of Jin Woo that had simply vanished from its view, the creature quickly took a look behind. And that's where he was, having moved there before the wolf had noticed it. With an audible plop, something fell to the ground. For a moment there, the wolf forgot what kind of a monster was standing before its eyes and lowered its gaze. After Jin Woo disappeared from the scene, the Sovereign of Frost was left stuck in a rock in a hard place. It'd be logical to escape if there was no chance of victory. But then, the gaze of the ancient ice elf landed on the 2 martial grade soldiers belonging to the Shadow Sovereign. Forgetting about the ant beastard busy treating the human puppet of the rulers, the remaining one was a huge problem. It was none other than Ygritte, also referred to as one of the 2 wings of the Shadow Army, who was keeping a close eye on the Sovereign right now. This Black Knight's nickname was the Knight of Death. He was the greatest knight there ever was, accompanying the Shadow Sovereign to participate in many battlefields and killing countless enemies in the process. But then again, the ancient creature was not some measly little soldier, but a sovereign. If it fought with everything it had, then bringing down 2 martial grade soldiers wouldn't be difficult at all. No, the real problem was with these 2 possessing immortality-like abilities. They would continue to regenerate infinitely until the Shadow Sovereign ran out of his power. This was really bad news, considering that the Sovereign of Frost had to waste a lot of its stamina by activating its spiritual body manifestation. In a spot of ground a bit of distance away, Jin Woo emerged from the shadow. This is so convenient, not being restricted by the cooldown now that the system is gone. All restrictions on his abilities had been unshackled. That allowed him to return to this spot in an instant. Jin Woo shifted his gaze over to the Sovereign of Frost over yonder. He then lightly threw something in his hand in the direction of the ice elf. The Sovereign caught that object drawing an arc in the air, before its eyes trembled greatly from shock. The Sovereign of Frost cried out in sheer panic, But Jin Woo didn't even bother to make his reply. The Sovereign of Plague, the Sovereign of Beastly Fangs, and now the Sovereign of Frost. The deaths of these three would serve as Jin Woo's warning to other sovereigns. The ice elf watched as Jin Woo dashed forward as if he was gliding on a smooth surface and urgently fired out multiple arrows of ice in a last-ditch attempt. Jin Woo accurately drove the Kamish's wrath into the shoulder of the Sovereign of Frost, on the exact same spot where the dagger had struck in the past. He did that to remind the creature about the late association president Go-Gun Huey, suffering from the pain on an incomparable scale than the last time. The Sovereign of Frost's head rose up high as it screamed at the top of its lungs, before the second short sword could strike it, though. The ice elf hurriedly gathered the cold air in its mouth and fired it out. Jin Woo reached up and simply covered its mouth, just as the cold blast of air unable to break free of his hand went on a rampage inside the elf. Jin Woo reverse gripped his other short sword and stabbed it deep into his opponent's chest. He heard the sounds of its ribs breaking and its heart being penetrated cleanly. It was the exact same attack that he suffered not too long ago. However, Jin Woo knew that such an attack wouldn't be able to kill the Sovereign of Frost, since he had prior experience of killing two other sovereigns. The beast died on the fourth attack. The chilling light shone coldly in Jin Woo's eyes. How long will you be able to endure? Terror filled up the eyes of the Sovereign of Frost as it looked down at Jin Woo. This man was the Sovereign of Death. Weren't those eyes the exact same as the merciless warrior that slew all the enemies he came across in an endless battlefield? Only now did the ice elf realize just who had offended, and began shuddering from the crippling fear. Shortly afterwards, the short sword stabbing into the creature's heart sliced down lower and tore the Sovereign's body into a rag. Breaking news, just in. We have learnt that Hunter Thomas Andre, previously thought to be fatally wounded, is still alive and his ambulances have arrived on location just in time to take the victims to the nearest hospitals. Those monsters that massacred the citizens are no longer moving. They all turned into ash and nothing remains of them now. Breaking news pieces announcing the end of the battle continued to stream out of their TVs. The excitement and elation of the people showed no signs of dying down at all. And then there was this one man. There was this one particular man who was perhaps far more elated than anyone else on this planet. And that was none other than the current association president, Wu Jin-cheol. He hurriedly yanked his smartphone out and, with trembling hands, he searched for and played a certain video clip saved on his device. He had watched this footage so many times. It was the footage of the late association president Go-Gun Huey being murdered, taken by the CCTV cameras inside the president's office. There was an unknown man captured in the footage. That man appeared and disappeared too quickly within this grainy footage, so Wu Jin-cheol couldn't be sure. But now that he took a second look, didn't this mysterious creature look almost like the monster that Hunter Seong Jin Woo had killed just now? Even the scenes of the frozen floor rapidly melting away were an exact match. In that case, only then did he realize just what kind of enemies Jin Woo had been fighting until now. It was the murderer of the late association president. And then, Wu Jin-cheol recalled the conversation he shared with Jin Woo back when the latter came to pay his respects to the late Go-Gun Huey. A powerful jolt traveled down his entire body. Hunter Seong Jin Woo hadn't forgotten about that day's promise. And now, the monster responsible was dead. By his hands. Wu Jin-cheol's nose became reddened and he raised his eyes, now wet with thick tears, to look at the TV screen. The camera was zooming into Hunter Seong Jin Woo's face, looking somewhat tired now. Wu Jin-cheol could more or less understand what that expression signified. From somewhere deep within, a powerful emotion welled up uncontrollably. From here onwards, the late association president should be able to rest in peace. Wu Jin-cheol recalled the memories of Go-Gun Huey, a man he greatly respected, and inwardly muttered his gratitude towards Jin Woo. "Thank you very much, Hunter Nim." Jin Woo coldly looked at the Sovereign of Frost scattering away before turning around. The two martial-grade soldiers waiting in the distance until the end of that foolish sovereign's punishment approached Jin Woo. Baru expressed his unreserved joy of being able to see his master again with his entire being. Jin Woo lightly tapped the big ant soldier and his two tearful eyes on the shoulder before taking a sweeping look around his vicinity. That man wearing the tattered robe was nowhere to be seen, though. Just who was that man, anyway? Jin Woo had been having a cue and a session with Ygritte in the common tongue of the Chaos world, as if he was a native there, before abruptly discovering something and walking over to it. It was a certain item that had fallen to the ground. Isn't this? As he picked this item up, his eyes trembled rather imperceptibly. The robe-wearing man sought shelter behind the exterior wall of a half-destroyed building and plopped down to the ground while pulling his hood back. His hair and beard covering his face were unkempt and messy as if he had never bothered to trim them at all. He was Seong Il Hwan, and he was leaning against the wall while spitting out heavy, labored breathing. He then raised his left hand that had lost all feeling now. Sure enough, his hand changed its color to gray and was slowly disintegrating into dust from the tip of his fingers. This was the inevitable result of accepting the powers of a god with the body of a mere human. However, even though he was experiencing unimaginable pain, he still formed a satisfied expression. It's done. With this power, he managed to protect Jin Woo. Now that his son had completely inherited the powers of the Shadow Sovereign, Jin Woo would prove to be a great asset to humanity. That's why it was done now. Xiao Lichuan stopped looking at his gradually disappearing hand and powerlessly leaned his head against the wall to close his eyes. The rulers had entrusted their powers to him and asked him to stop the Shadow Sovereign. He had been helplessly trapped within the gap between dimensions after the gate closed up and thus was left with not much of a choice. As a proxy of the rulers, and as their emissary, he returned to Earth with an important mission to accomplish. Unfortunately, Xiang Lichuan couldn't carry his mission out. Even though he knew that the worst calamity in human history was hiding within that boy's flesh, how could a parent kill his own child? All he could do was to observe Jin Woo from a place just out of his detection. And as he continued to delay his mission, the opinions of the rulers that had been focused on stopping the advent of the Shadow Sovereign gradually began changing. And eventually, the brightest fragment of brilliant light sent him a brand new mission. The rulers had finally realized that they needed the Shadow Sovereign possessing his full powers if they were to stop other sovereigns and their nefarious scheme. There was no one else besides the Shadow Sovereign on Earth that could defend against the Dragon Emperor and its army of destruction before the soldiers of heaven could arrive later. It was a huge gamble, considering that no one knew whether the Shadow Sovereign would side with mankind or with the other sovereigns. And the result came out pretty quickly. Jin Woo remained on the side of humanity, and the Shadow Sovereign approved that choice. The newly reborn Shadow Sovereign was, simply put, Jin Woo himself. It was worth risking Xiang Lichuan's life in order to protect his son, in other words. Although it was unfortunate that he couldn't even say a simple hello to his son he hadn't seen in 10 years, no one alive was qualified to take a child's parent away twice, even if that person just so happened to be said parent. So, quietly disappearing like this was in Jin Woo's best interest. Xiang Lichuan looked down at his body slowly disintegrating into ash, and consoled himself as such. It was then he heard the familiar footsteps from nearby. Xiao Lichuan hurriedly got up and used his still mobile right hand to pull the hood back and hid his face. A certain someone stood before him, then. He didn't even have to take a look to know just who it was standing before him like this. It was Jin Woo. Did you honestly think I wouldn't have noticed it if you went away like this? He turned around towards his son, only to spot a certain item thrown by Jin Woo slowly flying in an arc towards him. Grab. What Jin Woo returned was a short sword. It was Xiang Lichuan's own short sword that he ended up dropping after his left hand became useless. He stared at the weapon for a moment or two, before raising his head. Jin Woo was staring back at him with reproachful eyes. Jin Woo could still remember quite clearly that particular short sword. When he was a young boy, he got found out while playing around with his father's short sword and received a scolding worth remembering. Only now did Jin Woo consciously realize why his own weapons had been set as short swords when the previous Shadow Sovereign swept through the battlefields with a long sword. Instead, it was all because of the memories he had of his father. Influenced in part by his memories, the dungeons generated by the system ended up presenting Jin Woo with daggers and short swords as his main weapons all this time. His hushed voice continued on. Are you going to leave again without saying anything, Dad? Dad. That one word dug deeply into Xiang Lichuan's heart and he had to remove his hood. His right hand was slowly turning into ash as well. His son flinched greatly after realizing the state of his hands, but Xiang Lichuan formed a thin smile as his reply and spoke. I didn't want to show you this sight. Jin Woo understood that a body turning into ash after exhausting all life force couldn't be saved no matter what. He hurriedly tried to get closer, but Xiang Lichuan raised his right hand to stop his son. His left arm had scattered away in dust and only his shoulder remained by then. Jin Woo hesitated, before remaining in his spot, and asked his father, Then, what about you, Dad? Didn't you want to see me again, Dad? Surely, he could still use his right hand for the time being, so how come? Jin Woo's question caused Xiang Lichuan's raised arm to slowly go back down. I wanted to see you, always. To the extent that, even if you couldn't see me, I still felt happy from the fact that I could see you from far away. Jin Woo finally came closer to his father until he stood right before his face. Xiang Lichuan reached up with his remaining hand to gently touch his son's face. Thick tears falling from the boy's eyes wetted the back of his hand. This foolish father wasn't able to do anything for you, yet despite that, you have grown up so well. Jinwoo opened his mouth. Is this the ruler's doing? Are they throwing you away after using you? A scary amount of rage could be felt in Jinwoo's voice now. Seong Ilhwan shook his head, though. They only gave me an opportunity to make a choice. I chose to protect you, that is all. And that choice was not wrong. And now, even his remaining right hand was turning into ash and scattering away. I wouldn't have minded talking to you for a little bit longer, but... And he wanted to stay here for a little bit longer, too. He had done something reprehensible. He ended up making a boy say goodbye to his father not once, but twice now. He tried so hard to hold back, but in the end, tears began flooding out from Seong Ilhwan's eyes. "I'm sorry for not being a good father to you." Those were his last words. Seong Ilhwan's body, all his life force exhausted from fighting against the sovereigns, turned to ash. Jinwoo hurriedly tried to embrace his father's body slowly crumbling away. But what remained in his palms wasn't a person, but gray-colored powder. Eventually, in the spot where Seong Ilhwan once stood, nothing remained. Something from deep inside angrily welled up in an uncontrollable burst. Jinwoo couldn't hold it back anymore and in the end, raised his head towards the sky and roared out loudly. When he did, the mana in the atmosphere reverberated. The sky, the air, the ground, they all cried. And soon, Jinwoo's mouth began emitting the heavy, grave voice similar to other sovereigns. If all these events were set in motion simply because the sovereigns decided to settle on Earth, then I shall make them pay an unforgettable price for that. I shall definitely make it so. His voice infused with mana was carried in the airflow and spread out to the rest of the world. The roar of the enraged shadow sovereign shook around both the heaven and earth. On this day, one human who inherited an unparalleled power decided where his abilities should be used on his own accord. This was the moment that the true opening curtains of the war had gone up. The two men in charge of the two best local guilds, Choi Jong-in and Baek Yun-ho, also spat out sighs of relief and looked at each other with wide grins. "Hey, Chairman Baek, I thought your complexion wasn't so good a few minutes ago. I wonder if you have settled down now." Representative Choi, "I think you need to wipe your cold sweat first before worrying about someone else. I have a spare Ching Simwon on me, so if your heart is still fluttering badly, you can always ask me for one. You sweated so much. Why don't you use this handkerchief to wipe your face first?" The masters of two guilds that competed for the top spot in the local ranking started a rather pointy war of nerves. However, they could joke around in this manner only because the situation had been resolved now. The long day was drawing to a close. In the end, the Hunters Association had to announce the identities of the monsters that appeared in Seoul as unknown. However, there was no doubt about the scale of devastation those creatures left behind being truly enormous. Countless people either died or were gravely injured. The number of collapsed buildings or destroyed cars were too numerous to count. However, not everything could be seen as a loss. Should one call this case a blessing in disguise? What happened was, they found a way to deal with an unexpected danger. Especially so for Hunter Seong Jinwoo's incredible power that he displayed to the world during his fight. It managed to change the mindset of the world's denizens in one breath. And that changed mindset was immediately put to action. North Korea was the signal flare. The neighboring nations had only displayed a tepid reaction towards the request for cooperation even with the appearance of Gate boasting an unprecedented size. But now, their attitudes did a complete 180 in an instant. South Korea, no, Hunter Seong Jinwoo must not be allowed to fall. This was the conclusion various nations came to after watching the battle between Jinwoo and the unknown monsters. The ill fortune of Korea wouldn't simply end in Korea alone. Which hunter belonging to a country would be capable of stopping a calamity that Hunter Seong Jinwoo couldn't stop? From the closest nations, North Korea, Japan, China, Russia, and to the far-flung nations such as America, Germany, Britain, and France, their hunters hurriedly set off for Seoul in order to make it in time. There was only one thought within their minds. We need to aid Hunter Seong Jinwoo and block the supermassive gate, no matter the cost. The notion of Jinwoo being their final defense line had been instilled within them after witnessing his feats. And now, not just South Korea's own hunters, but the entire worlds were gathering in the capital city of this small nation in East Asia. Tens of thousands of hunters surrounding the spot just below the gate held their breaths and waited. This was a memorable spectacle. This sight of countless hunters waiting for one single moment to happen. The close-quarter type hunters quietly waited for their turns, while those capable of attacking at long distances got ready to fling out preemptive strikes at a moment's notice. Arrows laden with magical energy and various spells ready to be cast were aimed at the sky. Taut tension filled up the atmosphere. And then, Whenever the gazes of these hunters stopped glaring at the gate above and lowered to the ground, they would all look at one place without fail. That would be Jin Woo's back. Standing at the furthest front, Jin Woo was glaring up at the sky with a somber expression. With every passing second, the dungeon break was approaching closer and closer. He could sense their aura now. The black heart, replacing his destroyed human heart, powerfully pulsed within his chest to let him know of the current situation. Of course, the hearts of other hunters were pounding away restlessly as well. Hien, standing next to him, saw his expression and whispered to him, "I think it's my first time seeing you so tense like this, Mr. Jin Woo." "Really?" Jin Woo smirked to let her know that it was nothing. Hien also formed a light smile as a reply and looked back at the gate while unsheathing her blade. She too had sensed that the beginning of the life or death battle was here soon. However, she was mistaken about something. Jin Woo placed his hand on his chest and silently closed his eyes. He felt the pounding of his heart. The emotion welling up in his chest was neither nervousness nor terror. No, it was excitement. "See, they are coming. The gate's been opened." Finally, the gate began opening up. The wall separating this world and the gate disappeared, and certain things staying within finally began pouring out in endless droves. These creatures completely blotted out the sky in no time at all. The hunters below became completely dumbfounded by the number of descending creatures that seemed to be at least over 100,000. But how? How can that many monsters? At the same time, there are just too many. Gasps and screams thick with despair exploded out from here and there. All those certain things must have been under the influence of gravity reduction magic, because they all landed on the ground very slowly. "Attack! Hurry, attack! Everyone, attack!" Before those things land on the ground, they should try to reduce their numbers, at least by a little bit. Hunters sensed that their opportunity was here and began making their moves. Magic spells ready to cast gleamed brightly from their hands, and bowstrings aimed at the sky were all pulled taut. Tankers raised their shields up right near their chins to get ready for close quarters combat with those descending things. But then, before the concentrated firepower from the hunters could pour out, Jin Woo loudly yelled out. Jin Woo's will, carried by mana, was clearly transmitted to even those hunters who didn't know any Korean, and it made everyone stop what they were doing. But why? Why did he stop us from attacking? Even though tens of thousands of hunters were staring at him with eyes that screamed, "I don't understand." Jin Woo simply repeated what he said. Wu Jinqiao, watching from the distance, hurriedly wiped the sweat off his forehead. If they don't attack now, then those creatures would land safely on the ground. When the battle breaks out in that situation, the hunters out in front could get sucked into the attacks fired from the back. Meaning, incidents of them worrying about the friendly fire would happen when they were already in a numerical disadvantage. "Everyone, do not fire. Do not fire." Wu Jinqiao was put in charge of commanding the hunters. So, rather understandably, they became quite dazed and lowered their hands when he began telling them not to attack. Just what are they thinking now? They want to engage those things on the ground instead of hitting them first with ranged attacks against that many monsters, as confusion and terror began whipping up around the battlefield. Eventually, those creatures landed on the ground. The number of black monsters completely filling up the sights of the hunters were so great that one's mind would grow faint just from the sheer scale. From the gathered swarm of monsters, one particular being began walking out towards them. Jin Woo, too, stepped forward. Just what was going to happen from here onwards. Hunters couldn't even breathe properly and closely watched Jin Woo. Jin Woo stopped walking, and the monster also stopped walking as well. And then, the monster, looking at Jin Woo, suddenly knelt down on the ground. And at that moment, the soldiers behind it also knelt down at the same time. The spectacle of 100,000 plus soldiers bowing their heads at the same time carried an incredible, overwhelming shock value. After a short bout of silence passed, the monster kneeling right out in front raised its head and spoke. 50,000 or so hunters from all corners of the globe, here to defend against the supermassive gate, watched dazedly as the black monsters began kneeling before Jin Woo. Jesus, this sea of soldiers wrapped in black armor or black smoke seemed to go on forever. Every single one of these creatures possessed an incredible amount of magical energy, but there was something else that made the gathered hunters doubt their own eyes even more. That. Could that be? Right at the end there, you see what's right at the end there, right? Yeah, I can see it. Hunters pointed to the back of this army of black soldiers, their complexions paling greatly. More specifically, they were pointing to the 3 black dragons at the back of the army who were obediently lowering their heads before their owner, as if they were house-trained pets or some such. Jin Woo swept his gaze over the Grand Marshal Bellion and the seemingly endless number of shadow soldiers kneeling behind their leader. So, this is the real shadow army. Jinwoo took a long, hard look at his soldiers as his heart raced faster and faster. The thing was, those kneeling before him weren't the only Shadow Army, now were they? If these guys were the soldiers that belonged to the former Shadow Sovereign Osborne, then Jinwoo too possessed his own loyal soldiers, as well. Come out, even more Shadow soldiers materialized from behind Jinwoo at his beckoning. Their numbers had already ballooned to near 2,000 by now. Baru, Ygritte, Greed, Number 6, Fangs, Iron, Jima, Tank, etc. all filled up the space behind Jinwoo. Finally, the separated Shadow Army had become whole. A powerful force capable of standing up against the enemies, and their armies had been completed. Jinwoo was taking a sweeping look at the other hunters before he literally slid into his own shadow and disappeared without a trace. That's how he vanished from everyone's sight. The protagonist of this chaos, Hunter Seong Jinwoo, just where could he be right now? The Korean Hunters Association was inundated with telephone inquiries, lodged seemingly by the entire world. Their only reply so far had been, "We don't know either." That, though, was like adding fuel to the already burning flames of interest for the event the world had laser-focused onto. Jinwoo put aside the curiosity of many people for the time being and made his way to the Sea of Trees in Japan. This vast expanse of abandoned land was just about the perfect place to observe the movements of the entire Shadow Army. Jinwoo stood at a far distance, while the 130,000-plus army was split in two and stood on either side of a vast field. "Start," he issued his order inwardly, prompting the two columns of armies to powerfully rush towards each other. The sounds of their feet pounding on the ground seemed to rock the earth. The distance between the two columns of rushing soldiers closed up in an instant, and just before they were about to clash head-on, Jinwoo shifted the platoons that fell behind in the rush right behind the other column and had them surround the opponents in this mock battle. Was that all? In a location where there was a shortage of soldiers, he sent reinforcements. When some soldiers were left isolated, he simply unsummoned them and brought them back out in an adequate enough location. The smoothness of his actions was like a river flowing to the ocean. Deployment and manipulation of soldiers based on the experiences of battles he fought so far also applied to this 100,000-strong great army as well. "That's enough." Jinwoo spoke in a soft voice, but that was still enough for the Shadow soldiers to hear his will. After stopping this mock battle, Jinwoo took a look to his side. "So, what do you think?" The Grand Marshal Bellion spoke in an amazed, admiring tone of voice. "I've never thought about mobilizing the forces in this manner. I can only express the emotions of awe and shock, my liege." It seemed that, to Bellion, controlling the combatants in this manner was a fresh concept to mull over, even though he had roamed countless battlefields with the former Shadow Sovereign. Especially the part about utilizing the aspect of freely summoning and unsummoning Shadow soldiers. That part left him with quite a pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, Baru sneaked closer to him and spoke in a serious voice. He had been rather quiet for some reason lately, though. "Oh, my king." Jinwoo turned around to look at Baru kneeling on the ground. His head lowered deeply towards the ground as he opened his mouth. "I beg of thee to bestow unto me an opportunity to compete for the position of the Grand Marshal." "The position of the Grand Marshal, you say? But didn't they already have a Grand Marshal?" Jinwoo felt puzzled by this, before abruptly recalling the system's information on the highest grade of Shadow soldiers available. In that case, could he be? Sure enough, Baru raised his head. "As a Marshal of the Army, I'd like to challenge the Grand Marshal Bellion." When the system was still around, it did mention something about what Baru was talking about. There could be only one occupying the position of the General of the Army. So, soldiers that recently reached the Marshal grade must establish a hierarchy with the one before it. Didn't the system say something like that? If you were to assume the General of the Army was the Grand Marshal, then indeed, Baru, as the recently promoted Marshal, possessed the qualification to challenge Bellion. Perhaps befitting an ant-type monster familiar with living in a large community, Baru wanted to establish the proper pecking order between the marshals, it seemed. Meanwhile, back in the Korean Hunters Association, the activities taking place inside the association's emergency response conference hall were a lot more bustling than before. Even though the so-called emergency situation had come to an end yesterday, the international media is still hounding us, demanding us to release an official statement already, sir. The American Hunter Bureau is requesting us to release the information on Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim's current whereabouts. The Seoul Metropolitan Fire and Disasters are asking us if it's okay to bring back the evacuated citizens. The Hunter Channel's famous The Jimmy Show wants to interview Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim. Jimmy or whatever can kiss my ass. If he's able to, tell him to find the guy and try his luck there. The number of calls flooding the association was inconceivably high. Just why did Hunter Seong Jinwoo's summons have to come out from there? This employee's words were tinged with a certain amount of dissatisfaction. Wu Jinqiao's drowsiness was driven away in an instant. He immediately made this employee stand at attention before him. In that case, do you, Mr. Xiong-won, think it would have been better if monsters came out from that supermassive gate yesterday? Is that what you're saying? Pardon me, sir. No, that's not. The subordinate couldn't hide his fluster. Wu Jinqiao let his sharp scolding fly. Regardless, if the phone calls you've been receiving until now weren't about TV stations asking for interviews but relatives of the deceased hunters asking for the news of their loved ones, do you really think you can continue working with just the thoughts of things being too hectic for you? The subordinate employee couldn't even meet Wu Jinqiao's glare. Even if you were nominally an employee of the Hunters Association, as long as you hadn't worked out in the field, you'd never really understand it. They would never understand just what hunters had to go through during emergency situations. They would never understand just what kind of things unfolded and got buried inside dungeons, enshrouded in the darkness where no one could see you, going through all the potential scenarios that could have gone down during the raid of the supermassive gate. What happened yesterday was easily the best result one could ever hope for. Over 100,000 monsters popped out, but no one got injured. Nothing was destroyed. Not only that, all those monsters were absorbed into Hunter Xiang Jinwu's fighting force. Just who could have imagined it? Indeed, no one could have dreamed such a result that far exceeded one's expectations. That was how Wu Jinqiao got to endure, with a smile on his face, all these mountains of work that probably required him to go through a few sleepless nights to finish. But to think, there was an employee of the Hunters Association busy complaining about yesterday's events just because his body became a bit fatigued. How could he even dare to say something so nonsensical? If Hunter Xiang Jinwu was present nearby, Wu Jinqiao would have stepped up to slap some sense into this employee well before the young hunter had a chance to get angry. That was how deeply Wu Jinqiao understood what Jinwu was going through. Baru extended his claws until they couldn't be extended anymore and screeched out loudly. Meanwhile, Belian wordlessly unsheathed the sword mounted on his hips. So far, he seemed to be a type of swordsman similar to Ygritte. But then, Jinwu's gaze was fixed to Belian's sword now. The blade looked rather uniquely shaped. Hang on, can I even call that a blade? As a matter of fact, the blade resembled the body of a centipede in that it was made up of dozens of connected sections. As if they were done with their preparations, both of them looked at Jinwu simultaneously. Begin. The moment the signal was given, Baru dashed forward immediately. He closed the distance with a stupendous turn of speed and powerfully swung his claws. Belian proceeded to block and let the attack slide past him. And then, as Baru's momentum took him further away, the current Grand Marshal spun around to face the distancing ant soldier. It was then Jinwu's eyes widened. Belian pointed with his sword and it suddenly stretched out like a long snake to fly towards Baru. Baru urgently spun around and reflexively slapped the blade away. That was just the beginning. Belian used his sword like a whip and rained down a barrage of incredulous attacks at his target. The flexible body of the blade, carrying an enormous amount of mana, danced and writhed according to its wielder's desire to pummel the ground and air surrounding Baru. On the other hand, all Baru could do right now was to concentrate all his being to barely defend against the attacks. While watching Belian's attacks that had clearly surpassed the limitation imposed by the sword-type weapon, Jinwu imagined what would happen if it was him facing that barrage. When he did, everything seemed to slow down to a crawl. Even then, even within this slowed down time, Belian's sword remained dangerously fast. Jinwu's expression became even more serious. His eyes, now emitting cold glare, followed and caught each and every slap and swish of the unpredictable sword dance. Upper left, right side, upper left again, then lower left, and to upper right. The hymn of his imagination evaded all the attacks and was standing before Belian. And then, he cut the soldier down. In Jinwu's imagination, Belian's neck rolled to the ground. It only took a blink to get to that point. Belian momentarily sensed this chill-inducing feeling of his neck being cut off, and flinched grandly as he took a look in Jinwu's direction. Oops, he ended up being a bit carried away after discovering a rather interesting weapon. Meeting Belian's rather panicky gaze, Jinwu replied with an apologetic expression. But that only lasted for a moment. Baru didn't miss this opening and viciously slapped the irritatingly tenacious blade away, before dashing towards Belian like a bolt of lightning. Unfortunately, against Jinwu's own expectation, the one to stab his weapon in the midriff of his opponent was Belian. What an unexpectedly fast motor reflex. On top of that, a scary power capable of destroying everything with each attack. This was Belian, the soldier who wasn't left wanting for anything as the Grand Marshal of the Shadow Army. Still, one should never let one's guard down. It was a wee bit uncool to talk about one of his soldiers in this manner, but well, the truth was, the biggest plus point of an insect was its tenacious vitality. Sure enough, Baru suddenly expanded its body size even with a sword stuck to his belly. He swung his humongous fist down on the head of his opponent. The power behind that punch was so great that a part of Bellion's helm broke off and scattered black smoke in the air. Almost right away, Baru followed up with his second attack. No, he tried to. Baru's wrist was caught by Bellion's powerful grip just in time. A moment later, boom, Baru's chest was punched powerfully and he flew backwards in a straight line. The shockwave generated at the same time from his flying figure swept up the forest surrounding him, and the trees were yanked out of the ground from their roots and all, before being flung away to the sides. A long and straight path suddenly got carved out within the sea of trees. Baru hurriedly unfurled his wings to stop his body from being flung away endlessly. Unfortunately, just as he somehow managed to steady himself, Bellion had already arrived right before his face. That was followed by a powerful slam towards the ground. Like a meteor crashing into Earth, a huge crater caved in on the ground and Bellion lightly landed inside. In the middle of this crater, Baru was hurriedly getting up to respond to his opponent. That's enough. Bellion realized that it was his liege stopping his fist and quickly withdrew his attack. My liege. The Grand Marshal hurriedly knelt down and bowed his head. You did well. Jin Woo praised Bellion with his eyes for not holding back anything and displaying his prowess like that. He then walked over to Baru collapsed on the ground. My king, I can still. Jin Woo studied the faltering, unsteady Baru with pitying eyes before asking him out of genuine curiosity. Hey, Baru, why are you so dead set on the position of the Grand Marshal? I wish to become the Grand Marshal and always stand next to my liege. Baru couldn't continue on due to his grief-stricken mind. Jin Woo scratched the side of his head and offered up his reply. The Grand Marshal can stand to my right, while you can stand to my left, right. Only then did Baru realize that he could still stand next to his liege without being the Grand Marshal, and his eyes opened up extra round. I am honored by. Stop it. Leaving behind Baru and his emotion-induced tears filling up his eyes, Jin Woo stood back up and spat out a helpless sigh. But then, another shadow soldier silently approached him. It was none other than Ygritte, who had been listening to the conversation between Jin Woo and Baru without saying anything. My liege, may I be granted an opportunity to challenge? As Ygritte cautiously asked, Jin Woo quickly replied as if he was expecting this already. You can stand behind me. Ygritte couldn't finish the rest of his sentence due to his liege's keen insight. Is that so? In the end, the Shadow Sovereign has become our enemy. The Dragon Emperor, currently in a humanoid form, was receiving the reports from the sovereigns that had already descended to Earth. Only their voices softly echoed within this eternal darkness. I see. Fine, I shall deal with him personally. None of you make a move. We must prevent any further losses. The Dragon Emperor had fully analyzed the situation and ended the connection to the sovereigns. Soon, there was no more sound. This world, the gap between dimensions where nothing existed, was quickly filled up by empty silence. To the sovereigns, this place was no different from hell itself, as there was nothing here to destroy. That was why the Sovereign of Destruction, born from the darkness with a singular purpose of destroying every single existence, did its hardest to escape from this place. And finally, the day it'd taste the fruit of its labor was literally around the corner. The Dragon Emperor turned around and issued its command towards the darkness behind it. My troops, ready yourselves for war. When it did, dozens of ancient great dragons, hundreds of dragons, and tens of thousands of dragonutes hidden within the darkness shot out heated glares from their eyes and roared out in unison. The first thing that caught his attention was Fangs, who had already gigantified himself, and the three dragons. Dragons, carrying serious expressions, conversed in hushed tones with Fangs for a bit, before whispering something else amongst them. And then, the biggest dragon stepped out of the group. What are they trying to do now? He could see that every other shadow soldier in the vicinity of the four giants scatter away in panic and thought that the mood was getting a bit suspicious over there. Soon, though, that big dragon spat out a long pillar of flames into the sky. Fang smirked after checking out the thickness of the flames and took a step forward as well. An enormous pillar of flames exploded out from his mouth and rose up high to brightly illuminate the dark night sky. While the high orcs were whistling and cheering on from the distance, the dragon's shoulders sagged visibly as he turned around to slink away. It seemed that they decided to bet on who possessed the stronger flame attack. However, isn't it cheating to use the bead of avarice during such a bet? Perhaps knowing that he was in the wrong, Fangs was trying to sneak his bead of avarice back into his pocket. His gaze met Jin Woo's at the last second, though, and he began scratching the back of his head as a sheepish grin formed on his face. Jin Woo chuckled good-heartedly at Fang's thick skin and waved his hand about to signal that there was nothing to worry about. Fangs grinned and bowed his head towards his liege several times. What a peaceful sight this was. And what are they trying to do now? Before he could summon Baru here to ask for clarity, a voice came from behind first. It seems that they wish to construct a small-scale lodging that my liege can use to rest more comfortably. This voice, too smooth for a dude with such a huge physique, belonged to the Grand Marshal Bellion. Jin Woo didn't look back and simply nodded his head. I guess it was Baru's idea. The only marshal in the Shadow Army capable of passionately doing something that no one asked him to was Baru. My liege, may I inquire as to why you haven't recalled the soldiers back into your shadow? Jin Woo replied, his eyes still surveying the soldiers. I figured that they might be feeling too caged up. I mean, you guys had been stuck inside the place called the Gap Between Dimensions for a long time before arriving here, right? Bellion didn't say anything for a while, as if that answer was a bit beyond his expectations. So, Jin Woo spoke to him first, instead. Aren't you saddened by the fact that you won't be able to meet the former Shadow Sovereign, Osborne, again? Jin Woo was painfully reminded of what it felt like to lose someone precious to you only a few days ago while watching his father disappear. Bellion's emotions should be similar to that. It wasn't difficult for Jin Woo to understand the sense of loss the loyal Grand Marshal must have been feeling. I've been protecting the former liege's side from the moment he decided to stop the rulers rebelling against the Absolute Being. And after he acquired the power to rule over death, I was the very first one to volunteer to become his loyal soldier. Bellion explained himself in a calm manner, his voice unwavering. I have spent almost an eternity acting as his support, but not even once have I ever questioned his decisions. I wish to know more about Osborne from your perspective. Would you like to tell me? But, my liege, it might be a very long story. That's perfect. I was actually in need of a long story to kill some time until I felt sleepy, you see. Jin Woo returned his gaze to his front, and Bellion quietly settled down next to his sovereign. This event happened back when I was still a fruit of the world tree. A fruit. You were a fruit. Every single soldier of the heavens is born as a fruit on the branches of the world tree. It is a truly gigantic tree large enough to blanket the entire sky with its branches alone. As Jin Woo focused on the story with an incomparably grand opening, the night continued to wear on. Beijing International Airport, the biggest and busiest airport in the whole of China, was now bustling even more than ever before, all thanks to a huge throng of people present today. There was only one reason for this. The best of the best Chinese hunters that went to lend aid to the Koreans were coming back home today, that was why. It would be the same story in other countries as well. But at least in China, the highly ranked hunters were treated as superstars famous enough to summon up a sea of adoring fans wherever they showed up. Many people are cheering you on for your brave decision, Liu Hunter Nim. On the other hand, those questioning why we had to aid the Koreans are also quite a few in number as well. By any chance, do you have anything you'd like to say to them, Liu Hunter Nim? Liu Zhaijing took his sunglasses off and glared at the reporter, who is walking around spewing something that's stupid. Pardon? Not paying any heed to the reporter and her wide-open eyes, Liu Zhaijing continued on with what he wanted to say. Are their heads nothing more than decorations? Can't they read a map? Don't they know which country is next if you move your eyeballs up from Korea? One giant monster that wasn't stopped in Japan crossed the sea and almost made it onto the Chinese mainland. What I am saying here is that something similar could have happened, but on a far, far greater scale. I and my comrades agreed with that notion and we went there to prevent that from happening. Liu Zhaijing's torrent of harsh language put an immediate end to the stream of toxic comments. He continued to speak, his voice rising up higher and his glare getting sharper as if he was addressing the toxic commenters directly. If there are people still spewing crap like that, then tell them this. I, Liu Zhaijing, am not confident of stopping an event that Hunter Xiang Jin Woo also failed to stop. That's why we went there to help him out, so if you're unhappy about that, why don't you try and catch monsters with your own? Liu Zhaijing continued with his tirade, which made his supporters really happy, but then, he abruptly stopped talking for some reason. Could it be that he finally realized the camera was rolling? Of course not. Liu Zhaijing was probably the only person in the whole of China capable of pouring out insults and swearing on live TV without worrying about repercussions. But then, someone like him had been rendered utterly speechless as he took a look outside the airport. Just what could have happened? Oh my god. Above Beijing's skies, a massive darkness was slowly descending. Xiang Hunter Nim, by any chance, have you heard of the breaking news yet? Jin Woo shook his head. After the raid of the supermassive gate, he headed straight to Japan and made it back to Korea only a little while ago before coming to the Hunters Association straight away. He didn't have any opportunity to check out the news or any mass media coverage, really. Besides that, if something serious happened while he was away, Yu Jin-ho would have informed him the first thing after he entered the office. Seeing how grave the expressions on the faces of the association employees, even Jin Woo's own expression hardened. Did something happen? Wu Jinqiao pulled his phone out and showed him the real-time footage being recorded right at that moment. Jesus Christ, can you see that? Holy cow. Doesn't that gate look even bigger than the one generated in Korea? 8 supermassive gates all revealed themselves in various parts of the world. Half in fear and half feeling mystified by this development, people were filming these gates and uploading the footage on social media. Breaking news poured in from all parts of the world. The sound of Wu Jinqiao swallowing his saliva rang out loudly from Jin Woo's side. He didn't mind that and continued to watch each and every one of the video clips. Hunter Nim, could these be also? No, definitely not. Jin Woo quickly cut him off. He made sure to drill home the point that these new gates had no relations to him whatsoever. Wu Jinqiao had been secretly hoping that these gates would also end up as nothing too serious, so his complexion darkened fast enough to be noticed in real time from that grim reply. What if hundreds of thousands of monsters poured out from all those gates, just like how it had been with Seoul? Isn't that the same thing as announcing the end of humanity? Association President, do you trust me? Wu Jinqiao nodded his head. Yes, of course, I trust you. In that case, I hope you will believe everything I'm about to show you. Excuse me. Just like how the former Shadow Sovereign had done, Jin Woo reached out with his index finger and placed it against Wu Jinqiao's forehead. The moment his finger touched, darkness filled up the older man's eyes, and countless images brushed past within his vision. Jin Woo showed the necessary amount of information to the association president, and nothing more. That would be the rulers and their plans, as well as the sovereigns. And then, the armies those sovereigns were summoning to this world, as well. Wu Jinqiao had witnessed the powers of these sovereigns with his own eyes now. Once the images stopped flashing by, he began gasping out breathlessly. This can't be. Just how can such a thing? Wu Jinqiao had believed it. He believed that God had gifted special powers to a small number of selected individuals in order to safeguard humanity. He believed that this was precisely the reason why hunters had to fight against the monsters and protect other people. But if everything Hunter Seong Jin Woo had shown him was true, then he had been too arrogant. He had made a grave mistake. Hunters, no, the awakened were simply the process of cultivating a small number of humans that might survive the aftermath of the true war about to take place. This was not a war between humanity and sovereigns. It was a war between sovereigns and rulers, 2 organizations boasting unimaginable might. Indeed, it was they who were going to fight. However, a huge variable entered into this fray in the form of a certain man. And now, with the armies of the sovereigns arriving much faster than expected to this planet, mankind had only one being they could place their hopes on: the unexpected variable. How can this be? Wu Jinqiao's fingertips trembled as he raised his tear-filled gaze. Seong Hunter Nim, are you planning to fight these things all by yourself? Even if the enemy possessed a powerful force, he couldn't just give up without trying something first now, could he? At least, Jin Woo had never lived his life in that manner. That was why he quietly nodded his head. Yes, Wu Jinqiao wanted to help him in any shape or form, so he quickly asked, in that case, what should we? No, what should I do to help you, Hunter Nim? Now that the expected question came out, Jin Woo calmly replied with the answer he had thought of before arriving here. Can you gather the representatives of the world in one location, please? When an important dignitary from overseas came for a visit, a person holding a similar office was supposed to go out to welcome him. That was the established etiquette. Unfortunately, the Hunters Association simply lacked the leeway to mind such etiquette every single time at this moment. Association President Wu Jinqiao formed a rueful expression for a little while before issuing new orders. Guide him to a suitable hotel. Yes, sir. The association employee replied crisply and was about to turn around to leave, but then, it felt as if he was hesitating about something else. What did you hear from Seong Jin Woo Hunter Nim yesterday inside the president's office? I've never seen you so pale before, you see. The thing was, this employee got to realize for the first time that a person's complexion could pale to that extent after looking at Wu Jinqiao's face yesterday. Just what sort of a conversation did they share? The employee simply couldn't forget that look on his boss's face for the whole night, so, although he knew he was being impolite, he still had to ask and satisfy his curiosity now. Wu Jinqiao's expression hardened like a rock. Sir, forgive me. I asked you something unnecessary. No, it's not that. I am not feeling unhappy about you asking me. It was just that. He ended up recalling the scenes that unfolded from Hunter Seong Jin Woo's fingertip. That was all. The army of frenzied dragons rushing out from the other side of darkness. And then, a truly humongous dragon following after them. It was so huge, in fact, it seemed to move so slowly as if time had come to a standstill, even though it was flying at a similar sort of speed compared to the rest of the dragon army. It possessed an incredible aura that not even the combined might of every single hunter in the world attacking together at the same time could even scratch. And then, that overwhelming pressure it emitted, something that might easily burn away everything in the world with merely a single breath. That creature possessed both of those. Simply looking at it made him dizzy. He didn't want to ever face that thing, regardless of the level of power he could gain, regardless of the promised reward at the end waiting for him. Jin Woo placed the pot of piping hot kimchi stew he cooked himself on top of the dining table. Jin Ah's expression brightened in an instant. Wow, smells so good. On the other hand, Mom looked rather apologetic for letting her busy son cook her food like this. I should have done this, you know. Jin Woo grinned and replied in an unhurried manner. I just wanted to show you the cooking skills I got to polish in the last couple of years, Mom. Jin Woo pleaded and persuaded her, and finally managed to wrestle the control of the kitchen away from his mom. This was his ambitious end result. Swept up by her son's continuous encouragement that she should have a taste, his mother smiled and picked up her spoon. She carefully blew on the hot stew and placed a spoonful inside her mouth. Her eyes opened into a round shape almost right away. Jin Ah began boisterously yapping on from her side. Mom, how was it? It's really good, right? Oh my goodness. Seeing how his mom looked surprised, Jin Woo couldn't help but strut around a bit. I also didn't know that Appa had a talent in cooking, you know. Mom, try this one too. Appa is really good at making side dishes. While his sister was relentlessly praising his cooking skills while even forgetting to wipe the bits of rice off her lips, Jin Woo noticed that his mother's expression was slowly changing for some reason and carefully asked her, Mother? She gently set her spoon aside and asked back, Jin Woo, isn't there something I should be worried about? Jin Woo did his very best to maintain a bright expression and played dumb. What do you mean by that, Mom? Your dad. He used to prepare meals for me whenever he was planning to participate in dangerous missions, you see. Her son had never done something like this, even when he was about to head to Japan in order to deal with those giant monsters, or even when that gigantic gate opened up in Seoul. But now that he did, his mom began to get worried all of a sudden. A woman's intuition. No, it was more to do with a mother's intuition, instead. Like father, like son, is it? I even resemble him in things like this, too. Jin Woo very briefly spat out his complaint that wasn't really a complaint in his head and shook his head towards his mother. There's no such thing, Mom. Whether she wanted to remain as a source of strength for her son as he tried to force a smile on his face, or maybe she really bought his excuse, it was hard to tell. But still, she smiled in reply and picked up her spoon again. Jin Ah had been observing the conversation between her appa and her mom while lightly biting the end of her spoon, before breaking out into a grin herself and resuming her meal. Around the time the meal was coming to an end, he heard Bellion's voice. Got it. Thanks for the meal. But then, his hands reaching down to pick up the empty plates came to an abrupt halt after sensing the noises coming from the outside. Footsteps of 4 people. He could also hear their hearts racing wildly from excitement, too. Although such categorization didn't mean anything to him, all 4 of them were not hunters but regular people. What could this be? Seong Hunter Nim. I apologize for coming to see you unannounced like this, but can I speak to you in private for a little while? Jin Woo recognized who it was and his voice rose up a little. Chairman Yu Myung H1. How did you find out? There shouldn't have been any evidence of him helping Chairman Yu out. So, where could he have made a mistake? My daughter saw you leaving the hospital on that day. As I expected, it was you, Seong Hunter Nim. Yes, it was. Jin Woo didn't try to deny it. But why? He had to say something in order to suppress his overwhelming emotions. Why did you help me? His heart was beating faster and faster as time went by. Every passing second felt as long as 10 minutes before Jin Woo chose to make his reply. And that he finally did. I judged you to be a trustworthy person. That was why. If you were the type of person who did whatever it takes to accomplish your goal, then I wouldn't even have considered risking it for your sake. By that, you mean, is it because I never tried to use my son? Jin Ho. That's correct. Jin Woo nodded his head. As expected of the leader of a global corporation, Chairman Yu instantly figured out what Jin Woo was trying to say here. It was true that Yu Myung H1 did possess the one trump card that could have made Jin Woo act. And that would be his son, the vice chair of the Ah Jin Guild, Yu Jin Ho. However, after his proposal was rejected, He didn't obsessively cling on and cleanly backed away. Meaning, he believed in Jin Woo's words of not possessing the cure. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Jin Woo religiously adhered to this principle, so, to Yu Myung Hwan who believed in him, he replied in kind as well. I'm not sure how to express my gratitude to you. He quickly wiped the tear away with the back of his hand and stared at the young hunter with a determined expression on his face. Please, allow me to repay this debt, even if it's only half of that half. I beg of you. Only by doing this, the debt of gratitude he felt in his heart would lessen just a tad. Yu Myung Hwan quickly carried on. Is there anything you'd like, Hunter Nim? It's not that I want something, but... Yu Myung Hwan's ears perked up right away. If Hunter Seong Jin Woo wanted money or something else, he was planning to do everything in his power to make it happen. However, Jin Woo's answer was a bit different to what Yu Myung Hwan had been thinking of. If something ever happens to me, can you look after my mother and my sister? That was his reply after a short bout of hesitation. To prepare for the worst possible case scenario that may or may not happen, Jin Woo asked for the favor of his family being taken good care of. He may have already amassed enough money, but unfortunately, money wouldn't be able to protect them from certain things. Are you really okay with only that, Hunter Nim? Yes, I am. It was difficult to imagine something untoward happening to Hunter Seong Jin Woo, but since he decided to say yes to whatever demand the young man would make, Chairman Yu Myung Hwan didn't even hesitate and nodded his head right away. I give you my word. The lengthy conversation had come to an end here. Well, then, Jin Woo tried to get up to leave. Yu Myung Hwan watched him and felt rueful about the fact that their conversation had come to an end. He then belatedly realized how much he liked this young man named Jin Woo. Jin Woo turned around to take a gander at the so-called lodging built on the summit of the hill. Baru, get over here. Now. Baru dashed forward from the bottom of the hill right up to the summit in the blink of an eye and knelt down before Jin Woo. Oh, my king. Head, floor. Even before those words finished coming out of his king's mouth, Baru quickly rammed his head on the ground. Right away, Jin Woo yelled out, how can you call this a small shelter? Am I supposed to take a break inside that? Setting aside its size, is this even a shelter to begin with? Baru cowered from Jin Woo's loud shouting and replied with the voice of a guy being wrongfully accused. For a lodging befitting my king, at the bare minimum, it must be. Jin Woo slowly massaged his forehead. He had completely overlooked the small fact that ants specialized in building houses. Indeed, he should have seen just what the human-sized ants possessing greater physical strength than superhumans might end up creating in the name of a mere house. He slowly raised his lowered face and ended up being overwhelmed by the dignified air of the so-called small shelter once more. What about that black flag flapping around at the end of this castle? That, just what were you thinking when putting that up there? It was then. Bellion hurriedly ran to where his master was and suddenly planted his head on the ground alongside Baru. Jin Woo was rendered speechless for a while and alternated his dazed gaze between Bellion and Baru. He slowly turned around and shouted out, my soldiers, now commence with the combat drill. With that, the thunderous roars of the shadow soldiers powerfully reverberated throughout the land. And so, as the sense of impending crisis continued to heighten, the big shots representing their respective nations gathered in the capital city of Korea, Seoul, to answer the request of the Korean Hunters Association. What they wanted from this trip was just one thing, and that would be to find out the information regarding the 8 supermassive gates that appeared simultaneously all around the world. Since the information was to be provided by Hunter Seong Jin Woo, the man who managed to achieve a rather unbelievable result from the first supermassive gate, their expectations were understandably huge. A certain man spat out a hushed sigh. It was none other than the director of the Hunters Bureau, David Brennan, who had opted to travel to Korea after being harassed by his own president. He dabbed away the cold sweat soaking his forehead with a handkerchief and took a look at the faces of everyone sitting around him. So many of them came. Presidents, government ministers, guild masters, chairpersons from various hunters associations. The director of the Hunter Bureau knew the faces of most of these people. They indeed were all big shots that just their names alone would be enough to get them recognized by everyone in their respective nations. While seeing the flashes of nervousness in their faces, the director wiped the sweat pooling at the edge of his chin. Regardless of who it is, everyone's feeling the heat. They may all look calm and collected on the surface, but they also knew that inwardly, every single one of them here was anxiously stomping their feet. Well, even the director himself was feeling the same way, after all. How wonderful would it be if Hunter Seong Jin Woo stepped forward to say that this gate crisis should end painlessly, and there's nothing to worry about. If only he could deliver that message to the higher-ups, the POTUS busy pressuring him would instantly back off. Then, It would be a wonderful opportunity to restore his damaged pride, in other words. However, if the truth was completely the opposite, then the director felt his heart tumble to the pit of his stomach. He swallowed back his dry saliva and confirmed the time. His wristwatch was precisely pointing at 2:55. 5 minutes remained until the announcement time. While listening to the ticking of the second hand that sounded unusually loud for some reason today, the director raised his stiff face. Around the same time, having finished inspecting the Shadow Army just now, Jin-Woo asked Bellion next to him, "If I die, do you get to command the Shadow Army as its Grand Marshal?" Bellion shook his head. As long as their master's head was attached to the right place, not one soldier's life would be extinguished. The strong point of the Shadow Army was the loyalty of its soldiers that moved only for the sake of their master while not even caring about their own lives. But if one were to flip that around, the moment their master was met with a serious problem, then the Shadow Army would be finished right then and there. The pros and cons basically worked in the same manner as two sides of a coin. Depending on the situation, the good could become bad, while the weakness could become a strength instead. Surely, his enemies wouldn't overlook that point, now would they? Didn't that mean he could exploit that, too? "My liege, we do not stand a chance in a full-scale war, my liege." A baritone voice filled with power and conviction, spoken in a low, deep tone. "How big do you think is the difference in the combat force?" This time, Bellion replied, "We cannot be certain, but it could be well over 100 times larger." Only Baru had no way of knowing the scale of other armies, so he quietly listened to the conversation of his master and the other marshals. Jin-Woo's expression stiffened. Didn't that mean, in the best-case scenario, his enemies possess over 10 million soldiers? 100 times? Huh. Jin-Woo mulled over the numbers before replying in a low voice. "I never was planning for all-out, full-scale warfare anyway." What he meant here was that he never entertained the idea of full-scale warfare while discarding the advantage of his army, where one could become all, or that all could revert back to being one. Jin-Woo pulled out his smartphone vibrating noisily inside his pocket. He answered the call, but even before he could say something, the familiar voice came out from the device's speaker. "Hunter Nim, it's me, Woo Jin Chial. Ah, yes, hello. As you have requested, representatives from various nations have gathered in the auditorium. Where are you now, Hunter Nim?" The corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up and he replied as matter-of-factly as he could. "Ah, yes, I've just arrived there now." "You've arrived? But when?" But at that very moment, he got to discover Jin-Woo standing right behind him. Woo Jin-Chial unwittingly spat out a surprised gasp and blinked his eyes for a moment there, before a helpless grin formed on his lips. He quietly pocketed his phone away. "I guess that question has lost much of its meaning now. You know, asking you where you are." Jin-Woo reciprocated that smile and shrugged his shoulders once as his reply. Currently, they were standing inside the waiting room of the auditorium. Beyond that door, representatives from various countries filling up every available seat were waiting for Jin-Woo's entrance with bated breaths. "Hunter Nim, are you really planning to tell the truth to these people?" "Yes, I am. Once they learn of the truth, there could be huge unrest breaking out everywhere. And more than a few nations won't be able to deal with such unrest." "I know that. That would be an obvious development." Even the rulers knew that things would unfold this way, and hid their intentions right until the end. However, even if everything were to come to an end through the upcoming event, shouldn't one know what's happening to them? At least, I mean, it's one hell of an unfair thing not knowing what killed you, isn't it? That's why Jin-Woo decided to tell the truth to everyone. It wouldn't only be him that might need time to prepare themselves in the heart, after all. Seeing Jin-Woo's determined expression, the association president Woo Jin-Chial could only nod his head. "I see. If that's what you've decided, then." Jin-Woo turned back towards the door and slowly entered the auditorium. Almost in an instant, all unimportant noise disappeared within the venue. "Hunter Xiang Jin-Woo. He's finally here." The attention of every single one gathered here focused on one man standing on the rostrum, Jin-Woo. "I know that things will become incredibly difficult for everyone." His voice seemed to softly ripple within the eerily silent auditorium. Jin-Woo's ears could pick up on the noises of representatives swallowing their dry saliva along with their violently pounding hearts. Funnily enough, the louder their heartbeats became, the calmer Jin-Woo's own heart got. The light shining in his eyes became more determined than before. "Am I actually feeling calmer than before?" From a certain moment on, Jin-Woo had completely regained his composure. He calmly addressed his audience with these closing words. "However, no one alive will be able to avoid fighting the upcoming battle. Those creatures will appear before you, and they will try to destroy everything you hold dear. How were they supposed to take this? Once Jin Woo's lengthy explanation came to an end, an uncontrollable fluster floated up on the faces of representatives. Even the carefully chosen contingent of reporters forgot their jobs and were too busy looking at each other's reactions. The auditorium that used to be draped in eerie silence was now filled up with loud chatter in an instant. Eventually, someone unable to beat back his fear-filled curiosity and shouted at Jin Woo, "Why you expect us to believe that story? How could anyone believe the story of horrifying creatures capable of destroying everything on this land, creeping ever closer to this planet?" That voice of an elderly man was now filled with a palpable sense of desperation. "Evidence, show me the evidence. Without that, I won't ever believe you." These representatives from various nations willfully forgot about the many miracles Jin Woo had shown them so far, and directed their furious words of denial towards him standing on the rostrum. Too bad for them. Just one swish of his hands was enough to silence them immediately. Dozens of gates suddenly appeared right behind Jin Woo. Using the powers of the sovereign, he generated several tens of gates, which were basically a doorway connecting different dimensions. I don't need to create gates since traveling through shadows is faster for me, but still, there should be nothing more efficient for making these people understand than this method. Aren't those all gates? But how can such a thing even be? Hunter Seong Jin Woo can create gates, and not only that, several of them at the same time in front of all these people. The eyes of everyone present began trembling powerfully, as if there was an earthquake happening right now. The director of the Hunter Bureau, David Brennan, continued to rub his eyes in utter disbelief. He was someone who personally witnessed the Dragon Kamish take its first step in this world as the dungeon break unfolded. But even then, he just couldn't believe this. "As I thought, it's working." Jin Woo was satisfied by their reactions after witnessing the powers of the sovereign and closed the gates behind him. As if what happened only a second ago had been a hallucination, every single gate simply vanished without a trace, faster than the witnesses could blink. Hunter Seong Jin Woo, the British representative, suddenly shot up from his seat and managed to attract everyone's attention via his shrill cry. "Could it be that you're one of them? The creatures that appeared from the first supermassive gate, weren't they summoned here to kill us all, to begin with?" His utterances caused pretty much everyone here to freeze up instantly. They unwittingly ended up imagining the worst possible situation. That was why. A vague, formless fear of Hunter Seong Jin Woo being on the enemy's side began spreading among the hearts of these people like an infection. Well, didn't he just display the power to create gates that drove so many humans to their deaths and grips of terror right before their eyes? Jin Woo wordlessly stared at the British representative for a while. Only then did the Briton finally realize the mistake he just made. If Hunter Seong indeed was on humanity's side, then this man sure made an ass of himself due to his fear. Jin Woo took one last sweeping look at the audience members, and just as he was about to turn around, David Brennan, the director of the American Hunter Bureau, finally decided to break the silence he had been maintaining until then and raised his hand up high. "I understand now what will come out those gates." How was mankind supposed to respond to this? The director tried to calm his shuddering heart and cautiously asked his question. "What should we do next?" Jin Woo quietly studied the director for a little while, before slowly shifting his gaze to take in the faces of every single person present within the auditorium. Through his eyes, he could feel their worries, anxiety, nervousness, fear, shock, confusion, etc. Indeed, his sensory perception that had far surpassed the limits of a human didn't always prove to be helpful, especially in a situation like this one. A short while later, Jin Woo made up his mind and gave them the best advice he could think of. "I pray that you get as far away from those gates as humanly possible. As far as you can. I hope that you evacuate to the furthest location you can find, even if it's only by a little." The ripples caused by the information Jin Woo provided were enormous. It was none other than Jin Woo who provided the info, a man who created an unbelievable spectacle with the first supermassive gate and shocked the entire world, had provided them with this knowledge. People heard the warning about the invasion of huge monster armies that humanity would never be able to fight against, and struck by fear, they began doing whatever they could to distance themselves as far away from the gates as possible. Tell him that he can take his horse tea story and shove it. Invited to say his piece on a program on Hunter Channel, the Canadian Hunter began bad-mouthing Jin Woo in front of the esteemed panel of experts sitting in the studio. "If I knew Hunter Seong Jin Woo's personal contact number, I'd have said the exact same thing. If, by any chance, someone who knows him personally is watching this show, I want you to repeat what I just said here. Even still, Seong Hunter Nim is one of the very best hunters in the world, isn't he? Should we really ignore the warning issued by a hunter of his caliber?" J. Mill's hunter ranking was only about 17th on the list. even when considering the fact that he was a relative newbie who only started his hunter career 3 years ago. There was no way he could be compared to Jin Woo. He himself already had acknowledged the difference of class between them. Regardless, yes, of course, Xiang Jinwu is an incredible hunter. He possesses enough power to destroy Thomas Andre, and then all those summoned creatures, too. However, just because he's an incredible man, that doesn't mean everything he says is credible, am I right? In that case, do you have any evidence that contradicts what Xiang Jinwu Hunter Nim has said? What about Xiang Jinwu, then? What evidence does he have? Hunter Xiang Jinwu, you may have scared other people away with your bullshit, but let me tell you this. You won't get to monopolize all these gates. Why? Because I am not scared by you. Not even by a little bit. Leap. The association president Wu Jinqiao switched the TV off. He quietly put the remote down and shifted his gaze over to where Jin Woo currently sat. Hunters are gathering around J Mills in Canada as we speak. It seems that the nations possessing strong hunter systems, such as India, are preparing for their own raids. Jin Woo didn't say anything and simply nodded his head. The choice was theirs to make, to begin with. As for him, he now needed to focus on the upcoming battle against the rest of the sovereigns. What will you do now, Hunter Nim? It's simply impossible to fight against all 8 armies at once. In that case, he needed to get rid of the one that threatened South Korea first, where his family was staying. As for the remaining sovereigns, he would deal with them later, because the longer the fight dragged on, the better the odds of his victory would get. That was why. First of all, Jin Woo raised his head and spoke to Wu Jinqiao. I'll be heading off to China. Large placards written in Korean, so Jin Woo would be able to understand them, were hung up on various places of the airport. Liu Zhaijin, here to welcome Jin Woo personally, frowned somewhat while glaring at the placards plastered all over the place. There were so many of them here, he could hardly see an empty spot on the building itself. It wasn't as if he didn't like the contents of those placards. Oh no. Hunter Xiang Jinwu choosing China over other nations with supermassive gates in their territories was, without a doubt, something to celebrate as far as the Chinese hunter was concerned. He was tasked with taking the lead in the fight against the monsters that would pour out from that massive gate in the sky, so he felt a massive amount of gratitude to Hunter Xiang Jinwu for being here. How weak. China, Japan, Russia, they were all too weak. How could anyone call those people hunters when they couldn't even protect their mother nations with their own powers? Compared to them, how great are we? Canadian hunters had willingly gathered here in order to protect their land. We did not waver in our convictions. The crap about getting as far away from the gates couldn't make these great hunters of Canada waver and falter. J. Mills proudly looked at tens of thousands of hunters who had voluntarily gathered here to participate in the raid. Their fighting spirit seemed to pierce into the heavens. Regular people standing quite a bit of distance away were also sharing these hunters' sentiments as well. Citizens carrying around pickets of all sizes and various colors were cheering on the hunters. J. Mills stared up at the supermassive gate floating high up above his head and became convinced of his victory. Regardless of which monster shows up from there, we can win this. He felt really pumped up and, while turning around towards the other hunters, he raised both of his fists up high. He was then greeted by a loud, energetic roar. The preparation on the Chinese side had been completed as well. Just like how it had been like back in Seoul, a raid team consisting of several nationalities was surrounding the ground right below the gate. The biggest portion of that force was made up of, as one would expect, the elite Chinese hunters, which numbered well over 100,000. As befitting a nation boasting the highest number of hunters in the populace, the upper-ranked hunters carefully selected for this raid alone numbered over 100,000. Jin Woo had warned them before that monsters far too difficult for humans to fight against would fall out of the gate in droves. However, looking at the headcount of over 100,000 hunters gathered here, a certain thought of maybe we might stand a chance here began germinating within their heads. As if to remind them that they were being far too optimistic, Jin Woo summoned out his shadow soldiers. Come out. The wide open space behind Jin Woo deliberately left unoccupied was instantly filled up by the 130,000 strong shadow army. The nearby hunters couldn't even breathe properly from all the spooky aura oozing out from these summons. Cold sweat drops rapidly formed on the foreheads of the humans. The gap between our strengths. It's too much. Things like them are going to fall out from the sky. Right here. No freaking way. This was an overwhelming fear. The highly enhanced sensory perceptions of these upper-ranked hunters were warning them of the dangers posed by the beings that had appeared before them. Even Liu Zhaijing, who'd hardly get surprised by what life would throw at him by this point, gasped out in shock as well. Out of the 8 armies, which one would come out this gate? It was then, my liege. Belian informed his master that the time had come, and Jin Wu replied in a low voice. I know. Liu Zhaijing witnessed Jin Wu sharing a conversation with his summon as if it was the most natural thing in the world, and opened his eyes real wide in surprise. Hunter Nim, is it possible to converse with your summons? It was at that point that Baru determined Liu Zhaijing had come unnecessarily too close to his liege, and in the blink of an eye, blocked the Chinese hunter's path. Growl. An overwhelming killing intent leaked out from this ant-shaped soldier. Liu Zhaijing flinched in nasty surprise and hurriedly distanced himself. Jin Wu watched this scene unfold and unhappily smacked the back of the rather agitated Baru's head. Hey, he's an ally. It's opening up. Someone shouted out loudly. Everyone's head snapped up towards the sky. The light shining in Jin Wu's eyes transformed. Just as that unknown person had shouted out, the gate's gigantic mouth was slowly opening up. The choking tension began tightening the chests of everyone below the gate. However, even though the gate was now fully open, nothing happened. The one most surprised among the crowd was Jin Wu. He focused his perception but discovered that there was not a single presence beyond the gate itself, meaning this particular gate was empty. What the hell? A chill suddenly brushed past the back of Jin Wu's neck. Could he have something he had overlooked until now? One certain possibility he hadn't yet thought of abruptly entered his head, and the ominous foreboding gradually morphed into a certainty as time continued to tick by. What about other locations? It seems to be the same story with other locations. They say nothing has happened so far. In that case, are all these gates empty to begin with? Liu Zhaijing's head swiveled to the side again. His gaze stopped by at Jin Wu. Unfortunately, the Korean hunter's expression had hardened to such a scary degree that he couldn't even dare to ask for a clarification anymore. I made a mistake. Realizing the error in his judgment, Jin Wu bit his lower lip. Just why did he treat the sovereigns as simple creatures? They should have anticipated that I'd try to utilize the advantages of my shadow army. If his thoughts were correct, then Jin Wu raised his head, quickly walked past Liu Zhaijing, and asked the communication hunter, what about Canada? Pardon? Unable to hold back his agitation, Jin Wu's voice got louder. Tell me what's going on in Canada. Around the same time, the gate also opened up in Canada as well. Strangely enough, nothing happened here as well, just like with other locations. Hunters rousing up their fighting spirit for the upcoming raid tilted their heads and busy glanced at each other in confusion. What's this? But weren't the monsters supposed to rain down from there? Did Xiang Jin Wu really bullshit us all? It was then J. Mills discovered something strange in the distance and quickly shouted out towards other hunters. As he suspected, he hadn't seen it wrong. A certain humanoid figure was leisurely making its descent. That was the only thing that came out of the gate so far. No, hang on. It's not a humanoid figure. It's just a person. Jay reconfirmed the appearance of something that lightly made its landing. He stopped other hunters from rushing past him, and he alone walked towards the landing spot. The closer he got, the better he was able to see his opponent. It was a middle-aged man with reddish-black hair and beard. As for his attire, this man was kitted out in the most gorgeous metallic armor that boasted an arresting blend of silvery and reddish colors, extending from just below his neck right down to his toes. Jay finally arrived there and stared at this unknown man. So, the process is, it asks the first person it sees if he's a king, and if the answer is yes, it submits to him. Is that it? It was unknown whether this mysterious man was a human or a monster. J. Mills studied him as the corners of his lips arched up. What if I am? Since he was the leader of all the hunters gathered here, it'd not be an exaggeration to call him a king now, would it? His voice was filled with his strong self-confidence. But then, when the mysterious man opened his eyes, the irises of a lizard hungry for blood blinked ominously from within. The situation in Canada is still. The hunter in charge of communications stuttered like a broken clock. Jin Wu, feeling genuinely frustrated now, pulled out his smartphone. Instead, there was only one person who could give him the most accurate information as quickly as possible. Jin Wu searched through his contact list before tapping on the contact number of the special agent in charge of the Hunter Bureau's Asia branch, Adam White. Adam, can you tell me what's happening with the supermassive gate in Canada? It was then he heard a loud cheering of wow coming out from the phone's speaker as well. Although it was a soft, almost inaudible background noise even his highly developed hearing could barely catch, that was more than enough for him. I'm at the location of Canada's supermassive gate to provide support, alongside other agents. And why are you even there in the first place? Jin Wu's voice cracked up from agitation, and that caused Adam to reply in a surprised voice, quite obviously failing to hide his fluster. We simply couldn't watch the events in Canada unfold as if it's unrelated to us. Not just myself, but many other agents are currently assigned to deal with this matter, and Adam White then added that his current location was quite a distance away from where the Canadian hunters were, so if something bad were to happen, he should be able to escape relatively easily. Hearing that explanation, Jin-woo was suddenly overcome with sheer frustration that couldn't be described in words. The things I've warned everyone of. None of these people seem to have understood the scale of the enemy just yet. However, Adam still being unscathed could mean that his prediction was wrong. Jin-woo collected himself and calmly asked his next question. What about the gate? Has there been any changes yet? No, it seems that the inside was empty, just like every other gates. It's really quiet here in the location, actually. What a relief that was. Even after taking into consideration the world pointing their fingers of ridicule and blame at him for his warning being false, he could still breathe a sigh of relief. His prediction seemed to be wrong. But then this happened. Right now, something is making its descent. A person is descending from the gate. Jin-woo's heart that regained its calm a few seconds ago began racing faster and faster again. Just one person. All the hair on the back of his head stood up. Jin-woo's voice rose up really high. Adam, run away from there now. Doesn't matter if it's a car, whatever, get on it and escape from there right now. Pardon me. Before Adam could ask what was going on here, a loud explosion so horrifying that its brutality could be heard even through the phone's speaker resounded out next. The top-ranked hunters in the front row all got turned into charcoal in less than a second. The flames burning on their bodies are still raging on. Oh my god. Adam, listen to me. It's going to be alright, so start running now. You gotta escape from there as soon as possible. Jin-woo tried to calm Adam down, but unfortunately, the American agent seemed half-crazed by then. Oh, Jesus. Even though he began sobbing softly, he still explained everything he could see and hear to Jin-woo as if doing that was his final duty. Dragons from the sky. Dragons and other monsters are pouring down endlessly from the gate. All sorts of monsters mixed in the horde. How could something like this even be? The emotions of sorrowful determination could be heard from his voice. Jin-woo couldn't just sit back and listen anymore. Despite the risk, he connected his senses with the shadow soldier inserted into Adam's shadow. When he did, he got to see the spectacle the American agent got to see as well. It was as if he was seeing the scenes of the apocalypse. The high orc shadow soldier currently being controlled by Jin-woo reached out and grasped the wrist of the deeply terrified Adam. He screamed out in fear after seeing that high orc kitted out in black armor, but he soon saw the shadow of a familiar man within the eyes of this monster. Still possessing the high orc, Jin-woo got ready to drag Adam White into the shadow below his feet. But then, something approached them before anyone had noticed it and grabbed the shoulder of the high orc real tightly. The high orc looked back in a hurry and spotted a middle-aged man with a pair of bizarre reptilian eyes glaring in his direction. The middle-aged man opened his mouth wide. A truly gobsmacking level of power suddenly began gathering inside his mouth. Then, wordlessly, Jin-woo shifted his gaze back to Adam. At that moment, as if he had realized something just then, Adam White stared deeply at Jin-woo. No, more correctly, the high orc Jin-woo was controlling. Hunter Nim, I. The breath attack pouring out from the middle-aged man's mouth erased the shadow soldier completely out of existence. Jin-woo was beset with the sensation of his entire being set on fire, and his body powerfully shuddered from the cruel pain. He was connected to the high orc with his mind only, so he could escape from there no problem. But it was a different story for Agent Adam White. The American man's final moments Jin-woo saw. Recalling Adam's eyes as he turned into scorched ash in the flames, Jin-woo began gnashing his teeth in pure rage. Boom! He slammed his fist on the ground, causing the world to shake like the advent of an earthquake. God damn it. He should have expected it. He should have guessed that. Once the enemy knew they were going to face off against the Shadow Army, which got stronger the longer the battle wore on, they would then try to decrease the number of the potential battle locations down to an absolute minimum and gather their combat force into one chosen location. Instead, the Sovereigns even went so far to generate all 8 portals as if they were sticking to their original plan. They gathered their forces in the gate that's the furthest away from me. What a painful oversight on his part this was. His plan of increasing his shadow soldiers while other locations were being attacked and then make his counterattack went down the crapper in a spectacular fashion now. Liu Zhaijing realized from Jin-woo's expression that something terrible had happened and cautiously approached the latter's side. Xiang Jin-woo hunt. It was then. The hunter in charge of the communication belatedly received the news and, with a completely pale face, hurriedly ran towards the duo. Hunters. Canada is. The rest of his sentence didn't need to be heard at this point. When Jinwoo glared upwards, the gate covering up the sky was already disappearing from the view as if it had served its purpose now. The Dragon Emperor slowly closed its eyes and opened its arms wide to enjoy its own freedom. The pounding heartbeats of all living things, and their dying screams, the noises of all creations being destroyed continued to ring out like a wonderful symphony. It was then, accompanied by ancient great dragons powerfully landing on the ground, 2 other sovereigns gently landed in front of them. The Dragon Emperor let out a roar of laughter powerful enough to shake the land and shouted out towards the monsters still pouring out from the gate. Hundreds of dragons flew above its head next, and vicious flames rained down from their maws to burn away every single thing on the ground. The director of the Hunter Bureau, David Brennan, found himself sitting alone in his office with all lights switched off, while ignoring the endless streams of reports flooding into his desk as well as the incoming calls from the higher-ups. Inside his darkened office, images inside the muted TV screen flickered and danced. Monsters could be seen briefly in those images. He knew why the TV station covering the breaking news was playing the exact same footage over and over again. Because they are all dead by now. Just like every single Hunter Bureau agent sent there to support the Canadian hunters. Not one person would have survived that. Hunters, agents, reporters, and cameramen filming the scene. Every one of them dead. Thankfully, though, a cameraman risked his life and did his job, resulting in short footage that at least helped everyone with understanding the scale of the enemy's invading force. It's all over, the director suddenly yelled out like a madman. Hunter Seong Jinwoo wasn't exaggerating back then. Dragons alone numbered in the hundreds. Behind those, giants, beasts, and insect-like things rushed out like tidal waves. They were creatures of calamity that mankind simply could never fight against. He now understood the reason why Hunter Seong Jinwoo repeatedly told everyone in no uncertain terms to distance themselves as far away from the gates. This world was now over. But, still, what a crazy bastard. Didn't Seong Jinwoo go to China with his summons in order to fight against creatures like that? How could he even think about fighting against them when he knew that such monsters existed? As the director's face paled like a man seeing a scary ghost, Jinwoo quietly spoke to him. "I'm looking for something." What could he possibly be looking for when the world was facing certain annihilation? No, besides all that, was the man in front of the director's eyes the real Hunter Seong Jinwoo, to begin with. Wondering if he got too drunk and was seeing things, the director roughly shook his head from side to side. But Jinwoo's figure became even clearer and in focus from that action. "What are you looking for?" "The rune stone." Jinwoo told the director precisely what he was here for. "The rune stone from Kamish, give it to me." His surprise lasted only for a short while. The director reflexively shook his head. As you may well know, Hunter Nim, the Kamish's rune stone is the Hunter Bureau's. That was when his words came to a choking halt. This DMN work-related habit of his. What about the Hunter Bureau? So what? Never mind the Bureau. The whole of the United States of America was about to go up in flames. So who cared about a measly little rune stone now? Looks like I haven't fully woken up from the booze yet. The director loudly slapped his cheeks with his palms. After his skin reddened up from the stinging impact, he finally felt as if his brain was getting in gear. His once blurry eyes regained their focus as well. He then arrived at a certain conclusion that to the Hunter Bureau, no, to the entire United States of America, the reason why Jinwoo wanted the rune stone in the first place was far more important than its financial value. A short bout of deliberation later, the director asked cautiously as to not sour Jinwoo's moods. "I can definitely give you the rune stone, but why do you need it?" Without a single shred of hesitation, Jinwoo replied back, "I'll use it as a tool for my counter-attack." Through the eyes of the system, Jinwoo got to confirm the skill sleeping within the rune stone in question pretty early on. It definitely contained a certain power of a dragon. There was a reason why he showed no interest whatsoever to this rune stone until now, though. This skill had a rather serious drawback, meaning it was a power he didn't need. However, the story has changed now. After descending to the 9th underground floor of the Hunter Bureau's HQ, the director and Jinwoo now stood before the reinforced glass case that housed the rune stone in question. "Hunter Nim, you once told me that the monsters of the dungeons were sent here by the beings called the rulers, didn't you?" "Yes, I did." "In that case, what are these rune stones found inside the bodies of the monsters?" "They are gifts from the rulers to enable humanity to hunt monsters down more efficiently. What the rulers wanted was to spread mana around this world through violent clashes between monsters and mankind. The sacrifices made by humans were simply a side effect, not their true end goal. Indeed, these rune stones inserted into the monsters so, upon their deaths, their powers could be sealed within, were the sign of the ruler's consideration towards mankind's monster hunting. And so, Kamish's power was stored within this stone. Jinwoo took hold of the dragon's power that would play the crucial role in his fight back. The director tensely observed Jinwoo grasping the rune stone tightly and swallowed his dry saliva. Truly, can you truly stop the monsters with that thing? Well, I should at least give it a shot. Even at this very moment, the armies led by the Dragon Emperor were repeating the actions of destroying everything in their paths, and advancing forward before stopping to destroy some more. Thanks to the mana from the rulers fortifying the planet, the marching speed of the army of destruction had been pegged back somewhat. But that would only last for a short while. Soon, every inch of this land would be engulfed in the conflagration of war. There is something else as well. I'm looking for a person now. We're here. Jinwoo nodded his head, because the director simply led the visitor straight into the apartment. I didn't expect you to pay me a visit during such times. Jinwoo took a step forward and politely bowed his head towards the middle-aged woman. The moment she took a look at his entire being, she failed to stop the shocked gasp from bursting out of her mouth. Oh my gosh, he looked completely different from the last time she saw him. You're not the same person as the one I know. Her eyes began trembling fearfully. Back then, the darkness had been hiding deep within him somewhere, but now, he had become the perfect darkness itself. She could clearly see the power of death enveloping Jinwoo. However, he quickly shook his head and corrected her misunderstanding. I'm still the same person you know, madam, except that I've become one with the darkness you saw inside me. Which words in the known vocabulary would be adequate enough to describe this truly wondrous development? Madam, you said that you can glimpse into the future, yes. To a certain extent, yes. In that case, can you tell me about my future? Before he was about to enter the battle properly, he wanted to see the end through her eyes first. He thought that, regardless of what she saw, he'd be more relaxed going in. Madame Selner hesitated somewhat before she nodded her head slowly. She reached out and grasped both of Jinwoo's hands and closed her eyes. To look deeper into the inner workings of the darkness, she needed a big dollop of courage for that. However, she couldn't dare to refuse the request of a warrior about to go to war against the foes that required a far greater level of courage than hers. No, the level of courage required would be so great that it defied all attempts to compare it. The time flew past as if it was merely a moment, and when she finally opened her eyes, uncontrollable tears began trickling down her cheeks. Are you really going to carry all that burden by yourself? Jinwoo didn't answer her. But how can it be? How can just one person carry all those terrible burdens? Are you going to sacrifice one to save everyone? Jinwoo's expression brightened. Sounds like I can at least get that far. That's a relief. What do you mean, you're relieved? No one will be able to remember you. You'll end up fighting a lonesome battle all by yourself. Jinwoo let go of her hands as she tried to dissuade him. Back when he made up his mind to fight, he was already prepared to go that far. He took a step back from Madame and bade farewell in a dignified manner. I'm sorry for coming by unannounced and asking you for something like this. Seong Jinwoo Hunter Nim. Even before her earnestly pleading voice came to an end, Jinwoo slid into the shadow beneath his feet and disappeared from there. Jinwoo closed his eyes and began searching for the Dragon Emperor's aura within that massive army. As it turned out, it wasn't all that difficult to spot the center of the massive power that raged on like a violent storm and swallowing up everything in its wake. Found you. Jinwoo saw the Dragon Emperor. At that moment, the Sovereign of Destruction also saw Jinwoo. That sharp sensory perception that swept past it. There could only be one possessing senses like that. The Dragon Emperor abruptly came to a halt and glared in Jinwoo's direction. Its demonic snake-like eyes didn't shy away from the darkness in the distance for a long while. It had finally sensed the presence of the true enemy that could threaten its existence over yonder. That was why. The Shadow Sovereign and the Sovereign of Destruction glared at each other while transcending past the distance itself. The latter bared its fangs first. Its terrifying roar as loud as hundreds, no, thousands of lightning bolts exploding at the same time resounded throughout the entire planet. Murderous glare flickered for a moment within Jinwoo's eyes. Don't you worry, I'll see you soon. And when I do, Jinwoo swallowed back the words he wanted to say and submerged quietly into the shadow. If one were to transplant hell to earth, would it resemble something like this? The skies were filled with thick black clouds that showed no signs of abating. The ground below was, in turn, filled with blood, screams, ashes, and acrid stink. What is going on with that beastard, I wonder? After that brief stare down, the Shadow Sovereign went into hiding and didn't appear again, even until now. When he used his sensory perception to reveal his existence, the Dragon Emperor took that as the sign of the Shadow Sovereign finally declaring war. And that was why, for the first time in an extremely long while, the Dragon Emperor's heart that went dormant while wandering within the gap between dimensions had begun beating powerfully once again. Finally, one of only a few enemies that could truly threaten its life had bared his fangs at it. The true war was at hand. To the Sovereign of Destruction, the sight of the battlefield filled with sheer, uncontrolled madness from all parties involved was pretty much the same thing as a marvelous gift from the heavens. Too bad, the event it had been waiting for didn't materialize. The Shadow Sovereign vanished without a trace and showed no signs of appearing again even after a nation of his kin had been annihilated completely. Of course, it'd be no different than killing himself to fight against the combined army of the Chaos World that easily numbered in the 10+ millions with just over 100,000 of his servants. However, if he was planning to run away from the get-go, he wouldn't have tried to threaten the Dragon Emperor even at the risk of exposing his current whereabouts. Could he be aiming for something else? The Dragon Emperor grew more anxious as time continued to pass by. Could it be? He's waiting for the annihilation of his kin so he can convert them all into his shadow soldiers. However, turning humans who didn't know how to wield mana into his soldiers wouldn't be much help against the army of destruction. Humans are coming, my liege. But didn't all the humans of this nation capable of wielding mana, hunters, die? If so, what could this be? The Dragon Emperor formed a puzzled expression and raised its head, and with excellent timing, countless missiles rained down from the sky. This was the final struggle of the weak creatures, so pathetically meaningless that even the Sovereign of Destruction felt sorry for them. Humans knew that their weapons not imbued with mana couldn't even touch a single hair on the army of destruction, yet they stubbornly refused to give up. This is getting boring. The brows of the Dragon Emperor quivered slightly. Anxiety morphed into annoyance, and soon, annoyance transformed into anger. The Dragon Emperor warned its underlings not to make a move and for the first time ever since setting foot in this world, revealed its true appearance. These fighter pilots had flown here while risking their lives in order to buy time, however little it'd be for the civilians to evacuate. But then, after seeing the truly nonsensical size of the personified calamity approaching them, every single one of these brave men and women became completely speechless. Mommy, the terror and shock of these pilots only lasted for a brief moment. Soon, the breath of pure destruction fired out in a straight line from the jaw of the calamity, swallowing up all of the fighter jets in the air. In less than 1 minute, the lives of these pilots couldn't even buy 1 minute, and their sacrifice was ultimately in vain. Unfortunately, the Dragon Emperor wasn't satisfied by these human sacrifices and raised its head to spew out a terrifying roar at the heavens. That was the Sovereign of Destruction declaring war against the Shadow Sovereign. Jinwoo also heard that roar. His eyes, closed in stillness so that he could organize his thoughts, quietly opened up. It's time. The moment his eyelids lifted up, the sight of the lodging Baru had constructed immediately entered his view. Darkness and silence seemed to have taken over the dominion of this needlessly humongous room. Was it because the current atmosphere resembled the moments of eternal rest? Jinwoo didn't dislike the combination of darkness and silence as experienced within this empty, wide-open space. He felt guilty about scolding Baru initially after clapping his eyes on this white fortress for the first time back then, so he quietly summoned the former Ant King to his side. Hey, Baru. Thanks. Baru had been silently waiting in Jinwoo's shadow until then. He sneaked his head out of the darkness below to speak. Oh, my king. Yeah, I know. Jinwoo cut off Baru's sentence even before another word could be uttered. This time, Belian rose up to the surface from the side of the Ant King. It's far too dangerous, my liege. Even Ygritte emerged from below too, as if he was waiting for this chance. He knelt down and lowered his head, his voice sounding earnest. I share their opinions, my liege. All three marshals were trying to dissuade Jinwoo from enacting his plan. Wordlessly, their master studied the trio. Shadow soldiers would never die unless their sovereign was killed off, which meant that they would always worry about the safety of their sovereign first and foremost. However, sometimes one had no choice but to make a move even though he knew of the dangers waiting for him on the other side. For Jinwoo, this was one such occasion. Osborne, the former Shadow Sovereign, said that he liked this aspect of me. That would be the aspect of him willing to tackle the seemingly dangerous problem head-on first to see what's what. Even though he looked cold and calculating on the outside, Jinwoo continued on. If he was in the same situation as I am now, what would he have done? Belian recalled the past actions of the former Shadow Sovereign and realized that he couldn't readily provide an answer. Osborne, the former Shadow Sovereign, was someone who stepped up all by himself to try and stop the rebellion of every other fragment of the brilliant light marching forward to kill their creator, the absolute being. If it was him, he'd never give up on his duty regardless of the situation facing him. Once Bellion's thoughts arrived there, he raised his faltering head up high. Jinwoo was smiling back at him. They resemble each other. Jinwoo's face overlapped with that of Osborne's in Bellion's eyes just then. As expected, Bellion lowered his head again and made an earnest pledge towards Jinwoo. I shall accompany you till the end, my liege. It seemed that other marshals shared his sentiment because they no longer bothered to dissuade Jinwoo. Perfect. You should have come out like that from the beginning, you know. Jinwoo grinned refreshingly at them. He felt that there really wasn't much time remaining, and pulled out his phone from the pocket. This might prove to be his last chance to speak to his family. In the end, though, he couldn't bring himself to tap the call icon. He thought that, if he heard the voices of his loved ones now, he'd not be able to take another step forward. That's the feeling he got. The crushed phone slowly fell from Jinwoo's hand. It'd be perfectly fine to delay listening to their voices until the end of the upcoming battle. Wu Jinqiao squeezed his eyes shut. He just didn't feel confident of continuously watching the unfolding tragedy happening on the other side of the planet. Through Jinwoo's memory, he had witnessed the grand scale of the enemy's invading forces. He was being serious here. That was a calamity nothing in this world could defend against. The nation boasting the greatest combat strength, the United States of America, was crumbling helplessly at the hands of those DMN monsters. And right now, the only thing humanity could do was to pray for a miracle. Unfortunately, just what kind of a miracle would it have to be to stop those creatures? Please, I beg of you, don't. Although there would never be a reply, Wu Jinqiao still looked up at the ceiling of his office and whispered softly, "Don't forsake us." A fighter jet's engine was destroyed in an instant and its pilot hurriedly attempted to eject from the plane. As this pilot made his rapid descent towards the ground, he began screaming out in despair as he watched his friends and colleagues getting massacred in the blink of an eye. Booming exploding noises and flashes of fireballs filled up the sky. The pilot continued to cry out the names of his dying friends even as the disorientating chaos pushed his head into a dizzy spin. The ground approached at the rate of knots. Just before he was about to become a flat pancake, his parachute unfurled itself in time. He messily tumbled and rolled around on the ground several times before coming to a stop. Even though the surroundings were filled with the acrid stink of blood and stinging fumes of chemicals, monsters still managed to sense the breathing of a life form from far away and began rushing towards his location. The pilot hurriedly cut himself loose from the parachute straps and yanked out a pistol mounted on his hips. "Die, die, you sons of BTs." Several ear-piercing gunshots echoed in the air, but as expected, they were simply inadequate to slow down the monsters by one bit. Now that he ran out of bullets, the pilot instantly began regretting his actions. He should have reserved the last shot for his own final moment. His hands powerlessly sagged to the ground. The very first monster to arrive his location as he stood there dazed and numb was a denizen of the chaos world that resembled a giant cockroach. After seeing the insect-type monster utterly filling up his view, all strength in the pilot's legs abandoned him and he sunk down to the floor. A despairing moan leaked out of his mouth. Right at that moment, all those insects rushing at him were suddenly torn apart at once as if a claw from a gigantic creature took a swipe at them. Jesus Christ! His tearful eyes anxiously sought out the origin of that miracle. And soon, he found a single Asian man gently landing in front of his eyes. Although it was only his back, the pilot found it not too difficult to guess this man's name by looking at the pair of uniquely shaped short swords in his hands. Xiang Jinwoo. Hunter Jinwoo Xiang. Jinwoo took a look at the pilot behind him. There was an incredibly intense scowl on his face that made it hard to tell whether he was an ally or an enemy. But his eyes definitely said, "Run away, now." Sure enough, a horde of monsters far outnumbering the ones that got killed was rushing towards them from the distance. Jinwoo furiously swung Kamish's wraths, resulting in the monsters to get torn apart into bits and pieces like dolls made out of paper. He had cut down dozens upon dozens of enemies with those two attacks, but that was like shaving a tiny piece off a massive iceberg. Enemies hundreds of times greater in number seemed to have latched onto the smell of combat that had taken place here. This would be the first steps of the war. His first victims would be with these insect-type monsters. Jinwoo sucked in a quick but deep breath, and in the direction of the Chaos World's soldiers rushing towards his location, he spat out the two words that would become the turning point in this war. "Rise up." As soon as Jin Woo issued his command, all those insect monsters that got torn to shreds just now stood back up as new shadow soldiers. In the past, he also revived monsters that got killed during the battles and added them to his stock of soldiers. But these new additions were on a different scale altogether compared to those guys. Quite far removed from the recent past when the system suppressed the powers of the Shadow Sovereign and resulted in the creation of shadow soldiers that were weaker than their living counterparts. Jin Woo was now the bona fide king of the dead, and the restrictions of the system no longer affected him. The Dragon Emperor, having never let its guard down once, finally detected the presence of the Shadow Sovereign. Towards the eastern front, right at the eastern end of the gigantic army spreading out with itself as the center, that was where the Shadow Sovereign decided to make his appearance. The king of demonic specters, the sovereign of transfiguration, addressed the Dragon Emperor respectfully. However, the latter raised its hand up and abruptly cut off the words of the former. Even though they were separated by an incredible distance, the Emperor of Dragons didn't miss the crucial fact that the Shadow Sovereign's loyal soldiers were not present within his shadow. What was the Shadow Sovereign thinking of by stepping into the battlefield without the army to protect him? At a casual glance, this seemed to be the most perfect opportunity to eliminate him for good. However, they simply couldn't mobilize the entire army when it was unknown what their enemy was scheming right now. In a way, doing precisely that might be the true aim of the enemy to begin with. Anxiety akin to a veil of fog clogging up one's vision grabbed hold of the Dragon Emperor, and it couldn't readily make its next move. The Sovereign of Destruction shifted its glare back towards the eastern battlefield, where Jin Woo was going on a rampage at the moment. The number of the Chaos World's soldiers were decreasing at a noticeable rate, and at the same time, that Beastard's own forces were increasing rapidly. A decision needed to be made right now. The quicker the better. Too bad, the Dragon Emperor couldn't readily make a choice when the battlefield's direction was unfolding in an unexpected direction through one man's actions that seemed to defy all attempts to predict what his next moves would be. From a certain point onwards, Jin Woo gave up on consciously cutting down on the vast sea of enemies. There were simply far too many of them for that. The number of his own allies was increasing at a rapid pace, but still, the scale of the enemy forces was just so ridiculous that it almost rendered all of his actions so far inconsequential. After he sucked in a deep breath, Jin Woo entrusted himself not to his logical reasoning, but to his senses. When he did, reflexive movements that seemed to have transcended the limits of human anatomy began repeating as if he was a machine created solely to murder and destroy. Just one strike from him tore through hundreds of monsters. And then, rise up. Then, hundreds of new shadow soldiers joined his army. Screams of monsters reverberating from all corners completely filled up the battlefield. And so, just how much time went by in this manner? Jin Woo finally detected the approach of existences quite different from the forces of the Chaos World that he'd been fighting so far. He raised his head to spot hundreds of sky dragons, as well as dragonutes possessing humanoid appearances riding on top of them. Completely blanket the sky above. Is the army of destruction finally making its move? However, he still couldn't sense the presence of the Dragon Emperor yet. Not yet, huh? There was no need to be disappointed, though, because he had plenty of time on his hands, after all. Besides, if that Beastard was reluctant to make a move, then all he had to do was to give it a good enough reason. A dragon that was previously hidden from his view by the swarm of sky dragons revealed itself, and he witnessed a cluster of energy gathering in the flying creature's jaw. Sure enough, the horrifying breath of a dragon made up purely of flames fell from the sky. Having accurately fired the breath attack on the target, this dragon then increased its altitude. The enemy's presence couldn't be detected. Could the human have been melted away by its breath, then? Thinking that it had reached a safe enough altitude, the dragon stopped flying up and looked down at the ground to confirm the fate of the Shadow Sovereign. The raging flames died down and the black smoke dissipated, but not a trace of the Shadow Sovereign could be seen anywhere. Where is he? It was then. A presence could be felt on top of the dragon's head. A chill-inducing sensation brushed past the back of this creature's neck, but by then, it was already too late. You Beastard. Even before the dragon could look up, Jin Woo standing on its head stabbed down with Kamish's wrath. Sharp black aura shooting out from the tip of the short sword penetrated clean through the dragon's head and exited from underneath its chin. Rather obviously, the dead flying lizard lost its ability to stay airborne and helplessly fell towards the earth. Rise up. Just like that, the dragon and hundreds of dragonutes began rising up again right behind him. The Dragon Emperor also felt it. Its own army shouldn't even be compared to the ragtag bunch calling themselves soldiers that belonged to other sovereigns. But now, a portion of its proud army had been lost to the Shadow Sovereign. With that, the situation was now beyond the point of wait and see in regards to whatever schemes the Beastard had cooked up. The event of the army of destruction being swallowed up by the Shadow Sovereign must be prevented at any cost. The Dragon Emperor issued a new order to the ancient class dragons waiting for their chance to participate in the war, and just in case, it issued a different command to the Sovereign of Transfiguration. Hundreds of gates connected to the battlefield in the east suddenly materialized in front of the Dragon Emperor and the ancient class dragons. I shall not let you escape. With that thought in its head, the Dragon Emperor and its eyes burning in the flames of rage disappeared into the gate. Finally, the army of destruction, shrinking back and not doing anything until now, was forced to make their move after the Shadow Sovereign successfully managed to provoke them. Quite unlike in the east where the violent storms of power were on a collision course, a comparatively quieter battle was coming to an end on the opposite side, on the western front. The American military that had set up their final defensive line here was tragically being torn apart by the fangs and claws of the monsters. What these soldiers had bet their last hopes on were the weapons used by the hunters. Unfortunately, there was simply no way that these regular people could effectively use the hunter-issue weapons that were originally designed for raid situations. And so, the American military rapidly crumbled away in defeat. The role of the marauding army's spearhead for the Western Front was also given to the insect-type monsters that possess great agility and sharp senses. Just before their sharp mandibles split open wide to swallow him up, a certain figure stepped before the platoon commander faster than any of the insects could and took the hand grenade away, while blocking the attacks of the monsters with his bare back. The commander could only look up in a total daze at the man blocking his view, who was also at least a good 2 heads taller than he was. Thomas Andre. The surviving soldiers quickly recognized who these people coming to their aid were and bright expressions filled up their faces. It's the Scavenger. They're hunters from the Scavenger Guild. Thank you, Lord. As befitting a guild consisting of truly exceptional hunters, the current situation was resolved in no time at all. However, they didn't have any breathing room whatsoever as yet another wave of monsters was madly rushing towards them. Thomas Andre's ultra-sharp glare swept across the incoming enemies. Orcs, ogres, trolls, minotaurs, cyclops, etc. All of them were monsters commonly seen inside dungeons. No matter how many of them were here, they didn't pose any challenge to him. Except, in the middle of this sea of weaklings, there hid a nonsensically powerful being. Just like how other monsters were scared by Thomas's presence, he too couldn't make a move because of that one presence. Eventually, this creature slowly walked to the front of the horde, as if it was done observing the situation. The king of monstrous humanoids formed a sinister grin. The sovereign of beastly fangs did indeed possess powers of a predator, but basically, it was more specialized towards hunting down its prey instead. However, this particular king was different from its now dead comrade in that it ruled over monstrous humanoids such as orcs and ogres, and its speciality was in up-close and personal physical confrontations. So, it was quite obvious that it'd find this human acting so flippant when he had only a pathetic little bit of strength to fall back on, rather humorous to behold. The king of monstrous humanoids, the sovereign of Iron Body, began unleashing its enormous mana reserve, pressuring the opponent's fighting spirit through aura alone. This was a display of confidence from the sovereign, implying that it could easily kill off a measly human like Thomas Andre in a heartbeat. But then, in stark contrast to the hunters behind him with their rapidly paling complexions, the vessel of the rulers didn't seem to lose his relaxed demeanor at all. The sovereign began to wonder if this human had some sort of a scheme, a trick up his sleeve. But then, the darkness suddenly spread out from beneath his feet and in the blink of an eye, completely covered up the land. The sovereign's brow quivered greatly. Shadow. This was, without a doubt, the skill belonging to the Shadow Sovereign. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rose up from right behind Thomas Andre. The Grand Marshal Bellion sent his greeting in a polite yet still threatening tone of voice. And right behind him, over 130,000 shadow soldiers, hiding within Thomas Andre's shadow while patiently biding their time, were rising up above the ground at the same time. The elite shadow soldiers numbering over 130,000 that managed to survive the last war under the guidance of their sovereign erased their presence as much as possible and hid within the human's shadow. It was a trap. Now suddenly finding itself coming face to face with the Shadow Army, the sovereign of Iron Body felt this dizzying sensation of being sucked into a quagmire. They got me. Currently, the army manning the western battlefront didn't possess enough power to face off against the Shadow Army. Not only that, the ones leading this army of the dead were Bellion and Ygritte, so the sovereign in charge now had to worry about its own neck instead. Most likely, the Shadow Army, no, the Shadow Sovereign, was aiming for this result. I need to let them know. The Sovereign of Iron Body urgently tried to communicate with the Dragon Emperor. However, some kind of power was blocking its attempts to send the word out. Could it be? Did the Shadow Sovereign plan this far ahead? The Sovereign of Iron Body hurriedly activated its sensory perception to locate the source of the power interrupting the contact with the other side. When it did, it discovered a certain high orc shaman standing next to Ygritte, diligently murmuring out some kind of an incantation while holding onto something small in his hand. That DMN creature's spell was disrupting all forms of communication with the other sovereigns. The spell from the Commander Grade Fangs, now that he had experienced a rebirth as a true shadow soldier, as well as borrowing the power of the Beat of Avarice, was more than strong enough to perform that role. Fangs blushed slightly when his gaze met that of the king he used to serve. Even then, he didn't try to stop casting his spell. The king of monstrous humanoids, the Sovereign of Iron Body, felt as if it was being made fun of after looking at Fang's smile. An uncontrollable rage welled up from deep within. No, hang on. This tactic was not something the Shadow Sovereign would have cooked up, never mind his shadow soldiers. Indeed, this was not how the Shadow Army conducted its business. This army used to proudly announce the approach of unavoidable death right in front of their enemies every single time. This was a human's way of thinking. The current Shadow Sovereign, the human, had perverted how the war was supposed to be fought. Didn't he possess any pride as a sovereign? Now thoroughly enraged, the Sovereign of Iron Body expanded its muscles. As his body ballooned up to a near-bursting size, thick veins bulged up on its various muscles. The Sovereign of Iron Body roared out. It then arrived right in front of Fangs in less than a blink of an eye, but its path was suddenly blocked off by Baru. The former Ant King grabbed both hands of the Sovereign and began a contest of pure physical strength. He glared at the enemy and growled in the language of the monsters. As a reply, the Sovereign of Iron Body exerted enough power to twist and yank off Baru's arms while shouting out even louder than before. And when that happened, an ear-splitting screech exploded out from Baru's mouth as his entire body quickly expanded to double his previous size. The Dragon Emperor saw it. It saw the corpses of countless soldiers of the Chaos World that died during its brief period of hesitation, as well as the number of shadow soldiers that matched those that had fallen. Figurative flames erupted out from the Dragon Emperor's eyes as it strode outside the gate. The end of its glare was locked onto Jinwoo, currently swallowing whole a portion of the Chaos World's army after becoming a literal giant storm in their midst. The man, that beastard, must die. The Dragon Emperor didn't even have the necessary time to transform back to its original appearance, so it hurriedly fired the breath of destruction. Instead, it's him. Jinwoo's figure vanished from the spot. Right afterwards, all the soldiers of the Chaos World as well as the new Shadow Soldiers were exposed to the breath and got incinerated without a trace. Jinwoo made his timely escape and settled down on a location not too far away. Ending its breath attack, the Dragon Emperor glared right at him. Countless gates opened up behind it, and through them, ancient-class dragons and dragonutes revealed themselves. And so, the King of Berserk Dragons, the Sovereign of Destruction, had entered the fray. What appeared now alongside it was the main portion of the Army of Destruction. Forces capable of destroying this planet in one day had been mobilized in their entirety just to deal with the lone Shadow Sovereign. And in front of them stood the King of Kings, the Sovereign that lorded over other sovereigns, the Dragon Emperor. Just like the army of dragons choosing to stand behind the Dragon Emperor, the Shadow Soldiers also stood right behind Jinwoo. Advance. Jinwoo had his Shadow Soldiers, initially brought to one location, march forward again. An expression of confusion floated up on the Dragon Emperor's face. He saw my soldiers, yet he wishes to confront me head-on. Those were the actions of an insane fool. As if to mock the Dragon Emperor's suspicion, the Shadow Soldiers simply rushed forward towards their enemies. Dragons immediately fired powerful, vicious flames at them. With that, Shadow Soldiers were enveloped in flames before disappearing away like expendables, with nary a hint of regeneration happening among them. Almost instantly, the Dragon Emperor realized that these were simply decoys to buy time. Where is he? It quickly expanded its sensory perception. The Shadow Sovereign was using his shadow to escape to somewhere. Seeing this shameful sight, the Dragon Emperor formed a mocking grin. It seemed that the human beastard was planning to slowly shave down the forces of the Chaos World by repeating the tactics of hit and run. But he had made one crucial oversight, something he had failed to consider, and that would be the fact the leader of the enemy's forces could chase after him no problem. The Dragon Emperor easily traced Jinwoo's shadow now being connected to the Western Front. There you are. It had never let him get away. The Dragon Emperor quickly generated a gate connected to the exact spot where Jinwoo had fled to and jumped in without hesitation. Just as it took the first step out of the gate, it was greeted by the sight of the 130,000-strong great army surrounding it. That wasn't all. Jinwoo had been waiting for the Dragon Emperor's arrival and spoke in a calm voice when it did show up. Rise up. Just one command and every single creature belonging to the western portion of the Chaos Army that were killed at the hands of the true Shadow Army rose up as new Shadow Soldiers. The Dragon Emperor took a sweeping look at the Shadow Soldiers that now numbered well past 200,000 and spoke. Draw your enemy to the battlefield of your choosing and establish the upper hand. Since the Shadow Army was facing an overwhelmingly disadvantageous number of enemies, the current tactic could be seen as a must. But still, a mocking grin didn't want to leave the face of the Dragon Emperor. It finally understood what the scheme of the Shadow Sovereign was. Although the process of uncovering the plot resulted in the loss of the western portion of the Chaos World's army, that was not a large cost to bear as long as the Shadow Sovereign could be killed here today. Even losing half of all the soldiers would not be a loss. Fear would bloom in one's heart when one couldn't predict the events of the future. But its opponent had been laid bare here. The Dragon Emperor chuckled and looked back at Jinwoo. In reality, there stood a certain sovereign that could be seen as the greatest sorcerer in the Chaos World waiting right behind the Dragon Emperor. Not too long afterwards, the Sovereign of Transfiguration waiting for the surprise attack from the Shadow Army created countless gates that connected two battlefields. Before long, a seemingly endless number of soldiers from the Chaos World poured out before the measly 200,000 or so Shadow Army. So, how do you feel now? With this, your plan has been smashed to bits. Your miscalculation will result in your death today. The Dragon Emperor stared at Jinwoo with a triumphant expression on its face. However, Jinwoo grinned as his reply. He actually smiled right back at the Dragon Emperor in his satisfied expression. He got suckered in. Indeed, the Dragon Emperor had acted exactly according to his will. The King of Berserk Dragons, of course, didn't miss that brief flash of a smile on the human's face. He smiled. Sure enough, the summoning of the Shadow Soldiers was cancelled in an instant, and they all got sucked into the dark shade below the Shadow Sovereign's feet. Just what was this human thinking? Withdrawing his soldiers now was no different from trying to kill himself. If he had no soldiers to buy him time, then he'd not even be able to escape to somewhere else, either. Even if he didn't want to lose his precious Shadow Soldiers, no one would have taken him for a fool who would expose his back to his mortal enemies while hurriedly scurrying away. Before Jinwoo could do something else, the Dragon Emperor closed the distance first. At the same time, the entirety of the forces of the Chaos World also pounced towards Jinwoo's direction. The gazes of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of soldiers still breathlessly emerging from the gates were locked on Jinwoo, and Jinwoo alone. It was then, just as the Dragon Emperor arrived right before Jinwoo's nose and reached out towards him. At that moment, Jinwoo's eyes changed to resemble a dragon's. Only then did the Dragon Emperor realize that something had gone terribly awry. A moment of stillness came and went. From Jinwoo's mouth, a loud and vicious roar exploded out. It was the cry from the soul that pushed every single being near him, every single being weaker than him, into a state of pure despair. It was the dragon's fear, the vilest and cruelest skill of dragons he learned from Kamish's rune stone. He hadn't been interested in it since its powers didn't differentiate allies from enemies, but now it's different. The skill that drove hundreds of elite hunters gathered to hunt down a dragon to the pits of hell had now been used against the dragons, instead. Just like how Kamish had done to the human hunters all those years ago, the Shadow Sovereign froze up all the soldiers of the Dragon Emperor, too. There was no being alive that could break from the effects of fear produced by the near-bottomless supply of mana belonging to the Shadow Sovereign, save for one lone individual, and that would be the Dragon Emperor. After making every single one of the enemy forces freeze up in an instant, Jinwoo reached out and grabbed the Dragon Emperor's arm next. The brows of the King of Berserk Dragons crumpled. Jinwoo gripped the arm tighter as a grin suffused on his lips. "You, come with me for a sec." Having succeeded in his endeavor of inviting the Dragon Emperor to the true battlefield of his own choosing, Jinwoo quickly distanced himself away from his opponent. And now, finding itself in a location very far away from its underlings, the creature began scanning the surrounding scenery with mystified eyes. A place on the opposite side of the world from where your army is. What particularly drew one's attention was this huge white-colored fortress built up on the top of a hill. The Dragon Emperor pointed at it with a black flag flapping in the wind on top. Something like that. Why did Jinwoo briefly feel apologetic to Baru all of a sudden? Of course, there was no reason to get suckered into his enemy's pace now, was there? Well, I think that building's just about the perfect size to commemorate your death today. Only then did the gaze of the Dragon Emperor fix on Jinwoo. He didn't try to avoid meeting that glare. The Dragon Emperor had been surrounded. However, its expression was not as gloomy as one would hope for in the current situation. The thing was, although it didn't mind the types of battles where it had used the overwhelming numbers to completely massacre its enemies, it also found the exact opposite of that situation quite enjoyable too, where it'd get to overwhelm the enemies alone. In short, it was an existence born solely for warfare. It was the incarnation of destruction. One who would not mind its own demise if it was all for the sake of blood, screams, madness, and destruction swirling in a dizzying storm of warfare. That was why the Dragon Emperor could smile brightly. At the end of those words, that smile vanished from the creature's face. Jinwoo also sensed something at the same time. His senses that had far surpassed the limits of a normal human continuously rang loud warning bells. Along with a chill running down his spine, goosebumps broke all over his skin. It was then, like a scene from an unrealistic movie, a truly frightening roar scary enough to stop one's heart just from hearing it exploded out of the Dragon Emperor's mouth. This was the Dragon Emperor's fear, the ruler of all dragons. The level of terror previously never experienced before slammed into the Shadow Army like a massive shockwave. A seemingly endless chain of ripples began shaking the atmosphere. Even the ground quaked violently, as the shaking akin to an earthquake rocked the world. Jinwoo detected an extreme amount of terror, pain, and confusion from his soldiers, and he urgently brought them back inside his shadow. During that process, vicious dizziness assaulted him and he wobbled unsteadily for a moment there. The Dragon Emperor finally ended its roar. The corner of its lips curled up after seeing how pale Jinwoo's complexion was. The Dragon Emperor extended its hand out towards Jinwoo. His gaze slowly lowered towards the extended hand. Jinwoo's gaze, briefly lingering on the hand, gradually rose up again until it stopped at the Dragon Emperor's face. The creature was carrying an expression full of compassion. A gentle smile formed on the Dragon Emperor's lips now. Once we cooperate and defeat the forces of the rulers, not only you and your family, even your country, no, even more than that, everyone living on this land will gain peace and freedom. That was the promise the Dragon Emperor was making here. Did he get enticed by the offer? A thin smile slowly spread on the face of the Shadow Sovereign as he quietly listened to the tempting words. The King of Dragons also formed a smile of its own. Too bad. Jinwoo's reply was rather curt in nature. Don't make me laugh. The Dragon Emperor's expression hardened after hearing that pointed retort. You want me to trust a beast-starred with the eyes of someone that can barely hide its desire to kill me? The King of all dragons grasped its forehead and guffawed for a long time. Its laughter must have contained mana, because every single wave of sound emitted by the creature caused a powerful reverberation within Jinwoo's heart. When it finally took its hand away from its forehead, both of its wide-open eyes had changed to that of a reptile's. It's coming. The massive dragon was trying to stomp him to death, so Jinwoo quickly evaded that and ran to create some distance before summoning up the Sky Dragon Kaisel. His mount was already getting ready to take off, so as soon as it emerged from the shadow, it flew up into the air. Jinwoo quickly climbed up on its back. Kaisel rose up as fast as it could. Jinwoo then had his ride change directions and descend towards the Dragon Emperor's location. As if it was waiting precisely for that, the dragon made up of flames fired a breath of destruction. Go down. Almost at the same time as the blinding flash of light exploded forth from the Dragon Emperor's jaw, Kaisel descended at the rate of knots. The flames capable of erasing everything. The chill-inducing white beam of light brushed past right above Jinwoo's head. Kaisel followed after its master's instruction to descend closer to the Dragon Emperor while barely managing to sidestep the breath continuously pouring out towards it. Jinwoo gathered every drop of his mana while riding on the back of his mount. You did well, Kaisel. The gathered mana flowed into the Kamish's wrath held in his right hand. The black aura danced and tumbled about as if to signal that it was ready for that final strike. With everything in his power, Jinwoo swung his sword containing all of his might towards the Dragon Emperor. The black aura that looked capable enough to tear through anything in a single breath split up like the claws of a predator, and took a powerful swipe at the head of the flaming dragon. However, how can this be? Jinwoo's brows shot up high. There wasn't even a scratch on the creature's flaming scales. Instead, the unscathed Dragon Emperor began raising its head towards him. Jinwoo's expression crumpled. Is it breath again? He got ready to quickly descend again in case another round of breath of destruction came at his way. But he was greeted by an ear-splitting roar instead. Dragon fear. Jinwoo had developed some amount of immunity after experiencing it the last time. But it was a different story for his Sky Dragon. It couldn't withstand the roar from the Dragon Emperor and froze up in midair. Without even giving him any time to unsummon Kaisel, in came the ruthless beam of light signaling true destruction spat out by the king of all dragons. Even though they were in a free fall, Kaisel still twisted its body to push Jinwoo away to a safer location, and collided head-on against the breath of destruction with its body. Jinwoo cried out as he watched Kaisel disintegrate in an instant, not even leaving behind ash in the process. Utterly disregarding his wishes, the sky dragon was erased from existence without a single trace. Jinwoo bit his lower lip and fired mana out from behind to fly into the chest area of the Dragon Emperor in an instant. And to make sure he wouldn't fall off, he grasped tight the scale of this nonsensically humongous creature. His palm was instantly scorched by the ultra-high temperature. Jinwoo gritted his teeth and raised up the Kamish's wrath held in his other hand up high above his head. The short sword held in reverse grip was enveloped in the dancing black aura. Crack! The blade stabbing down with all his might managed to break past the scale. But that was all it could do. Sensing this ominous chill creep up behind his neck, Jinwoo hurriedly took a look behind him. The giant arm of the Dragon Emperor was swinging closer to his location. To dodge that, he unhesitatingly jumped down. He rained down so many attacks, yet the Dragon Emperor remained standing, imperious like the legendary Mount Tai. It possessed the level of defense and attack power that not even giants could match up to. He realized that he couldn't subjugate this dragon by relying on the same tactics. I need stronger power. Indeed, he needed an even stronger power, the power that might bring down a giant covered in thick armor with nothing but bare hands. Just like how an insect small enough not to be noticed by one's eyes couldn't do much about a human being. One needed to become a mountain if a mountain was blocking his path. It was then. Hang on. Armor is it? A certain possibility flashed by like a bolt of lightning in Jinwoo's head. If he could manipulate the power of darkness to create regular-sized armors, then couldn't he also be able to create something much larger and thicker than that, too? When his thoughts reached that far, the shadow beneath Jinwoo's feet suddenly began growing much larger. Even the Dragon Emperor noticed this change. The blackish liquid bubbled and rose up from that shadow to wrap around the Shadow Sovereign, layer upon layer, his size abruptly increasing at an alarming rate. What is this human beastard trying to do now? The Dragon Emperor saw it. It clearly saw a gigantic shadow tall enough to touch the skies standing there proudly, and perhaps trying to reject an existence that shouldn't even exist in the first place. Thousands, no, tens of thousands of black lightning bolts could also be seen violently roiling and crackling beyond the shoulders of this black shadow. Spiritual body manifestation. No, that couldn't be right. The Shadow Sovereign used to be one of the fragments of brilliant light. He didn't have any other hidden form to activate, and how he appeared was how he looked. However, how could the current Shadow Sovereign assume such a massive form right this moment? Could it be? When a certain theory brushed through its head, the eyes of the dragon quaked in sheer surprise. The beastard. Could he be summoning the power of death to the surface world? But how could that be? How could a man who used to be a normal human not too long ago control the power of death to such an astonishing degree? Another sigh of admiration left the mouth of the Dragon Emperor. There was a reason why the previous Shadow Sovereign, Osborne, chose to hand all of his power over to a measly little human being. Without a doubt, this human must die. As expected, he's far too dangerous. While the dragon silently glared at its opponent, the giant Shadow Sovereign was also doing the same thing in silence. Having become this gigantic Shadow Sovereign, Jinwoo shifted his surprised gaze lower to his hands that had also grown into a size easily exceeding his own imagination. Is this really me? He tried to move his fingers. The ginormous body that had become the darkness itself began moving according to his will. It wasn't just his body that had grown huge, though. From deep within his gigantic frame, the kind of dizzying power that defied all attempts to estimate how big it was gushed out infinitely. He had truly become a mountain in order to bring down another mountain. Jinwoo raised his head back up again. And there it was, the personification of destruction rushing towards him. Violent flames and black lightning bolts scattered in all directions. Jinwoo propped his body with his legs extended to his rear and stopped the charge of the Dragon Emperor. Their physical strength was about evenly matched. An even contest of strength briefly played out before the dragon suddenly bit Jinwoo on his shoulder. Crimson-red flames danced around the bitten part. Jinwoo didn't panic, though, and proceeded to grab and yank at the dragon's horn to pull the creature's head away. And then, one more punch to its face. This time, though, the Dragon Emperor wasn't pushed back. Almost as soon as it was shoved back, the dragon pounced towards him again, before opening its huge maw wide to take a big bite of Jinwoo's side. For the first time since he began fighting against the Dragon Emperor, Jin Woo couldn't hold back and spat out a pained cry. He used his elbow to smack down on the dragon's head several times, but the creature still lifted him up in the air and began shaking him around without mercy. An incredible pain akin to his waist being snapped in half rushed up from below. Deciding that enough damage had been inflicted on its enemy, the Dragon Emperor threw Jin Woo to the ground. That was followed by another round of breath of destruction pouncing on him. When the conflagration-like breath swept by, one of Jin Woo's arms had vanished. However, he didn't scream in pain. He just gritted his teeth. Whenever the two collided, the ground quaked and the heavens screamed. Every plot of land being showered by the falling flames was scorched black. Every square inch being struck by the black lightning bolts was ripped apart without mercy. A desperate battle ensued. From the sideline, Fangs witnessed the battle between two sovereigns with dazed eyes. At this grandiose yet frightening spectacle unfolding right before his eyes, the High Orc shaman was left completely flabbergasted, unable to turn his head away nor close shut his slack jaw. What if the Absolute Being created these beings in order to witness a fight of this magnitude? If that was the case, the High Orc Shadow Soldier thought that he might sort of understand the reasoning behind that decision. Indeed, the battle between these two was no doubt a world-ending calamity, but, at the same time, it was a spectacular once-in-a-lifetime event as well. Tears slowly fell from the eyes of Fangs as he continued to take in the sight of two godlike beings colliding with everything they had. The power of destruction and the power of death smashed into each other, writhed around, and shook the world to its very core. Lightning bolts, sparks of flames, and the screams of air being torn endlessly reverberated throughout the land. Eventually, the light receded and silence descended on the land. Jin Woo reverted back to his human form from the giant shadow. He lay sprawled on the ground and panted heavily. His entire body was burning up as if flames had scorched him. He was covered in wounds from head to toe. His current status was an utter mess. He did his absolute best to control his heavy breathing while sucking in a lot of air. A short while later, he forced his fatigued body to slowly stand back up. Just beyond the veil of thick fog kicked up from the explosion, someone was making its approach towards him. Jin Woo could only marvel wryly as the Dragon Emperor, in its human form, revealed itself. What a monster. The Dragon Beastard was not okay either, but compared to Jin Woo's own condition, it was noticeably better off. That's my line. Too bad. Jin Woo wanted to save the energy required to make that retort, so he had to swallow back his opinion. Instead, he wordlessly summoned the pair of Kamish's wraths and held them tightly. The Dragon Emperor also unsheathed its sword as well, even though it no longer possessed enough strength to maintain its spiritual body manifestation. The king of all dragons still scrounged up every little bit of remaining energy in order to kill the human for good. The Dragon Emperor arrived before him in just one step and swung its longsword at him. The pair of short swords and one longsword clashed and clanged chaotically. Every time sparks flew off from their clashing blades, sweat and blood sliding off their wielders' bodies rained down on the surroundings. It was then one of the Kamish's wrath shattered after its edges had been badly damaged from attacking the Dragon Emperor's toughened steel-like scales earlier. He managed to tilt his body in time to let the longsword cutting down diagonally brush past him, but that resulted in him losing balance for a brief moment. The Dragon Emperor didn't miss that opening. It thrust forward its weapon in the blink of an eye and penetrated Jin Woo's midriff. His actions came to an abrupt halt at the weapon that was uncomfortably close to his vital point. The Dragon Emperor chuckled as it addressed him, not even once doubting that it'd end up as the victory. The dragon in human form looked down at the face of its helplessly cornered enemy. Jin Woo readily agreed with the Dragon Emperor's assessment. You're right. Its conclusion is around the corner. The dragon formed a half-puzzled and half-satisfied expression and scanned Jin Woo's grievously wounded body before asking him a question. It was then. He seemed energyless and defeated, pretty much ready to give up. But in an instant, the light gleaming within Jin Woo's eyes changed. The Dragon Emperor urgently thrust the blade forward. To its great surprise, however, Jin Woo unexpectedly pushed himself forward instead of dodging backwards. The longsword brushed past his artery with barely a hair's width. I can do this. By paying the price of a grievous wound, Jin Woo got near the Dragon Emperor's vicinity. He then summoned his father's short sword stored in his inventory. The dragon's eyes widened. Even before the creature could decipher this new turn of events, Jin Woo's short sword stabbed deeply into his enemy's chest. The blade penetrated past the chest armor and stabbed the dragon's heart. Out of the blue, a loud chorus of vigorous warcry exploded forth from the heavens. The Dragon Emperor raised his head. It was greeted by an unbelievable spectacle just then. The army of the rulers, the soldiers of the heavens, were endlessly pouring out from a gigantic gate that wasn't there before. Their flapping wings began filling up the gloomy, clouded sky with the colors of whitish silver. Impossible. The Dragon Emperor inwardly freaked out. Without a doubt, there was no gate when it arrived here. So, just from where did that gate come from? And how could the soldiers of heaven enter this world so quickly? One would need an incalculable amount of energy to open up a portal connecting this world to the other side. So how? When its thoughts reached that far, the Dragon Emperor looked down with its trembling eyes at Jin Woo on the ground, currently panting heavily on his knees. It wasn't the difference in experience levels, but he had been working towards this end result from the very beginning. To call the allies from the other side by tearing the space up with the collision of two great sources of power. The reason for attracting the attention of the army of the Chaos World. The reason for bringing it to this desolate location. The dragon took that as the human not wanting their battle to be interrupted by outside factors. But as it turned out, the Shadow Sovereign had a different goal altogether. Even then, the Dragon Emperor couldn't finish its sentence. There was a way, the vessels of the rulers. Weren't there still a few vessels, connected to the rulers through the lending of their powers, left on this planet? And that was how the fragments of brilliant light were able to prepare a gate in this location. The Dragon Emperor glared at Jin Woo. Just for that 1 in 10,000 chance, he had chosen the method where even if he lost the fight, he'd still win the war before starting this battle. It was a complete defeat for the dragon, who only focused on the fight in front of its eyes and nothing else. Jin Woo, barely managing to hold back the dizzying pain from all of his wounds, formed an energyless smile. It was you, wasn't it? It was you who told the sovereigns of White Flames and Beastly Fangs to ambush the Shadow Sovereign from behind. Rather than answering right away, Jin Woo looked up at the sky filled with innumerable winged soldiers. He lowered his gaze back down to the Dragon Emperor a little later and formed a grin. Osborne wanted me to pass along this message. Jin Woo slowly unfurled his middle finger. The Dragon Emperor exploded in pure rage just then. The deadly sharp claws rushed towards defenseless Jin Woo kneeling down on the ground. Too bad, those claws couldn't reach him. The dragon raised its head next. From above, 6 angels, each with 3 pairs of wings, slowly descended all around the creature. Indeed, the conclusion of this battle had been around the corner. The Dragon Emperor recalled that brief conversation he shared with Jin Woo and began forming a self-mocking smile. Soon, the spears belonging to the rulers penetrated the Dragon Emperor from all directions. While he was stewing in his emotions, the most brilliant light finished giving commands to its soldiers and returned to where he was. A truly beautiful life form that no known expression in human language could adequately describe folded its proudly unfurled 6 wings at once, after landing in front of Jin Woo. Other rulers also landed behind the most brilliant light one by one. It studied Jin Woo's current condition. At a casual glance, he seemed to be any other regular human being. However, this lone human managed to bring an end to the war between us and the sovereigns. Who could have imagined such a thing? Who could have thought that the curtains on the eternal war, with seemingly no end in sight, as designed by the absolute being, would be closed by a weak existence in a world so far away? Jin Woo wordlessly looked at the ash falling from the sky before shifting his gaze to look at the brilliant light. There's a favor I want to ask you, although it might come across as a bit too big for a gesture of saying thanks. The brilliant light formed a slightly puzzled expression. The power of the Shadow Sovereign could very well be on the same level, no, maybe even greater than its own. However, such a being was asking for a favor. As if to lessen the confusion within the head of the brilliant light, Jin Woo answered first before the obvious question could be asked. It's something only you can do. The angel with 6 wings nodded its head. The Shadow Sovereign played an important role in killing the Dragon Emperor, and the rulers now owed him a large debt of gratitude that couldn't easily be repaid. There certainly was no excuse not to fulfill his favor. However, a rather difficult favor came out from Jin Woo's mouth. One more time. Can you use the Chalice of Rebirth one more time? The brilliant light felt a shock akin to someone hitting it at the back of its head. Even the other rulers standing behind it couldn't hide their astonishment. As their leader, the brilliant light simply had to confirm it again. That's right. Jin Woo nodded his head and explained himself. And after reversing the time flow, I'd like you to not send anything to Earth. I shall kill the sovereigns and their armies in the gap between the dimensions. The brilliant light was left flabbergasted by what Jin Woo wanted to do after the time reversal and couldn't immediately say the words stuck in his mouth. Alone. He wishes to fight this war all by himself. Jin Woo had heard the explanation on the Chalice of Rebirth from the former Shadow Sovereign. Even if the tool of God was used and time was reversed, the higher beings such as rulers and sovereigns would keep their memories. In that case, since he had inherited the power of the Shadow Sovereign through becoming one with Osborne's ego, his current abilities wouldn't disappear. Jinwoo was planning to take this power as well as his memories and willingly enter the gap between dimensions. The brilliant light spoke in a disbelieving voice. Jinwoo looked down at his father's short sword and calmly made his reply. Far too many lives were lost during this battle. I just wish to bring them back, that's all. If it meant he could bring them back by reversing time itself, then Jinwoo was fully prepared to fight the sovereigns one more time. The brilliant light closed its eyes to give itself some time to think, and suddenly realized that it did empathize with Jinwoo's answer. Regardless of what, though, reversing time remained a very dangerous action to take. Those words implied that a future far more cruel and horrible might be in store for this world. Meaning, the current development might be the best end result for everyone. The six-winged angel confirmed Jinwoo's decision for the last time. Before he answered, Jinwoo quietly closed his eyes and thought of the important people in his life. The eyes of the shadow soldiers inserted into their shadows allowed him to see them in real time. His mom and young sister were holding each other's hands with worried faces, anxiously watching the news coming from Japan on their TV. Cha-hyeon had her eyes deeply closed as if she was ardently praying to someone. Meanwhile, the association president Woo Jin-cheol was also watching the news broadcast with tearful eyes. Jin-woo felt their heartfelt emotions and a certain corner of his chest warmed up gradually. And when he opened his eyes, his mind was already made up. And going back to those people who still remained, and even to those who are no longer here. The faces of Association President Go Gun-hye, Adam White, and his father all brushed past his mind. Lots more people besides them were sacrificed in this war. Jinwoo swore that no one else would be lost ever again. The brilliant light clearly saw his unwavering determination. For a moment there, the angel thought the face of the former Shadow Sovereign had overlapped with that of Jinwoo's just now. It was the face of its stubborn comrade that refused to step aside even though the soldiers of heavens completely blanketing the skies threatened him so he could protect its master, the absolute being. He might have been a scary enemy, but at the same time, the angel greatly respected him. Hold on. Jinwoo quickly asked a question. What will happen to my shadow soldiers that didn't exist in the past? For instance, soldiers like Baru. Osborne's original soldiers would still remain within his shadow, sure. But what about others like Greed, who was a human named Hwang Dong-soo back 10 years ago? Or Baru, who didn't even exist back then? The brilliant light explained according to what it knew. That meant that Baru would continue to exist, while Greed would disappear. He could now hear the soldiers crying out in sorrow from inside his shadow. Jinwoo bade his goodbyes in his mind to those soldiers about to part ways with him and raised his head up with a smile. I'm ready. The brilliant light summoned out the chalice of rebirth from subspace and nodded its head. The blinding light enveloped the entire world. A small, easy-to-miss article about a middle school student who went missing after leaving behind a letter with the words "I've something to do" appeared on the corner of a certain local newspaper. And about 2 years later, the world became noisy for a brief moment after the middle school student who went missing suddenly came back home completely fine, as if everything had been a dream. But everything soon returned to its usual calmness, as it should. And then, time marched on, quietly. No incidents of gates, monsters, or hunters stepping forward to hunt those monsters ever happened again. Yoo Jin-ho found himself in the middle of a freshman welcoming party, but his expression remained quite stiff. The enticing odor of pork belly strips sizzling on the grill coming from here and there tickled his nose. But thanks to how tense he felt, he just couldn't work up his appetite at all. But how could this be? Although he was hiding his family background, for the time being, he still lived a life fitting for the last-born son of a wealthy keyball. For some reason, though, this diner specializing in the frozen pork belly didn't feel unfamiliar to him. But how come? Yoo Jin-ho tilted his head this way and that, leading one of his university seniors to lightly tap him on the shoulder. Hey, Jin-ho, come on, man. Loosen up, dude. Someone might think you're being led into a slaughterhouse or something. Yoo Jin-ho got flustered and his voice naturally rose higher. And no, that's not it, senior. What I'm saying here is, stop doing that for the time being, alright? You know, it'll be prudent to behave yourself in front of that senior, just in case. We have this really scary senior in our faculty, you see. Yoo Jin-ho's expression stiffened a lot worse now. You know, that kind of a guy. He doesn't just punish or discipline the juniors for no reason, but just by standing next to him. His incredible charisma is so If one were to talk about such a person, Yu Jinho also knew someone like that pretty close by, too. He briefly recalled his father's face, often referred to as the CEO of Iron Blood, before roughly shaking his head in order to get rid of the distracting thoughts. Perhaps he was getting properly drunk now. The senior began talking enthusiastically about this mysterious and scary senior all of a sudden. Hey, you know that athlete named Cha Hyun? Are you talking about Cha Hyun, who became really famous not too long ago as the idol of the athletics world? That Cha Hyun is the GF of our scary senior, you see. Here he comes. The senior jumped up from his seat after seeing a certain man enter the diner and hurriedly bowed his waist. Senior Nim, thank you for coming. After seeing the polite, disciplined greetings of his seniors, Yu Jinho realized that the drunk senior hadn't been exaggerating a thing until now. With the entrance of one single man, the atmosphere of the noisy, boisterous freshman welcoming party changed instantly. Dear Senior Nim, why did you have to choose the spot next to mine when there are so many available elsewhere? Yu Jinho spat out a sigh deep inside his heart, his head still lowered in dejection. But then, that scary senior suddenly presented him with a glass filled with a clear liquid. Take a cup from me. To think, a glass of booze given to a freshman was not one of those tiny little soju cups, but an actual glass cup. Yu Jinho thought that this action was as expected of a hardcore senior and cautiously took the offered cup, hoping to not make any mistakes here. I'm actually not that good with alcohol, though. He squeezed his eyes shut real tightly and forced the liquid down his throat. But then, his eyes shot open wide in surprise and he ended up asking a question at this unexpected development. Isn't this soda? It is. That supposedly scary senior was making an expression that was definitely not scary at all as he shook around a soda bottle. Why don't you and I drink this instead? For an unknown reason, the senior was forming the face of a person running into someone he really wanted to see after a long, long time of separation. Oh, and Jinho, I'm gonna feel really bad about myself if you keep calling me senior this and senior that. Okay. The senior filled the empty glass up with soda and spoke in a friendly tone of voice. From now on, call me Hyung. Hey, you don't want to. The once affectionate eyes of the scary senior suddenly changed to something far more serious. Yu Jinho instinctively straightened his back and energetically shouted out his reply. And no, I shall, Hyung Nim. Huh? After involuntarily spitting out the words Hyung Nim, Yu Jinho suddenly grew puzzled by how they felt so familiar to his tongue. Besides, hang on, have I ever told the senior what my name is before? He continued to tilt his head this way and that, and in the meantime, the senior lightly clinked their glasses. Cheers. For some reason, Yu Jinho realized that grin on the senior's face was not unfamiliar at all. The corners of his eyes grew reddened with moisture as he energetically clinked his own cup with the senior's once more. Yes, cheers. Yu Jinho's somewhat dissatisfied voice came out from the phone's speaker. Ah, Hyung Nim. Why haven't you come to the faculty classroom yet? Jinwoo replied with a grin. I've got a small errand to run today, you see. Hey, Jinho. There's this really important matter I gotta take care of first, so can you sub for me during the afternoon class? Thanks. Hyung Nim. Hyung Nim. Jinwoo distanced his ear away from the voice desperately calling out to him and ended the call. Jinwoo raised his head and caught the name of the hospital written in large font right before his face. Seoul Il-sin General Hospital. There was someone he had to meet staying in this place. He stopped walking for a bit to fix his attire. Then, just as he took a step towards the hospital, a rather familiar face brushed past him. He didn't mean to get noticed, but perhaps because his gaze had lingered on for a moment too long on her, she stopped and turned around to face him. It was Ju Huey, the rank B healer who got scared often but still entered the association and did her best so that the power given to her wouldn't be wasted. She used to be like that, but now she was staring at Jinwoo with the appearance of a regular university student. He ended up forming a gentle smile after realizing just how well not being a hunter suited her. Ju Huey intensely studied Jinwoo for a long time before she opened her mouth in a hesitant manner. Excuse me, have we met somewhere before? The words of happy greeting rushed up all the way to the tip of his tongue. However, he chose to shake his head instead. No, I don't think so, and then turned around to leave without looking back. For a little while there, Ju Huey tilted her head this way, and that as she looked at Jinwoo's departing back before she too continued on her path. He heard her distancing footsteps and formed a satisfied expression. He had protected her. He had protected the peaceful everyday lives. Whenever he ran into the evidence of peace created from his sacrifice, it felt as if he had reaped the benefits of all his hard work. That was why. That's enough for me. That was enough for him. Jinwoo stood before the entrance of the hospital and took a look at his left palm with untreatable burned skin. He then slowly stepped inside the building. If someone asked him about this wound, he'd always reply like this, that he got this injury while saving the world. When the doctor in charge walked into a hospital room, a certain patient lying on the bed gestured at him to come closer. "Can you help me sit up, please?" The doctor hurriedly ran up to the bed and cautiously helped the upper torso of the patient lying on his back to sit up. "Thank you." It was then the doctor spotted a wooden bottle he had never seen before on top of a table next to the patient's bed. "What is this, Chairman?" The gaunt patient, as thin as a desiccated tree, painfully coughed and wheezed before making his reply. "A young man gave it to me just now." The doctor formed a flustered expression. This was a VIP patient's room in the hospital, which meant that there were 2 guards constantly manning the front entrance. No one could enter without express permission from the doctor himself. But just who managed to sneak in here to leave behind that bottle? It is a truly strange thing, indeed. However, what that young man told me was even more incredible. That young man told the tale of a time now long overwritten, when the patient used to battle monsters alongside him. The young man continued on and said that he came to visit him with this gift as a thank you for everything that happened back then. And then he just simply vanished. As if he was a mirage, as if he was never here to begin with. If it weren't for the physical evidence, even the doctor in charge wouldn't have believed it. But there it was, the gift supposedly left behind by that young man. While the doctor stood there wondering how should he respond in a situation like this, the patient's trembling finger was now pointing at the wooden bottle. "Give it to me." The doctor picked the bottle up and placed it in the patient's hand. The old man sitting up in the bed studied the bottle and chuckled. He said that, as long as I drink what's inside this thing, my disease will be completely cured as if being washed away. "Chairman, you can't possibly be believing in the words of a... I'm tired." The chairman cut the doctor off. "Let me ask you this one thing. Even if I don't drink this, how long do I have left anyway?" The doctor couldn't make his reply. Even now, the absolute best that modern medicine had to offer only barely managed to keep the patient breathing. That was all. At this point, one could even claim it a miracle that he was still alive. The chairman lightly tutted as the doctor was unable to say anything. "If I drink this and things go wrong, I want you to write this down on my gravestone. Chairman Go-Gun Huey, buried in this place, having never given up, and fought against his illness right until the end." Mr. Chairman. As a doctor, he knew it was his duty to stop this, but he couldn't bring himself to do so when Chairman Go-Gun Huey formed a determined expression on his face while opening the lid of the bottle. He then began drinking the liquid inside with some difficulty. After making sure that every drop had entered his throat, Go-Gun Huey began recalling the face of that young man who left this bottle behind. He recalled those eyes specifically. Go-Gun Huey felt that it was definitely worth it to trust a man with such a powerful pair of eyes. And then, once he finished drinking every drop of this medicine, ba-dump, 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 his dying heart began pounding healthily once more. His heart was beating again. I am an employee of the Hunters Association. When you're taking a stroll on a street, ask this question to any student you run into. Ask them what kind of job they would like to have in the future. 100 times out of 100, you'd get one of these 3 answers. 1. A famous hunter. 2. A staff member of a major guild. And 3. An employee of the Hunters Association. If a kid you talked to was a bit slow in the head, he or she would end up wasting each day wishing to become a famous hunter. A kid smarter than the above example would want to get a job in a major guild that paid you according to one's abilities. The smartest cookies of the lot would choose to become an employee of the Hunters Association, where one would still get paid as much as the large guilds while being treated as a quasi-government official, which lessened the danger of getting unceremoniously fired from the job. Me. That was a smart cookie, a very smart one to boot. It had already been over 9 years since the awakened gates and monsters began appearing in this world. The society had already entered a period of stability after experiencing many failures as well as countless trials and errors. And as a newbie member of the association who had taken his first baby steps in said society, there was not a snowball's chance in hell that I could have my say in it. Since my initial goal was to help hunters out, I was assigned to the support department accordingly. But what waited for me there were all sorts of unrewarding miscellaneous tasks. And that was me being kind here. In reality, it was no different than taking care of the mess left behind by the hunters affiliated with the association. What's this? I heard that hunters in the area next to ours get a cup of coffee or snacks before going on raids. So how come we don't get any? There's this thing I urgently need to take care of, so can you give me an advance on this month's wages? If I participate in today's raid, there's no one to bring my child home, so can you do me this favor for me, please? Indeed, it was always something like this. Even if it was low-ranked gates worth not much money, someone still had to deal with it. But the number of hunters were limited, so their needs and wants had to be met no matter what. I told you people never to send Mr. Seong to my location, yet why didn't you listen to my requests? I had no idea what this guy was talking about, but first things first, which was to apologize. I'm terribly sorry, Hunter Nim. There must have been an error during the formation of the raid team. Can you please tell me what happened in detail? What the heck, my man? Forget about details or whatnot. I told you my team don't want to be responsible for a corpse, you know. You keep pushing this weak guy who gets injured from falling over on our team claiming that he's still a hunter. How do you expect us to take care of the aftermath if something happens? You guys do this again, and I'm just gonna quit right there and then, got that. The call was one-sidedly cut off there. I put the receiver down while repeatedly recalling the spelling of the word patience in my head. And then, began collecting data on the hunter the person on the phone spoke about before any sort of claims could be lodged. Just like how varied the reasons were for demanding one's raid party member to be changed, such as disagreement over the leader's decision, they didn't like each other, or didn't fight as well as one hoped, etc. Such requests were made quite often, so I never really paid much attention to the specifics until now. But then, I saw the record of Hunter Seong Jin Woo and soon realized that something had gone really wrong here. The first thing I did was to seek out a senior officer. Unfortunately, neither my immediate superior officer, or the officer above him, or even the person above that guy, wanted to get involved in a matter that could potentially prove to be too much trouble for what it's worth. Eventually, I had to seek out the chief of the support department. Sir, this is a matter concerning a person's life. It's not going to get solved by itself when we continue avoiding reality like this. Chief was forming an expression of a deeply concerned man after seeing the junior agent suddenly transform from a well-behaved kid who worked hard without complaints to the current me. However, I didn't stop voicing the things that needed to be said out loud. What if that hunter dies during a raid, sir? What will we say to his surviving family members then? You shouldn't say anything so unlucky. That's how much Hunter Seong Jin Woo's life is in danger, sir. Please, take a look. This is his hospital admittance record. It's already a miracle that he managed to survive until now. Fella, I hope you're aware of this hunter's backstory while telling me all this. I nodded my head. His mother was currently admitted to the intensive care unit. I knew that she'd not survive for another day without the aid of the life support machines. And I also knew that he worked for the association in order to receive financial support for the hospital fees. Fella, why did you join the Hunters Association? When I was young, I saw a certain news broadcast, sir. It was about a hunter who ended up being trapped inside a gate while trying to save his comrades from getting stuck like him. I recalled seeing the grounds of a theme park, a place where people were supposed to smile and have a good time, now filled with hunters soaked in blood from head to toe as they lay there helplessly while moaning in pain. Back then, I became really curious. Those folks saved other people while bleeding heavily like that, but who is saving them now? My parents couldn't answer my question, and that was when I made up mind. If no one could help them, then I shall be the one to do so. I shall do everything in my power to make sure that hunters don't get injured or die. But now, even I became the same as the rest, sir. I failed to become that source of support, strength, to Hunter Seong Jin Woo who was facing a deadly crisis in his life. There was nothing I could do for him. What if you still have something you can do? Pardon me. I raised my head up. Chief reached into his bag and pulled out a file containing information on a high-ranking awakened. He then placed it before me. You see, there are people who awakened as a high rank but due to not being interested in monetary gains, they chose not to become hunters. How about helping the hunters affiliated with the association by persuading these folks to join us? My mind snapped awake from that and I looked down at the file. Rank B Healer Hunter Yeju Huey, an upper rank healer. If someone like her joined the association, then surely she'd be able to save people from dying or suffering from heavy injuries. Even a weak hunter should be able to fight to his heart's content without being worried about his safety. For a moment there, Hunter Seong Jin Woo's face I saw earlier brushed past my mind. My eyes were sparkling brightly, causing the chief to gently chuckle and speak up. So, how about it? Are you interested? I stopped staring at the file and nodded my head energetically. Yes, sir, I am. Past the closed eyelids, the rays of morning sun signaling the start of yet another day could be felt. Jin Woo kept his eyes closed for the time being and while lying on his back, stroked the familiar material of the bed sheet. Although he wasn't fully awake yet, His perception that had far surpassed the boundaries of a human being could pick up on the unfolding situation of his immediate vicinity with ease. Jin-ah is coming out of the bathroom after washing up. The smell of the boiling stew, sounds coming from the cutting board, and then the air in my room with this familiar smell. This was his home. He had returned back home. Jin-woo's heartbeat began quickening bit by bit from the realization. He then heard his mom's voice through the closed door. Jin-ah, can you go and wake your brother up? Before his sister could fully open the door, he slowly pushed himself up from the bed. When did you wake up? She stared at his already awake figure with wide open eyes, and Jin-woo formed a deep smile as his reply. In front of his eyes stood Jin-ah, who hadn't lost her friends to the monsters yet. Jin-woo stood up from the bed and walked past his sister to enter the living room. Son, you're up. Mom stopped preparing breakfast and looked behind her after hearing his footsteps. From today onwards, he'd never get to see the sight of her trying her hardest to escape from the clutches of the eternal sleep that no one could wake up from. But the most welcoming scene that he really wanted to see again was. Jin-woo heard the sounds of a newspaper page turning and quickly shifted his gaze towards the dining table. His father, waiting for breakfast to arrive by quietly reading the newspaper, felt his gaze and raised his head. The moment their gazes met, Jin-woo felt this rush of breathless emotion. Father, he muttered the word father out unbeknownst even to himself. Seong-il-hwan formed a puzzled expression after hearing his son use a rather grown-up word when the boy always used the term dad up until now. Did his boy wake up after experiencing a scary dream? Tears of happiness briefly welled up in his eyes, but soon enough they were replaced by the gritty determination instead. Both his mom and dad were studying him with worried expressions on their faces. Jin-woo forcibly changed his own expression and formed a grin. I must have had a nightmare. Indeed, his nightmare was over. The nightmare was over, and his young sister, his healthy mother, and his father, who hadn't vanished, were all here. He was given one last chance to make everything right, and he swore never to let this chance slip through his fingers. He'd rewrite the future with his own two hands. His eyes gleamed brightly as his resolve firmed up even further. It felt like only a couple of days ago when he told himself that, but a week flew by already. Jin-woo failed to grasp the right timing to enter the gap between dimensions until now. He rested his chin on his hand and dazedly stared outside his classroom's window. Baru began talking to him from his shadow. Yeah, I know. Indeed, he knew. He knew that the sovereigns desiring after this land were getting ready to deploy a gigantic gate just beyond the blue sky above his head. However, these last few days had been like a holiday for him, someone who had ended a big fight not too long ago. For a little while longer, wouldn't it be fine for him to fully enjoy these peaceful times for a little bit longer, especially as a reward for his hard work so far? Jin-woo raised his head and caught the sight of the monster corpses too numerous to even count strewn about in the darkness. Yet again, Jin-woo tasted victory in the battle against the sovereigns, and through this particular engagement, killed the sovereign of transfiguration, the one that gave him the most headaches so far. It had already been 27 years since he entered the gap between dimensions. Finally, the closing curtains of this long, dangerous, and monotone warfare was in sight. The only remaining enemies were the Dragon Emperor and its direct subordinates, the Army of Destruction. His heart briefly beat faster from knowing that he'd go home soon. What a relief that the time flow in here and outside is different. Only around 2 years should have gone by on the outside. Coming home after 2 years of absence was it. How much would Jin-ah have changed? What about Dad? Mom? Were they holding up well? Should he have explained a bit better before coming here? Jin-woo shook his head as if to get rid of all distracting thoughts. With excellent timing, Bellion walked closer and bowed his head. Jin-woo took a look around him. The shadow soldiers had finished sweeping up the battlefield and massacred all the still-breathing enemies, and now they stood in near infinite columns as far as his eyes could see, silently waiting for his next command. It was now the time to meet his greatest enemy, the one he so badly wanted to meet. It was time to go and greet the one who handed him his first defeat ever since becoming the Shadow Sovereign. The rulers intervened and the end result was flipped on its head. But without a doubt, Jin-woo did lose to the Dragon Emperor in that battle. Rise up. From next to the countless dead monsters strewn about everywhere, an equal number of shadows rose up after hearing the command of the Shadow Sovereign. Right behind Jin-woo, his 3 marshals, Bellion, Baru, and Ygritte, plus many commanders, stood in an orderly fashion. The Dragon Emperor quietly stood still and glared in one particular spot. In the meantime, one of its subordinates cautiously approached it. The Dragon Emperor, standing there with its arms crossed, quickly replied. If it was impossible to escape from his siege, then the Dragon Emperor would fight back head-on and decide everything. Now that would be a choice befitting of the king of berserk dragons. The Shadow Sovereign slowly rose up from the darkness. The Shadow Sovereign, currently outfitted in jet black armor, wordlessly stared at the king of all dragons. The previous immaturity of the Shadow Sovereign had been replaced by this still weightiness, and he emitted a much stronger aura than ever before. For the first time ever, the Dragon Emperor became curious about the name of its opponent, the one that would either devour it, or end up getting devoured by it, instead. The name bestowed unto it by the Absolute Being, but revealed to no one until now, the Dragon Emperor readily revealed its name to the Shadow Sovereign. It did so in order to learn the Shadow Sovereign's name. The Dragon Emperor roared out loudly as if to shake the dimensions themselves, and the entirety of the army of destruction charged forward. Jinwoo was far quieter than his opponent as he simply pointed to his forward. Right away, near 10 million soldiers made their move. At the same time, he too dashed forward towards the Dragon Emperor with everything he had. The end of the lengthy war was here. The entirety of the United States of America became rather noisy when a certain fortune teller made an announcement. Not too long from now, the god of death will descend on this land. Now normally, a prophecy like this, one better suited for a spot on a comic book cover, wouldn't have garnered any attention from the public. However, the big issue here was that this prophecy had been made by none other than Madame Norma Selmer. Just who was this woman? After abruptly opening her heavenly eye around 2 years ago, she accurately predicted the death of North Korea's leader, terrorists kidnapping an airplane full of passengers, the stock market crash brought about by the sudden collapse of the housing markets, etc. And she had been the center of many controversies for a while now. And such a person made an announcement that implied the end of the world was coming. So it'd only be obvious that everyone would start freaking out. Madame Norma Selmer was also known as the prophet who is never wrong. And the very next day, a gigantic black hole suddenly opened up in the skies of Seoul, one large enough to almost completely cover up the capital city. And Madame's prophecy dominated the headlines of every newspaper in the world. It's opening up. The hole is opening up. The crowd of people screamed and pointed at the gate now beginning to open up. However, only the interior of the gate connected to some other place was revealed to the waiting eyes outside. No feared events of scary things jumping out from there happened. What's this? It's over just like that. The folks from all corners of the globe, here to spectate on the giant gate, began murmuring in uncertainty as they watched the mysterious portal slowly dissipate. In the meantime, Jinwoo blended in with the completely unawares crowd and upon arriving at a quiet, deserted street, undid his stealth. Since pretty much everyone was focusing on the disappearing gate, none of them paid much attention to a middle school student that popped up out of seemingly nowhere. It was precisely at that moment he discovered a young man holding an expensive-looking bouquet of flowers standing before him. This man smiled brightly and addressed Jinwoo. "Welcome back home safe and sound, Mr. Seong Jinwoo. Or should I address you as the Shadow Sovereign instead?" He had never met this guy before. However, he didn't sense any malice from this unknown dude either. So, he decided to lower his vigilance. "It doesn't matter what you address me as." Jinwoo received the bouquet of flowers from the man and smirked softly. "Having at least one person welcome me back isn't so bad, I guess." He leaned in and took a sniff at the flowers before raising his head up again. The man spoke as if he was genuinely surprised. "Honestly, I've never imagined that you would successfully finish your mission and return home like this. By the way, I see that your steps carry the weight of 10 million soldiers." Jinwoo now wielded the biggest fighting force when both the sovereigns and rulers were taken into account. He lowered the bouquet and asked the stranger, "I'm sure you didn't come here to hand me this bundle of flowers, so what does the emissary of the rulers want with me?" Quite different from the tone of his voice that could have come across as overbearing. His expression was filled with a relaxed composure. A lion would never fear a lamb, after all. "The rulers have sent you a message, Shadow Sovereign. Our conversation might take a while, so may I inquire if it's fine with you for us to go elsewhere?" "Fine." Jinwoo walked past the smiling man and took the lead. "I just remembered a place I wanted to stop by, anyway." The unknown man wordlessly stared at the bowl of ice cream presented before him for a bit, and raised his head. "The place you wanted to stop by was an ice cream parlor." Sure, just because he became younger looking, that didn't mean his tastes had changed, as well. It was just that, well, staying in a distant place for a long time does make you hanker for something sweet, you see. Jinwoo replied with a grin and began scooping the delicious ice cream into his mouth. This wonderful, refreshing coldness transmitted from his tongue. And then, followed by this thrilling sweetness. Only now did it strike home that he had returned for real. The unknown man tried to get to the main topic several times, but Jinwoo stopped him again and again. Only after he cleaned out the ice cream bowl did he open his mouth to speak. So, what did the ruler say? The unknown man had been dazedly watching the Shadow Sovereign's snack time until then. He hurriedly regained his wits and spoke up. Oh, first of all, they wish to express their genuine gratitude. Why don't we skip the perfunctory greetings and move on? The rulers should not have any further business with this world, yet they still sent an envoy to speak to him like this. Jinwoo deduced that the matter at hand must be something extraordinary, so he wanted to skip the opening remarks. Did a new problem pop up from somewhere? No, not at all. It's nothing like that. Rather, I'm here to speak to you because all the problems had been resolved. Instead, the rulers, they are worried about the potential side effects your powers might have on this world. Sovereign Nim. As you may well know, the powers you possess are not something this world can cope with. Okay, so, without the presence of mana, this world is just too fragile. If it's okay with you, we'd like to transfer you to a world that can take on your powers, Sovereign Nim. Or, they can just go ahead and seal me up instead of transferring me around, saving us from potential headaches. Of course, that is an option. Bang! Jinwoo lightly slapped the table, causing the unknown man to flinch and stop his attempt to reply. His bright complexion frozen solid mid-speech. The heavy voice of the Shadow Sovereign slowly came out of Jinwoo's mouth. So, they wish to get rid of me since I'm no longer useful, is that it? Because they fear the power that I possess. Jinwoo maintained a smile, but the glare in his eyes was incomparably colder than before. The unknown man nearly jumped up in fright and quickly waved his hands around. And no, that's not true. I swear, it's not like that. He then presented Jinwoo with a certain newspaper he had prepared earlier. Jinwoo took the paper and read the article dominating the front page. That's when he spotted a rather familiar face there. The article was about a prophecy made by one Madame Norma Selner, who used to work as the upgrader in the previous timeline. Not too long from now, the god of death will descend on this land. So, what you're saying is, my existence can potentially cause other changes like this one. Yes, that's correct, Sovereign Nim. Once Jinwoo showed signs of calming down, the unknown man spat out a sigh of relief. Can you come back some other time? I shall do so, oh, great sovereign. The unknown man performed a smart, courteous bow towards the greatest hero who brought to an end the war between sovereigns and rulers. The only thing remaining after the man had left was a black on both sides business card. Most likely, that signified the unknown man requesting him to call the number on the card when Jinwoo had made up his mind. If all living creatures have a clear goal, a purpose in their lives, he was certain of one thing. As the Shadow Sovereign, he had fulfilled his purpose after stopping the invasion of the sovereigns, as well as making sure that no weird phenomena occurred on Earth. Meaning, he had accomplished his goal. So, the enormous power that served its purpose would only become a headache that was hard to dispose of, just like the nuclear waste at the end of its life cycle. In that case, a question suddenly popped up in his head. In the end, have I become an existence surplus to this world? When the chain of his thoughts reached there, he spotted a certain familiar face jogging past the ice cream shop. As if he was entranced, Jinwoo got up, pushed open the front door, and stepped outside. Without a doubt that moving forward, there would come many occasions in the future where he'd have to ponder whether remaining in this world was a good idea or not. However, as long as there is a reason for me to stay, even if it's just one, then. A teenage girl kitted out in an athletics uniform stopped jogging and turned around to look behind her. At the place where the scent she really liked was coming from, she discovered an unfamiliar teenage boy standing in front of the wide-open exit of an ice cream parlor. What's going on? Did ice cream smell this good before? The teenage girl tilted her head this way and that while glancing behind her, but in the end, she failed to solve her confusion and continued with her jogging. Seeing her departing back, a brief smile formed on Jinwoo's face. There are still people that I love in this world. And also, those who love me and those who used to love me exist in this place, too. That is more than enough reason for me to stay here. Jinwoo smiled and inwardly told himself to find other reasons to stay in this world. The first time I met him was inside the irregular space created out of my liege's power. My mission was to test the human about to enter this place. Although my liege said that he wished to find out if this human was fit to become his vessel, I knew the truth, somehow. I knew that this order might be the last one my liege would ever give me. My liege had lost all interest in warfare after forgiving the rulers. From that point alone, I knew that he had harbored a deeper meaning in why he was so focused on this rather unremarkable human being. I began guessing that I'd soon bid farewell to my liege. However, the command issued by my liege was still absolute. I had no thoughts of questioning his motives or changing his mind. All I could do was to comply with his command. That was all I could do. And so, after most of my powers were sealed away, I was made to stand all alone in the space where the testing of that human would take place. Humans of this world call spaces such as this one dungeons, don't they? At the far end of this imaginary dungeon shaped to resemble an audience chamber of a king's castle, I saw a large throne. I combed through my fading memories of the time when I was still human and studied this place. As expected, you have certainly created quite a detailed stage with my liege's power, haven't you? I continued to touch and feel each large pillar lined up from the entrance to the plinth where the throne was and expressed my admiration towards the abilities of the architect, who had created all these. As the fruit of this meticulous planning, that human's body would continuously be modified to accept my liege's power. It was then I sensed the presence of someone approaching this place. He's here already. I panicked at this unexpectedly fast arrival of the test subject and ended up sitting down on the throne. However, after I settled down on the throne, I began wondering if me sitting here would be seen as a bit insolent. The consciousness of my liege had already taken root within the human I was supposed to test, so I couldn't help but wonder if me sitting on a throne like this, in front of my master, would be seen as me being disrespectful. In the end, I judged that I should refrain from displaying any uncouth sight and hurriedly climbed off the throne to hide behind the nearest pillar. With a truly gobsmacking timing, the massive entrance opened up, but thanks to the surroundings being too dark, that human failed to discover me panicking grandly like that. What a relief that was. It'd be no good to make this serious test my liege had planned out into a farce with my mistakes, now would it? I inwardly spat out a sigh of relief, and when the human was about 10 steps away from me, I slowly walked out from behind the pillar to block his path. Through the still air, I sensed his nervousness. He was a young man. Obviously, my gaze lingering on him couldn't be described as favorable. So, he's the one my liege has chosen. Even if this mission wasn't the final order bestowed unto me, I never planned to go easy during this fight. If I believed that he wasn't qualified, I'd kill him with my own hands. And so, as I stood there, igniting my fighting spirit, this young man suddenly clenched his fists tightly and put his dukes up. Wait, could he be thinking of using his bare fists to defeat me? I briefly thought about how praiseworthy his bravery was for a human being. To fight him in equal conditions, I took off my cape and removed my weapons one by one. Why was he getting so surprised by every single thing I did, anyway? Sure, his eyes filled with drive were rather likable, but did he possess the same level of abilities to match those eyes, I wonder? So, time to check it out. And the results came out pretty quickly. Even though I was forbidden from bringing out my full power, he was already kneeling before me. What a disappointment that was. However, just as I felt disappointed, I also felt an equal amount of relief. Because, if the one supposed to inherit the power of my liege turned out to be not qualified, then that meant my liege would remain as he was for a little while longer. For the first time ever, and also for the last time, too, I felt relieved by my liege's failure. And then, I decided to bestow a fitting end matching the level of bravery this man had shown me even though he was a mere human being. I used the authority briefly granted to me by my liege and dragged along the sword discarded to a distant location. Cutting his head off in one go and sending him off on his way with minimal pain was what I planned to do. I figured that such a gesture would be the best form of mercy I could show this human. Perhaps he had read my mind. He even presented his neck before me. You made the right decision. Wisdom matching your bravery. Although your loss is lamentable, there is no way other than this to change my liege's mind. For the sake of the man choosing an honorable death, I performed the beheading. But then, he seemed to have accepted his fate without a struggle, but the light in his eyes changed abruptly at that moment. Clang, my sword was blocked off by his hand, and instead, his dagger stabbed deeply into my face next. I was stunned, not by the fact that he managed to block my blade, no, but from the fact that he never gave up on his life right up until the end, even under the current circumstances. Also, although it was for a brief moment, I saw the light coldly gleaming in his eyes and belatedly realized that it was uncannily similar to the light within my liege's eyes. That was why my liege has. I completely lost all of my desire to fight, and was unable to respond to any of the continuous streams of attacks landing on me. I was slammed into the wall, and I was stabbed repeatedly. Eventually, the metal protector surrounding my neck couldn't endure and broke off. Since this was a test to confirm whether he possessed enough of a qualification, I should possess higher stats than he did. However, I still lost. And quite obviously, too, was this the result of me underestimating him after seeing him as just another human being, or a miracle brought on about by his tenacious nature that didn't know the meaning of giving up? As my consciousness blurred, I caught the sight of him raising both his hands up high to celebrate. Am I supposed to feel happy that my liege choice turned out to be correct, or feel sad that I couldn't manage to change his decision? I couldn't decide, and that's how I lost my consciousness. It was, until that man came closer and shouted out, "Rise up," in my direction. He really cherished me. Was it because I was his very first soldier? No, technically speaking, not his first, but someone very close to being one. There were many occasions where I thanked him for the kindness I felt from him. And there were many things that remained etched in my memories, such as, indeed, that one time, on a certain day, he said this to me: "I'm sure you'll be able to talk once your grade goes up, right?" How was I supposed to describe the state of my mind that nearly overloaded with emotions when I saw his bright smile? I wasn't sure of what he thought of me, but at least to me, he was my master, my friend, and my ally. He and I overcame many battles together, at times against denizens of the Chaos World, sometimes against monsters of the Instant Dungeons, and sometimes even against other hunters. When he was happy, I too was happy, and when he was struggling, I too struggled. And when he was sad, I also felt sad as well. I knew that the deeper my loyalty to him became, the longing towards my former master would get fainter and fainter. Despite that, though, I gradually grew to accept my new liege. You have no idea how badly I missed my dignified comrades from the past. That's how I felt when I met Bellion again. And if I were being honest, when he taught Baru a lesson, I felt just a tiny bit refreshed. Just a bit. Too bad. My joy at reuniting with my old comrade didn't last long, because not much time passed by before Bellion became influenced by Baru's antics, too. Of course, there was no need to even mention the reaction of our new master. In any case, our boss's powers became even greater after absorbing the original shadow army that had been patiently waiting for his summons from the gap between dimensions. Contrary to my worries, he didn't treat the soldiers from the previous liege any differently from his own, and after uniting under one banner, we were now fully prepared to sacrifice our lives regardless of what battle it was, all for his sake. Our master became more and more adept at warfare, and following after our master's growth, we too became stronger in turn as well. We faced several dangerous crises, both big and small. However, he grew even stronger every time he overcame them, to a point that it was getting harder to keep up with him. That's how almost 30 years flew by. All of our enemies were defeated, bar the army of destruction. The desperate clash of our liege against the Dragon Emperor. While our master was fighting against the leader of the enemy forces, we faced off against the ancient great dragons. One of them, named Granode, decided to engage me in a chat as I was mercilessly and crazily cutting down the army of dragons. Not even possessing enough energy to maintain its dragonic form anymore, the beastard had reverted back to a humanoid appearance, panting laboriously as it clutched the sword sticking out its chest. I ended up staring at the dying creature with dazed eyes for a long time after hearing its final words. Indeed, I had forgotten it. The moments spent with my new master had been so glorious that I had completely forgotten about the previous liege. Since when did this happen? Since when did the previous liege completely disappear from my mind? Granode's breathing came to a stop a long time ago, and fierce skirmishes continued to break out all around me. But I just couldn't bring myself to leave this spot for a while. I thought that my master was everything to me, but in reality, he meant so little to me. Such feelings of doubt caused the inside of my mind to blank out. I had never forgotten about my previous liege. My loyalty to that person simply had been extended to my current liege, that was all. How could me staying loyal with all my being to the inheritor the previous liege had personally chosen be seen as a bad thing, a sin? I am a knight. I was a sword of my liege. I was one of the twin wings that led the Shadow Army. If a 1 in 10,000 chance occurred, if I were to face the moment where I had to part ways with the current liege, then I'd add the words of farewell I didn't get to say to the previous liege as well. Every day I fought under my liege had been honor and privilege to me. I roared out viciously and pounced on the dragons dashing towards my direction. The lengthy war ended safely, and we all returned to the liege's homeworld. My liege was focused on studying until late at night. Hidden inside his shadow and sharing his vision, I decided to offer my advice. Really? Thanks. Thanks to not being able to meet the minimum required number of school attendance days, my liege was unfairly expelled from this institution called middle school, and now found himself stepping into a brand new battlefield, called Jed. Although he maintained near perfect score in every mock test he participated in, there were still a few problems that did slip through the cracks of inattention every now and then. But whenever something like that happened, just who was qualified to lend the liege his aid? Grand Marshal Bellion, who only had his huge physique and nothing else, or Marshal Baru, who could legitimately claim to be pretty smart but ultimately still a lousy insect at heart. In the end, it fell upon myself to counsel our liege, as I had graduated the night training school with top marks when I was still a human being. Hey, by the way, here it says that the answer to the 14th question is the first one. Ygritte, can you really stake your life on the second one? My liege opened up the answer sheet and pointed out my flaw with razor-sharp accuracy. So, as befitting a knight, I owned up to it. I am my liege's knight, my liege's sword. The battlefield of my liege is my battlefield. Now that he had stepped into a new war, it seemed that my glorious days would continue on for a little while longer. A day before the entrance ceremony for the new students, the headmaster of the school secretly summoned the teacher serving as the director of the Students' Affairs Department to his office. We'll be welcoming a problem child in our school tomorrow. Pardon me, sir. The headmaster pushed forward a set of prepared documents. The director of the Students' Affairs scanned the profile of a certain student written on the document and tilted his head. His father is a firefighter. His mom is a regular housewife. His academic records aren't too shabby, and I failed to see anything major with this child, sir. Look at the bottom. Look at the details on his expulsion. The student had run away from home for 2 years when he was only a first-year middle school student. Rather obviously, he was expelled from his previous school. But then, he completed the middle school diploma through JED and applied to enter their high school. Not even as a high school freshman, but a child who just graduated from the elementary school ran away from home for 2 years. The director sensed the entrance of a powerful adversary and his eyes began quaking ever so imperceptibly. Meanwhile, the headmaster spoke in a hushed voice. What do you think? This student, do you think you can handle him? The director of the Students' Affairs took a deep breath and closed the file of this problem child. Sir, you know very well already why I'm called the venomous snake. No matter what kind of a problem child he is, just leave him to me. I shall make sure to discipline him correctly so he won't go around causing trouble. His eyes were now shining with a sense of duty and unbridled confidence. The headmaster nodded his head in approval. Very good, then. I shall trust your judgment in this case, Teacher Park. The expression on the headmaster softened after hearing the assurance straight from the mouth of the director. The high school freshmen were gathered in the school's athletics field for the entrance ceremony. The new students used the gap created by the still lax surveillance of the teachers to form small groups comprising of the graduates from the same middle schools and noisily chatted away. It was then silence, like a lone shark scything its way into a school of sardines. The venomous snake, Teacher Park Gi-sul, made his sudden entrance and shot a scary glare, prompting the new students to hurriedly shut their mouths up at once. Who dares to make a noise? Rather unfitting for his name, Teacher Park Gi-sul was in charge of the physical training. But, fitting for a man who competed in amateur wrestling in his youth, he was blessed with cauliflower ears, a thick neck, broad shoulders, as well as muscular thighs. Everywhere Teacher Park Gi-sul's glare landed, kids quickly dropped their heads lower. Park Gi-sul continued to scan the faces of the new students and eventually located the problem kid in question. There he is. The moment he located his target, that content smile was wiped off from his face immediately. Even at a casual glance from far away, one could tell that the boy was no ordinary challenge. What with his height far taller than his peers, the hints of firm muscles all over his figure, as well as powerful vitality that could be gleaned from his eyes. So, that kid is Seong Jin-woo. The thing was, an expert would be able to recognize other experts. No matter how wild they were as a student, they all would become a well-behaved sheep in front of him before long. And in case the boy decided to show off with inadvisable bravado, then Teacher Park simply had to reveal just a wee bit of what was in store for unruly children. There hadn't been a single problem kid that venomous snake Park Gi-sul failed to discipline properly. That's it. There was a black glove on one of the problem kid's hands. A teacher in the Student Affairs Department couldn't possibly ignore the problem kid violating the dress code, such as wearing hats or gloves, while standing in the middle of the athletics field. Now could he? Of course, it wasn't as if he had forgotten about the small fact that the boy's left hand had a serious scar and needed to wear a glove all the time. Such a thing was already written within the students' records, after all. However, Park Gi-sul needed a pretext, however small, to butt in and start his operation of breaking that problem kid's fighting spirit. Indeed, what could be a better pretext to scold a student than the violation of the school's dress code? Having discovered a suitable gap to dig in, Park Gi-sul's eyes gleamed sharply like a real venomous snake, and he quickly made his way over to the problem kid in question. Hey, you fool! Where do you think you are to wear a glove? The loud, energetic roar coming from teacher Park Gi-sul prompted Jin-woo to turn his head around. And then, his eyes met Park Gi-sul's. In that moment, teacher Park Gi-sul saw it. He saw the countless black monsters standing seemingly endlessly behind this problem kid. The entirety of the athletics field, filled with students, disappeared in darkness from Park Gi-sul's view, only to be replaced by the sight of a massive army of 10 million soldiers standing in columns that stretched endlessly towards the distant horizon. Everyone, keep quiet. Park teacher Nim, maybe you're feeling unwell somewhere. Now being on the receiving end of the worried gazes of his colleagues, as well as unsettled looks from the students, Park Gi-sul's face reddened up considerably from embarrassment. He shook off the support from his colleagues and quickly made his escape from the area. Bellion, hiding in his master's shadow, quietly whispered to Jin-woo while watching the departing man's back grow further away. Yeah, it seems that he has seen you guys. Jin-woo nodded his head. There were some people who possessed far keener senses than other regular folks, although there weren't that many. Such people would sometimes, not very often, mind you, discover that Jin-woo was a bit different from everybody else. Just like now. Could this be one of the adverse influences I have on this world, too? He couldn't tell for sure. For a reason only known to him, Jin-woo deliberately applied to a high school that was some distance away from his house. And naturally, he recognized no one in the new class. Well, isn't that obvious? He scanned the faces of other kids without feeling bummed out about it, a smirk slowly creeping up on his face. He was already well past the age where his heart would start beating nervously from the burden of sharing a classroom with kids he didn't know. If it was him in the past, he'd start greeting others even while under the vicious assault of awkwardness. But now, it just felt too annoying, so he didn't even bother. While other kids were busy scanning their classmates to see what was what, Jin-woo simply took out a book he brought from home and opened it up. Maybe spending such a long time in the gap between dimensions, where there was not a sound to be heard, had changed him somehow, because he gained a renewed appreciation for reading a book in quiet stillness. But then, just as he got ready to spend some quiet time with himself, someone actually approached him to engage in conversation. Could you be? The voice sounded a bit powerless. Jin-woo raised his head towards where that voice came from. The owner of the voice flinched a bit when their gazes met, but when he confirmed Jin-woo's face, he seemed to have gained a boost to his courage. Why, you are Jin-woo from 20 middle school. Seong Jin-woo, right? Who could this kid be? Jin-woo's eyes narrowed slightly. He does look kinda familiar. I'm Oh Young-gil. We belonged to the same class during freshman year in middle school. Hearing the name helped Jin-woo to remember. He was none other than the boy that kept glancing at the group of kids getting ready to go to the internet cafe with envious eyes. The boy with the buzz-cut hairstyle had grown up to become a high schooler now. As they shook hands, Jin-woo felt this great sense of relief coming from the boy. Indeed, one would certainly feel relieved after finding a familiar face, a friend even. You live around here. My family moved house to the area nearby. But, just as the boy's words reached there, Jin-woo had no choice but to stop him for a bit, slightly peeved by the fact that he was unable to enjoy this unlikely reunion with a friend to its fullest. Hang on. Jin-woo turned his head to the side, and that was when 4 kids who didn't look to be a nice sort, even at a casual glance, surrounded him and Young-gil. Hey man, you must be somebody important, right? You even have a glove. The hooligans pointed at Jin-woo's left hand and cackled among themselves. Other kids in the class were scared and couldn't even meet these 4's glare, but in Jin-woo's view, who had been fighting non-stop for almost 30 years, these 4 were quite adorable, actually. The quartet, oblivious of how they were being judged, continued their mission to provoke Jin-woo, who had grown silent now. Hey, why don't you take off the glove? I wanna try it on, too. By the way, why did you put a glove on only one hand? Maybe you have a dark flame dragon on your arm, too. My right hand's dark flame is roaring out. They must have found something really funny, because all 4 of them burst out into boisterous laughter. Seeing them react like that, Jin-woo formed a derisive smirk at them. When he did, the glare in the 4 hooligans' eyes changed. Oh, you think this is funny? Seriously, did this beastard plug his ears with crap or something? We told him to take the DMN glove off, yet he ignores us. What? What gives? You have a tattoo there or something? It was then, from his shadow, Jin-woo heard the extremely agitated voice of Baru crying out. I ain't giving you permission. Stop it. Jin-woo reprimanded Baru, and before the ant soldier's rage could be fueled even further, he took his glove off and showed the hooligans his hand. When he did that, a hideous burn scar starting from his palm to his wrist was revealed for all to see. The quartet of troublemakers became speechless from the scar that implied a pretty serious tale even at a casual glance. before they began mouthing some vague excuses. This guy, we were just fooling around, so why are you getting serious? Hey, dude, put your glove back on. I might have nightmares about it now. Well, perhaps realizing that this should be enough, the quartet withdrew from there. Jinwoo didn't say anything and put his glove back on, before powerfully stomping on a certain blotch of shadow on the floor, sneaking towards the departing quartet. What were you planning to do after catching up to them? Baru was really incensed by those kids that dared to insult his liege, but Jinwoo was ultimately successful in holding back the irate ant soldier. He raised his head again afterwards. Wasn't this good? He had already killed all the enemies that bared their fangs at him back in the gap between dimensions. Enemies that threatened him inside dungeons also lost their lives, too. However, this place was Seoul, the Republic of Korea, where there were no gates and no monsters to worry about. This was a place filled with peaceful, everyday normal stuff. Jinwoo's gaze shifted over to the back of the quartet. When he did, the hooligans making their way to the rear of the classroom got tripped by the invisible something and fell on their faces as a group. Baru, currently being pushed down by Jinwoo's foot, watched the boys tumble ungainly like that and shifted his dumbfounded gaze back to his liege. Jinwoo smirked softly and settled down on his seat again after seeing the flustered expression of the female teacher, who just so happened to enter the classroom at that exact moment to discover that 4 of her students had fallen face first on the floor. With that, his high school life began for the second time. What? Track and field club? Young Gil asked with a surprised voice, while Jinwoo nodded calmly as his reply. Yup. The reason why Jinwoo chose this school, far from his home, instead of those nearby was because it was only this particular one that happened to have a track and field athletics department. Young Gil could only tilt his head when Jinwoo replied that he'd joined the track and field team from today. Was Jinwoo good at track in the past? He remembered hanging around Jinwoo for only about a month or so. The memories of him playing that game really well were the only thing that came to the boy's head, but he just couldn't recall Jinwoo doing anything particularly outstanding during physical training or club activities. No, Young Gil simply remembered Jinwoo doing pretty much everything at his pace, which was leisurely. The senior with the biggest physique took a step forward and greeted the duo. What do you two want now? Jinwoo briefly scanned the atmosphere of the team members and replied with a smile. I'd like to join the athletics club. The senior with big physique, the captain of the track and field team Choi Tae-woong, alternated his gaze between Jinwoo and a shorter kid with a rather unhealthy complexion. You want to join the club? Yes, both of you. Jinwoo looked behind, and Young Gil hurriedly shook his head. No, just me. After seeing Jinwoo's continuously smiling mug, the seniors grew interested and gathered around the freshmen. Oh, what's this? We have an applicant wanting to join us. This is my first time seeing a freshman barging in here and wanting to join the team, though. He's not playing around, is he? Choi Tae-woong scratched the top of his head and scanned Jinwoo from top to bottom before asking another question. You a student athlete? No, I'm not. Okay, you have experience running track in middle school. Although Jinwoo was rather experienced in running all over the gap between dimensions to kill sovereigns, that wasn't something he could refer to as his middle school days, or running track competitively, so he could only shake his head with a wry smile. No, I don't. The seniors in the athletics club were ready to welcome this enthusiastic newcomer right up until that answer. But now, their complexions were hardening drastically. A freshman who hadn't even run track competitively wanted to enter the athletics club comprised only of student athletes. Wasn't this kid taking high school track and field way too lightly? One of the seniors blessed with a short fuse suddenly jumped into the conversation from the side. You haven't run track before, so why do you want to enter the team? Jinwoo's reply was rather simple. There's someone I'd like to meet during the athletic meet, you see. She was still in the middle school division, but without a doubt, she possessed enough talent to participate in the regional competition. Well, she used to be an excellent athlete before she had to give up on that dream after becoming a high-ranked hunter, didn't she? If it was an athletic meet featuring participants from both middle and high schools, then wouldn't he be able to naturally run into her there? Jinwoo judged that, rather than forcibly get close to her and insert himself into her life that way, this might be a far better approach for both of them. However, judging from the expressions of the seniors, it seemed that they didn't share his thought process. Athletic meet. The expression of the senior with the short fuse, Jeong-gu-shik, hardened like stone. Even if one was to look down on running track, there was a line one shouldn't cross. Jeong-gu-shik's anger shot up to the top of his head and he was about to roar out some choice words to chase away the freshman. But then, Captain Choi Tae-woong formed a grin and gave his permission. Fine. Jeong-gu-shik looked back at his captain with an expression of a man failing to comprehend the situation. What? However, there is a condition. Choi Ti-woong used an expression that said be quiet to defeat Jeonggu Shik, and pointed at a glasses-wearing student busy stretching his muscles over yonder. You see that friend over there? Jin-woo followed after the pointing finger and nodded his head. Yes, that friend is the worst runner in our team, a reserve from the second year. Meaning, you gotta at least beat that friend to earn the right to enter our team. That was a bold-faced lie. Even before he heard the explanation, Jin-woo had already analyzed that particular second-year student's abilities, and as a result, he began chuckling inwardly. At first glance, that student's thighs and calves look lean and thin, but they are actually hard and well-trained, and confidence simply oozes from the rest of his body. Spying from the student's steady, relaxed breathing or his upright posture, Jin-woo knew immediately that he was looking at no ordinary athlete here, meaning the third-year seniors were trying to make fun of him. How could Jin-woo not laugh when their intentions were so easy to read like this? This beastard, he fell for it. Not just Jeonggu Shik, but everyone in the athletics club shouted out hooray. In their heads, a guy who can't even recognize the third-place finisher from the regionals last year wants to join the track and field team. Gimme a break. Very good. However, just running the track like that wouldn't be any fun, so how about this? If you win, you get to join the team. But if you lose, you do the team's laundry and cleaning for 1 month, free of charge. Sounds good. Jin-woo. Young Gil tried to stop him, but Jin-woo simply formed a smile that said, it's fine. Teacher Nim, how are you feeling now? Venomous Snake teacher Park Gi-sul replied half-heartedly at his colleague's question after they ran into each other on the corridor. And with hurried steps, he quickly walked past the confused-looking fellow teacher. Park Gi-sul's crumpled expression easily spoke of his current mood. I ended up making a fool of myself in front of all the gathered students today. He definitely must have made a mistake. Without a doubt, his strange hallucination was the fault of not eating a proper breakfast earlier today. Just as he mindlessly shifted his gaze down to the athletics field, his eyes grew extra large and he hurriedly lowered himself below the windows while spinning around. What the hell? Why is that kid running around the track with the rest of the athletics club members? It was then the director of the track and field team entered the lounge and discovered crouching Park Gi-sul. Why is the student named Seong Jin-woo running together with the kids from the athletics team? That student's name is Seong Jin-woo. The director took a look outside the window over Park Gi-sul's shoulder and formed a wry chuckle as if he still couldn't believe it. It seems that a freshman just showed up and said that he wanted to join the team. Kids tested him out, and as it turned out, he has a talent, so they just couldn't chase him away. Apparently, what they are doing now is to test his stamina. His stamina, you say? Yes, that's his 20th lap already. Just watching him going around is exhausting, so I quit first and came up here. Sports and sports clubs. There was no better alternative to get rid of one's overflowing hot-bloodedness of youth than sports. Several thoughts crisscrossed within teacher Park Gi-sul's mind. Then, student Seong Jin-woo, the one he prejudged to be a troublemaker, seemed to be trying his best to discipline himself by joining a sports club. It's possible that I have been holding the wrong idea about him. Now that he thought about it closely, there was simply no way that a boy walking around with monsters would exist in reality. Student Seong Jin-woo was just another exceedingly normal learner still searching for a place to call home within the fields of academia and sports, after a lengthy spell of aimlessly wandering around in his life. But here was a teacher busy going on about seeing monsters and phantoms and whatnot from a regular student like that. The reputation of the venomous snake had been thoroughly stained with this matter, indeed. Park Gi-sul chuckled meekly, stopped hiding, and stood back up. That's right, I should look at him without judging him first. I'm sure that will help resolve all the misunderstanding. Indeed, this morning was too bad, even before he could celebrate himself. Without any warning whatsoever, Park Gi-sul's entire field of vision was dyed in black and the spectacular sight of the shadow army stretching on endlessly entered his eyes. He nearly toppled over from fright, but he forced his legs to steady himself and gritted his teeth. This is a hallucination. This isn't real. It was then. A certain ant monster standing in the frontmost row of the soldiers kitted out in black armor, gazed straight at him and opened its maw wide. In the end, teacher Park Gi-sul did fall on his butt and lost consciousness. Within the subspace in Jin-woo's shadow, Ygritte watched Baru's action and used his elbow to rib the former ant king in the side. Baru lightly scratched the side of his head and before his liege could order him to, planted his head firmly on the ground first. Late at night, Detective Woo Jin-cheol and the youngest detective in the squad stopped by a diner that served gopchang. Once enough alcohol entered their bloodstreams, stories they found hard to talk about during the day came out, mostly from the youngest's mouth, actually. Excuse me, Senior Woo. You've been investigating that missing prisoner case until now, yes. That day, you really did see something, didn't you? What day? Wu Jinqiao played dumb deliberately, but the youngest simply grinned and replied, I'm talking about that day when the suspect went missing. Didn't you really see something that day? This kid, he had this habit of catching people off guard when they least expected it. Well, that's a good talent to have as a detective. Wu Jinqiao recalled his own newbie days and formed a slight chuckle as he replied, what if I did? Really? The youngest looked to be adequately drunk until then, but his eyes suddenly began sparkling and his ears even physically perked up. Maybe the power of the booze circulating in him was to blame, or maybe he just wanted to use this opportunity to get some stuff off his chest. Wu Jinqiao began speaking of things that he'd never even think about uttering in normal times. An ant monsters. Even I can't tell for sure what I saw back then. In any case, those things looked like ants. Ant monsters, is it? Are you saying that giant insects like ants came out? No, not that. Well, they were ants, but it was right then. Just as Wu Jinqiao spoke up to there, a certain man unsteadily tottering about, as if he had one too many to drink, stopped walking past the duo and addressed them. Those ant monsters, are they monsters with the heads of ants, but bodies that look like humans? The heads of the two detectives, Wu Jinqiao and his junior, raised up towards the owner of the voice. 1, 2, 1, 2. Choi Ti-woong raised his speed just a bit higher and shouted out, our goal is to conquer the whole country. Our goal is to. The members almost subconsciously chanted after their captain's words, but they quickly caught on to the fact that their warcry had changed and began questioning their leader. Hey, Captain, I thought our goal was the overall win in the regionals. You're aiming far too low in front of our new ace. While the members of the team lapped around the athletics field, positively buzzing with a heightened fighting spirit, only Oh Young-gil's complexion was turning blue amongst all the runners present. The poor kid ended up following after Jin-woo, and inadvertently entered the team as well. Jin-woo, running out in front, heard Young-gil's heavy, rough breathing and tutted inwardly. He wanted to improve the boy's rather feeble constitution, so he said yes to the idea of 1+1 admittance to the athletics club. But it was only a matter of time before someone keeled over at the rate things were going. But then again, it would not be an easy task to let Young-gil escape in this atmosphere when the fighting spirit of the seniors had reached a brand new height that they had never seen before. Left with no choice, Jin-woo loaded just a little bit of mana and sent it behind him. Like dandelion seeds being carried in the wind, the lump of mana gently floated in the air and entered Young-gil's nose and mouth. The effects of Jin-woo's mana were an immediate stamina recovery, as well as a temporary boost to one's muscular endurance, reaction times, flexibility, and to one's rate of stamina recovery, etc. Basically, it was a comprehensive buff gift set, filled with his desire to help out a friend. Since it was a gift set straight from the Shadow Sovereign who reigned over in another world as basically a god, the effects of the buffs were rather incredible. Thick veins rose up on the boys' legs as they powerfully kicked the ground away. One by one, seniors running ahead of Young-gil were left behind, and then Young-gil's solo sprint began in earnest. Hang on a minute. Choi Ti-woong was instantly impressed by Young-gil, who managed to shoot past ahead of everyone. The captain loudly shouted out in excitement, look at our newbie's fighting spirit burning up like that. How can us folks calling ourselves his seniors remain lukewarm when things are like this? We chase after the newbie with everything we've got. Let's go. Let's do it. Venomous Snake teacher Park Gi-sul was keeping tabs on the track and field team diligently going through their morning training regime at a distance. Contrary to his initial worries, it seemed that student Seong Jin-woo was getting used to the life in the track team without any problems whatsoever. Heck, the headmaster even thanked Park Gi-sul out of nowhere, too. Park Gi-sul tasted this bitterness deep within his core whenever he thought about the headmaster's high expectation of him versus his own pathetic situation where he couldn't even look student Seong Jin-woo straight in the eye. And that was why, because of his circumstances, he ended up getting PSS drunk and unloaded all the useless stuff off his chest to a couple of people he'd never even seen before in his entire life. Now why did I have to go and do something like that? Just from recalling that night's events, Park Gi-sul felt like tearing out all of his hair. From inside the darkness of his shadow, Grand Marshal Bellion's quiet voice entered his ears. Back when he returned home from the gap between dimensions, after ending the war, as Jin-woo stepped onto the ground of his home, feeling rightly emotional about his return, a proxy of the rulers showed up and left behind some advice of sorts. He said that, even if it was only a tiny bit of the sovereign's powers, it'd end up causing a humongous change to this world. And that was why Jin-woo had been avoiding interfering directly unless it was something utterly necessary. For now, let's just observe him for a little while longer. Wu Jinqiao found himself hesitating several times in front of the school gate. It had been a week already since he was gifted an unthinkable piece of a lead in a Gopchang diner. Starting from then, right up until now, all sorts of thoughts crisscrossed in his head. He could have treated that testimony as a crazed teacher rambling on about some incoherent nonsense. However, every now and then, a link would suddenly be established between two seemingly unrelated cases, and that would lead to an untangling of a dark web that seemed impossible to unravel initially. The suspects that encountered monsters, and the monsters of a student that only one teacher can see. Wu Jinqiao found a vague link between these two disparate incidents. This was from the instincts of a detective, something that couldn't be explained by logic. However, there was a problem. There was a massive hurdle to overcome here. If there was indeed a link, then what should he say exactly to the student in question? He couldn't just bet everything on that drunken teacher's words and start questioning this student named Xiang Jin Wu about monsters and stuff, now could he? As for asking a question in a roundabout way, the nature of the question itself was too broad for that, too. By any chance, do you know anything about these shadow monsters? What about ants that stand up and walk around like people? No matter how hard he practiced it in his head, he just couldn't picture the interview going down well at all. Wu Jinqiao pored at the memo pad containing detailed records of the investigation so far and spat out a long, long sigh. It'd be a miracle not to be labeled as a madman while asking around these sorts of questions. At the end of a long, long dilemma, Wu Jinqiao turned around to leave. He might come back later after thinking up another pretext, but for now, it didn't seem like the time was right. And so, as Wu Jinqiao took steps to get out of there, he lowered his gaze to the ground without thinking much about his actions. Shuck, if it wasn't him, famed even among the fellow detectives for possessing a pretty keen pair of eyes, but someone else not as sharp, they would have missed a faint movement on the ground. Without a shred of doubt, he noticed a blob of shadow move from the shade of a tree towards the school's wall. He definitely saw it. Goosebumps broke out all over his body and he hurriedly spun his head back towards the school. There is definitely something here. Wu Jinqiao's determination firmed up then. He no longer cared if people pointed at him, calling him insane, as long as he could find out the reason for this sense of loss that continued to plague him every now and then. As long as he could find out the exact cause why he felt his mind relax for a little while after encountering those ant monsters, then he'd not hesitate to pay any price. With a hardened expression, Wu Jinqiao began walking towards the grounds of this high school. At the same time, Jin Wu was spinning a pen with his fingers as he listened to the droning sounds of the geography lesson while the heads of many kids were dozing off all around him. Did he see the sentry I posted there? As expected of Wu Jinqiao, the former president of the Hunters Association. He should no longer have any memory of his previous life, yet his sharp eyes must have remained intact. Soon enough, the knocking on the classroom's door resounded out, followed by the surprised voice of the geography teacher. Detective, it's not a big issue, actually. It's just that I have some questions to ask a student named Xiang Jin Wu. Oh, at the announcement that a detective had shown up, kids let out gasps of amazement and shifted their gazes to Jin Wu. The thing that was coming had come. Jin Wu's eyes remained closed throughout, but then, with that grin getting deeper, they opened calmly again. At that moment, Wu Jinqiao was entering the classroom's door and his gaze met with a certain student's. Even though the geography teacher didn't specifically point the boy out, the seasoned detective knew that student was Xiang Jin Wu with just one look. Wu Jinqiao's heart began pounding away, as if it wanted to explode. Wu Jinqiao led Jin Wu to the end of the school corridor. He only stopped walking once they got to a distance far away from the classroom where their conversation wouldn't be overheard by someone else. Jin Wu, quietly following behind the detective, also came to a stop as a result. Sorry about dragging you out in the middle of class like this. No, it's fine. Jin Wu held back the words of I wanted to escape from there anyway because it was so boring, in consideration of the teacher doing his best to teach the classroom full of kids. Rather than say anything, Jin Wu looked up at Wu Jinqiao instead. The detective was young. Since Jin Wu had changed his physique to match that of a high school freshman, Wu Jinqiao was now actually a good head taller than he was, with much broader shoulders, as well. A guy who looked like he'd give a gangster a run for his money was actually working as a detective. A smile abruptly bloomed on his face after seeing a friend's face in what felt like eons. It had been years, no, decades actually, if he added the time spent wandering around the gap between dimensions, since he last saw the association president Wu Jinqiao. Even though Jin Woo didn't want to show anything outwardly, there was not much he could do about his expression betraying him with a hint of happiness. However, Woo Jin-cheol was immediately beset with confusion after discovering the smile on the student's face. There would be only a handful of people alive who'd remain unflustered after suddenly being visited by a cop. And not only that, a detective with such a threatening face like his. More than that, was there a reason to say anything else when the person in question was just a high school student? However, this kid in front of his eyes was actually smiling. This boy, something's different about him. Woo Jin-cheol felt it the moment he stepped into that classroom. This kid was different. Thanks to his job being what it was, he had run into his fair share of murderers who killed many people, or gangsters that lorded over the backstreets with iron fists. However, not even once had he met anyone with a pair of eyes as calm as this boy. How can a student possess eyes like that? By any chance, Shadow? No, wait. Ants. Woo Jin-cheol was looking at the contents of his memo pad, but no matter what he did, he just couldn't form any coherent sentences. So, he pulled out a pen from his inner pocket instead. While Jin Woo watched on with an interested gaze, Woo Jin-cheol quickly drew something on the page of the pad and presented the resulting artwork. Jin Woo inwardly praised the detective's effort. This dude, he's actually a lot more talented in art than I thought. What Woo Jin-cheol sketched just now was the general appearance of Baru. Although it couldn't be called exact description, still, he got right the head of an ant. Human-like hands and feet, the sharp claws, as well as the ant's wings on the back, etc., etc. Anyone who knew what Baru looked like, they would recognize him from this drawing in an instant. Woo Jin-cheol asked his question then. By any chance, can you think of something when you look at this image? Jin Woo looked at the drawing for a bit before raising his head and spotted Woo Jin-cheol and his slightly blushing face. Even he should be aware of how ridiculous this whole thing must have looked. But regardless of all that, he seemed to be desperate to recover the memories of things that happened to him, but were later taken away, even if that meant he'd have to resort to doing something like this, containing all of his desperation. Do you know what this is? Woo Jin-cheol asked one more time. Before the hints of embarrassment, as evident in the detective's voice, could grow larger, Jin Woo quickly answered him. Yes, Ba-dumph. Woo Jin-cheol's heart powerfully rocked and pounded on his chest. What is this ant monster? And what is your real identity? Jin Woo took a step back in order to avoid the agitated Woo Jin-cheol. The latter realized that he made a mistake and quickly calmed himself down. Oh, I got too carried away there for a second. I've been chasing after this case for a while, you see. So, you know something about the creature in this image? Yes, Jin Woo replied briefly with a nod of his head, before an innocent expression formed on his face. Isn't that a monster that pops out from one of those special effects dramas that kids like to watch? Like Kamen Rider. Woo Jin-cheol was immediately overcome with this sense of despondency, akin to watching a sand castle he built all day long get washed away by a single incoming wave. A small but heartbroken sigh leaked out of his mouth. Since his expectation had been great, the ensuing disappointment was just as great, too. His hand holding the memo pad naturally dropped lower. He looked so fatigued right now, so tired that he couldn't even hold that little pad up anymore. For a brief moment there, he grew angry at this boy for needlessly stringing him along with his vague answers. But, well, what crime did this student commit exactly, when he spoke only of the things he knew about? Woo Jin-cheol forced a smile on his face. Thank you for your cooperation. Is that all? Yes, I spoke to your teacher, so there shouldn't be any issues when you go back. Woo Jin-cheol spoke up to hear and was about to pocket the memo pad, but then Jin Woo quickly addressed him. That image of a monster, can I have it as a souvenir? The detective looked at the student's bright expression, and a genuine smile floated up on his face. He opened his memo pad and stared at the sketch for a little while, before tearing the page out cleanly and handing it over to Jin Woo. Here, thank you. As if he didn't want to get arrested by any lingering emotions, Woo Jin-cheol spun on his heels and jogged down the steps as soon as the student bade him goodbye. Jin Woo remained in his spot and listened to the detective's footsteps echoing down the staircase. In the meantime, his shadow sneakily expanded to the side like spilt water and Ygritte quietly emerged from there. Ygritte retained his memories from back when he was still a human, and thanks to that, he knew better than anyone just how sad and difficult it was for a person to be forgotten from the minds of those he cared about. And that was why he thought of the detective Woo Jin-cheol's entrance as perhaps the most ideal opportunity that came knocking so far. Even if it was just one individual, wouldn't it be a good thing for the sovereign to let someone know how he had saved this world? There was this distinct hint of rueful longing in Ygritte's voice. Still, Jin Woo shook his head. Being able to forget is supposed to be a god's gift to humans, you know. Even if that was an artificially created result after using a tool of God, Jin Woo thought that he didn't possess the qualifications to choose which memories to erase and which ones to keep. Only a god should do something like that. That was why he decided to let the former association president Wu Jinqiao go in this manner. Once the break came, the boiling interests of the kids finally focused on Jin Woo. Seriously now, just when would these kids get to experience a TV drama-like situation of a police detective suddenly barging into their classroom? It was only obvious that their unbridled attention would be focused on the protagonist of that tale. Even the girls who were interested in Jin Woo before but couldn't say it outright hurriedly rushed towards him, and soon, a rather sizable horde of people formed around his desk. What happened just now? Hey, Jin Woo, why did a detective Nim come to school? Jin Woo grinned softly at the burning curiosity of his classmates and spoke of the fresh excuse he just cooked up on the spot. Well, he's someone that I know, and he just stopped by to ask me about something, that's all. Wowzers, that's awesome. You're an acquaintance with an actual detective. Jin Woo, I'm so envious, you know. Jin Woo found it hard to keep his laughter in check as the kid's interest began heading down a slightly unexpected direction. I heard from other boys that you got a killer body. Really? Are you an athlete or something? I saw Jin Woo running on the track with the seniors from the school's track team the day before yesterday. Wow, look how broad his shoulders are. As the girls surrounded him from all sides, Jin Woo began pondering how he should go about making them quietly return to their seats. But then, the quartet of the hooligans found one person hogging all the attention quite displeasing and decided to interrupt the fun. Hey, you, aren't you getting really popular now? Even a cop came to see you and all. Once this quartet entered the scene, the boys quickly retreated to their seats, while the girls began to quietly back away. A boy named Namjoon Shik, the one with the highest position within the quartet, began slapping Jin Woo's shoulder that played host to the curious touches of high school girls not too long ago. The corners of his eyes began curling up. Does me being mischievous like this count as school bullying? Are you going to report me to the detective Nim now? It was then, a massive arm suddenly pounced from above and wrapped tightly around Namjoon Shik's throat. The hooligan grabbed at the thick arm as he began choking pathetically, and in the meantime, a familiar face revealed itself above the pale-faced kid. You have business with our beloved ace of the track and field club, boy. That face belonged to none other than the captain of the club, the third-year senior Choi Tae-woo, and he was being accompanied by another third-year, the senior with a short fuse, Jeonggu Shik. All four members of the quartet found themselves trapped in armlocks and headlocks of their seniors, their complexions paling gradually from the lack of oxygen. Seniors, what brings you all here? We showed up to dissuade our ace from beating the living crap out of four idiots. Choi Tae-woong's large frame quaked as he roared out in a peal of loud laughter before he continued on. I forgot to tell you guys that we were planning to hold a welcoming party for our new members later today, you see. You and Young Gil both have free time today, right? Jin Woo glanced at Young Gil and the latter nodded his head. Yes, we do. In that case, see you both after school. Still smiling, the seniors began leaving one by one. But then, Jin Woo called out to them to stop their march out of the classroom. Seniors, where are you taking those four still stuck under your arms? These idiots. Choi Tae-woong exchanged some knowing glances with Jeonggu Shik. Well, what should we do with them? How about we do an easy lap around the track, Captain? Soon afterwards, the loud shouts of "Conquer the whole country" slowly got further away from the classroom's interior. Several end-of-school bells rang around, and then, quite a few more bells later, Jin Woo stepped out of the school's gate along with the rest of the track and field club members. Young Gil had now grown to appreciate the joys of sweating after getting used to the training regime of the club, although he did receive a few timely boosts from Jin Woo every now and then. While Young Gil was listening to the advice of the seniors as he walked among them, Jin Woo remained a step behind and eavesdropped on the unfolding conversations. It was, without a doubt, a peaceful sight of a normal day. Hey, Jin Woo, what was up with those idiots earlier in the day? Should we the seniors speak to them nicely so they won't start anything stupid later on? Jin Woo replied with an unconcerned expression. Nah, it's fine. I'm not doing this because I'm worried about you. No, I just don't want to see problems suddenly crop up and prevent you from participating in the regional meet because of those idiots. Jin Woo grinned refreshingly. Don't worry, I won't let that happen. It was then, someone suddenly popped out from behind the shadow of the gate's wall and called out to Jin Woo. Seong Jin Woo Hunter Nim. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill just then. Jin Woo froze up on the spot and slowly shifted his head in the direction of that voice. Detective Wu Jinqiao had been waiting for Jin Woo until now. The latter's voice trembled slightly. But how? Having finally gotten his confirmation from Jin Woo's reply, Detective Wu Jinqiao's eyes began tearing up. As I thought, you're him. A few hours ago, as a souvenir for his reunion with Wu Jinqiao, Jin Woo wanted the sketch of Baru the detective had drawn up on the spot. Well, it does kind of resemble Baru, so I want it because of that. Of course, a certain someone hiding in his shadow didn't think the same as his liege, though. In the meantime, Wu Jinqiao stared at his own drawing for a bit as if to let go of all his lingering attachments. Soon, though, he cleanly tore the page off the memo pad. Wu Jinqiao extended his hand holding the drawing to Jin Woo. Here, thank you. Jin Woo gladly accepted the sketch, and during that process, the detective's hand briefly touched the tip of Jin Woo's finger. It was surely nothing important in the grand scheme of things. However, massive events that left their mark in history books sometimes began with seemingly insignificant little things. The sense of embarrassment and regret rushed in like the incoming tides, now that this was all he had to show for his efforts. Stairs always feel so damn long only on days like today, don't they? Detective Wu Jinqiao bitterly muttered to himself as he climbed down the staircase. But then, his steps had to come to an abrupt halt. He suddenly heard a voice from somewhere. That was why. Association President. Do you trust me? Wu Jinqiao froze up when a chill-inducing feeling crept up on his spine and he quickly scanned up and down where he was. He saw not one person coming down from the stairs or climbing up from below. Classes were still ongoing, so the steps of the school were quite literally quiet and still. Wu Jinqiao tilted his head this way and that, before he tried to climb down the remaining few steps to the ground floor only to hear another voice again. Yes, of course, I trust you. This time, it was his own voice. What the heck is this? A person with an easily scared personality would squat down or start screaming from fear by now. However, Wu Jinqiao wasn't one. He simply remained calm while he scanned his surroundings once more, before pulling out a memo pad and a pen as a somber expression formed on his face. I'm suddenly hearing auditory hallucinations. Could it be that the sense of loss I feel or the ant monster I witnessed were evidence of something wrong with my brain? In that case, I hope you will believe everything I'm about to show you. Wu Jinqiao gritted his teeth and covered both of his ears. The voice he had never heard before and his own words that he never uttered before as well began making a mess out of his mind. An intense bout of confusion crashed into him like an unstoppable tide. And then, out of all those voices swirling in his head, there was this one phrase that kept ringing so clearly in his head. Xiang Jin Wu Hunter Nim. Hunter Nim. In that case, what should we? No, what should I do to help you, Hunter Nim? Hunter Nim. Xiang Jin Wu Hunter Nim. Isn't that the name of the student I just met? He heard that patients suffering from mental disorders often came up with crazy stories that featured people from their lives. Could such a thing be happening inside his head now? Wu Jinqiao walked forward as his body swayed unsteadily. He kept frowning in pain as a migraine viciously pounded away at his temples. Even then, even if the inside of his head had become so complicated and messy to the point that he didn't know how to unravel all the tangled thoughts in there, every time he recalled the name Xiang Jin Wu Hunter Nim, it felt like the big hole in his heart was slowly filling back up for some weird reason. A countless number of images flashed past his eyes. Those were the memories that connected the past, the present, and the future. And they contained the stories of gates, monsters, hunters, rulers, and sovereigns. This can't be. Just how can such a thing be? Wu Jinqiao couldn't finish what he wanted to say, and Jin Wu, now the Shadow Sovereign, replied with a lonesome expression. Well, a higher being's memories aren't affected by the flow of time, you see. Indeed, a sovereign's memories easily transcended the boundaries of time itself. Wu Jinqiao panted heavily and with great difficulty after emerging from the flashback of the past. For a short moment in time that no longer existed, his consciousness was connected to Jin Wu, who was a higher existence. And it happened then. Memories sealed tightly away somewhere within his soul had been unlocked through yet another contact with Jin Wu, and were brought back up to the territory of his consciousness. Oh my God. The sense of emptiness that felt as if there was a hole in the corner of his heart slowly filled back up, and warm tears began trickling down from Wu Jinqiao's eyes. He then remembered the question he asked Jin Wu after learning of what the latter was planning to do. Xiang Hunter Nim. Are you planning to fight these things, all by yourself? The answer to that question, it was right in front of his eyes now. Hang on. I shouldn't be doing this. The veteran detective's rough, calloused hands busily moved about to wipe away the tears. Even if the entire world had forgotten about the truth, Wu Jinqiao had to go and tell Xiang Jin Wu that at least there was one person who knew the latter had battled for the sake of the world itself. Such a sense of duty began welling up in his heart. But at the same time, a sense of uncertainty also entered him, wondering if what he was about to do was for the sake of that man. He's spending his time as a regular student now, having willfully forgotten about his past as a hunter. If he wanted to remind Wu Jinqiao of the past, then there were ample chances to do so. Jin Wu could have answered his questions, or just like before, transmit a whole section of memories through nothing but a fingertip. However, the youth didn't show any reactions when a detective showed up in this place through a series of coincidences, before quietly letting him be on his way. Could it be that he didn't want his peaceful everyday life to be interrupted? If that was the case, then wouldn't them going back to their regular lives, while pretending to be none the wiser, be for the better for Hunter Xiang Jin Wu in the end? Wu Jinqiao fell into a dilemma. Rather than me deciding this, let's leave it to Hunter Xiang Jin Wu. I'll call out to him, and if he pretends to not understand me, then I shall respect his choice. However, even if there is a small reaction, then Wu Jinqiao hurriedly returned to Jin Wu's high school. And then, he didn't leave the side of the school gate even when no more students walked past him. He was currently acting on this groundless assumption that Hunter Xiang Jin Wu hadn't left the school yet. And so, as he stood there for several dozen more minutes, while anxiously sucking on one poor cigarette after another, I just don't want to see problems suddenly crop up and prevent you from participating in the regional meet because of those idiots. Don't worry, I won't let that happen. He finally got to discover Jin Wu walking out of the school gates. Feeling genuinely happy now, he took a large stride forward and called out the youth's name. Xiang Jin Wu Hunter Nim. Just how much courage did he require to mutter out those simple words? Wu Jinqiao felt his heart madly pound away and waited for Jin Wu's reaction. Sure enough, the youth turned around to look, his entire body now completely frozen stiff. There was an expression of genuine surprise etched on his face. But how? The light in Jin Wu's eyes told everything there was to know. Having finally gotten his confirmation from Jin Wu's eyes, Detective Wu Jinqiao began tearing up once more. As I thought, you are him. The two of them moved to the park in the vicinity of the school, the very location where Wu Jinqiao recovered his memories. Wu Jinqiao asked Jin Wu if they could speak for a while, and the latter had to ask his seniors for their understanding on this one. Since there was a prior engagement, the older kids could have easily gotten unhappy at this situation, but don't be too late. Until you show up to the welcoming party, we're holding young Gil as our hostage, okay? The seniors from the track and field team didn't sweat it and left for the party venue ahead. Jin Wu recalled young Gil's tearful face as he got dragged away by the seniors and smirked softly to himself. Still, the life of my friend is hanging in the balance here, so I can't stay for too long. Wu Jinqiao broke into a gentle chuckle after seeing the youth's expression that showed how much he was enjoying his current life. In that case, I understand. Let me get to the main topic, then. The smile was gone in an instant from the detective's face after he finished those words. How long have you been fighting against those creatures in the gap between dimensions? According to the records, Jin Wu was missing for around 2 years. However, Wu Jinqiao had seen the overall combat force of the sovereigns through the memories of the Shadow Sovereign, and he knew that the 2 years were simply not enough to defeat them all. Jin Wu cautiously replied, 27 years. The moment he heard that reply, Wu Jinqiao sucked in his breath. To think, he had to fight against over 10 million enemies for nearly 30 years in the gap between the walls of different dimensions, where not a single thing could exist. Wu Jinqiao couldn't even begin to imagine how difficult and arduous the battles must have been. For a long while there, he failed to come up with something to say, but eventually forced his lips to part just a little. You don't regret anything? Jin Wu's reply this time was instantaneous. No, I don't. He could say this with absolute confidence. If I were to be given the same opportunity over and over again, I will make the same decision every single time. He took a quick look at his wristwatch while thinking about the life of the hostage and raised his head. It looks like you're living a wonderful life now. Jin Wu smirked softly. It is satisfactory, yes. Well, other than my body not aging anymore, so I need to constantly modify my body shape. That is, eternal youth and immortality. Hunter Xiang Jin Wu had now possessed godlike powers after becoming the Shadow Sovereign. However, even though he possessed such powers, he chose to live the life of a simple, normal person. If that was his decision, then, may I ask whether you thought about what you'd like to do in the future? I haven't thought that far ahead yet, unfortunately. In that case, how about, joining this side? Wu Jinqiao displayed the police identification card inside his wallet. You mean, the National Police? Recently, many hardened criminals visiting our offices are all whining about the exact same thing. They say that it's hard to make a living with shadow monsters around. Jinwoo studied the identification card for a while and returned the wallet with a grin on his face. But if I become a police officer, other cops won't have anything to do anymore, you know. That's precisely why we're working very hard, you see, to create a world like that. He hadn't changed from when he was the chief of the association's monitoring division, and when he was the president of the Hunters Association itself. The expressions Wu Jin-cheol had shown back then remained as he continued his life as a police detective now. I'll think about it. Jinwoo replied so and turned around to leave as he began to worry slightly about his friend's safety. Wu Jin-cheol quickly bade him goodbye. I shall wait for your favorable reply. Please don't. I heard that there's a crap ton of work but the pay's pretty bad. Jinwoo waved his hand as he walked away, and Wu Jin-cheol smiled gently as his silent reply. Lots of work, but rubbish pay, is it? A wry chuckle leaked out automatically from his mouth after hearing that wonderfully succinct assessment that left no room for a rebuttal. While thinking that he'd just call out the youngest and treat the kid to a hearty meal, Wu Jin-cheol politely bowed his head towards Jinwoo's departing back, now a faint silhouette in the distance. As the only man who knew of that youth's sacrifice, he stood for everyone in this world and expressed his gratitude, perhaps for the first and the last time. On a certain day in April, only a stone's throw away from May's doorstep, an American emergency call center was blessed with a strange phone call. Hello, I'm a tourist currently traveling through the desert. It was not uncommon to hear about tourists getting lost. Since that was the case, the call center operator figured that this call was from yet another poor stranded soul searching for a way out from the middle of the vast desert. Did you run into an accident, sir? No, it's not actually that. In that case, did something else happen to you, sir? No, I'm not calling you because I ran into a problem, but I'm calling to report something that I'm seeing right now. The call center agent got ready to connect the call to the emergency dispatch service while replying in a calm voice to make sure that the caller wouldn't start panicking over the phone. Is it something urgent? Should I dispatch the emergency personnel to your location? Urgent, is it? Honestly, I also don't know how to explain the current situation to you. The caller's voice indicated that he was feeling really hesitant over something here, so just in case, the agent decided to confirm the caller's identity first. As it turned out, the caller was actually a college professor, and judging from his family circumstances, or the past records of lodging emergency calls, he didn't seem to be the sort to make prank calls for fun. Sir, you need to describe the situation so we can dispatch the right kind of response personnel to the scene. Can you explain to me in detail what you see? It was at that point that the agent heard the caller take deep breaths over the phone's speaker. Something is about to shatter. There are lots of cracks. There was a building in a desert about to topple over. The agent tilted his head this way and that before asking again. Where are these cracks exactly, sir? Well, that's the darndest thing. The voice of the caller hesitated for a long time again as if he still couldn't believe what he saw. But eventually it did come out of the phone. The sky. The sky is breaking up. April. This was the time when pretty much all students would find themselves with barely any free time. But for Jinwoo facing midterm exams and the track competition literally around the corner, it proved to be a great deal more hectic than usual. As he was studying deep into the night, his little sister, Jin-ah, entered his room while carrying a tray of sliced Korean melon. Appa, Mom says you should eat these while studying. Crunch. He began chewing on the sliced melon piece and focused his concentration back on the questionnaire on the desk. When he did, though, Ygritte began to offer his counsel once more, as he was still worried about his liege's academic success. It was rather commendable that he was so concerned about his master, but this... oh, well, at least, I'm not bored during studying, so there's that. Crunch. As the number of questions remaining on the questionnaire decreased, so did the number of sliced melon pieces on the plate. Abruptly, Jinwoo sensed this chill and raised his head. What was that? Where? He shot up from his chair and shifted his head in the direction of where he detected that strange phenomenon. He closed his eyes and focused his perception. He definitely hadn't made a mistake just then. Right away, he imagined the worst possible scenario and his expression hardened as a result. Where is that business card? He quickly dug through the pockets of his school uniform and pulled out a certain business card. It was none other than the one left behind by the envoy of the rulers. It has been a while, Shadow Sovereign Nim. The envoy tried to greet him with a warm, welcoming voice, but Jinwoo simply spoke up certain coordinates without any hints of emotion. And then, he added one more thing at the end. Is this your people's doing? The envoy was stunned by his serious attitude and replied quickly. This is definitely not us. I'm sure you already know, but this method of crossing dimensions is different from ours. As expected, it wasn't the absolute worst possibility, much to his relief. Still, it didn't mean that the situation itself had become any better, though. To Earth, someone or something is coming. Whether they held good or bad intentions, there was no way to tell for the time being. So, he should start preparing for either case right away. The things trying to get here, do you have any clues on who they are? They are the outsiders that tried to step into my world not too long ago. They were beaten back by the army of the heavens, and it seems that they have now set their sights on this world instead. Why are they trying to come here? They are a race of giants that consumes the rocks found on a planet that can support lifeforms. They are referred to as a race of titans and are known for their evil nature even back in their own world. Their reason for coming to Earth should be rather obvious at this point. Jin Woo leaned against the chair's back and nodded his head. So, they are not friends. Yes, they are most certainly not. Now that he knew what their purpose was, the nature of his response had been decided as well. However, there was something he still felt curious about. This didn't happen before the Chalice of Rebirth was used, so what gives? Jin Woo could only remember the gates and monsters, but nothing about the attack of an alien race capable of eating a planet. The envoy hesitated slightly with his answer before willingly admitting to it. Yes, you're indeed correct. Actually, when I told you about them invading our world not too long ago, I was referring to the timeline that has been overwritten. Meaning, the creatures that should have been aiming for your world changed their heading towards Earth instead. Yes, the envoy replied as thus, carefully observing any changes in Jin Woo's mood. Of course, he immediately figured out the reason for this change. And the cause. Those creatures chased after the traces of Sovereign Nim, who possesses incredible power. At least, that's what the exalted rulers believe happened in this event. Just like how one would rely on the light from the lighthouse illuminating the lone pathway to navigate the treacherous nighttime waters when you couldn't see an inch in front of your nose. The race of titans had been led towards this small planet by the enormous power being emitted by the Shadow Sovereign. The potential influence Jin Woo's powers would have on this world, the one that shouldn't exist and shouldn't remain. The part the rulers were worried about had finally become reality. Still, the rulers felt that they owed Jin Woo big time, and thus, they weren't planning to sit back and watch another crisis unfold on Earth. The agent made sure to drive this point home. The exalted rulers have already deployed the army of the heavens. Jin Woo slowly shook his head. No, it'll be too late. Even if they started creating a tunnel connecting from that side to here right now, at a bare minimum they would still need a good few years to get here. By then, everything would be over. In that case, I shall take care of it. My soldiers and I will stop those beastards. Jin Woo was fully confident of defeating these new enemies if they were on the level of being driven back by the army of the heavens. The voice of the Shadow Sovereign seemed to heavily press down on the envoy's shoulders, and he nervously swallowed his dry saliva. Regardless which forces they were, none of them would prefer to have this man as their enemy. The ruler's agent suddenly felt pity for this race of titans now. Somewhere in the desert, west of the United States of America, the American government sealed tight the surrounding area and invited every expert they could get their hands on to this place. But in the end, every single one of them failed to come up with a meaningful hypothesis. I wonder, well, this could be. I've researched many strange weather phenomena across the globe for over 30 years, but this is my first time seeing something like that. From the get-go, how could any expert, regardless of the numbers gathered, be able to explain the phenomenon of cracks developing in the atmosphere? Even as they dithered about, the empty sky was slowly but surely breaking apart bit by bit. Understandably, the American defense forces surrounding this area just in case something bad happened were very tense right now. If one were to exaggerate the scale a bit, more than enough combat forces had been gathered here to literally blow away a foreign nation. The commander confidently spoke to the President of the USA. Even if something pops out of there, Mr. President, we shall take care of them. While chatting on the comm device, the commander shifted his gaze over to the ranks of the soldiers without thinking too much and discovered a certain man walking closer to his position. A man whose face was obscured by the pulled-up hoodie was walking straight towards the commander's location. Who the hell is that guy? How the FCK did he even enter here? Jin Woo knew that convincing these people with words would be impossible, so he released just a tiny bit of his power. When he did, the commander, his adjutants, as well as all the soldiers watching Jin Woo floated up in the air at once. The commander became flustered and he quickly took a look around him. There was only one person with both of his feet firmly planted on the ground. Not only that, the vehicles, various machinery and equipment, and even heavy tanks were floating over a meter in the air. Having witnessed something that couldn't scientifically happen, the eyes of the commander began trembling hard. Your weapons will not work against the incoming enemies. Withdraw your troops from here as far as possible. I shall be the only one to remain here." Jinwoo observed their withdrawal process before shifting his gaze over to the large fissure rapidly developing in the sky. He could sense it now. He could sense the intense greed of the enemies wanting to devour this land. He could even sense their heavy breathing as if they were close by. For the first time in a while, his black heart began pounding hard again to notify him of the entrance of new enemies. A grin formed on Jinwoo's face as he summoned his short swords from subspace. Soon, they would. The atmosphere rocked from an intense impact force and the dimension finally split open. With that, giants seemingly made out of rock stepped onto this land. They belatedly discovered a small life form below their feet while emitting a thick amount of hostility towards them and began snorting in derision. This feeling, Jinwoo closed his eyes to enjoy this stillness before the battle and slowly opened them back again. His heart was beating loudly. He finally unleashed all of his powers and spoke up. "Does it look like I'm alone to you?" With that, his shadow extended in the blink of an eye to encompass the vast land behind him, and the shadow army of 10 million rose up at once. The United States of America, inside the official residence of the nation's president, the White House. Several big shots gathered in this iconic white building created for the president of the US to live and work. Every single one of these important government officials occupying a spot inside the briefing room all carried tense expressions. Among them, one person carried the gloomiest expression. The American president continued to rub his face, wondering over and over again if he had made the right call. Rifts formed on an empty sky, and unidentified objects began appearing from there. It was an unprecedented historical event. But was it the right thing to handle this incredible event without saying a word to the public at large? No. Before that, did they even possess the capability to deal with the objects that came out from there? All he could do was anxiously wait for the arrival of the commander in charge of the operation. And when the entrance to the conference room opened up and General Chester Harrison entered, the president quickly got up from his seat to welcome the military man. "Harrison, just what the hell happened back there?" The final report sent in from the location of the event was, "The situation has been normalized." That report, sadly enough, lacked the most important how of that normalization process. That was why so many big shots, including the POTUS himself, were nervously waiting for the arrival of the military man inside this conference room. Chester mouthed a brief greeting to his boss and scanned the room for a short while, and stood in front of the room. "Rather than me trying to describe the situation to you, it'll be far quicker to play the video contained in here." In front of terrifying giants, one so scary that you'd forget to even breathe while looking at them, stood the lone figure of a person. Judging from his body size, a boy, an East Asian, maybe. The Secretary of Defense couldn't hold it back anymore and pointed at the screen while asking his questions. "That man. Who is that man? Where were our troops, Harrison? And why was there a civilian standing in the middle of those creatures?" It was as he said. This footage wasn't a record that everyone in this room was expecting to see, in which the mightiest army on Earth, the American military, smashed apart and drove back the creatures of another world. No, this video was all about a lone, nameless man whose face they couldn't even see. With excellent timing, the screen now showed pitch-black soldiers suddenly rising up from the ground behind that lone man. General Chester Harrison, his gaze fixed to the screen until then, spoke as if he was letting out a pained moan. "I'd like to know that myself as well. Does it look like I'm alone to you?" When those words came to an end, nearly 10 million shadow soldiers simultaneously lined up right behind Jinwoo. The number of titans that emerged from the rift in the sky was around several hundred. So, it was 10 million versus a few hundred. In any other normal circumstances, the 10 million should have easily overwhelmed the opposition with this number. The problem today, however, was the fact that each titan possessed powers equal to that of higher existences. Ba-thump, ba-thump. Facing a battle for the first time in a long while, Jinwoo's heart began pounding away quite loudly. One of the titans that met Jinwoo's glare flinched its shoulders. The enemy that lost itself to fear would be the first one to be devoured. He pounced in that direction while swinging his short sword, packed full of black aura. This blade might not have been the Kamish's wrath, but Jinwoo had been roaming the battlefield for 27 years already, and the control he could exert on the black aura was no longer dependent on the weapons he wielded. The black aura spreading out from the end of the short sword stretched out towards his front and completely sliced up the face of the frozen titan. The giant that got terrified by the overwhelming power of this small life form lost its life so easily like that. However, as it turned out, not all titans were cowards like this guy. One razor-sharp killing move later, and another massive physique came crashing on its backside. Jinwoo kicked the chest of the toppling titan and jumped up high, before slicing and dicing the hands of the titans, relentlessly reaching out towards him. While there were titans freaking out over the fact that they lost out in the contest of strength, there was also another titan who was smashing down with its arm as if it was waiting for this precise moment, while the palm swung downwards viciously as if to crush a bug to death. Jinwoo spat out mana with a terrifying roar to deflect it away. The titan got flustered by the invisible hand suddenly shoving its arm away, only to belatedly realize something. It realized that there was a massive black fist flying straight in its face. The black aura concentrated on Jinwoo's right hand morphed into the arm of a giant before cleanly blowing away the head of the titan. Maybe they finally had enough of Jinwoo's fighting spirit. The titans surrounding him began backing away one step at a time. Jinwoo scanned his enemies with puzzled eyes, but then, a titan even bigger and sturdier looking than all the rest confidently strode out from among them. Strangely enough, though, the one to actually speak was a rather small lifeform standing on the shoulder of this particular titan. Instead, it was a humanoid made out of rocks that looked like a miniaturized version of the titans. It threw a rather insidious grin in Jinwoo's direction. The talkative creature had both its hands reach out before pointing back at itself as a wide grin formed on its face. It was then Jinwoo was forming an expression of ridicule as he listened to the fool talk, but then his head quickly snapped to the side. With excellent timing, a streak of crimson light flew in from behind Jinwoo and utterly erased the so-called greatest warrior of the titans from existence. It was fired by an ancient great dragon, which was currently being ridden on by Bellion. The Grand Marshal asked his boss in a bit of fluster. Jinwoo shook his hand to show that it was all good and shifted his gaze towards Bellion. You know, these guys seem to be way too arrogant for their own good, so it looks like you'll have to pay them extra special attention later on. The trusty Grand Marshal bowed his waist politely before flying away to somewhere else, and Jinwoo took a sweeping look at the remaining titans. Most of the invading rock giants' higher-leveled combatants had been destroyed by Jinwoo, and as for the remaining ones, they were being overwhelmed by the black tidal waves created by his shadow soldiers. Utter silence. Could there be any other words that could better describe the current atmosphere pervading within the conference room? As if someone doused the entire room in icy cold water, it was eerily quiet in there. The POTUS had become completely speechless after watching the footage. However, he did eventually regain his voice, albeit with great difficulty. That man, have you uncovered his identity yet? The general shook his head in silence. The true monster capable of toying with those scary-looking monsters ended up saving the United States of America without anyone even realizing it. No, maybe the entire world. Unfortunately, if you flip the notion of a power capable of saving the world on its head, it also implied that the same power could destroy this world, as well. The president realized that uncovering the identity of that mystery man, at the very least, should be their top priority and asked the big shots present within the conference room. Is there any way to uncover and confirm the identity of that man from the footage? Anyone? They began offering up their opinions here and there, but they all agreed that it was realistically impossible to do so. But then, indeed, it may realistically be impossible. When we are talking about realistic means, that is, sir. The director of America's Central Intelligence Agency, David Brennan, raised his voice. The president quickly looked at him. Is there something you'd like to tell us, Director? Director Brennan cautiously spoke up. If a realistic approach is impossible, how about we employ unrealistic means instead? The big shots around him tilted their heads, but Director Brennan simply formed a grin. We do have a way, a certain person who can inform us of the truths that no one would have known, through fantastical means. Could he be talking about? Pretty much everyone living in the United States of America would have heard of her name by now. It was an open secret within the world of politics that she had been maintaining a special relationship with the CIA. The president recalled her name and his brows shot up. What you're saying is, the director replied confidently. That's right, sir. It's Madame Norma Selner. Just like before, she will help us with the right answer this time as well. Somewhere in the quiet suburbs on the outskirts of a city, a black saloon car gliding smoothly on a certain road finally arrived at its destination, a small, but cozy and inviting house with a red roof. The ones climbing out of the vehicle was the director of the CIA, David Brennan, and his two bodyguards. The director studied the red-roofed residence for a little while before issuing a new order to his underlings. You two, wait for me here. But, sir, since these two agents were charged with protecting him, that order was a rather difficult one to accept, but the director's attitude remained unchanging. Madam, it's me, Dav. She was the real deal, a true superhuman, so predicting his unannounced arrival for someone like her would be easier than, say, changing the channel on TV with a remote. It's been a while, madam. Good to see you, Dave. The director raised his head. The last time he stepped in here was about a year ago. He took a look around at the interior decoration of the sitting room that hadn't changed since his last visit before carefully parking his butt on one of the couches. Dave, I've already told you this, haven't I? I can no longer see the future after that person arrived. Was she talking about that story of the god of death again? The director could only smack his lips wryly at the exact same answer she gave every time he asked her. It was the story about how her powers became useless after an existence powerful enough to twist destiny as he saw fit had descended to this world. The director forgot what he wanted to say next after remembering her reason for retiring, one that defied one's attempt to understand through logic. And so, silence weighed down between these two people. David Brennan wondered how he should go about breaking this awkward atmosphere before his nose picked up on the enticing aroma of food. Madam, were you in the middle of a meal? She slowly shook her head. Actually, I have been entertaining another guest. I see. She didn't enjoy meeting with people, yet she was with another visitor. The director tilted his head slightly, but soon enough made up his mind to stop beating around the bush. The smile on his face vanished next. In that case, I shall get right to the point and get out of your hair as soon as possible. When he said that, though, the madam replied as if she was waiting for him. The answer to the first question is a yes, and for the second one, a no. Hang on. The director could only form a flustered expression when his questions were answered even before he had a chance to say them out loud. She grinned refreshingly. You wish to ask me how I knew about your questions if I can't see the future anymore, am I wrong? Dave, the answers you seek from me are actually the matters of the past. I simply took a glimpse at a portion of the past and provided you with a suitable answer. The director nodded his head, a soft moan leaving his lips. She carefully continued on. Well, then, shall I provide you with proper answers to your questions? David Brennan pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed the sweat on his forehead. Of course. Please go ahead, madam. She then began with her explanations. That's right, Dave. I know just who it is that you wish to find out about. Her answer to the first question was yes. However, her answer to the follow-up question was no. Unfortunately, I will not divulge any information on that person to anyone. But, madam, the director's voice suddenly grew louder. He wasn't trying to threaten her or anything like that. It was just that his agitation got the better of him and he ended up shouting out. If it's you, madam, then you should already know what he has done. We can't just let someone like that run around without a respo. It was at that moment that the madam herself shouted out as if she couldn't hold it in anymore. I'm choosing not to say anything precisely because I know. This must have been the very first time seeing her like this. The director didn't know what kind of expression he should form now after being confronted by the madam's angry expression for the first time ever. Too bad for him, though, her angry voice didn't stop there. Director, are your eyes just for decorations? Madam, didn't you see the footage contained in that USB drive, then? Indeed, he did see it. He saw the sight of a single human being not even taking a step back while standing up to those frightening giant monsters. The power that man possessed was scary and incredible, but it did rescue humanity back then. Would you believe me if I told you that event wasn't the first time? The madam formed a serious, nay, a grave expression, and the director's own expression froze up instantly. There was another incident like that in the past. The moment the director thought of humanity facing extinction-level threats multiple times in the past without him knowing about them, his entire body began shuddering uncontrollably. But when he pondered it some more, he realized that such a case wasn't so surprising anymore. Even this event had been classified as a top secret by the US government, and, besides an extremely small number of people related to the matter, no one else knew just what happened or who did what on that particular day. If that was the case, could he really come out and say with full confidence that no similar things happened in other countries as well? Perhaps, just like what Madam has said, that man really. The director rested his chin on his hand and began pondering something else before raising his head. No, I trust you, Madam. He only knew her for around 3 years, but for some reason, he'd sometimes get this feeling that he'd known her for a far longer time than that. That was perhaps the reason why he felt this sense of trust in her. One based on absolutely nothing but his gut feeling. Really? The madam nodded her head in reply. The director cautiously asked her another question. That man from the footage, can you assure me that he's not a dangerous individual? She answered him without a moment of hesitation. Yes, I can. He nodded his head again, alone this time, and as if he finally came to a conclusion, raised his head. In that case, I understand. I shall pretend that I never heard you talking about that man. The director rose up from his spot while forming a rueful but relieved face. Well, then, he bade her a short goodbye and turned around to leave, but her warm voice stopped his feet from taking another step. Dave, I've baked some cookies. Would you like some? He spotted a bag of cookies in her hand, but could only decline the offer with a smile of his own. No, I'm fine. Thank you for your offer. Now that his official visit was over, his expression reverted to that of a regular, normal uncle. The madam bade him goodbye with a gentle smile and called for her grandson to guide him to the car. The child really liked this bearded uncle for some reason, so he quickly rushed to the bearded David Brennan and hung on to the older man's hand. I shall come again sometime later, madam. Be careful on your way, Dave. The director, his hand still being held tightly by her grandchild, finally left the residence, prompting the other guest hiding on the other side of the sitting room to emerge into the open. I don't like that old man. Hey, Grandma, should I go teach him a lesson for you? He was a giant of a man with slicked back blonde hair. He took a handful of cookies out from the bag in Madam's hand and shoved them inside his mouth. Thomas, I thought your competition license will be revoked if you caused another incident outside the ring. Thomas grinned sheepishly and chewed on the cookies that filled up his mouth. Crunch, crunch. This man was none other than Thomas Andre. Not many people knew that the current heavyweight champion of the UFC was one of her very few friends that she chose to keep. If the reporters learned of this fact, they would jump up and down in sheer madness while clicking the shutters of their cameras non-stop. He emptied out the bag of cookies in the blink, but that didn't seem to fill him up at all, so he took the bag itself and tossed the cookie crumbs down his gullet next. When he was finally done, he opened his mouth to speak. Hey, Grandma, can I ask you a question? She grinned refreshingly and nodded her head. Thomas rolled the empty bag into a ball as he spoke. I'm sure lots of people die through accidents, not just someone like me, especially with car crashes, where innumerable people would die almost every single day. However, almost none of them would receive a phone call from the madam before that happened. On that much-awaited off day, Thomas was climbing inside his treasured sports car so he could go for a crazy fast drive through the back roads. And then, he became one of the very lucky few that did get that fateful phone call. After answering her call, he hurriedly checked out the tires of his beloved ride only to find a small nail stuck in one. Thankfully, he avoided getting into an accident, but if he started the car and drove away, then he'd have lost his life, just as how Madam had warned him, which meant that Madam Norma Sellner was the savior of his life. Afterwards, Thomas grew close enough to her to share meals like this, yet what happened on that day still remained a mystery to him. Why did you save me on that day? Well, she couldn't possibly have been a fan of the UFC, and that prompted her to quickly pick up the phone. So, Thomas Andre always felt curious about why she went out of her way to help him. Madam Sellner looked at him without saying anything after hearing his rather sudden question, before providing a belated answer to her friend, one of the top sports stars in the country. Because you did many good things in your past life. I did. Thomas Andre, known as the bad boy of the UFC, no, devil of the octagon, did what now? He briefly wondered if this grandma ate something she shouldn't have, but then, he decided not to say what popped up in his head after remembering that he owed her big time. Ho ho, Madam chuckled softly and shifted her gaze outside the sitting room window to stare at the black saloon driving away with the C's director inside. Her grandson was waving his hand at the bearded uncle until the car couldn't be seen anymore. Just what did the man in the video do that an uncle like him came to see you? Madam replied in a tone of voice belonging to someone busy putting up still wet clothes on the washing line. He saved the world. Sometimes, it was hard to tell whether this old lady was joking or was being dead serious. Well, that's why it's so fun being around her, anyway. Thomas put on the pair of sunglasses he liked to wear all the time, and shifted his now darkened gaze towards Madam Sellner. In that case, what would Mr. Hero who saved the world be doing right about now? Madam kept her gaze on her grandchild walking back inside the house, a quiet smile forming on her lips. I wonder, maybe he's enjoying his youth to the fullest somewhere. In the location of the qualifying rounds of the track and field competition filled with the heated cheerings of the spectators, featuring schools from all over South Korea, when the captains of the two rival high school track teams came together on the field, perhaps unsurprisingly, proverbial flames began erupting from the eyes of both men. Oi, Choi Ti-woong. Looks like you've lost your way, doesn't it? You even let a freshman enter every type of competition, didn't you? Jin Woo's school track team was now facing off against the pointed ridicule belonging to the captain of their longtime rival from Hwasong Tech High, Jo Gi-seok. I heard that your former ace, Woo Song-in, got injured and took a break for a few months. Did that result in your prowess falling so much that you don't have a choice but to make a freshman your new ace? Jo Gi-seok continued on with his provocation, but Choi Tae-woong simply smirked brightly and grasped Jin Woo's shoulder. Soon enough, you lot won't be able to close your mouths at the talents of this first year. Rather than you guys breaking more records, you got better at cracking jokes instead. Figurative sparks flew in all directions after these two's war of nerves grew to an intense level. Meanwhile, Jin Woo was scratching the side of his head with his index finger. With things like this, it's going to be difficult to stick to my plan of holding back so that I won't get noticed. Here's the thing, though. What a funny coincidence this is, you know. Jo Gi-seok turned around and gestured towards his team members. When he did, a big dude standing behind them strode forward with an expression filled pure, unbridled confidence. You see, we also got ourselves a freaky freshman, too. It was at that point that Jin Woo ended up blurting out a surprised cry after seeing the face of this so-called freaky freshman. Looks like your own freshman can sense it already, no. Jo Gi-seok increased the volume of his voice while placing his hand on the shoulder of the newbie team member who possessed a physique that far surpassed the level of a regular high schooler. This kid here, he's Hwasong Tech High's secret weapon, Kim Cheol from the first year. The impulse, an overwhelming impulse, that's what Kim Cheol felt, this powerful impulse, strong enough to nearly blow his reasoning away, almost completely swallowed him up. But how come why did he want to kneel down in front of a kid that he'd never seen before, a student from the same year, but from another school? In that brief moment, if he didn't force his ankles and calves to be still with all his might, then he would have shown a pretty disgraceful sight to everyone. Way too close for comfort, indeed. Kim Cheol couldn't describe this situation in any other way. Still, he managed to overcome it somehow and wiped the cold sweat pooling on his forehead with the back of his hand. It was at that moment that a really plausible theory popped up in his head. Could it be that I'm scared by a dude from the same year as me? If it was not that, then how else could he explain away this current situation where his breathing quickened up suddenly and he wanted to avert his gaze while all strength drained out of his legs as soon he met his opponent's eyes? Too bad, Kim Cheol simply couldn't accept reality as it was. Don't make me laugh. By relying on his superior physique surpassing that of high schoolers, as well as physical strength that matched his size, Kim Cheol enjoyed incredible prominence during his middle school days. Yet here he was, getting scared by another kid in the same age bracket. Such a thing was not possible. No, more than that, such a thing could not be allowed to happen. Although possessing a pretty well-trained physique, the first-year high school kid standing there was like a stalk of straw compared to himself. Finally regaining some sort of leeway now, a grin floated up on Kim Cheol's lips. I knew it. Getting scared by a kid that might get knocked out in one punch from him. What an absurd thing that was. Kim Cheol straightened his slightly hunched figure as the unbridled confidence from earlier on returned to his face. Hey, you. He lowered his voice and pointed to the rear of the athletic field with his chin. I've got something to say to you, so follow me to over there for a sec. While the members of the Hwasong Tech High's track team whistled in excitement at their juniors' spirited display, Jin Woo's seniors were hurriedly blocking him from disinterestedly following after Kim Cheol. Jin Woo, listen to me, you mustn't commit murder. You ain't thinking of spilling someone's blood on the day of the competition, right? You gotta hold it in. That's right, let's just think of it as saving a poor soul today and let that kid be. Jin Woo chuckled and gently shook off the hands of his seniors. Don't worry, seniors. I'm sure nothing will happen over there. The seniors tried to confirm the safety of his opponent once more. Really? There really won't be anything bad happening to that kid, right? We're choosing to believe you. That friend over there, he's definitely walking back here on his own 2 feet, right? Jin Woo smiled brightly in order to put the worries of his seniors to rest and quickly walked over in the direction Kim Cheol had disappeared to. While walking after Kim Cheol, Jin Woo's anticipation grew just a tiny bit. Could it be that this kid also regained the memories of the past, too? If that was the case, how would human Kim Cheol, and not the shadow soldier Iron, react to the memories of those days? Unfortunately, it didn't look like Kim Cheol had called him over here to discuss their past, judging from the light in the kid's eyes as he turned around. Hey, you. The high school kid's murderous eyes were now looking down on Jin Woo. Just because I'm wearing a school uniform while standing on the same field as you think I'm a pushover. You son of a BTCH. Kim Cheol's rough hands reached out and grabbed Jin Woo's collars in an instant. Jin Woo inwardly tutted and stared deeply into Kim Cheol's eyes. Without a doubt, someone was challenging him right now, but maybe because the fond memories of the days when this kid was a loyal shadow soldier, Jin-woo just couldn't bring himself to despise him. The burly high school kid sensed something strange from Jin-woo's eyes and inadvertently swallowed dry saliva. What's going on? If this was in the past, he'd not give a damn about being disqualified from the track competition and have thrown a punch by now, since the other guy was seemingly making fun of him. But, rather than emotions of anger or even the desire to settle the score, a different kind of feeling, thicker and purer than anything else, began to wiggle violently from the deepest part of his chest. And as Kim Cheol stood there conflicted on what to do next, Jin-woo slowly and cautiously grasped the boy's wrist right then. The ends of his fingers touched Kim Cheol's skin. When that happened, tears began flooding out from the boy's eyes. He didn't know why he was crying all of a sudden, yet the tears didn't want to stop falling down. Soon, all strength abandoned his legs and he plopped down to the ground. Kim Cheol looked up at Jin-woo. He was searching for an answer, but all he got in return was a rueful smile from the mysterious boy. Instead, if the sovereign's memories weren't shared in the past, then the memories won't come back even if we make physical contact. Unless he restored the memories forcibly, that was. He turned around to leave. He no longer had any business with Iron, no Kim Cheol, because the kid was living as a human and not as a shadow soldier now. But then, the boy on his knees called out to Jin-woo and stopped him in his tracks. Wait, Kim Cheol wiped his eyes with his hands and hurriedly stood back up. His tears might have stopped, but his nose was still beet red. But not caring about that, he squarely met Jin-woo's gaze shifting back at him so he could speak. His voice choked up with thick emotion. This is what they call love. He was being swept up by the sudden torrent of powerful emotions that he had never experienced before. Although he was deeply mistaken about what his feelings were, he was dead serious right now as he had ever been in his life. Jin-woo stared at the boy for a long while in an utter daze, feeling like he's been struck hard in the back of his head. Eventually, a lengthy groan escaped from his mouth. This won't do. Indeed, he couldn't let some poor kid live the rest of his life confused about his sexual orientation like this, now could he? When Jin-woo walked closer, Kim Cheol's cheeks blushed beet red like a maiden in love. Unfortunately, snap, all signs of cognition and emotion were wiped from the boy's face along with the sound of fingers snapping. Kim Cheol's eyes lost focus and became blurry. Jin-woo stood in front of him and began inserting new memories to replace the old one. Okay, so, you tried to provoke me, but then found out, coincidentally, that I was the son of your father's friend's friend's friend, and that's how we got to resolve our differences. Kim Cheol dazedly nodded his head. Oh, and also, for a brief moment there, Jin-woo recalled back to when the kid was still Iron, and was crying his eyes out as they were about to say goodbye, right before the chalice of rebirth was to be used. A thin smile floated up on his lips and he continued on. From here onwards, you gotta stop behaving like a bad person, alright? You were one of the guys who fought to protect this world, so be proud of yourself, man. Yes, sir. After hearing a hushed, soft reply leaking out of Kim Cheol's lips, Jin-woo finally undid the hypnosis and let the boy be. Kim Cheol regained his consciousness and stayed rooted in his spot for a little while, utterly confused, only to belatedly discover Jin-woo's distancing back over yonder, as if he was separating again from a friend he met after a long time. Jin-woo waved his hand in a genial manner. Hey, see you again next time. Oh okay. Feeling bewildered by this situation, Kim Cheol waved his hand and smiled along awkwardly as well. Nice. Jin-woo turned away from the kid's direction, a happy grin forming on his face now. The unexpected encounter with an old comrade had come to a successful conclusion, but it was now time to search for that girl in earnest. With excellent timing, he heard the announcement reverberating throughout the athletics field. The preliminaries for the middle school participants will begin shortly. All athletes, please report to the competitors area, somewhere at the far back of the athletics field, which was quiet and sparsely populated. The young girl managed to get to the shade of a tree with some difficulty and plopped down on her butt there. Her shaking hands reached down to take off one of her shoes and her sock. Her swollen ankle testified as to what her current situation was. She lightly bit her lower lips and glared at her ankle, before squeezing her eyes shut and leaning against the tree's sturdy trunk. What a blunder it was. Her shoulder was shoved away by another runner right next to her, and that caused her to stumble ungainly during the race. She somehow managed to pass the first round of preliminaries even with this fairly heavy injury, but now it was clearly asking for too much to compete again with her leg being like this. I'm furious. Indeed, she was. This might be the last time she competed as a middle schooler, and so, she didn't want to end the day with an injury. That's why, I should just carry on. This was a line of thought that could only be cooked up by the head of an immature middle schooler, who still hadn't shed the mindset of a child yet. And it was the role of the adults to stop such a child from going down the wrong path since the dawn of time itself. You want to hide your injury. The girl flinched grandly after hearing the voice of a male student, walking out from behind the tree that she failed to detect earlier. This mysterious male student didn't look at her, but instead stared into the distance. Even though a certain someone competed in that condition, hurt her ankle even more and had to spend over a year to recuperate, but still ended up as a third-rate athlete and could only regret the decision she made today. The male student shifted his gaze back to the girl with her wide-open eyes and formed a refreshing grin. I was talking about a person that I know, actually. Here was a strange guy telling her a strange tale. But the girl, Cha-hien, didn't immediately run away from here and instead chose to observe the boy for a bit longer. Isn't he an athlete? A high schooler, right? She could detect a hint of this nice scent coming from the male student for some reason. As for the identity of that scent, the smell of the purest mana leaking out of Jinwoo, as well as her possessing a unique constitution that allowed her to sniff out mana, she'd get to learn about them much later on. As Hien grew more flustered by the second, Jinwoo crouched near her and carefully placed his hand on her swollen ankle. She flinched again for a moment there but didn't resist him all that much, either. And when his hand left her skin, her ankle was completely healed. She raised up her shocked eyes and stared at Jinwoo. Run without any regrets. You only have one shot, right? She shone so brightly as a rank S hunter fighting against monster threats, but today, her sweating figure under the bright sunlight would shine just as wonderfully. Jinwoo smiled and tried to stand back up, only for his wrist to be grasped in a hurry by Hien. Wait a minute. Excuse me, have we met somewhere before? She had to work up so much of her courage just to ask that simple enough question that even her neck had turned beet red by the time she was done asking it. Let's run. He invisibly grew confused, but Jinwoo maintained his grin. If you run against me and ever win, then I'll tell you everything. I saw you compete, Appa. I saw you coming in at first place in every preliminary race you entered. Jinwoo smirked and stood back up. I'll take that answer as you giving up. But then, if that's the case, Cha-hien worked up her courage once more and made a suggestion. The record for the preliminaries about to take place in a bit. How about you telling me the truth when I break that? Even if it's not right now. Jinwoo's head lowered and did his best to suppress his chuckles. Whether she's younger or older, she's still so pure. While briefly entertaining the idea of breaking the world record for the under-18 track event today, he nodded his head, a warm smile filling up his face. All right, deal. Having successfully changed the condition of the bet, he informed a sunny smile as well. Well, you ain't going to be smiling later, though. Jinwoo turned around and left her side for the athletics field while continuing to suppress his chuckles from breaking out. On that day, under the bright spring sunlight, the world record for high school male athletes was shattered in what was supposed to be yet another ordinary preliminary race meet. And the track team Jinwoo was a part of defeated their rival Hwasong Tech High on their way to achieving their goal of an overall first-place finish. Since he didn't share his memories with them, Jinwoo had not thought of the possibility of it happening. But the truth was, there were a few other people who were still connected to the higher beings on Earth. And, out of them all, one person was quite lucky enough to have physical contact with Jinwoo, who was a higher being himself. A certain early morning. Son, what's the matter? His son emerging from the room having just woken up looked like he was about to break down and cry. So Seong Il-hwan reached out and gently grasped the boy's shoulders, only to be greeted by the spectacle of a different past playing right before his eyes. It happened in the briefest of the brief moments that didn't even last a blink. But that was more than enough to tell the tale spanning several years that felt as long as eternity itself. I wanted to see you. Always. I wouldn't have minded talking to you for a little bit longer, but I'm sorry for not being a good father to you. His final moments that caused his heart to tumble to the pit of his stomach flashed past his eyes. Then, the time wound back and the memories of how the present came to be played out in a panorama being played backwards. The one and only tool of God that could cause a phenomenon like this, the chalice of rebirth. Seong Il-hwan knew of the artifact's existence through the memories of the rulers, and after looking at the boy's current facial expression, he instantly realized that his son must have had reached some kind of a deal with the higher beings. Indeed, Jinwoo had decided to carry the weight, the cost, of the deal all by himself, regardless of how heavy it was. Seong Il-hwan had to bite down on his lower lip in order to suppress his emotions and prevent them from bursting forth right then. His efforts must have not been in vain, because Jinwoo wiped away the tears threatening to break out and formed a smile. I must have had a nightmare. At that moment, Seong-il Hwan saw the powerful determination flicker for a blink of an eye on his son's face. But even then, no, even when Jin-woo left behind a single note and disappeared from this world, he couldn't even guess just what kind of promise his son had made with the rulers. I'd never imagined that promise was to defeat the entirety of the army of the Chaos World all by himself. What was my son's decision? The Shadow Sovereign has. The envoy discovered the traces of nervousness flit past Seong-il Hwan's face and formed a thin smile. Chosen to stay in this world. He said that every minute and every second spent in this world is precious to him. Seong-il Hwan inwardly spat out a lengthy sigh of relief. The envoy emptied out his cup and silently placed it back on the table. He had to remain in this world until Jin-woo made up his mind. But that role came to an end yesterday, which meant that it was time to leave. Seong-il Hwan would be the very last guest he'd entertain before leaving this world for good. Maybe that was the reason. Although he wasn't really the talkative type, he wanted to converse for just a bit longer today. Are you planning to continue deceiving Shadow Sovereign Nim? No, your son. That's what he wants, no one remembering the past. So, yes, if what Jin-woo wanted was the normal, regular family life, then as his father, Seong-il Hwan was fully committed to continuing the charade until the end of time itself. I see. Like father, like son. The envoy smirked and nodded his head before raising his gaze a little higher. Once I leave, the rulers will no longer interfere with this world. I know, which means this really is the end. With this world. The envoy scanned the interior of the cafe and spoke with an emotional voice. It has been fun, truly, to be honest, right up until the Shadow Sovereign Nim made his triumphant return. I had been waiting with bated breath on what destiny had in store for us. The envoy held back slightly and didn't mention that even the rulers didn't expect to see Jin-woo succeed in his quest. Well, there was no reason to pour a bucket of cold water on this emotional farewell, was there? Just before he bade his farewell and stood up to leave, the envoy addressed his guest once more. The rulers expressed their unreserved gratitude towards not just Shadow Sovereign, but to you as well, Seong-il Hwan Nim. It was unknown whether a result like this would have been achieved without his help. He fought for the sake of the rulers, and he even suggested that the higher beings cooperate with the Shadow Sovereign, too. Indeed, his role had been great. The rulers had decided as thus, and they prepared a small gift for him in return. By any chance, is there something we can help you with? When considering that the rulers possessed incredible powers as well as various tools of God, this was akin to them saying, we will grant any wish you have. However, Seong-il Hwan shook his head almost immediately. I have none. But that made sense. The envoy could understand where he was coming from. There was an existence on the level of a god living as family right next to him, so what was the point of voicing his wishes here? Well, then, the envoy bowed his head slightly and got ready to stand up. But then, Seong-il Hwan belatedly said something else. Hang on. The envoy stopped and settled back down on the chair again. Is there something else? Seong-il Hwan pondered for a bit and spoke up with some difficulty. My memories. Is it possible for you to erase my memories of the previous timeline? Yes, it's possible, but why would you choose to do so? Well, it's unimaginably hard to keep pretending in front of a son with an amazing perception, you see. Seong-il Hwan smirked once he was done. Again, like father, like son, his grinning face was almost a dead ringer for Jin-woo's. And, also, Seong-il Hwan lowered his gaze and fell into thought for a bit again, before continuing on with his words slowly. I also wish to become a regular dad who worries about his son's welfare. He wanted to return to being just a simple father who felt anxious about his son possibly coming back home injured in some way, and a father who sighed in disappointment at his son's exam results, a man who worried about his regular son. In other words, to me, Jin-woo isn't the Shadow Sovereign, but a precious son, you see. That was Seong-il Hwan's small wish. I understand. If that was his reasoning, then it'd be no problem. The envoy smiled gently and granted Seong-il Hwan's wish. Once you exit from this cafe, all memories of the previous timeline will completely be erased from your mind. As the envoy began performing the magic spell on Seong-il Hwan, he whispered a goodbye so small that no one could hear it properly. You won't remember this, but still, I pray that you get to live a fulfilling life. The evening of the 24th of December, Jin-woo was walking on a street filled with the festive atmosphere of Christmas. He could easily spot the smiling faces of movie stars or top athletes proudly on display on the electronic advertising boards hung here and there. The streets have changed a lot. Whenever Jin-woo recalled the time when the streets used to be dominated by the faces of top-ranked hunters, he still felt a bit awkward and disjointed. He took a look around himself without thinking too much about it and discovered many young couples and their colorful clothing filling up the streets. Yup, I definitely am an examinee who recently finished his CSAT. Look how plainly dressed I am. Jin-woo lightly tutted at his rather plain-looking clothes and sought out the nearest clothing store. With the time being what it was, the shops were all closed, but from the get-go, he wasn't planning to buy something anyway. Jin-woo stopped walking in front of a mannequin kitted out in the coolest outfit inside the shop window. The pitch-black smoke enveloped Jin-woo's figure for a brief moment and his outfit had changed to the exact same thing as that mannequin's. He examined his new look through the reflection on the shop's window before asking his shadow soldiers. What do you think? Fangs, having developed an intense interest in all things fashion-related from some time ago, hurriedly replied first, maybe fearing that someone else might steal his limelight. Alright, Jin-woo's steps became a touch cheerier than before and they helped him arrive at the place of his appointment in the proverbial blink of an eye. Surrounding a massive Christmas tree installed in the middle of a plaza were many people searching and waiting for their companions to arrive. Even though many of them were nervously glancing at their watches, the looks of happiness still could be gleaned from their expressions regardless, perhaps because today was Christmas Eve. Unlike them, though, Jin-woo was staring into the heavens above since he had more than enough leeway compared to them. There were all sorts of ambient noises made by people walking on the streets, but Jin-woo still could accurately distinguish the footsteps that mattered to him. Point 3, 2, 1. Just as that kid arrived near his back, he turned around to greet her. Hey, you came. Hien was planning to take Jin-woo by surprise, but could only sneakily lower her arms, looking a bit disappointed. Appa, it's like you've got eyes behind your back, you know. She seemed just a bit despondent, which was rather adorable as well, so he broke out into a soft grin. As the two of them walked, they chose the less populated path whenever they came across a crossroad. Meanwhile, Hien's eyes were growing really large after listening to Jin-woo's CSAT result. You got such a great score, yet you want to go to that university. But why? Well, the fees are completely paid for by the scholarship. Plus they are adding on the opportunity for me to study abroad as well. Besides, there is this person I just have to meet in that place, you see. It was at that point that her ears perked up. Wait, that person isn't a woman, is it? Her eyes narrowed to a slit, but Jin-woo found her expression really adorable so he decided to string her along for a bit. Who knows? To Jin-woo, seeing her express her emotions so freely like this, something she didn't do back when both of them were adults, proved to be a different but still wonderfully joyous occasion to behold. Appa, do you remember our promise? What promise? The one about you promising to answer everything when I win in a race. Yeah, I do. Hien promptly pointed towards one of the trees lighting up along the street. Well, why don't we make a bet, then? Let's see who will arrive there first. Jin-woo couldn't help but chuckle after hearing her sudden challenge and asked her a question. What is it that you'd like to ask me? Everything. Everything. What you're thinking about sometimes, whether it's a girl or a guy you want to meet in that university, and also, about the time we met before that athletic preliminaries took place. Alright, Jin-woo readily agreed to it and took his hands out from his pockets. The end result wouldn't be affected just because he kept his hands there, but still, he wanted to show her that he was taking this challenge quite seriously. But then, Hien had been staying a step away from his position until then, but suddenly walked in very close to wrap her scarf around his neck before asking him for a small favor in a whisper. Appa, if you like me, don't move from this spot. While he was getting flustered by this development, Hien began walking slowly towards the tree in question while looking straight at him. As for Jin-woo himself, he couldn't hold back his laughter after realizing that his defeat had been set in stone from the get-go. In the end, Hien succeeded in touching the tree first, and she lightly jumped in the air to announce her victory. Meanwhile, his shadow soldiers watching the two lovers' competition with a great deal of anticipation and excitement began jumping up and down themselves in happiness as well. Jin-woo was left stupefied and chuckled again while scratching the side of his head. He took a glance around the street and approached the tree as well. Thankfully, he couldn't spot a single soul on this particular stretch of road, all due to the fact that they sought out only those paths with little foot traffic. Well, I won, right? Hien was waiting for his reply with an excited expression clearly etched on her face. Jin-woo stopped before her smile and issued a dignified order to his shadow soldiers. Shadows, every one of you, close your eyes. While the soldiers were rightly feeling frustrated, Jin-woo slowly brought his lips closer and gently locked them with Hien's. The white snowflakes continued to fall silently from the sky. 12 years later, within the ranks of the Central Region Precinct's Violent Crimes Unit, there was this one detective nicknamed the Phantom. the newbie detective joining the squad this year after passing the promotion exam. Lee Se-hwan often heard this rumor while he was walking the beat as a patrolman. The arrest rate of 200%. The rumor went that, in front of this phantom capable of solving not just the cases in his own docket, but even the cold cases of the past, every single violent criminal or bloodthirsty thug would become a very well-behaved sheep in an instant. To the officers patrolling these streets, this detective remained an object of pure respect, a real bona fide legendary figure. Seriously now, the rumor even went on to say that, although he was eligible for a promotion, he wished to devote himself fully to fieldwork and refused to move up the career ladder. How hardcore was that? Anyone with some sense in them would definitely never refuse a promotion, obviously. In any case, even if only half of the rumors making the rounds turned out to be true, then the mystery cop was sure to be one hell of an investigator. "Hey, are you that newbie joining us from today onwards?" A voice came from behind without any prior warning whatsoever, and Lee Se-hwan jumped up in fright. He hurriedly turned around and performed an excellent salute. "No need to be that tense. We're all one family now, right?" The voice belonged to a middle-aged man carrying 2 paper cups filled with coffee standing right behind Lee Se-hwan. He kindly offered one of the cups to the still nervous rookie. "Here, it's on me." "Thank you very much." Lee Se-hwan bowed deeply and received the coffee. Instantly, he was greeted by the reassuring warmth that was kind of like a phone call from his family he dearly wished to see again after living alone for a long time. "Excuse me, I went to speak to the squad captain, and he informed me that I'd be working together with Seong Detective Nim from here on. I was wondering." "Ah, that phantom is your partner." It took almost everything Lee Se-hwan had to stop the coffee from spraying out of his mouth and nostrils. "Well, we came up with that nickname for the guy because he's supernaturally quick, you see. Dunno when it happened, but that name got stuck somehow, and even the folks in other units began calling him that. I'm sure you've heard of him too, right?" "Why, yes, I have." Lee Se-hwan hurriedly nodded his head several times. A meaningful smirk suddenly crept up on the senior's face. "The thing is, that coffee I gave you, it's meant for him. Speak of the devil. There he comes." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lee Se-hwan also quickly came out to the corridor himself and shifted his gaze in the direction where the senior was staring at. That was when he discovered a certain man unhurriedly strolling towards his direction from the end of the corridor. That man is the legendary. Without a doubt, that man didn't seem to be in a hurry, yet he was already standing before Lee Se-hwan even before the rookie could fully regain his wits. "Hey man, going out on a call?" "Nah, it's nothing much, really. By the way, is he our new recruit?" "That's right, he is. His name is Lee Se-hwan." Jin-woo bowed his head slightly to greet the senior detective standing next to Lee Se-hwan. He then spun the newbie around to face the other direction and placed his hand on the completely frozen junior's shoulder. "Then, I shall go ahead and train the rookie." The senior detective with the face of a good-natured uncle continued to grin as if he found something quite amusing. He nodded his head to say yes. Sure, go ahead. Have a good day." Almost as soon as the greeting with the senior was over, Jin-woo dragged the rookie cop he was now entrusted with to outside of the building. "He can't be PS set off about me having drunk his coffee, right?" When that line of thought popped up in his head, Lee Se-hwan ended up hurriedly asking a question. Rather than an answer, though, he got a question as a reply instead. "Why did you become a police officer?" "Oh, that. Lee Se-hwan hesitated for a bit before remembering his original dream, the goal that he had forgotten about while working as a beat cop wrestling with drunkards and other idiots for the past few years. "I wanted to catch the bad guys." "That's right." Even though they were exchanging questions and answers, Jin-woo didn't slow down his steps that continued to lead the rookie to their unknown destination. And he finally let go of the flustered newbie once they reached the end goal. "We are going to a place where we can do exactly that." Lee Se-hwan raised his head, and Jin-woo formed his now trademark smile. It was a smile that eased the minds of all those who saw it. "That's why I became a cop too, you see." Just those words alone, and Lee Se-hwan's heart began pounding quite violently. "You coming?" Lee Se-hwan heard the question with only one possible answer and replied with an excited face. "Of course, Senior Nim." Completely pooped out from chasing after criminals the whole day, Lee Se-hwan collapsed on top of his new desk and fell asleep. Jin-woo was planning to dump the write-up of the testimonies of all the suspects they apprehended today to the rookie, but now he stopped jotting down on the report paper and quietly studied Lee Se-hwan, utterly lost to the distant lands of sweet slumber. He said he had the experience of catching an armed robber bare-handed, didn't he? Yup, it is fun training a rookie like this guy. A smile naturally crept up on his face now that a rather excellent seedling had joined his unit. Just as Jin Woo's fingers touched the keyboard once more, he heard the voice of Ygritte coming from his shadow. "Detective Nim, please listen to me. Ginny isn't a girl who'd willingly take her own life. Look, miss, I understand how you feel. But I already explained to you in detail, didn't I? All the evidence points to. Please take a look at these text messages. Do they look like something sent by a person planning to commit suicide 3 hours later?" Maybe it was because of the fact that the deceased's name sounded similar to his own sister's. For a while now, Jin Woo's mind kept wandering towards the conversation between those two people that didn't seem to be going anywhere fast. The detective, now fed up by this heckling, ended up responding in an ill-tempered manner. "Look here, miss. From the get-go, most suicides aren't planned out in advance but are done in the spur of the moment. Do you mind if I take a look at the case?" The detective flinched nastily when Jin Woo approached him without any presence whatsoever. Detectives were supposed to be able to suss out whether a person was guilty of a crime or not just by locking gazes with a suspect in the blink of an eye. Such detectives couldn't detect his approach, so it was a small wonder that Jin Woo was saddled with the nickname of Phantom. "Detective Seong, I hope you aren't going to put me under the spot here." Jin Woo didn't pay any attention to the plea of his senior and scanned through the files, only for his expression to harden to a scary degree. The female victim was found inside her bathtub, having died of massive blood loss from a large cut wound on her wrist. The knife used to cut her wrist was recovered inside the bathroom, and perhaps unsurprisingly, only her fingerprints were found on the weapon, no one else's. The file also said that, even though the deceased displayed a bright personality outwardly, she actually suffered from depression. Not many other investigators would come up with a different hypothesis after looking at all the facts available in this case. Jin Woo returned the case file back to the detective assigned to the case. "I don't see anything amiss." "All right, you think so, too." The detective received the files back with a somewhat happy-looking expression. However, with a hardened face, the senior asked back while thinking, "Could he be? I shall confirm it myself, just in case." The Phantom had sniffed a trail, it seemed. While looking at Jin Woo's back as he walked over to the friend of the deceased waiting anxiously over there, the senior detective roughly scratched the back of his head and complained in his head, "Doesn't that guy ever get tired or something?" The friend of the deceased, her gaze currently fixed to the ground, quickly raised her head after hearing Jin Woo's voice. "I'm Detective Seong Jin Woo. Can we talk for a moment?" Inside a quiet, empty and ownerless home, a black shadow suddenly rose up. It was Jin Woo. He found himself in an apartment which was slightly too large for a woman to live alone. Her warmth from the time she was still alive could be felt from several corners of this apartment unit. The current time was late at night. The surroundings were pitch black, but there was no need to turn on the lights because this was the same as broad daylight to Jin Woo's eyes. He entered the bathroom, the place where she met her final moments. The thick smell of blood yet to be cleaned stung his nose. Jin Woo stood before the bathtub and silently studied the very spot where the deceased prepared herself to die. "I needed the actual remains in the past, but now." Jin Woo issued his command, and the blackened, coagulated blood reverted back to a crimson liquid and began trickling again. The blood splatter that remained is nothing more than grisly reminders gathered together to form a deep pit of boiling blood. As if it was alive, the mass of blood continued to seethe and tumble as it grew larger and larger. The Shadow Sovereign, the King of the Dead, then issued the absolute order that couldn't be refused at the remains of the deceased. "Rise up." A shadow of a woman, yet to shed the hints of her teen years, vigorously rose up from the thickly coagulated clump of blood on the floor. Droplets of blood dripped from the ends of her hair as she took a look around her, her expression one of sheer confusion regarding her current situation. Eventually, though, she spat out pained moans. Indeed, it'd be quite painful for her since she retained the memories of her dying moments. Jin Woo used the authority of the Shadow Sovereign and calmed the shadow for the time being. "Don't be frightened. He you have now has become an existence untethered from the boundaries of life and pain." The king's calming, warm voice helped the woman to compose herself gradually. "Did you willingly take your own life?" The shadow woman, no, Seo Jinny, nodded her head. Jin Woo placed one of his knees lower to the ground so he could match her eye level. He studied her expression and quietly asked her, "Your reason?" And when he did, her lips, frozen shut like a block of ice, cautiously parted ways. The doorbell resounded out rather late at night. A middle-aged man put a photo frame containing a picture of his daughter down on its original spot and looked away. Who could it be at this late hour? He tilted his head this way and that while standing up from his seat, and walked over to the intercom. The monitor on the device showing the scene outside the front door now displayed a man kitted out in a smart business suit standing there. The middle-aged man didn't think too much about it and pressed the speak button. Beep. The man outside the door pulled out his ID badge and showed it to the camera. I'm Detective Seong Jin-woo from Central Region's Violent Crimes Unit. I have questions to ask you regarding your daughter's death, so can we speak for a little while, please? The photo in the ID badge matched the face on the monitor. The middle-aged man forgot that it was far too late in the day for a guest to show up like this when he heard the word detective and hurriedly flung the door open. Did the investigation's result come out? How did my little girl die? Jin-woo quietly studied the face of Seo Jin-yee's father, Seo Jae-nam, before shaking his head. Nothing is certain yet, sir. However, I do have several follow-up questions I'd like to ask you regarding your daughter. The father of the deceased formed a somewhat disappointed expression when he heard there was nothing to report yet. Jin-woo made a quiet demand towards the man. Can you come with me? Seo Jae-nam seemed to be in a dilemma, but soon enough formed a grimly determined expression. Of course, if I can help in any shape or form in uncovering the truth of my daughter's death, then I shall cooperate fully. He came outside and locked the door before turning around to face Jin-woo. Let's get going, detective. Jin-woo nodded his head once and turned towards a certain direction. This way. Seo Jae-nam initially thought that they would go to the police station, but instead, they ended up in a cafe near his place. He asked the detective why they had to come here and only got a vague answer in the form of "we need a place to chat quietly instead." What kind of a student was Miss Seo Jin-yee usually? Excuse me, by any chance, was there anyone who might have been resentful towards? Seo Jae-nam belatedly realized the implication behind the question and hurriedly shook his hand around. No, never. She was definitely not a child who'd go around doing things to make others hate her. She was really kind and pure. Seo Jae-nam replied up to there before his head faltered and sounds of sobbing escaped from him. How long did it go by like this? The sobbing man's shoulders stopped trembling eventually, and he raised his head slowly. I'm sorry, detective. I still can't believe that my little girl left me in that manner. You must have cherished your daughter a lot. Of course, I'm sure you know this already, but Jin-yee wasn't my biological child. That was why I cherished and loved her as much as I would have with my real child. No, maybe even more than that. His gaze lowered as he struggled to swallow back his sadness. He continued on. If only she told me when she was hurting, when it was getting too much for her. Although Seo Jae-nam was displaying an intense emotional state, Jin-woo was quite different in his attitude and kept an icy cold gleam in his eyes from the beginning right until the end. He then pulled out his own smartphone from his inner pocket. While we were sifting through your daughter's personal effects, we uncovered a certain sound file. Pardon? Well, let's listen to it first. Jin-woo tapped on the play icon and let the voice of the shadow play out. It was the testimony straight from her mouth about the tale of the horrifying abuse she suffered at the hands of her adoptive father, ever since she was a young child. And as the testimony continued on, Seo Jae-nam finally stopped acting like a sorrowful father who lost his daughter, his eyes constantly shaking from shock. The girl deliberately chose to go to a university far away from home, believing that she was finally freed from the torment of her adoptive father. But then, when the Beastard got in contact with her again some time ago, starting with the text message saying "I want to see you again," she chose to end her life instead. She might have taken her own life, but the culprit that drove her to that decision was someone else. Once the sound file ended its playback, Seo Jae-nam raised his head, his expression frozen stiff now. Why did you play that in front of me? This middle-aged man could legitimately claim that he possessed quicker wits than most other people. If the real goal of this meeting was to arrest him, then this detective would have shown up with a couple of other officers, slapped the cuffs on him and be done with the whole thing just like that. However, this cop didn't take him to the police station, but to a local cafe, saying that they needed to have a quiet chat. That was why Seo Jae-nam had a hunch that the detective in front of his eyes had a somewhat different purpose in coming to see him. As if to reply positively to that hunch, the expressionless detective finally revealed a toothy grin. You now have two options available to you. Options were available. Seo Jae-nam clenched his fists tightly after hearing those words that sounded like the heavens extending a lifeline, just as a precariously dangerous situation was about to befall on him. Yes. Meanwhile, the detective carried on. First, you admit to your wrongdoing, go to the station with me, and confess everything. And the other option is, rather than admit to your crime, you pay an appropriate price instead. Seo Jae-nam had to grit his teeth in order to suppress this powerful wave of jovial laughter gushing out from somewhere deep inside his chest. Oh my goodness me. And the wise old they said that, even if the heavens collapsed, there would always be a way out, didn't they? Who would have thought that the detective who uncovered his ugly sins just so happened to be such an individual? Seo Jae-nam had lived a pretty great life as a medical doctor. So, regardless of how much this pathetic policeman wanted, he knew he had the financial wherewithal to satisfy that demand. Seo Jae-nam did his utmost best to stop the ends of his lips from curling up and asked back, "How much are you asking for?" "That is already enough." Jin-woo formed a hollow chuckle and securely pocketed the phone. He knew better than anyone just how many people regretted with their whole being the choice they've made just now. This middle-aged man trying his best to hide his laughter came across as utterly disgusting and ridiculous. In an instant, Jin-woo's expression changed. "Now, listen well." With the smile gone from his face, an aura so ominous and bleak oozed out from him. Instead, in reality, this place you're in isn't the world you were living in. No, it's a different world I simply mocked up to resemble the outside scenery. The land of the dead that no living soul could enter without the express permission of its master, the territory of the eternal rest. Jin-woo calmly added that was the name of the prison about to seal Seo Jae-nam away. Of course, the middle-aged man became flustered at the suddenly changed Jin-woo's attitude as well as at this strange, hard-to-understand explanation. Excuse me, Detective Nim. I don't understand. Think about it carefully." Seo Jae-nam felt his breathing choke up from Jin-woo's murderous glare. "Can you remember how you got here?" Now that he thought about it, as the chill ran down on his spine, Seo Jae-nam finally realized the oddness of his situation. But how? Within this brightly lit cafe, how was it possible that there was not a single soul around other than himself and this mysterious detective? Even if you forget about other patrons, no, maybe even the actual owner of the place, shouldn't there at least be one waiter or a clerk somewhere? However, whether it was inside the building or outside of the glass wall, there was not a single trace of other people at all. Just as he finally recognized that something unexplainable had happened to him, everything vanished. Just like that, leaving only the darkness. "Who the hell are you? Is this a dream? It's a nightmare, isn't it?" The middle-aged man pointed at Jin-woo in a confused mixture of anger and desperation. Unfortunately for him, his retreating steps couldn't go too far. Because he ran into something as hard as a wall, that was why. An inexplicable chill swept him up and his head slowly shifted towards his back. That's when the wall began moving. No, it wasn't an actual wall, just a giant ant standing stiffly like one, and it was moving now. Dozens upon dozens of ant arms reached out from the darkness and grabbed onto him, before dragging him deeper into the unknown. He would now be subjected to horrifying torture from here onwards where he'd eventually beg for death. But too bad, he'd not be able to die that easily. See, the thing was, the shadow now tasked with his punishment was one of the greatest soldiers in the ranks, and at the same time, the greatest healer there ever was, too. This time, not from his front but from behind, another figure watching the proceedings unfold while hiding stepped out of the darkness. It was Jinny. Jin-woo was well aware that, no matter how badly the guilty suffered, the victim's pain would never fully disappear. However, if such a thing could console the heart of the deceased just a tiny bit. Now that she was reborn as a shadow, she instinctively understood what kind of a special existence he was. But well, Jin-woo never planned to convert her into his shadow soldier to begin with. So, it was now time to return her to the void. Just before their goodbyes, Jin-woo asked her in a gentle voice, "Is there anything else you'd like to say?" The shadow lightly shook her head before going, "Ah." Next day, Jinny's friend came to the station in the early morning to find out about any new development in the case. Jin-woo found her first and took her to the corridor outside the office. By all appearances, the chances of the case being treated as murder is extremely low at this point. The investigation itself will close soon, as well. The friend looked at Jin-woo with a disbelieving expression, before speaking up with the voice of a person clutching at a straw. "There isn't even 1% of any other possibilities." Rather than a verbal reply, Jin-woo quietly nodded his head up and down. The friend's head dropped towards the ground next. She seemed to have a million things to say in her mind, but couldn't say any one of them out aloud. Jin-woo studied her for a moment or two, before presenting her with a small gift box covered in a cute wrapper. "This is, the name written on the gift card is yours, isn't it?" "It is." It was none other than a gift the deceased carefully handpicked and prepared for the friend's birthday. The gift that would have never entered its intended owner's hands finally found its way to its rightful home. "Jinny prepared this." "That's correct. I thought that Miss Jinny would have wanted this gift to find its intended owner." "Thank you." The friend thanked Jin-woo wholeheartedly, her eyes tearing up uncontrollably. If only the adoptive father's insidious text message didn't arrive at the victim's phone 1 hour before she cut her own wrist. Wouldn't these two friends get to enjoy the birthday party as planned? Jinwoo felt complicated in his heart as several thoughts intersected within his mind and his gaze drifted away to the distance, only for him to feel the familiar vibration coming from within his pocket. Later that evening, Jinwoo headed to the local diner that he frequented with Yoo Jin-ho when they were much younger. Still did, as a matter of fact. Hyung-nim, I have something important I must discuss with you. What's going on with you? You didn't even tell me anything yet. Yoo Jin-ho greatly hesitated with his reply, before pulling out a small box from his inner pocket and opened it up. A rather expensive-looking ring was stored in there. This time, I'm gonna propose to Miss Jin-ah for sure. That's what this was all about. Jinwoo was guessing that the kid got scolded by his little sister or some such, and wanted to complain to someone trustworthy. But now that he knew the score, a smile automatically floated up on his face. Hyung-nim, I'm really serious this time. I'll confess to her tonight. But the thing is, you think she's going to like this ring? When Jinwoo thought about how Jin-ah always complained at home, wondering aloud just when the blockhead that was her boyfriend would come around to confess his feelings for her, he could picture her jumping up and down in happiness already. But well, Jinwoo deliberately left his words vague so the after-confession swelling of emotions could be even tastier for the couple. I wonder, I'm not very good with this sort of things, so... As if he felt tormented, Yoo Jin-ho dropped his head lower in agony before raising it back up again. It's still fine, Hyung-nim. Actually, I don't know what she'd like to have anyway, so I prepared lots of presents in advance. And then, he began pulling out a large paper envelope out of the blue. What that contained was a blueprint of a building. Actually, there's this new building about to be constructed in our company's premises, so as soon as Miss Jin-ah is done with her medical degree, we could build a hospital. Hold up. Jinwoo felt as if he had seen this blueprint lots of times from somewhere and quickly cut Yoo Jin-ho's word off. By any chance, this building, the estimated pricing is around 30 billion won, isn't it? Yoo Jin-ho was taken by surprise and his eyes opened up wider. What the? Hyung-nim, how can you know that? Well, it was obvious how, because it was the exact same thing. The same as the blueprint of the building offered as the compensation for making Yoo Jin-ho the new guild master back in the erased timeline. That was. Jinwoo worked hard to keep his laughter in check. Listen to me, Jin-ho. Yes, Hyung-nim. There's no need for you to give her lots of presents to prove yourself so hard like this. Because you are a good man. All you have to do is be you. Just you. Jinwoo's opinion rendered Yoo Jin-ho completely speechless, but he began tearing up greatly. Hyung-nim. It was at this point that Jinwoo belatedly remembered how this kid behaved when drunk and felt this ominous foreboding creep up on him. And like clockwork, Yoo Jin-ho spoke in a tearful voice. Can I hug you just this one time, Hyung-nim? Nope. Hyung-nim. Yoo Jin-ho failed to rein his emotions in the end, and pounced on Jinwoo to embrace him. A certain residence located in the outskirts of the city. Arriving back home safe and sound, Jinwoo parked his car in the vicinity. Although the house was unimaginably huge for a detective to afford with his government salary, no one suspected a thing since the person sharing the residence alongside him just so happened to be the idol of the sporting world that pretty much every South Korean had heard of before in the past. However, only he and knew the secret of this house not being built by the hands of humans. When Jinwoo stepped into the house, the first thing that greeted him was the sight of his two marshals in the middle of a war of nerves. Bellion and Ygritte were glaring at each other without backing down an inch, apparently not ready to give up on their ground. Soon, he came out to the living room while carrying their son, Soo-ho. Dear. With a smile, Jinwoo took over Soo-ho from Hee-in and gently held him up. When he did, Soo-ho broke out into boisterous laughter and extended his small hands towards him. The boy wanted to be hugged by his father, so Jinwoo helped with that by embracing the baby against his chest, and then pointed to his two marshals with his chin. What's up with those two? Well, the thing is, Hee-in was fighting back to keep her own laughter from breaking out while hesitating with her answer. But Jinwoo didn't need long to figure out what was up with this situation. Bellion shot back at Ygritte with a harsh glare. However, Ygritte's own fighting spirit didn't lose out an inch. No one knew when or who ordered them online. But well, Ygritte was holding homeschooling material for toddlers as he argued his case. Jinwoo watched the tightly contested war of nerves between these two proud soldiers and became utterly speechless. He stared at them with a dumbfounded face for a while, before he took a step closer to address them. You guys. The marshals finally realized that their liege was right in front of their noses, hurriedly turned around to face him, and knelt down on the floor. Jinwoo tutted audibly at the two marshals far too obsessed in the matters of the postnatal care, and spoke to them. It's fine whether you want to teach my son swords or maths, but let's worry about that only after the boy learns to walk first, shall we? Jinwoo grinned brightly while holding his son in his arms, and just like that, Suho also grinned brightly in return, as well. Around the time Lee Se-hwan, joining the unit as someone's potential successor, had gotten more or less used to the life as a detective, Jinwoo was summoned by the station commander for a private chat. The senior detective leaving the commander's office before him carried a rather suspicious glint in his eyes, so it was unlikely that this chat would be about a pleasant topic, thought Jinwoo. He entered the commander's office after the senior detective left and walked over to his superior's desk. "Did you call for me, sir? I heard that you're still interfering in other detectives' investigations." As expected, the senior of earlier carried that look of "I told you so" as he was leaving, didn't he? Jinwoo inwardly swallowed his fake cough. The commander turned around towards Jinwoo and formed a refreshing grin. "Please, I beg you to not go overboard and make other detectives resent you, Seong Hunter Nim." The commander's face was someone quite familiar to him. It belonged to none other than Woo Jin Cheol, the youngest station commander in Korean history. Of course, that feat was built upon the hidden fact that Jinwoo played a key role in solving many of Woo Jin Cheol's cases. Jinwoo smiled and corrected his current boss's words. "And not a hunter anymore, Commander. Even still, it's a lot more convenient for me to refer to you as a hunter Nim." While saying those things, Woo Jin Cheol scanned the documents on top of his desk. "Did you know that the legal guardian of the suicide victim, her father, suddenly went missing a few days ago?" Really, rather coincidentally, every CCTV camera around the missing man's residence stopped working at the same time. "Oh my goodness, how can such a thing even happen?" Jinwoo's feigned innocence brought about a helpless chuckle from Woo Jin Cheol. He then threw the documents into the nearby trash can. "Whatever you decide to do, I shall continue to believe in you, Seong Hunter Nim. Actually, I didn't ask you to come and stop by because of that." Woo Jin Cheol pushed forward a piece of memo paper that had been hidden in the corner of the desk until then. A name of a hospital, as well as a patient's room number, was written on it. "I thought that you'd like to know." "What's this?" Jinwoo asked back, and Woo Jin Cheol replied as if he was waiting for that. "The association president, no, Chairman Go Gun Huey, is apparently in critical condition." This would be Jinwoo's second time coming to visit Go Gun Huey's hospital room. About 10 years ago, he saved the older man's life by using the divine water of life that he also used to save his mother's life in the erased timeline. And now, he was facing the gaunt Go Gun Huey once more as the latter found himself at the death's doorstep. Since this was his second visit, the dying man didn't get surprised by Jinwoo's unexpected appearance. No, he simply nodded his head in the direction of the unfamiliar young man with a hood pulled up. He then tapped on the oxygen mask blocking his mouth. Jinwoo reached out and cautiously removed the apparatus, allowing Go Gun Huey to speak even though he wheezed heavily and laboriously in between each word. "Young man, you came back again. Actually, I've been searching for you all this time." Jinwoo looked on at this sight with sorrowful eyes before raising his voice. "If Chairman wants this illness to be cured, then..." Even before he could finish saying that he could cure the illness one more time, Go Gun Huey shook his head first. "I've lived for a long time now. I did what I had to do during the 10 years you gave me. That is enough for me." Back in the erased timeline, Go Gun Huey sold off his company and became the first president of the Korean Hunters Association. But in this timeline, he had been acting as the role model to all the other corporate leaders by taking the lead in various charity work. And he no longer wished for his life to be extended anymore. What he really wanted, though, was not what everyone would have expected. "Actually, I have a favor to ask you." Jinwoo nodded his head. And that's when he was met with Go Gun Huey's pleading eyes. "You told me that there was a world where we fought side by side, didn't you?" Jinwoo nodded his head again without saying anything. "Can you tell me more about that world? I'd like to know more. What I looked like, what you looked like back then. Those might not be the memories you'd like to recall, sir. It'll be all right. I only wish to regain the memories now lost. That is all." Jinwoo confirmed the earnest desperation on Chairman Go Gun Huey's expression and gently grasped the dying man's hand. When he did, the memories of the time now erased rushed into Go Gun Huey's mind like a tidal wave. Tears began flooding out from the older man's eyes. Meanwhile, Jinwoo slowly pulled the hood back and revealed his face to the association president Go Gun Huey. He tightly grasped the younger man's hands and confirmed the face now looking back as even thicker tears fell from his eyes. "Hunter Nim, you have." Again, Jinwoo gently held the association president's hand as the latter's breathing became harsher and noticeably more laborious. Go Gun Huey's gaze shifted back towards the ceiling. I really, along with young heroes like you." His voice now contained traces of his satisfaction. Dogun Huey was overcome with the genuine happiness gushing out from the deepest part of his heart, and as his tears continued to flow, he quietly breathed his last. Jinwoo also stood there with tears in his eyes, before reaching down to gently close the older man's eyes. Soon after, the life support machines informed everyone involved of the passing of their patient. By the time shocked doctors rushed into the room, the suspicious, uninvited guest had already left without a trace. Jinwoo stepped away from the populated streets and made his way towards those avenues with little to no foot traffic. Every time the wind blew, leaves that lost their colors from the influence of the encroaching autumn fell in droves from the trees lining up the streets. Soon, winter would arrive, and then spring will come again, too. Jinwoo fell into a deep train of thoughts while looking at the scattering leaves, before belatedly realizing that his phone was ringing off the hook inside his pocket. The call was from Hee-in. "Dear." As soon as he answered the phone, he was greeted by her incredibly urgent voice. "Dear Suho, our son is." Could something have happened in their home, even though 2 marshals were guarding it? Jinwoo's own voice rose up higher at what seemed to be an unbelievable situation currently unfolding there. "What's the matter with Suho?" When he did, Hee-in cried out as if she too couldn't believe that it was happening, either. "He's flying. Our son is flying around the house right now." It was right at that moment that Jinwoo recalled what Yu Jinho said a few days ago. "That's weird. I thought that a kid sharing your wife's genes would start running around the moment he was born, you know." He became completely speechless after recalling those words and stood dead still on the spot. What should I do? For some reason, laughter tried to break out of his mouth after hearing his wife's panicky voice over the phone. For the time being, he decided that calming his wife down would be his first priority. "It'll be fine. Don't worry too much about it." "What do you mean?" "I'll teach Suho how to fly step by step, soon." "Babe, you know how to fly." Oops, didn't I tell her that before? When he was dating Hee-in back in the now erased timeline, he wasn't all that adept at flying around, so they used his sky dragon Kaisel to travel instead. Jinwoo finally couldn't hold back and guffawed out. The autumn leaves shook around in the wind and fell to earth once more. After autumn, winter would come, and afterwards, spring would greet the world. Everything had a beginning and an end, and a new beginning would follow after the end. However, oh no, Suho, you mustn't. Plank, smash. It seemed that the winter of his household was still a long way away. Suho hadn't had any contact with kids of his own age until he turned 5 years old. And today was exactly a week after the worried parents decided to send their son to the nearest kindergarten. The preschool educational institution suddenly called her up, asking her to come for a meeting today. The headmistress cautiously pushed forward a sketchbook. "Here, would you take a look at this, please?" Hee-in picked the book up as the headmistress continued on. "It contains drawings by your son, Suho." The white paper within said book featured a rather cute-looking ant as drawn by a little child's hands. But why was she being shown this? Hee-in couldn't immediately understand where this conversation was going and asked back with a puzzled expression. "What's the matter with this drawing?" The headmistress hesitated slightly before letting a soft sigh escape from her lips. She then began explaining herself. The class teacher Nim asked the children to draw their close friends, you see. Now that she looked at the drawing again, the ant was standing on 2 feet. Only then did Hee-in realize that this was not a drawing of an ordinary ant, but Marshal Baru instead. There are others after that page. When the class teacher Nim asked Suho if he had any other friends, he drew those next. Hee-in flipped one more page. There was a drawing of a humanoid figure with a strip of red plumage attached to his head while holding what was clearly a sword, no matter who saw it. Ygritte. Hee-in instantly recognized the protagonist of the drawing and slowly held her forehead with one hand. He might look like a trustworthy knight to those who knew him, but how would this situation look like in the eyes of strangers? Her head began aching just from thinking about that. The next drawing is what Suho drew as his family portrait. The page of the sketchbook flipped again. What greeted her next was a drawing of herself, a man that seemed to be her husband, Jinwoo, and innumerable black figures standing behind them. Suho grew up from his toddler days surrounded by the shadow soldiers, and he must have thought of them as his extended family now. This is how we look like in Suho's eyes. Hee-in thought that this drawing contained her son's innocent but warm gaze, and her nose stung with emotions. The class teachers couldn't understand the meaning behind these drawings and fell into a rather considerable amount of panic and came to the conclusion that there must have been some sort of a problem with Suho. The final page contains Suho's drawing of his home, and the reason why I requested you for today's meeting as well. What kind of a drawing would it be this time? With a pair of nervous eyes, Cha Hyun flipped to the last page. There was a cozy little house. A normal-looking house was standing erect in the middle of some land. The problem with this depiction was that the ground below was completely painted black. Over 70% of the sketchbook's real estate was dominated by the black color. We've been caring for many children over the years, but never have we encountered such depictions of friends and family by a child until now. The headmistress pointed to the black portion of the drawing and spoke in a calm voice. The homeroom teacher Nim asked Suho why he drew the lower half of the house like this, and the boy replied that that's where his friends, his family, as well as his giant father, are staying. Initially, the kindergarten was fearful that Suho was being mistreated at home, but they couldn't find any evidence of abuse from the boy's jovial, good-natured behavior he displayed every day. Although rare, things like this did happen occasionally. Young kids drawing the world as they see it through their eyes. Maybe it's possible that Suho possesses a great talent for art. The headmistress convinced herself with this and smiled gently. Hyun stopped forming a gloomy expression now that she knew the source of today's trouble, and smiled awkwardly as well. Ah, yes, what a relief that it was not a huge matter. She could finally relax a bit. In the Central Region's Violent Crimes Unit, after the results of the promotion examination had been announced, excited voices began resounding out and filled up the unit's office. Senior Nim, congratulations on your promotion. Congratulations. You should buy us all around. Don't you agree, Senior Nim? No, hang on, Seong Superintendent Nim. Jin-woo had to spend quite some time being surrounded by the rest of the unit's detectives, and was only able to extricate himself after his partner, Lee Se-hwan, finally showed up. By the way, Hyung Nim, why did you accept the promotion this time? I mean, whenever the brass pleaded with you to move up the career ladder, you always refused them, so why now? Jin-woo looked at Se-hwan from the corners of his eyes with a look that said, what's so important about that? Before breaking out into a smirk as he replied, I ran out of excuses for my refusal, you see. Se-hwan laughed out loud at that rather remarkable answer. As it was the case with pretty much every profession out there, a detective would grow further and further away from field work the higher his rank became. Jin-woo wished to remain close to where the action was, and the higher-ups, especially Commander Woo Jin-cheol, respected that. Unfortunately, that couldn't go on forever. Hyung Nim, don't you have any goals or wants? I mean, like, better position or making lots of money, that sort of things. Money was it. If Jin-woo said that once upon a time, he made more than enough moolah to BTCH slap a huge law firm and their deep pockets in the face all by himself at a younger age than his junior partner, would the kid even believe him? Too bad. Jin-woo could only recall the days when he operated the Ah-jin Guild alongside Yu Jin-ho, and swallow back the words dancing on the tip of his tongue. Jin-woo returned home earlier than usual, and after checking out Suho's drawings, could only chuckle softly. I had no idea that our son had such a wonderful talent in art. Amongst them, the drawing of Baru especially caught his eyes. There should be no other 5-year-old child that can draw an ant this wonderfully in the world. Jin-woo looked at the drawing in happiness, only to be pricked harshly by Hyun's sharp glare and quickly withdrew his smile. After seeing her husband changing his attitude really quickly like that, Hyun just couldn't hold back her smirk from breaking out anymore. She then spoke to Jin-woo as if she was trying to convince herself. It's not a laughing matter, you know. Take a look at the very last page. The last page in question contains Suho's final piece, named My Home. Suho said that the black ground is where his giant father is, so can you think of? Why are you smiling? And no, well, it's just that I remembered something funny. That's all. Jin-woo recalled the Divine Liege statue standing in the middle of the territory of eternal rest and couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Tears even began sneaking out of his eyes, so he quickly wiped them off and closed the sketchbook. Wouldn't it be fine to let this slide with a simple chuckle? Expressions containing such thoughts flitted in and out of Jin-woo's face. Hyun let a soft sigh out and relayed what the headmistress had told her earlier in the day. Other kids are apparently scared of Suho. A little bit of the smile on Jin-woo's face went away, then. Other kids? Hyun nodded her head with a worried expression before continuing on with her explanation. Their complexions change badly whenever Suho tries to get close to them, even when he has never bullied or shouted at them, but still. Now that was not something he could gloss over. Jin-woo's expression hardened. The previous smile was long gone now. The thing he was worried about had really happened. Young children were incomparably purer than adults. Unlike with adults who, through logical reasoning and studying, got to overcome the primal instincts they were born with, children could feel the fear of death far more vividly. The reason why other kids avoided Suho was because they must have felt the shadow of death hovering above him. The power of the Shadow Sovereign. It became Jin Woo's, and that fact prevented it from becoming a full-blown calamity, but that was about it. In reality, this power was a horrifying weapon that the god of another realm hid inside its most loyal soldier in order to destroy everything it had created. If the powers of the Shadow Sovereign he didn't mean to give to his son continued to grow within Suho, then it'll be impossible to carry on with a normal life. At the very least, there was a need to seal that power away until Suho reached an age where he could exert perfect control over it. Jin Woo's gaze shifted over to all the photos hanging on the living room's wall. The biggest one was the marriage of Jin Woo and Hien. Surrounding it were many images of their son, and most of those photos were shot alongside shadow soldiers. Suho and his bright smile, as he rode on Baru's shoulders and energetically yanking on the Ant King's two antennae. Suho busy escaping from Ygritte, who volunteered to become the boys' homeschool tutor, and then Suho busy performing a mock duel with Belian using his toy sword. There were so many others. Jin Woo quietly began storing them away in the subspace, one by one. Dear, until Suho can live among other people without any issues, I'm planning to temporarily seal away Suho's powers and his memories of the Shadow Soldiers. Suho had to learn it. He needed to learn how to coexist among regular people like a normal person, rather than with shadow soldiers. Until then, just as the final remaining photo entered the storage within the subspace, Baru emerged from the ground after learning of Jin Woo's decision. The heart of the shadow soldier, the one who looked after and loved Suho like his own child, was transmitted in full to Jin Woo. However, the Sovereign's decision was resolute. Realizing that there was no way to change his liege's mind, Baru's head drooped to the ground. As the former Ant King's gaze fell, a drawing suddenly entered his view. It was Suho's sketchbook pushed forward by Jin Woo. It's you, drawn by Suho. Easily the best depiction of Baru he'd ever seen was drawn upon this white page. Thick teardrops formed on Baru's large eyes almost right away. After receiving Jin Woo's permission, Baru cautiously entered Suho's room. The soft, rhythmic breathing of the deeply asleep Suho was like the sweetest and most soothing music to the former Ant King's ears. He knelt down cautiously next to the bed, so as to not rouse the sleeping child from his nap. His voice gently reverberated as if it was spoken within the dreams. In his sleep, Suho shifted his body towards the location of the voice and mumbled softly, Boss Ant, with an expression showing how proud he was of Suho now being able to pronounce Ant more concisely compared to when the child was still chasing after him a couple of years ago. Baru bade his goodbye. Baru lightly kissed the back of Suho's hand perched at the end of the bed and stood back up. All the soldiers hidden within the former Ant King's shadow also said their goodbyes. With the goodbyes now over, Baru looked behind him. Jin Woo was there, nodding his head. He wordlessly walked over to his son and carefully pulled the blanket up to the boy's chest, tucking him in. Then, he placed his palm on the sleeping child's forehead. Powerful magical energy very briefly hovered near his fingertips before leaving him behind. When Suho opens his eyes again, all of his extraordinary power and memories would be gone. Have a good dream, son. Jin Woo lightly kissed his son slumbering away like a baby angel, and left the room, quietly closing the door behind him. That night, Suho dreamed of ants and knights and orcs dancing happily together with him. Baek Yunho spat out a low sigh, his face a mess of black soot and dirt. Phew, not too long ago, he and his crew managed to put out a massive wildfire raging near a residential area. This victory came about after over 50 fire engines and firefighting helicopters, as well as 800 or so brave firefighters had been mobilized. Baek Yunho took a look around him. He could see his fatigued colleagues lying or squatting on the ground here and there. However, not one of them carried gloomy expressions. Some of them grinned brightly or raised their thumbs up real high when their gazes met. Ouch, that's cold. He got startled by the sudden coldness touching his neck skin and took a look to his side to find Captain Seong Il-hwan holding a bottle of ice-cold water. Thank you, sir. Baek Yunho bowed his head slightly and took over the water bottle. Seong Il-hwan settled down next to him and wetted his throat with a different bottle. The veteran of 100 battles, or the greatest captain in history. Didn't matter what you called him, it didn't sound ill-fitting with Captain Seong. And as his nickname had alluded to, he had displayed unparalleled brilliance in today's event, too. Baek Yunho was proud to be in the same crew as Seong Il-hwan. Heck, all these bits of soot stuck on his face felt like medals of honor to him, even. One day, he sneaked a glance at his respected senior from the corners of his eyes, before pouring down the remaining cold water over his head. Inside a conference chamber located on the top floor of a certain high-rise building, Chairman Sir, are you all right? Yu Jinho barely managed to suppress the corners of his lips, trying to rise up to the heavens above. What were we talking about just now? Sir, we were informing you that we need to come up with a new title for the virtual reality video game our company is about to publish. Oh, that's right. Right? Yu Jinho nodded his head, but then couldn't hold it back anymore and shot up from his seat to loudly cry out towards his employees. Everyone, my wife is pregnant. It's already the 6th week, apparently. His face was filled with an uncontrollable amount of joy right now. The inside of the conference chamber was filled with a sudden silence, but that lasted only for a brief while. Soon, documents were flying in the air, and at the same time, employees were crying out in cheer as well. Congratulations, sir. Congrats, sir. Finally, our chairman has become a father. Yu Jinho did a lap around the conference chamber and high-fived all of his employees, jumping up and down in joy as if this news concerned themselves. His absolutely lovely wife, his soon-to-be-born baby, and his game development company that was making a killing year after year. How could the world be this beautiful to his eyes right now? Yacht. During the middle of his lap of celebration, Yu Jinho had a moment of sudden, powerful inspiration. The beautiful world. Quite obviously, the gazes of all the employees gathered on him. That will be the title of our new game. Let's go with the beautiful world. The joy-filled conference chamber was enveloped in a sudden bout of silence. Are you serious, sir? Yu Jinho replied without a moment's hesitation. Of course. The name Beautiful World fits our game that will virtually recreate reality as close as it can. So, sir, you should rethink this. The fate of our company hangs in the balance with this game. I mean, it's not really a beautiful world, is it, sir? You're being too much, you know. Even though his naming sense was being mercilessly shot down and trampled on by his employees, Yu Jinho still felt really happy regardless. Fine, what if I'm no good with naming stuff? The world is still really beautiful and all, isn't it? Yu Jinho stared outside the window as the sunlight poured in through the glass and muttered to himself. In that case, should I ask Jin Woo Hyungnim for the baby's name instead? The chairman's office of the Yujin Construction was filled with the sounds of a pair of scissors cutting through a newspaper. Chairman Yu Myung-han only raised his head after he was finished with decorating his scrapbook's pages. Were there any other articles? Secretary Kim, one of his hands full of newspapers, shook his head side to side. I see. Chairman Yu Myung-han closed the scrapbook, his current expression filled with dissatisfaction. He rejected the position I created for him, and he instead starts a game company, of all things. Secretary Kim wordlessly glanced at the corner of the chairman's desk. That was where he could see the thick pile of newspapers with all the articles related to Yu Jinho cut out. More than that, they were worked on personally by none other than the chairman himself, too. On a peaceful stretch of a road after school, Suho had grown close to the girl from the same class before long. And now, he found himself in the midst of an important challenge to decide who'd get to carry the school bags home with her. Rock, paper. The girl's look of concentration only added to the weightiness of this confrontation. And the hour of judgment soon arrived. Scissors. The girl went with rock, so Suho had to change his original choice of paper to scissors at the last second. This was the combined effort of his extraordinary dynamic vision and motor reflexes. Heck yeah. The female student celebrated her victory and, while forming a pleased expression, pushed forward her school bag. Suho smirked softly and slung the bag over his other shoulder. You know, you really suck at rock, paper, scissors. Tell me about it. What will we do with a guy who sucks at it so bad? I'll just learn it from you, that's all. Suho smiled and strode forward while carrying bags on both of his shoulders. Wait for me. The two of them chatted about this and that as they walked side by side on a quiet back street. But, out of the blue, Suho stopped walking and raised his head up towards the sky. The girl followed suit and also looked up, but she couldn't see anything else other than the floating clouds silently drifting away as if they were spectating on the two teenagers. What's wrong? Is there something up there? Suho stared at the sky for a while before looking back at the girl with a light chuckle. Nah, it's nothing. A sky dragon flew freely and unrestricted in the air, while screeching out joyously. He, in riding on the creature's back, asked in a worried voice, Dear, will this really be alright? Yup, it's fine. Jin Woo went on to explain that he used magic to erase all presence of their ride, Kaisel, so no one should be able to hear or see them flying. Hold on tight, okay. He and heard her husband's smile-filled advice, and her arms tightly wrapped around his waist gained renewed strength. Taking that as the go-ahead, Jin Woo immediately raised their traveling speed. Kaisel's wing speed increased noticeably and they rose higher and higher until they broke past the layer of heavenly clouds above. Hien leaned her head against her husband's shoulder and watched this mesmerizing spectacle unfold in this quiet, still sky, a warm smile floating up on her lips. Jinwoo had been waiting for this chance, so he quickly seized it and pulled out the present he had readied earlier. Her eyes grew large after seeing it. Dear, it was a special necklace he asked the bearded dwarves to craft, as those guys happened to be rather handy with things like this. Jinwoo gently placed the beautiful necklace shimmering under the sun's rays around the neck of his wife. The shadow soldiers watching and cheering on from his shadow all roared out in exhilaration at this wonderful conclusion of their lead's perfect wedding anniversary event. Unfortunately, just before Jinwoo's and Hien's lips, gradually closing in, could bridge the last couple of inches, he had to break the mood first and speak to her instead. Dear, looks like you'll have to go back first and wait for me. I'll be home as soon as possible. This was already their 16th wedding anniversary, so Hien knew oh so well what was going on when Jinwoo said those things. Come home soon, okay. Jinwoo nodded his head and issued a new order to Kaizel. The sky dragon changed his heading towards Earth and quickly distanced itself. He wordlessly watched the back of his wife getting further away before turning around. Sure enough, a part of the space in the distance began distorting and tearing up before icy blue fog began oozing out from there. It emerged after disintegrating the wall between dimensions and revealed itself, before coagulating in one point to form a large figure. Jinwoo recalled what the envoy of the rulers had told him all those years ago. He said that an existence possessing great power can act like a magnet and attract horrifying beings from other worlds. Didn't he? There was no need to question just who that blue fog monster came to visit today. The tier in space grew, so did the number of blue fog clusters at an alarming rate. Hundreds, a few thousands, it could even be a few tens of thousands. Just as he would do, Jinwoo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Would his son take over this role in the future? Who knows? But when Jinwoo pictured that scene in his head, he realized that it wouldn't be so bad at all. A father and son duo facing off against enemies together. As a grin formed on his lips, he opened his eyes. The countless blue fog clusters had completely emerged from the gap in dimensions, and, upon discovering Jinwoo's presence, began emitting intense, horrifying malice towards him. The electrifying tension felt just before the battle traveled from the tip of his toes to the rest of his body. Nice. His own preparation was now complete, and eventually, those things that acted under one will chose to eliminate the detected threat. As they moved towards Jinwoo's location, he spoke with a smile on his face. Rise up. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.